The northern Liang royal residence, resplendent and formidable, is nestled amidst the peaks of Qing Mountain, boasting an abundance of grand entrances and lavish architecture. As the last remnant of a dynasty's foreign royal lineage, Su Xiao, the northern Liang king, finds himself amidst a whirlwind of both acclaim and scorn in the halls of power in the realms beyond. That a distinguished martial figure, he has acquired everything save for the imperial throne itself. In the three northwestern provinces, he reigns supreme, wielding dominion over all. It is no wonder that officials within the court, who find themselves at odds with this foreign king, privately scorn him as Su the Barbarian, while those with ulterior motives even go so far as to label him with the derisive title of Second Emperor. Today, the royal residence is abuzz with activity, as the esteemed northern Liang king himself has taken it upon his shoulders to personally greet an elder of ethereal presence, who has arrived from the sacred Taoist grounds of Jianghu Mountain. The household staff have been informed that this celestial being has set his sights on the naive young prince, intending to take him as a disciple in seclusion, a most fortuitous opportunity which the royal household interprets as a blessing for the simple-minded. Indeed, since his birth, the young prince has not uttered a cry, and his comprehension of letters and learning has been absent until the age of 6, when he finally spoke. His name, Su Longxiang, possesses a commanding resonance, rumored to have been bestowed by the venerable sage of Jianghu Mountain, who promised to return after 12 years to accept the discipline oath he has now fulfilled. Within the confines of the estate, an elder of the Taoist lineage, bearing an air of wisdom, nervously twirls a strand of his snow-white beard, his brow furrowed. He carries an uncommon peachwood sword resembling that of a lesser deity, and his appearance indeed evokes the essence of a transcendent being, earning him sincere admiration from all who gaze upon him. However, the task of accepting a disciple has encountered considerable resistance, not due to any opposition from the royal household, but rather because his prospective disciple has adopted a stubborn demeanor, squatting beneath a pear tree and turning his back on his esteemed teacher, who ranks among the top 3 in the hierarchy of the Taoist world. Even the illustrious northern Liang king finds himself crouched nearby, employing gentle persuasion laced with an undercurrent of coaxing that my son, go to Jianghu Mountain and learn the ways of martial prowess. In the future, should anyone dare to call you foolish, you shall strike them down. Fear not the civil and military officials of rank below the 3rd grade. I shall stand behind you. My child, your strength is considerable. It would be a pity not to pursue mastery among the top 10 martial experts. Upon your return, I shall grant you a position as a mounted officer, riding a splendid steed clad in heavy armor. How grand it shall be! The young prince remains unresponsive, fixated on the ground with rapt attention. Yellow brat, do you not adore candied hawthorn? The wild hawthorn trees of Jianghu Mountain are plentiful. You may pick and feast to your heart's content. Is that not so? Master Zhao, the elder, mustering a strained smile, nods in agreement. Find oneself in such a predicament while accepting a disciple is rather disheartening and would undoubtedly invite ridicule from across the land. Yet, despite the northern Liang king's esteemed rank and his influential voice throughout the 12 prefectures, the youth remains indifferent, perhaps growing weary of his father's incessant chatter. He lifts his rear in defiance, producing a loud flatulence, and turns to his father with a cheeky grin. This provokes the northern Liang king to raise his hand in a gesture of discipline, but after a moment of hesitation, he relents. For one, he is loath to strike, and secondly, he recognizes the futility of such an act. The son truly lives up to his name, Su Longxiang, derived from the saying in water, the dragon possesses the greatest strength on land. The elephant reigns supreme, fierce as a diamond. Despite the nickname Huang Maner and his foolish demeanor, he remains illiterate and bears a sickly, sallow complexion, appearing frail compared to his peers. Yet his strength is astonishingly formidable. Su Xiao, having joined the military at the tender age of 10, has witnessed countless astonishing warriors, from slaying Xiongnu in Jianghu to vanquishing the 6 southern kingdoms and suppressing 16 tribes in the southwest. Yet he has never encountered a child endowed with such natural strength, a veritable embodiment of iron sinew and bone capable of moving mountains and rivers. Su Xiao sighed softly, contemplating that if Huang Maner possessed a modicum of intelligence and awareness, he could undoubtedly become an unparalleled general on the battlefield. In the future, but he slowly rose and turned to the highly esteemed Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, offering an awkward smile. The priest, while signaling that it was of no consequence, felt a tinge of sorrow in his heart. It was rather embarrassing to take on such a disciple, should word spread. He would become the subject of ridicule, unable to maintain his dignity before the throng of disciples at Longhu Mountain. The helpless king of Beiyang devised a plan and said with a chuckle, "Huang Maner, your brother is returning from his journey. It seems he should be entering the city soon. Why don't you go out and take a look?" The young prince abruptly lifted his head, his expression as stiff and unchanging as ever. Yet, within his usually dull and lifeless eyes, an unusual spark ignited, compelling him to grasp his father's hand and rush outside. Alas, the Beiyang royal residence is notorious for its labyrinthine corridors otherwise. It could not contain the much-maligned Tingqiao Pavilion, often criticized by the officials of the court. Su Xiao, pained by his son's grip, had to repeatedly correct their wrong path. After what felt like an incense stick's burning time, they finally emerged from the residence. Behind the father and son, a group of servants burdened with various boxes followed, ready to accompany them to Longhu Mountain. The king of Beiyang, wealthy beyond measure, has always indulged his children, unable to bear the thought of them facing any hardship. Upon reaching the street, the young prince was met with disappointment at the sight of its emptiness. Realizing his brother was nowhere to be found, anger surged within him, prompting a guttural roar, hoarse and irritable. Initially intent on directing his ire at Su Xiao, he ultimately refrained, recognizing Su Xiao as his father. Otherwise, he might have suffered a fate akin to that of the unfortunate Su Longxiang, who was recently torn apart by a 12-year-old boy during the autumn hunt. He shot a furious glare at his visibly anxious father before turning on his heel. Desperate not to let his efforts go to waste, Su Xiao cast a helpless glance at the Taoist priest. The master of Longhu Mountain smiled gently and extended his withered arm, lightly resting 2 fingers on the young prince's wrist. In a soft, benevolent tone, he said, "Su Longxiang, do not squander your rare and extraordinary talent. Come with me to Longhu Mountain, and in no more than 10 years, you shall return to achieve great deeds and virtue." The youth, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, merely grunted and continued onward. Yet, mysteriously, he discovered that he could not break free from the seemingly effortless grip of the old priest. No matter how he attempted to step forward, his feet could not touch the ground. The king of northern Liang felt an immense sense of relief. This venerable figure, whose lineage boasted an extraordinary stature, indeed possessed some remarkable abilities. A father who knows his son best, Su Xiao was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his younger son. The boy's might was so pronounced that Su Xiao dared not assign too many servants to him, fearing that a moment's inattention might result in broken limbs. Over the years, countless tables and chairs in the courtyard have been rendered unusable, yet the wealth of the northern Liang royal household was substantial enough to absorb such losses, unlike the average affluent family that would have long since faced bankruptcy. The young prince paused momentarily before erupting in anger, issuing a sharp command as he forcefully led the old sage forward, step by step. The venerable figure, adorned with a yellow crown and draped in a Taoist robe, merely expressed mild surprise, his demeanor shifting from irritation to delight as he subtly increased his resistance, halting the youth's advance. This provocation ignited genuine fury in Su Longxiang. His visage contorted like a feral beast, he extended his free hand, grasping the old Taoist's arm, and with a deliberate shift of his weight, he created 2 indentations in the pristine white jade floor before violently casting the sage aside. Duke Su Xiao squinted, undeterred by the potential for violence. If the Taoist lacked the strength to withstand such treatment, then so be it. He had already trampled the once mighty Western Chu dynasty with his cavalry from Liangzhou. When had he ever harbored any reverence for the sects of the martial world? What of the leaders of the Taoist tradition? At Mount Longhu, while several prominent sects within their jurisdiction may not rival Longhu Mountain, they still held considerable influence within the dynasty. For instance, the centuries-old Wudong Mountain, which had long contended for supremacy with Jianghu, remained a significant force in the martial community, consistently sending offerings of exquisite elixirs year after year. The old Taoist floated gracefully atop a grand white marble-lined statue at the entrance of the royal residence, exuding an air of ethereal majesty. Such a display, if witnessed in the marketplace, would undoubtedly earn resounding applause, according to the popular saying attributed to the heir of the northern Liang throne, Su Xiao. This merits a reward. Such a feat is no ordinary task. He might have dispensed hundreds or even thousands of silver notes as gratuity, in the days before the prince wreaked havoc across northern Liang. Numerous courtesans and swindlers had benefited from his generous patronage. The highest record was held by a wandering hero from afar, who, embroiled in a dispute with a local swordsman, escalated the altercation from a street-side vegetable stall to the shores of the lake, ultimately culminating atop the grandest establishment in Liangzhou, the Yixiang building. This uproar roused the princely heir from his slumber, compelling him to abandon the exquisite courtesan at his side to cheer from the window. Subsequently, under the prince's influence, not only did the authorities refrain from pursuing the matter, but they nearly bestowed upon the wandering hero a prestigious commendation from Liangzhou. The prince even arranged for a swift courier to deliver a staggering sum of 100,000 silver notes. Without the princely heir's penchant for falconry in Liangzhou, the atmosphere was indeed desolate. Respectable young women finally dared to venture out to purchase cosmetics, while second-rate rascals no longer had to contend with a tyrant. The various brothels awaited the lavish expenditures of their most illustrious patron in vain. Duke Su Xiao fathered 2 daughters and 2 sons, each a remarkable individual in their own right. His eldest daughter, having wed 3 husbands in succession, became the most renowned widow within the dynasty, celebrated for her beauty and substantial dowry. Her notoriety echoing across the 5 counties of Jiangnan, her lifestyle scandalously extravagant. Though the second princess possesses an unremarkable appearance, she is exceptionally erudite and talented, well-versed in the intricacies of the classics. She studied under the esteemed Han Guzi of the Shanyin Academy and has become a junior disciple to a cadre of illustrious figures from the empire, including the renowned military strategist Su Huang and the cunning Sima Su Longxiang. The youngest son of the northern Liang king remains relatively obscure, in stark contrast to his elder brother, Su Xiao, whose reputation resonates even in the capital. The mention of the esteemed Su Xiao inevitably brings to mind his son, Su Fengnian, often praised with the saying that a tiger begets no dog. Regrettably, while Su Xiao exhibits valor on the battlefield, his son squanders his potential amidst the frivolities of romance and revelry. 3 years prior, it was rumored that Su Fengnian was expelled from the royal residence, a sword held to his neck, and was compelled to embark on a customary journey akin to that of young scions from affluent families before their comingafage ceremonies. These years have flown by without a word from him. Lingzhou still vividly recalls the poignant scene of the young heir departing the city, tearful gazes exchanged between a group of dandy youths and numerous courtesans. However, there are whispers that once he was far from sight. The banquet at Hongke Tower turned into a night of revelry, with copious amounts of fine wine flowing into the rivers, and the entire city intoxicated by its fragrant aroma. Back at the royal residence, the young prince, whose mind remains clouded, dashed towards the Jade Lion, seemingly unsatisfied with merely tumbling an old man. This time, he aimed to hurl the bothersome elder priest along with the lion, said to weigh 1,000 pounds. Yet, as he began to shake the lion, the elder priest from Longhu Mountain descended gracefully, grasping the youth's hand and employing the esoteric mountain-moving technique of the Taoist sect, deftly lifting the crouching boy while chuckling, "Huang Mon, cease your antics and accompany your master." Clutching the lion's base with one hand, the boy's fingers dug in like claws, refusing to let go, while his arms stretched like a monkey as he hoarsely shouted, "I shall wait for my brother's return. He promised to bring back the most beautiful woman in the world for me." The venerable Su Xiao, a man of high station, could only chuckle in exasperation, glancing at the elder priest with a heavy sigh. "Well then, let us wait a little longer, what? Be long now." The old priest, upon hearing this, wore a peculiar smile but released the young prince's arm, inwardly marveling at the boy's prodigious strength, akin to that of a celestial being, descended from the heavens. However, the return of that rascal named Su Fengnian was hardly a welcome tidbit. He recalled the boy's first visit to the royal residence, where he had endured considerable hardship, initially mistaken for a swindler seeking free meals. At merely 7 or 8 years of age, that rascal had even unleashed a pack of vicious dogs upon him. After much difficulty in clarifying his identity and gaining entry to the estate, the mischievous boy then sent 2 delicate beauties to knock on his door in the dead of night, claiming it was cold and asking for blankets. Were it not for the priest's extraordinary composure, he would have easily fallen for their ploy. In retrospect, he often regretted not engaging the 2 ladies in an all-night discussion on the great cave scripture or the yellow court classic. Even a conversation about the Sunenheart scripture would have sufficed. As dusk fell, the silhouettes of an old man and a young boy were elongated by the fading sunlight along the official road. The elder, clad in tattered garments and burdened with a long, rag-wrapped satchel, bore a head of white hair interspersed with strands of thatch, resembling a beggar squatting. With a broken bowl, he led a gaunt, limping horse. The youth, though not young in age, bore a stubbled face and wore the rough attire of a commoner, akin to a refugee fleeing from disaster. Old Huang, just hold on a little longer. Once we reach the city and return home, we shall feast on succulent meat and drink hearty wine. Damn it, I never realized how precious this food and drink were until now. Just the thought makes my mouth water. I dream of it every night. The young man, whose true age was indiscernible, spoke with a weariness that belied his years. The disheveled old man, resembling a servant, chuckled heartily, revealing a grin marred by missing teeth, which lent him an endearing yet comical appearance. How laughable, you old fool. I can't even muster the strength to cry anymore. The young man rolled his eyes, truly lacking the spirit to continue his lamentations. After 2,000 miles of arduous travel, he had not sunk so low as to beg along the way. He had fished in muddy waters, played hide-and-seek with rabbits in the hills, and climbed trees to raid birds' nests. As long as he could procure something meaty, cooked to perfection, he considered it the most delectable meal, regardless of the absence of salt. During this journey, he had attempted to pilfer chickens or ducks from villages, only to be chased for miles by burly men wielding shovels and clubs, nearly exhausting himself in the process. What noble scion is not accustomed to fine clothes and gallant steeds? Yet, looking at himself now, clad in tattered hemp garments, with only a pair of straw sandals and a limping horse that he couldn't bear to slaughter for meat, he felt a deep sense of loss. He was left with nothing but a mouth to mooch off others. The old servant was even more of a burden. Old Huang, a man who had lived for 60 years, made him anxious just by existing. He feared that after 2,000 miles, the old man might suddenly pass away without a sound, leaving him alone in the wilderness to dig a grave. Before they could enter the city, not far from the city walls, there was a stall selling apricot blossom wine. Exhausted, he inhaled the fragrant aroma, closed his eyes, and savored the scent, which was intoxicatingly delightful. In a moment of determination, he approached and plopped down on the only vacant stool, gritting his teeth and summoning his last ounce of strength to shout, "Young man, bring me some wine." Nearby patrons, either leaving or entering the city, distanced themselves from the shabby pair, their disdain palpable. The busy innkeeper, initially inclined to respond with a cheerful "coming right up," changed his demeanor upon seeing their attire. It was evident they did not appear to be the kind of customers who could afford to pay for wine, though somewhat decent. The innkeeper did not immediately shoo them away. Instead, he wore a forced smile and reminded them, "Our signature apricot blossom wine is 20 coins per pot. Not expensive, yet not cheap." In times past, such contempt would have provoked the young man to unleash his fury upon the innkeeper. However, after 3 years of experiencing the harshness of life, he had grown accustomed to being penniless, tempering his pride considerably. Breathing heavily, he replied, "It's all right, someone will come to settle the bill, and you will not be deprived of your tip." "Tip?" the innkeeper exclaimed, his voice dripping with scorn. The young man forced a bitter smile, placed his thumb and forefinger to his lips, and mustered the last remnants of his strength to whistle. Then he collapsed onto the rickety table, snoring loudly, and fell into a deep slumber. The innkeeper gazed at him in bewilderment, while only the keen-eyed among the patrons noted a shadow flit above a bird of prey, resembling an arrow, darted across the city walls. As if on cue, the earth suddenly trembled, a deep rumble reverberating through the air, causing the tables to shake. Patrons widened their eyes, watching as the wine swayed precariously alongside the wooden tables, each one carefully cradling their drinks while looking around in alarm at a throng of ironclad cavalry surged forth from the city gates, stretching out into elongated, dark lines that seemed to extend into infinity. Amidst the swirling dust, the majestic steeds and their armored riders, renowned within the northern Liang territory for their formidable prowess, advanced with an air of invincibility. The general at the forefront, bearing the banner of the king, held aloft a flag as vibrant as blood, inscribed with a single character, Su. Indeed, these were the elite forces under the command of the northern Liang monarch, in all the realm. Who could rival the northern Liang cavalry, which had galloped across the 13 provinces of the dynasty, leaving a trail of conquest in their wake? Previously, the Western Chu dynasty had thought their 12,000 spear-wielding warriors could withstand their might. Yet, what was the outcome? The Battle of Jianghu resulted in a complete rout, with the entire army annihilated and the surrendered soldiers met with a grim fate, their cries echoing like thunder. 200 elite riders charged forth, a grand spectacle, their momentum akin to a soaring rainbow. Above them, a spirited eagle's sword, seemingly guiding their path. In an instant, the 200 cavalrymen came to a complete halt, their movements synchronized, a testament to their extraordinary discipline that surpassed that of mere seasoned soldiers. The fourth-rank martial officer, Jianghu, dismounted and, spotting his old servant holding the reins, hastened to the tavern, kneeling in reverence as he articulated, "This humble soldier, Chief Danghua, pays his respects to His Highness the young master." Meanwhile, the young man, who had boasted of offering a reward, was lost in a dream, murmuring, "Waiter, bring the wine." As the standard-bearer of the northern Liang army, Shichengdu Wei Qi Danghua found himself in a moment of perplexity. Although he was one of the 6 righteous sons of the illustrious Su Shao, a formidable figure in military affairs, and a formidable wolf dog among the ranks of tigers and bears, his relationship with the crown prince, Su Fengnian, had never been particularly harmonious. To speak candidly, Qi Danghua, who hailed from humble beginnings in the military, was not particularly fond of the crown prince's flamboyant conduct within the prefectures. However, loyalty prevailed. Since Su Fengnian was the legitimate son of his adoptive father, Qi Danghua would not hesitate to abduct a maiden on his behalf, without a hint of reluctance. The challenge now lay in how to escort Su Fengnian back to the royal residence. It would be unbecoming to simply toss the esteemed crown prince onto a horse. After all, fortunately, a galloping rider arrived just in time to alleviate Qi Donghua's dilemma. The steed, entirely black and exceptionally robust, had once been the king of wild horses. After being tamed, it was entrusted to the young prince, Su Longxiang. Upon first encounter, the horse, untamed and wild, attempted to trample its new master with its colossal hoofs, only to be swiftly subdued by a punch from the youth, after which it became as gentle as a delicate maiden. Upon hearing the news, the young prince, Su Longxiang, halted his steed abruptly, dismounted, and affectionately called out several times to his brother. When he received no response, he innocently assumed his brother had perished and burst into heart-wrenching tears. Qi Danghua, wishing to explain that the crown prince was merely fatigued, was unexpectedly shoved aside by the young prince, nearly losing his footing. This demonstrated the extraordinary strength of the youth. As Qi Danghua was a fierce warrior of the northern Liang army, the old servant, affectionately known as Lao Wang, jogged a few steps and spoke softly in a thick Western Shu dialect. Only then did Su Longxiang cease his weeping, delivering a heavy slap on the old servant's shoulder, causing the elder to fall into the dust. While the young prince was rough with outsiders, he treated his elder brother Su Fengnian with utmost care, crouching down to carry his slumbering sibling on his back as he slowly approached the city gate. The steed, nicknamed Black Tooth, frolicked with glee, prancing about while trying to nuzzle a robust red horse led by the old servant. However, the bony red horse, which limped on one leg, responded with a bite, causing Black Tooth to retreat hastily, yet it was reluctant to stray too far. Initially, it was uncertain who could make Su Longxiang carry him into the city, especially with 200 fierce royal guards trailing behind. Eventually, someone exclaimed, "The crown prince has returned." Instantly, chaos erupted on the main thoroughfare of Lingzhou, where extravagant young ladies, neglecting their graceful demeanor, shrieked as they lifted their skirts and fled. Merchants, who had displayed their prized possessions to attract customers, hurriedly concealed their wares. The news of the crown prince's return spread like wildfire throughout the entire city of Lingzhou. The spirits of the numerous brothels within the city soared, with madams and patrons alike weeping tears of joy. The alluring courtesans gazed longingly from their windows, wistfully lamenting, "Ah, my dear adversary has finally returned. How I have missed you." A solitary figure trailed behind the 200 iron cavalry of Liaozhou as they entered the city. With a tall and graceful stature, she donned a flowing white robe, her dark eyebrows painted like a delicate brushstroke, and her enchanting phoenix eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, glimmered with a seductive allure. Her skin was as white as jade, framing a perfectly sculpted, oval face that exuded an extraordinary beauty, unlike anything found among mere mortals. Had it not been for the two blades sheathed at her left waist and her enigmatic demeanor, which radiated a haughty elegance, the ruffians and scions of the streets, intimidated by the terrifying rumors surrounding the return of the young prince, would have long since approached her with their crude jests. This woman was astonishingly beautiful, surpassing all the courtesans within the city combined. As respectable ladies and wealthy young maidens hastily fled in panic upon seeing her, their initial feelings of jealousy soon transformed into admiration, their hearts fluttering with shyness, contemplating that if this lady were a young nobleman, they would willingly elope with her. The white-robed beauty, slightly taken aback, hesitated for a moment before selecting an elderly fortune-teller from the crowd. "Old sir," she inquired, "who is the young master being escorted into the city by the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry?" The elderly man, initially lamenting his inability to conduct business, found himself momentarily enchanted by the girl's beauty. After regaining his composure, he managed a wry smile. "Miss, you must be a visitor. In our city, there is but one young master, the eldest son of the king of Northern Liang. No ordinary son of wealth or power would dare to claim the title of young master. Such presumption would earn them a thorough beating. Even the princes from neighboring states would find themselves similarly dealt with by our young master should they evoke his displeasure." Upon hearing the elder's address, the girl instinctively furrowed her exquisite brows, though she did not voice her disagreement. Instead, she gazed towards the slowly advancing cavalry, narrowing her peach blossom eyes, a hint of menace lurking within. "I never anticipated he would indeed be a young master. Su Jiahua. Could this be what you often refer to as the 9 fakes and 1 true to deceive?" The king of Northern Liang, Su Shao, renowned for his ruthlessness that led to the slaughter of 300,000 souls, how could he have such a disappointing son? At the Northern Liang royal residence, the young master's estate was even more opulent than that of Prince Su Shao himself. The grand purple sandalwood table by the window was adorned with a towering dark blue bronze cauldron, and above it hung a magnificent painting of the azure dragon from the Sui dynasty. There were also rosewood marble tables, equipped with the 4 treasures of the study and exquisite wine vessels, while a mountain of famous calligraphy works piled high, with inkstones numbering over 10, each worth a fortune. The pins arranged like a dense forest within the ink sea added to the grandeur. In one corner of the table rested a colossal Gukiln flower vase, filled to the brim with crystal ball-like white chrysanthemums, alongside a pair of intricately crafted, gilded mythical beasts. The royal residence was heated by numerous underground heating systems that consumed copious amounts of charcoal, ensuring that even in the early winter, the rooms remained as warm as late spring, allowing one to tread barefoot on the carpets without discomfort. Such was the life of the affluent elite. At this moment, the young master Su Fingnian lay soundly asleep on his grand bed, covered by a luxurious autumn-hued quilt. His complexion appeared weary, while beside him sat the formidable Duke Su Shao and the young Prince Su Longxiang. The only outsider present was the Taoist master Zhao from Longhu Mountain, standing nearby, alongside an elderly servant surnamed Huang, who sat at the door with a long travel bag slung over his shoulder. At the head of the bed, a golden-patterned ancient bronze incense burner emitted a refreshing fragrance of dragon saliva. "Taoist master, is my son unscathed?" Su Shao asked, not knowing how many times he had posed this very question with growing impatience. How is it possible that this is the same Su Zhuguo? Once resolute on the battlefield, he appears merely as a father indulging his son to an absurd degree. All is well. The young prince has simply been weary from long travels. A day's rest followed by a fortnight of recuperation will surely restore his vigor, declared the old priest with confidence. Initially, upon witnessing his beloved son's gaunt form, the prince ordered the estate's chief steward to bring forth several cauldrons of superior elixirs from Wudong Mountain, along with the rare medicinal treasures stored within the manor. Wishing to pour them all into his son's mouth, Master Zhao was left astounded, expounding the adage that medicine can be as toxic as it is beneficial. And harboring a personal desire to compete with Wudong, he decided to employ a lesser elixir from Jianghu Mountain to appease the prince's concerns. Su Fengnian, the young heir, slept for a full 2 days and nights before awakening, while his younger brother, Su Longxiang, fasted and kept vigil during this time. When the servants hurried to convey the good news to the great Su Zhuguo, he rushed in excitement only to be met with a furious outburst from his son, who seized the Xuanda furnace beside his bed and hurled it at him, leaping from the bed to shout, "Su Shao, you wretched scoundrel, banishing me from the royal residence. 3 years, no wonder you often say, I am not your biological father." Su Shao tilted his head to evade the furnace, sheepishly offering apologies. Yet, Su Fengnian was unwilling to spare the architect of his 3 years of hardship. After smashing everything within reach, he pursued Su Shao outside, where he spotted an ornate broom resting at the corridor's corner, seizing it to continue his chase. The stout Su Zhuguo endured several blows but still remembered to remind his son to wear shoes, lest he catch a chill in the cool air. The scene in the courtyard was lively, with one pursuing and the other fleeing, while several of the estate's high-ranking stewards, who were more esteemed than a governor, discreetly tucked their hands into their sleeves, gazing up at the sky, feigning ignorance of the commotion. Ultimately, Su Fengnian, fatigued from the chase, bent over, glaring fiercely at his father. Su Shao, standing at a distance, cautiously smiled and said, "Have you calmed down? Once you've settled, let us eat. Only then will you have the strength to vent your frustrations." Seated at the threshold were the young prince Su Longxiang and the servant Lao Huang, both grinning widely, one drooling, the other missing a tooth, both appearing rather foolish. Su Fengnian, panting heavily, pointed at the exalted Su Shao in the eyes of outsiders. "Just you wait. Today I will let you off easy." Su Shao, unperturbed, replied cheerfully, all right, I shall wait, and I want to retaliate. You may vent your anger." Barefoot, Su Fengnian discarded the broom, worth several dozen taels of silver, and approached the door. Spotting his grinning younger brother, his expression softened. Noticing the drool staining his brother's chest, he instinctively reached out to clean it, softly saying, "Silly Huang man, come. Stand up so I can see if you've grown taller or stronger." The boy stood up earnestly, and Su Fengnian measured his height, chuckling with a hint of disappointment. Not taller, not stronger. The boy then wrapped his arms around his brother's waist, lifting him with ease. Su Fengnian, unfazed, felt the wetness on his chest and laughed heartily. "You've certainly gained strength." De Zhuguo stood motionless, his eyes, accustomed to a lifetime of bloodshed in the military, glistening with unshed tears. He quietly turned his head, muttering a self-deprecating remark about the wind, wondering where all this sand came from. The two brothers returned to their residence, where Su Shao promptly summoned servants to bring forth a meticulously prepared meal. The serving staff numbered 2 or 3 dozen, flowing into the room like a smooth stream. Under the benevolent guidance of the elder Taoist from Jianghu Mountain, the majority of the dishes were vegetarian, with few spicy or heavy flavors. After 3 days of indulgence in exquisite food and restful sleep, Su Fengnian arrived at the renowned Tingqiao Pavilion, carrying a purple bamboo fishing rod, while his brother Su Longxiang carried several embroidered cushions. The servants prepared a long tea table adorned with an array of rare fruits and delicacies, in a display of opulence befitting a young lord. The housekeepers selected 4 or 5 beautiful maidens in their prime to attend to him, providing the luxurious lifestyle expected of a prince. The name Tingqiao itself hints at deeper meanings. The northern Liang prince's residence commands the entire Qing Mountain, having expanded a lake at its waist to create a grander sea, complete with pavilions and towers. The towering 9-story pavilion named Tingqiao serves as a sanctuary for Su Fengnian's passion for fishing on the first floor, where a vast library houses countless tomes, many of which are rare editions and martial arts secrets that have lost their lineage. 15 years prior, before his coronation as the northern Liang prince, Su Shao led his iron cavalry, armed with imperial decrees and the sacred sword, to crush numerous martial sects across the kingdom. Aside from the traditionally peaceful Jianghu Mountain, rebellious factions like the defiant Zijing Mountain Manor were obliterated entirely. It is noteworthy that Zijing Mountain Manor was once a revered sanctuary of martial arts, producing 4 of the top 10 masters over the past century. Ultimately, aside from a few symbolic volumes entrusted to the imperial court, The remainder of their armory and secrets were confiscated and moved to the 6th floor of Tingqiao Pavilion. Fortunately, Su Fengnian bore little resemblance to his father, Su Shao. Upon leaving their territory, he dared not claim the title of Northern Liang Prince's heir. For even that alone could spell his doom, given the multitude of enemies his father had amassed. The lake teemed with countless koi. Scattering bait would create a breathtaking scene of thousands of fish leaping towards the sky, a sight that had even previously astounded the emperor on summer retreats. Reclining on a wooden couch draped with luxurious shoe brocade, Su Fengnian fished for a while before noticing his brother drooling in a foolish grin, prompting him to wipe it away. He couldn't help but think of the enchanting white fox he had lured to this tranquil place. A beauty whose smile resembled a crescent moon. Su Fengnian affectionately referred to her as the most beautiful woman in the world. Initially, he had boldly declared her the world's foremost beauty, but had been met with sharp rebuke, leading him to amend his description to beauty instead. Just the thought of her uplifted his spirits, and he affectionately ruffled his brother's hair, smiling as he said, "I promised to help you find a stunning bride. And I truly did bring one back, a white fox of exquisite beauty, wielding 2 famed blades, embroidered winter and spring thunder. Alas, she is a man." After indulging in a refreshing aromatic bath, shedding the rags of a beggar for the opulent attire befitting a noble, and shaving his stubble, Su Fengnian revealed himself to be an exceptionally handsome and striking young gentleman. In Lingzhou, there were several renowned courtesans, distinguished by their lofty aspirations and haughty demeanor. These women vied for the attention of the son of the Northern Liang king, not merely for the lavish rewards he bestowed. Despite his penchant for extravagance and his reckless indulgence in spending on poetry, nonetheless, he possessed a remarkable proficiency in the arts of love, the strategic game of Go, and the delicate craft of embroidery, as well as a keen appreciation for music and dance, making him a man capable of warming the hearts of women. Within the Northern Liang royal residence, not a single youthful maidservant with a modestly rounded bosom had escaped his notice. In private, they exchanged playful banter, and none truly harbored resentment, for this young master was not the type to resort to violence over trivial disagreements or to punish his servants with brutal cruelty. In stark contrast, the young master Li from Fengzhou, who claimed to have grown up alongside Su, was notorious for his barbaric proclivities, reveling in the gruesome act of tossing individuals into cages for consumption. This comparison only intensified the gratitude felt towards the young prince. Should anyone dare to cast a scornful glare at Su Fengnian, openly displaying their disdain, it would undoubtedly be the maidservant Jianghu, who currently maintained a distance from a group of smiling companions. Entering the Northern Liang royal household at the tender age of 12, she had witnessed the fall of the once mighty Western Chu dynasty, which had succumbed to the might of the state. General Su Shao, who took no pleasure in the company of women, had shown little interest in the emperor's consorts, even allowing the loyal empress, who had chosen to die alongside her sovereign, to hang herself without interference. Rumors even circulated that it was Su Shao himself who provided the white silk for her funeral shroud. In Western Chu, the surname Jiang was synonymous with royalty, prompting speculation regarding the origins of this young maid. However, as the dust settled following the dynasty's demise, such conjectures faded into obscurity. Su Fengnian was acutely aware of Jiang Ni's concealed identity. Casting a sidelong glance at the increasingly graceful maid, he dismissed the other attendants. And once they were out of earshot, he playfully remarked, "What is this? Are you disappointed, Princess Taiping, that I did not perish in a foreign land? Fear not, for I have yet to assist you in breaking your hymen. I truly would be reluctant to meet my end just yet. TSK, dear princess. Your bosom certainly rises more splendidly with each passing day. Perhaps you should be called Princess Unrest instead." Unmoved by his jest, Jianghu, once a princess now reduced to a maid burdened with national grievances, maintained a stern expression, her eyes dark with contempt, wishing she could rid herself of this lecherous scoundrel. Concealed within her sleeve was a dagger, renowned for its worth of 12 cities, a symbol of historical valor. With even a glimmer of opportunity, she would not hesitate to sever Su Fengnian's head, despite her innate reluctance to harm even a mere chicken. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of a middle-aged man in casual attire, compelling her to suppress her murderous impulse. The man, in the prime of his life, stood 9 feet tall, his features striking and noble, with an air of lethargy as he perpetually squinted, appearing half asleep. He was Yuan Zhua, one of the 6 adopted sons of the Northern Liang king, a warrior unmatched on the battlefield, whose prowess placed him among the top 3 in the entire military, with whispers suggesting he was on the cusp of joining the ranks of the 10 greatest fighters. Faced with this formidable figure, who was accustomed to using severed heads as drinking vessels, Jianghu dared not act recklessly. Su Fingyan had shamelessly declared before embarking on his travels, "I shall grant you but one chance to kill me. Should you fail a second time, I will be the one to end your life." Regrettably, in that year, the young lady, having just blossomed, adorned herself with rouge and donned extravagant garments to entice him. After much effort, she managed to seduce him to bed. But during their intimacy, she struck him with a knife. Although it pierced his shoulder, it was not fatal. The scoundrel merely slapped her, dressed himself, and uttered two sentences, the first being that next time she would not be so fortunate, and that she should not waste her efforts. Your Highness, I have finally met you," she exclaimed, having spent 3 years consumed with longing, neglecting both food and drink. A corpulent gentleman, resplendently dressed, ran towards him, his face adorned with genuine tears and snot, appearing quite shameless. Jianghu displayed a disdainful expression that rivaled her feelings towards Su Fingyan. Meanwhile, Yuan's Wazong, who was tasked with the personal protection of the heir, turned his head away in disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. This rotund man, resembling a pig, having traversed numerous formidable defenses to reach Su Fingyan, undoubtedly held a distinguished status. In fact, he was akin to Xiong, the mightiest warrior of the Northern Liang army, being the adopted son of the Great Pillar State. His name was Chu Lushan, and he was known as the hawk among the 3 hounds. The magnificent white falcon that had endured 3 years of hardship alongside Su Fingyan was trained by this very man, with more care than one would bestow upon a wife or child. This individual had a notoriously poor reputation within the Northern Liang army, known for his duplicitous nature and insatiable lust. It was he who first guided Su Fingyan into brothels, often proclaiming that brothers are his hands and feet, while women are mere garments. In previous years, he would frequently coax Su Fingyan to bed his beautiful concubines, showcasing a rather misguided loyalty that even the heavens could attest to. "Tea and food are of no concern?" Su Fingyan remarked with a cold smile, tightening his grip around the neck of the plump man, who turned a deep shade of red, protesting, "Your Highness, I have lost weight. I have truly slimmed down. If you do not believe me, I shall weigh myself, and for every pound I have gained, I will offer up a pound of flesh." Su Fingyan released his grip, playfully patting Chu Lushan's quivering cheeks, and chuckled, "Indeed, a good brother." Now, this man, who had seized the title of General of the 1,000 Cattle Dragon, a position of the 3rd rank, was being frivolously slapped on the cheeks. In any province or county, such a rank, barring those superficial titles, was among the most esteemed. Moreover, wielding the command of 3,000 elite troops, he held the title of General of the 1,000 Cattle Dragon. Yet, rather than feeling humiliated, the rotund man wore an expression of utmost pride. Leaning closer with his pig-like visage, he said with a sly grin, "Your Highness, I have recently acquired a new concubine. Delicate and tender, so much so that one could squeeze water from her. I have yet to indulge, as she is reserved especially for you. Would your Highness consider gracing us with your presence for some wine and delightful melodies, and then?" Su Fingyan nodded. "Well said, well said." The two exchanged knowing smiles, embodying a cunning partnership. As the ancient saying goes, wolves conspire together, implying their shared mischief. Just as the corpulent man was inquiring about the heir's circumstances over the past 3 years, the king of Northern Liang approached slowly. There were several upper-ranking officials in the dynasty, yet only one great pillar, second only to the revered General Tiansu, who would not abandon his post even in times of national crisis. Su Shao dedicated his life to the military, leading his troops with valor in his youth and even charging into battle himself. The former emperor, recognizing his prowess, issued a decree exempting him from personally entering the fray. However, during a campaign against the Western Chu, he was struck in the left leg by a stray arrow, leaving him with a slight limp as a lasting reminder of his bravery. Su Shao dismissed the mockery of the refined scholars who derisively called him Su the Barbarian. But if anyone dared to whisper the name Su the Lame, it would lead to a bitter vendetta. Among those who fought alongside him against the Western Chu was the Marquis of Wuhan, who had a favored young general. This impetuous youth paid dearly when Su Shao found a pretext to execute him publicly. His head displayed alongside those of other notable Western Chu generals atop the royal city walls. The Marquis, though seething with rage, remained silent and did not voice his grievances to the emperor. With graying hair, Su Shao was neither tall nor particularly handsome. In middle age, he bore a slight limp and now had begun to stoop, as if burdened by the weight of countless restless spirits. Chu Panji, a perceptive and observant man, quickly subdued his demeanor and knelt before Su Shao. In contrast, Yuan Zhuozong, also an adopted son, displayed a commendable backbone and merely bowed in accordance with customary etiquette. The king of Beiliang, Su Shao, gestured gently for Chu Lushan to take a seat on his own, as he attempted to join his son on the wooden couch. He was met with a forceful kick from Su Fengyan, landing him awkwardly on a nearby stool. Chu Panji, drenched in cold sweat and feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, dared not wipe his brow. Yuan's Wuzong shared a knowing smile. Su Fengyan, with a whistle, wrapped a piece of shoe brocade around his arm, summoning the spear falcon trained by Chu Panji. He raised a glass filled with fine grape wine and feigned a sigh, saying, little Bai, these past 3 years have been hard on you. No wine, no meat. And nearly turned into stew myself. I owe you an apology. The Grand Minister felt a pang of shame, sighing repeatedly. Jiang and I, a handmaiden whose beauty grew more striking with each passing year, let out a soft, cold laugh, reflecting how this pure white falcon, much like herself, had encountered unworthy company. Such rare birds existed only in the icy realms north of Jianghu, where a hunter could earn a pardon for any crime short of treason by capturing one. Even the nobility of Western Chu would pay handsomely for this spirit creature, known as the Qi by Yuan, yet it remained elusive. The falcon on Su Fengyan's arm was particularly exceptional, a 6-year-old specimen, even rarer than a 3-year dragon. A local aristocrat once offered 1,000 taels of gold and 3 beautiful women for a chance to possess little Bai, only to be met with Su Fengyan's scornful dismissal, leaving the powerful noble humiliated. Su Fengyan, with a mischievous tone, asked Su Shao, "Father, if someone bullies your son, what should a father do?" The Grand Minister, smiling as if it were obvious, replied, "Naturally, one should destroy the offender's family and, if still unsatisfied, seize their wives and concubines as if they were cattle, squandering their wealth in an instant." Jiang and I, still lingering near the Tingchao pavilion, bore a forlorn expression, her autumn-like eyes betraying a deep-seated hatred. Su Fengyan extracted a small piece of rice paper from his bosom, inscribed with the names of families and various martial sects within the realm. He patted his father, the king of Beiliang, on the shoulder and said through gritted teeth, "Father, you always say that a gentleman avenges himself after 10 years, while a villain does so overnight. These individuals are my enemies. You must deal with them immediately." Su Shao took the paper, and before even glancing at it, he praised, "My son has exquisite handwriting." He took a brief look, intending to confidently assure his son that it was no problem. However, upon a meticulous inspection, reading every name without missing a single one, a slight frown creased his brow. "Son, this list of enemies is rather extensive. There are no less than 100. Look at the governor of Huizhou. Merely because his son has a bit of a frivolous air and was seen enjoying the beauty by Biluo Lake, you wish to strip him of his official title? And what of the Wang family of Langya and Guangzhou? They merely had a servant who, while drinking, uttered a few unflattering words about the Beiliang folks. And you want to annihilate their clan? As for the Xianyuan family in the martial world, what transgressions have they committed to incite your wrath to the extent of exiling their entire family to Jianghu, even naming a certain Xianyuan Qifeng as a state concubine?" Su Fengyan gazed at his beloved falcon, lamenting, "Little Bai, you are fortunate to have a master who understands your plight. As for me, I am truly unfortunate. Lacking both a father's affection and a mother's love, merely existing is a torment, utterly dreary." The stout duke quickly interjected, "Father will comply without hesitation." Having made his promise, the resolute Su Shao turned to face Yuan's Wuzong and Chu Lushan, his expression darkening as he said, "Wuzong, prepare 2 squads of elite cavalry, ready for deployment. I shall seek an imperial decree shortly, aiming for another grand venture into the martial realm. Lushan, ensure you make arrangements with the local dignitaries along the way, particularly those who share close ties with me. The traitors on this list must be dealt with swiftly, however. Let us craft a respectable facade, avoiding any undue commotion. After all, we are operating on foreign territory. There is no rush. I grant you 1.5 years to meticulously plan this, a task in which you excel." Yuan's Wuzong bowed, acknowledging the command. Chu, the portly fellow, also rose, bending slightly with a fierce glint in his eye, exclaiming, "Lushan obeys." Jiang and I sighed internally, pondering the countless innocent lives that would suffer due to such absurd reasons. How many families would be torn apart, their members left bewildered by the calamity that befell them? Yet at that moment, Su Fengyan retrieved the paper, producing another sheet, this time with names reduced to merely 1/10 of the original list. He chuckled, "Dear father, how could I genuinely pit you against over a dozen noble families and half of the martial world? Behold this list. These individuals are unfortunate enough. All officials are corrupt, and the common folk are unruly. it is entirely justified to eliminate them, acting in the name of righteousness. Surely, this will accrue merit. Akin to the construction of 700 pagodas, Su Xiao exhaled a profound sigh of relief, realizing that his son was about to erupt again. He deliberately adopted a serious demeanor as he accepted the second list, nodding in agreement. In that case, there is no need for excessive mobilization. Within a year, I assure you, you shall be free from the sight of them and the burden on your heart. My son is indeed filial, always seeking to alleviate my worries and accumulate virtue. Su Fengnian tossed a half-peeled orange, which Su Xiao had prepared for him, into his mouth and mumbled, "Indeed." Su Xiao cast a piercing glance at his adopted son, Chu Lushan, who promptly took the paper and retreated. Despite his considerable girth, weighing over 200 pounds, he moved as silently as a whisper upon grass. Observing his son's gradually reddening complexion, Su Xiao felt a swell of satisfaction and gently remarked, "Son, when I say you are not my biological child, it merely implies that you do not resemble me, but rather your mother." Su Fengnian merely acknowledged this with a non-committal grunt. The formidable Daju kingdom, having spent the last decade and more in a state of seclusion, sensed that this topic was not particularly well received and deftly shifted the conversation. "Huang Manor is reluctant to go to Longhu Mountain. You might persuade him. As he listens to you." Su Fengnian nodded in agreement. "Understood. You carry on with your affairs. Do not hinder my fishing." Su Xiao chuckled. "Stay a while longer. It has been 3 years since we last conversed." Su Fengnian shot him a glare. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have never been driven from home. Begone." The force behind that solitary word was like the roar of a dragon. The unfortunate Baoyang king hastily made his exit, not daring to linger. For reasons unknown, Jianghu felt a bone-chilling dread whenever she faced the Daju kingdom, who resembled a wealthy patriarch unmindful of his duties. Yet she could not summon even a trace of malice towards this man, who was far more deserving of her hatred than Su Fengnian. Initially, she attributed her fear to timidity, but as she matured, her courage grew, yet her trepidation only deepened, as if this man, who had once charged into the royal palace clad in black armor, was the most fearsome of all. It was only later that she learned the former emperor had promised kindness towards the Western Chu royal family, even intending to bestow a title upon her father. Yet, Su Xiao had, in her presence, when she was nestled against her father's embrace, killed the emperor of Western Chu with a single thrust of his sword, mercilessly slaying her gentle father, who favored poetry over warfare, and left behind a length of white silk for her mother. Jianghu, born Jiangxi, the princess of Taiping, could never comprehend the man known as the butcher Su Xiao. She had once told her mother, who had harbored thoughts of survival, that if she did not wish to become a plaything, she should end her own life. Yet, the cycle of karma proved relentless. This ruthless man had 2 unworthy sons, one a fool and the other a frivolous wastrel. The fool possessed innate strength, but even so, he was not fit to be the backbone of Baoyang's 300,000 cavalry. Thus, Jianghu resolved to eliminate Su Fengnian, the heir apparent destined to inherit the title of king, believing that should she succeed, Su Xiao's once great power would inevitably crumble into disarray. With a swift motion, Su Fengnian dispelled the azure-white phoenix hovering above his palm, casting aside a small piece of shoe brocade that had been marred by a claw's gash. He turned to the ever-respectful Baoyang war god, Yuan's Wuzong, and smiled, "Brother Yuan, you may take your rest." Taken aback by such an endearing address, Yuan's Wuzong hesitated for a moment before bowing and departing. The listening tide pavilion finally found tranquility. Gazing out, he beheld a picturesque landscape. Su Fengnian did not retrieve his fishing rod. Instead, reclining on the couch, he softly said, "Jianghu, when the opportunity arises, you ought to venture out and see the world." The princess of a fallen nation, devoid of deeper contemplation, scoffed disdainfully, "Your Highness, this excursion of yours will undoubtedly bring misfortune to a multitude. What an impressive display of power, truly befitting the scion of a great nation." Su Fengnian turned with a smile and replied, "If it were not for this, would I have the opportunity to erase your mark of chastity?" Jiangni's lips curled in contempt, her heart brimming with boundless enmity. If only it could be weighed, it would amount to 1,000 pounds of hatred and 10,000 tales of vengeance. Su Fengnian remarked with a grin, "Do you realize that when you are angry, you resemble your occasional moments of joy, both adorned with those charming dimples? It is precisely this that I adore about you. Hence, I hope you take your time in striking me down, for I wish to gaze upon you a while longer." With an impassive expression, Jianghu replied, "Just wait. The next time I come to kill you, I shall smile the most joyfully." Su Fengnian straightened in his seat. Retrieving a handful of bait from an intricately carved glass basin shaped like a phoenix, casting it into the lake beyond the railing. Countless koi leaped from the water. And observing this lively scene, the young lord, with his back to Jiang and I, remarked, that would undoubtedly be the most enchanting sight in the world. Sushitsi lost several bait, weary of the sight of koi leaping about. He clapped his hands and stood up, originally prepared with a silk cloth to wipe his hands. Dipped in warm water, but Su Fingnian did not reach for it. After 3 years of tempering, the transition from extravagance to frugality is arduous. Yet the shift from frugality to luxury also requires a gradual process. He departed from Tingchao Pavilion, not forgetting to turn and remind Sister Jiangni. Do not think of sneaking into the building with the intent to pilfer a martial arts manual. You know well, any of the guards within are not to be underestimated. Even your talisman cannot contend with them. These old fellows are far less forgiving than I am. Girls should indulge in the beauty of poetry and ink, rather than engage in such mischief. Come now, do not glare at me. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I recognized the beauty in your gaze. After jesting with the maid, Su Fingnian made his way to the stable that belonged solely to him and his second sister. Along the way, he could not resist embracing the waists of the maidens he encountered, gently caressing their small hands, and for those who were particularly striking, he would playfully comment on their figures, exclaiming, "Sisters, do take care not to tire yourselves too much. We wouldn't want to lose a few precious pounds along the way," prompting a cascade of melodious, blushing laughter. Su Fingnian arrived at a stable more lavish than that of most wealthy families, where only a solitary, forlorn chestnut horse awaited him. Old Huang, who had served as the royal stableman for many years, was chatting with the horse. Upon seeing the prince he had accompanied for 3 years, he broke into a toothless grin, revealing a comical sight. Su Fingnian rolled his eyes in surprise, saying, "Old Huang, where is your box? Why aren't you carrying it?" Old Huang, likely from Shu, could not shake off the distinct accent of Western Shu, which was not well regarded within the dynasty. Despite the fact that the small nation of Western Shu, with its mere 60,000 soldiers, shared the fate of being conquered by the northern Liang king just like the Western Shu dynasty, Old Huang was far more amiable than Jiangni, dutiful and content. The dismal and arduous travels over the past 3 years would have surely led Su Fingnian to starve in a foreign land if not for Old Huang's skills in fishing, climbing trees, and his knack for thievery, as well as teaching Su Fingnian how to weave straw sandals. The old servant carried a bundle wrapped in tattered cloth, containing only a long box made of rosewood, which he steadfastly refused to reveal to Su Fingnian. Initially, Su Fingnian believed it to be a renowned box used for housing divine weapons, contemplating that his father would at least send a master to accompany him. However, after his first encounter with bandits, witnessing Old Huang flee like a frightened dog, his hopes were dashed. Each time Su Fingnian attempted to persuade Old Huang to open the box, the old stableman merely shook his head and chuckled. Su Fingnian could only curse. "I'm not asking you to strip your wife for me to see." On one occasion in Qing County, when Old Huang stepped away for a moment, curiosity got the better of Su Fingnian, and he secretly examined the box, but found himself at a loss, feeling only the chilling coldness of it. When Old Huang saw this, his gaze was filled with such sorrow that it was more pitiable than a young maiden being teased on the streets of Lingzhou. Subsequently, perhaps as a form of retribution, Su Fingnian fell ill with a chill the very next day. Old Huang busied himself with brewing medicine, boiling water, and roasting sweet potatoes. Becoming thoroughly overwhelmed. For an entire half a month, it was the old coachman who bore Su Fingnian forward, leaving a lasting impression with his bony, emaciated frame that served as a reminder of his own frailty, alongside an unspoken gratitude. From that moment on, Su Fingnian refrained from harboring any nefarious thoughts about seizing the opportunity for theft. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder, at some unspecified year, month, or day, the possibility of uncovering a small secret. Of course, it was a trivial secret, for it would be laughable to think that an old coachman could possess anything of great significance. To this day, Su Fingnian vividly recalls the moment he escaped the pursuit of bandits and inquired of his old servant, Old Huang, "Are you a master?" Old Huang, embodying a modesty typically reserved for enchanting women, nodded in shy affirmation. Su Fingnian pressed further, "A highly skilled one." Old Huang seemed even more bashful, turning his head away slightly, yet he nodded again, reflecting on the tragic scene where he had just been chased by a group wielding wooden spears and machetes. Su Fingnian struggled to suppress the urge to strike him and asked, "Just how skilled?" Old Huang blinked thoughtfully for a moment before gesturing with his hand to indicate a height comparable to that of the young lord, only to subsequently lower his hand slightly. Thus, the hopeful Su Fingnian succumbed to utter despair. Hence, It was entirely reasonable for Su Fengnian to harbor resentment towards the Great Pillar Nation. Not only had they neglected to assign a master to accompany him, but they also failed to impart the simple wisdom that one should not flaunt wealth while traversing the martial world. Instead, they encouraged Su Fengnian with words like, "My son, when venturing out, your foremost priority is to ensure your safety. Here, don this invulnerable armor, crafted from the bloodied silk of the ice silkworm, and wear these gloves. Additionally, take these 3 or 4 tomes of unparalleled martial arts, akin to the Wudong's upper clear purple yang scripture. They are treasures, should you lose even one in the martial world. It could incite a bloodbath. Spend some time practicing, and perhaps tomorrow, you shall be a master." He added, "See, your father truly cares for you." With silver notes tucked away and several jade pendants worth hundreds of taels of gold adorning his waist, he assured Su Fengnian that should he find himself in need, he could simply pawn them and live lavishly. Initially, Su Fengnian felt that such an adventure promised a smooth passage, no worries about spending money freely. The allure of charming the diverse beauties of various locales, forming bonds with renowned heroes, and sharing camaraderie with celebrated martial artists, the mere thought brought him joy. Yet, it was only later that he realized he was but a plump sheep, ripe for slaughter. Everyone desired him, everyone pounced upon him. In the end, those martial tomes served no purpose other than as makeshift toilet paper. The sole remnant of the once incomprehensible golden swallowing talisman finally found its use when, on his return journey, he encountered a white fox with a visage more stunning than any courtesan in Lingzhou. Recognizing its worth, she agreed to accept half of the golden swallowing talisman in exchange for escorting him back to Lingzhou. That half year, Su Fengnian had the rare fortune of meeting a genuine master with no ill intentions, yet despite his best efforts to please her, the white fox maintained a deliberate distance, only engaging when confronted by unwise robbers, otherwise remaining resolutely silent. Su Fengnian entered the stable and offered a handful of hay to the lame horse, sighing softly, "Oh, Red Rabbit, if my second sister were to witness such a splendid steed being reduced to this condition, I wouldn't be surprised if she decided to punish me with chestnuts." For the past 3 years, he had been accompanied only by a hawk, a horse, and an old servant whose eyesight was fortunately not too dim. After tending to the horse for a while, Su Fengnian recalled the intelligence from his spies indicating that Bai Huer still lingered in the city, prompting him to venture out from the royal manor in search of some long-awaited amusement. This fellow, who would occasionally taunt him during his misfortunes with remarks like, "If you were a young master of a noble family, I would be a woman," provided Su Fengnian every reason to flaunt his status. In the past, he had believed it was only natural to rely on his father's illustrious banner, but now, with a newfound appreciation, he recognized the hardships endured over the past 2 years. Learning that the mundane necessities of life were not so easily acquired, Old Huang had developed a tacit understanding with the young master, seemingly aware that they were off to indulge in revelry, as he rubbed his hands together and made a drinking gesture. Su Fengnian, understanding the implication, laughed heartily, "Fear not. I shall not forget to treat you to the finest and most expensive Huaiyao wine. Let us be off." Just as Su Fengnian and the old stableman stepped out of the stable, he spotted the old Taoist priest, whom many believed to be a celestial being. It was evident that this old charlatan had come to persuade him to convince his brother to study at Jianghu Mountain. 12 years prior, it had been Su Fengnian who had set his dog upon this old Taoist, due to his mother's devout belief in Buddhism. The young master had a certain respect for monks, though he would invariably shatter the stalls of fortune-tellers encountered on the streets, leaving the old Taoist from Jianghu Mountain quite unfortunate. Years ago, the disheveled old priest, infested with lice, had barely passed the first trial, almost losing his virginity in the process. Their initial encounter had been quite unpleasant, yet it concluded on a somewhat tolerable note. As a child, Su Fengnian had taken it upon himself to impart a serious lesson to the old ancestor of Jianghu Mountain, advising, if you intend to deceive for profit, you must at least invest in a proper set of clothing. Those Taoist masters from fantastical tales, clad in yellow crowns and robes, could ascend to immortality at the slightest whim. Why not emulate them? Should you decide to visit the royal manor in such a manner again, I shall unleash my dog upon you. It appeared that the old Taoist, surnamed Zhao, had learned his lesson well, as he now donned a fresh and fitting robe, topped with a towering yellow crown, and wielded an ancient peachwood sword. Wherever he roamed, he was met with the respect that had eluded him during his earlier years on the road. A welcome change for a man who had spent decades in the company of the same few unchanging faces on the mountain. Su Fengnian, with an air of familiarity, placed an arm around the old Taoist's shoulder and slyly remarked, "Old master, While it is indeed a good thing for my brother to travel to Jianghu Mountain, given the profound bond formed between your mountain and my father, might you not offer some token of goodwill? Otherwise, my brother's journey to Wudong Mountain for his studies would be equally valid. Why must he take the long route to your desolate place? The scenery at Wudong Mountain is quite splendid, and I could visit him there with much greater ease. The venerable Taoist, looking quite troubled, surveyed his surroundings and, noticing no one was present, discreetly reached into his robes to retrieve an ancient, yellowed tome. Reluctantly, he said, "This volume of the Dragon Riding Sword Manual." To his surprise, Su Fengnian immediately turned his back, not even casting a glance at the so-called sword manual. He pointed dismissively towards the direction of the Listening Tide Pavilion, exclaiming, "You old rogue, Jianghu, you truly lack discernment. If I seek a secret manual, whether for internal cultivation or weapon mastery, must I venture elsewhere? Have you no sense of shame?" Despite being of the same age, the old yellow-clad man displayed remarkable insight and understanding, sharing a knowing smile with the young lord. The Taoist then recalled the Listening Tide Pavilion, known for its armory within the Wang residence, and suddenly felt embarrassed, retracting his hand and awkwardly asking, "What should we do then?" Su Fengnian lowered his voice, inquiring, "Are there any handsome young Taoist maidens at Jianghu Mountain? A slightly older one would suffice, but not exceeding 35. Beyond that, they would be considered aged. No matter how well preserved, they surely lack the charm of a mature Sun Yang." The Taoist gasped in surprise. Su Fengnian raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What's wrong? Is there none, or are you unwilling?" The old man, seemingly in a mental struggle that lasted but a few blinks, finally whispered, "There are indeed some, but they are all disciples of my fellow brethren. I have always adhered to the principle of prefer the lack to the excess in accepting disciples, resulting in very few students under my lineage. However, since the young lord has an interest in exploring Taoist studies, I would not mind recommending a couple of junior female disciples." Su Fengnian patted the old man's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up, acknowledging his willingness. The Taoist began to recite the 3-5 Dugong rune as atonement, mentally beseeching his ancestral master not to hold it against him. For this was all for the grand scheme of Jianghu Mountain. Soon, the old Taoist, revered as one of the three great celestial masters, expressed his urgency to accept disciples. "One must choose an auspicious time. If we do not set off for Jianghu Mountain soon, we shall miss the opportunity, which would not be fitting for the young prince." Su Fengnian frowned. "Must we leave immediately?" The anxious Zhao Tian master nodded solemnly, "Immediately," having originally planned to take his younger brother hunting. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and instructed old Huang to wait outside on the street while he accompanied the seemingly Taoist-looking old man to find his beloved brother. Su Longxiang. After departing the stable by 100 paces, the old Taoist, either intentionally or unintentionally, glanced back at the old stableman who stood by with a silly grin, and his previously heavy steps became noticeably lighter. Upon arriving at his brother's courtyard, Su Fengnian was both exasperated and amused to find his younger sibling squatting on the ground, engrossed in watching ants. Approaching him, he playfully tapped his head and stated bluntly, "Stop watching. The ants at Jianghu Mountain are much larger. Go there to observe and learn your craft early, and bring me back some wild hawthorn. Do you hear me?" The young prince, appearing quite foolish, stood up with a serious nod, grinning widely and inevitably drooling. The old Taoist was left speechless, marveling at how effortlessly this monumental task had been accomplished. The very same day, the once formidable figure who had turned the martial world upside down had struggled immensely to persuade this very disciple. Su Fengnian, wiping his mouth while chuckling, admonished, "Foolish Huang, behold, do you see? This man shall be your master henceforth. Upon reaching Jianghu Mountain, you may strike anyone you desire, but refrain from laying a finger on this old man. Should anyone dare to belittle you or call you a fool, feel free to retaliate with utmost ferocity. If you find yourself outmatched, simply have your master pen a letter, and I shall lead our northern Liang Iron Cavalry on a swift journey of 2,000 miles to confront those at Jianghu Mountain. To hell with the Orthodox sect. Remember, do not allow anyone to mistreat you. In this world, it is solely our brothers and our two sisters who are entitled to bully others." Su Longxiang nodded in a semblance of understanding. The old Taoist, however, was filled with trepidation. With Su Fengnian's involvement, Su Longxiang offered no resistance, and the royal household acted decisively. Led by his adopted son, Qi Danghua, 40 elite cavalrymen escorted them, while several skilled individuals nurtured by the northern Liang royal family kept a watchful eye from the shadows, complemented by the presence of a celestial master from Jianghu Mountain, ensuring that none would dare disturb the peace. As the moment of parting drew near, the young master Su Fingnian stood before his brother and gently remarked, "Silly Huang man, I shall no longer be able to wipe your drool. Yet, I promise to continue my quest to find the most beautiful woman in the world to be your bride. Should she resist, I shall ensure she is forcibly brought to the bridal chamber." The young boy, blessed with the strength of a dragon yet lacking in wisdom, may not comprehend fully, but he harbored profound emotions, particularly a strong reliance on his elder brother, who, aside from their mother, was the second person to care for him. At the tender age of 14, Su Fingnian committed a grave transgression, nearly inciting his father, a man who never resorted to chastising his children, to strike him with an iron whip. No one dared to intervene. It was the foolish Huang man who stood resolutely in front of his brother, unwavering. Su Fingnian's eyes reddened as he turned to the old Taoist, stating emphatically, "Zhao Nabizi, I have warned you, do not allow anyone to bully Huang man. Though I, Su Fingnian, may be a scoundrel with no strength to harm a chicken, you should understand the consequences of such actions." The old Taoist forced a smile and nodded in acquiescence. As the procession gradually moved away, neither Su Fingnian nor his father Su Shao accompanied them beyond the city gates. Su Fingnian approached the old servant, who stood beside the jade stone lion, and chuckled softly. "It seems you lack the desire for wine today. Perhaps later?" The old servant beamed with a simple, radiant smile. His weathered face reminiscent of vast reed fields glimpsed only in remote places. While not particularly enchanting or grand, it possessed its own sentiment, akin to a jar of aged wine sealed for many years. A peerless beauty graced the Longmen Inn, becoming the talk of Lingo City, second only to the recent return of the young master. Curious onlookers nearly trampled the threshold of the inn as business flourished. Whenever the truly stunning lady emerged from her room to dine, the inn was filled to capacity with those eager to behold her beauty. Initially, it was merely young rakes who flocked to see her, but soon, even older gentlemen, weary yet captivated by the allure of youth, joined the throng, all exclaiming at her exquisite charm. Rumors swirled that this maiden surpassed the renowned courtesan Yu Yue of Lingo in beauty. Even seasoned gentlemen who had traversed beyond Lingo claimed to have never encountered such a stunning woman. Talented scholars, eager to secure a prime position in the inn, poured their wealth into the endeavor, sipping their drinks while attempting to capture her likeness on rice paper, intoxicated by the mere thought of her beauty. The enchanting beauty from afar remained composed, treating everyone as if they were invisible. She savored only the finest aged huadiao from Lingzhou and dined delicately, neither coy nor reserved like a conventional lady, but rather possessing an alluring charm. However, the two blades of varying lengths resting on the table deterred many ill-intentioned suitors. What respectable maiden would venture out alone, let alone armed with two swords? The more resplendent a flower, the less likely it is to be easily plucked, a realization that every privileged youth must grasp, honed through years of navigating a treacherous society. Much like the two princesses of the northern Liang royal household, who would dare to steal a glance at them without fearing for their very eyes. Su Shizhi, the head of Lingzhou's young rakes, once remarked that life in their decadent circle was far from the simplicity imagined by the common folk. It required cunning paths and adherence to unwritten rules, for one must be worthy of the head resting upon their shoulders. The head is not meant for waste, but rather, that is the role of the posterior. Thus, Lingzhou's dandy youths proudly strutted into neighboring jurisdictions, often looking down upon the local wealthy science, relishing the opportunity to boast about their lineage, wealth, and intellect. With the return of His Highness the young master, the beauty's presence in the world was inevitable. Yet, contrary to expectations, the esteemed young master arrived 3 days later than anticipated. Nevertheless, upon his arrival, everyone instinctively vacated the inn. After all, who would dare compete with His Highness for the affections of a lady, especially a courtesan, without paying a bloody price? Take, for instance, young Master Tang from Dengzhou, whose lineage was illustrious, boasting a father of the third rank and a grandfather serving as a second-rank Grand Master of Ceremonies. His audacity in vying for the courtesan against our young master resulted in a severed arm upon his return to Dengzhou. It was rumored that his father, the governor, personally paid a visit to apologize, yet was denied entry at the royal gates, for the young master had spoken a singular word, scram. The inn was suddenly desolate. The exterior eerily quiet, yet the innkeeper maintained a sycophantic smile, presenting the finest huadiao he had cherished for years, claiming it was a daring gesture to welcome the young master. Astonishingly, the young master, known for his frugality, generously rewarded him with a 5,000-tael silver note. The innkeeper swiftly retreated behind the counter, trembling as he cradled the note in his hands. He had no fear that the young master was merely feigning generosity before the lady, for it was unheard of for the young master's money to ever be reclaimed, once spent. It was gone like water under the bridge, a testament to the royal family's grandeur. In general, Lingzhou was indeed apprehensive of the young master. Yet for all the chaos and lawlessness that had persisted for years, none had resorted to desperate measures such as self-harm. For instance, those fortunate enough to be invited into the northern Liang royal household often claimed their encounters with the young master were merely scenic excursions, leaving behind trinkets like undergarments, at most indulging in a bit of playful fondling, without ever being coerced into consummating their encounters. Initially, few believed such tales. But as several beautiful maidens emerged from the estate and verified their experiences, it became evident that the claims were truthful. This realization stirred envy among some wayward women, who lamented why the young master had not taken them to the royal palace. Was their beauty lacking? Su Fengnian sat opposite the white fox, personally unsealing the huadiao. As the rich aroma filled the air, he poured a bowl for himself, yet she did not accept it. Su Fengnian set down the cup and chuckled softly. Rest assured, I have dabbled in the art of concocting sleep-inducing potions, yet I recognize your profound inner strength and would not humiliate myself. In the past, I might have tested my luck, but today I have only brought Lao Wang along. I fear not your spring thunder and embroidered winter striking me on the head. Besides, I harbor no proclivities akin to the likes of Long Yang. What is there to fear? Do you truly worry I might seize your two blades? That would be a gross underestimation of my capabilities. Bai Hua smiled faintly, finally lifting her wine bowl and taking a gentle sip. Such seemingly mundane actions nearly dazzled Su Fengnian, whose eyes had beheld countless beauties, making him wish to lament to the heavens why such a stunning figure was a man. Bai Hua's voice was soft and melodious as she remarked, to casually bestow the demonic scripture. The golden swallowing talismans is indeed not the behavior of one who covets the embroidered winter and spring thunderblades. Su Fengnian interjected, it is not merely unlike. It is not. Throughout our 5 months' journey from a chance encounter to a reluctant acquaintance, Bai Hua had always been remarkably reticent, speaking only slightly more than a mute. Unlike today's willingness to engage in conversation, I recall that her first utterance was a thunderclap. I am a man. Initially, Su Fengnian was incredulous, but as time progressed, the son of a noble family, well-versed in the ways of the world, could not deny this truth. For although Bai Hua spoke little, her words were always backed by action. For instance, she vowed to eliminate all bandits on the road without leaving even a half-dead one behind. She promised to escort Su Fengnian into Lingzhou City with the scripture in hand, and despite having the option to turn back, she remained steadfast in her resolve. Furthermore, Bai Hua did not present herself as a typical woman. Drinking was as natural to her as breathing, and killing was as effortless as gathering grass. Su Fengnian trusted his instincts, initially unable to withstand the condescending gaze of Bai Hua, who confidently declared, I'm a young master, a prodigal son. Not the beggar you perceive me to be. Bai Hua responded with a chilling remark, I do not lie, nor do I appreciate being deceived. Should you deceive me, I will place the golden swallowing talismans upon your corpse after I slay you in Lingzhou. Throughout their journey, Su Fengnian pondered that Bai Hua was undoubtedly a madman. An extraordinarily beautiful madman. A madman of unparalleled beauty with unfathomable martial prowess who delighted in wielding blades. The most crucial aspect was that he was a man. Su Fengnian's heart shattered. He had promised to marry the most beautiful woman in the world for the foolish Lao Huang, and if she were a woman, it would have been a simple matter. On his territory, even the top 10 masters would have to comply. Now, he merely hoped to encounter those renowned beauties of the martial world before his brother descended the mountain, praying that the 4 sisters, famed as the 4 greatest beauties, would not disgrace their titles. He aimed to secure one for his brother, retain 2 for himself, and leave the last for the vast martial world to contest. Bai Hua held a bowl in one hand while caressing the embroidered winter blade with the other. This blade was recognized as the foremost among the 9 short weapons of the 18 categories. And rather than contending for the title of the best of the 9 shorts, she gracefully adorned herself with the title of the sovereign of weapons. The embroidered winter blade measures 3 feet and 2 inches in length, with a handle extending 2.5 inches. It is exquisitely crafted and surpasses the rustic design of the spring thunder blade in both beauty and elegance, aligning perfectly with the aesthetic sensibilities of His Highness the Crown Prince. During his travels in Lingzhou, he enjoys selecting a visually pleasing sword from the armory to adorn his waist. He estimates the weight of the embroidered winter blade to be around 4 pounds. However, on one occasion, when Bai Hua was in good spirits, she revealed that its true weight is 10 pounds and 9 ounces. Su Fengnian possesses few exceptional qualities. He hails from the Northern Liang royal family and spent his childhood climbing up and down in the armory, gaining exposure to the world, which led him to believe her words without hesitation. As for the narrow and short spring thunder blade, it has never been unsheathed, and Bai Hua has never mentioned it, rendering it a small regret for Su Fingyan. Raising his cup, Su Fingyan declared, "I toast to you." Bai Hua subtly averted her gaze, the movement almost imperceptible. Yet Su Fingyan understood it as her inquiry. He smiled and replied, "This isn't to thank you for escorting me back to Lingzhou, that isn't a favor. I present you with half of the golden devouring treasure, and we are even. However, you must assure me that there truly exists a master capable of single-handedly toppling 100 fierce bandits. Otherwise, my 3 years of hardship would have been in vain." Bai Hua maintained her angle of observation, and as Su Fingyan, who had an extraordinary memory, was not a fool, he took the initiative to elaborate further. "Whether you believe it or not, I must tell you that there are certainly masters like you within the royal residence, and not merely one or two. Yet, no one has ever showcased their skills in my presence, perhaps due to Su Zhao's warnings, which has led me to doubt whether those who traverse rooftops and tread upon snow without leaving a trace are merely boasting." Bai Hua lowered her head and sipped her drink. Su Fingyan smiled and said, "Speak up. What do you wish me to do when I come to find you?" For the first time, the woman he teasingly referred to as the most beautiful in the world revealed a smile and candidly stated, "I wish to enter the Listening Tide Pavilion and peruse half of the world's martial arts secrets." Su Fingyan was taken aback. "What do you intend to do? Isn't the study of martial arts tedious and dull? I once resolutely refused to learn, enduring the harsh winters and sweltering summers, perhaps never finding a moment's respite. Unlike the comfortable life of a wayward scion." Bai Hua's lips curled slightly, remaining silent, evidently suggesting their paths diverged. Su Fingyan frowned and asked, "Is it merely to become the world's greatest master?" Bai Hua gazed at the spring thunder blade resting on the table and shook her head gently. Su Fingyan pressed further, "Are you perhaps seeking to compete for a woman and finding yourself momentarily outmatched, desire to become stronger?" Bai Hua shot him a peculiar glance, akin to that of observing a simpleton. Left without a retort, Su Fingyan chose to remain silent and drink in solitude, not forgetting to request the innkeeper to warm 2 jars of the finest yellow wine for his companion, Lao Wang, whose surname was Huang and who had a singular preference for yellow wine. Quirky personalities abound, much like Bai Hua, yet Lao Wang was not a master like her. Pondering this made Su Fingyan drink even more heartily. Bai Hua finally spoke, "I wish to kill 4 individuals." Su Fingyan was stunned. "With your extraordinary skills, is it truly a challenge?" The white fox's expression became peculiar, and Su Fingyan immediately recognized his own folly, humorously conceding, "Well then, they must be the top 10 masters of the world." The white fox turned her gaze towards the window, her demeanor melancholic, akin to the serene autumn season, complementing the scenery. Among the 4, 2 were first-rate experts, the very top 10 masters you mentioned, while the other 2 were likely even more formidable. However, half of them were not from your Liang dynasty. Su Fingyan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "White Fox, you are remarkable. I admire such a valiant character as you." Having inadvertently revealed a secret, Su Fingyan thought it unwise, yet the beauty known as the White Fox merely smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed and even amused. Tentatively, Su Fingyan inquired, "Listening to the Tide Pavilion is not as easy as entering it will. Since I can remember, each year has witnessed so-called heroes of the martial world drawn to their doom, only to be left as carcasses in the wilderness. I have witnessed this tragedy several times. Their death's pitiful, but I can promise you entry into the royal residence. For every book you finish, I will fetch another for you until you're done. If, and I emphasize if, Su Xiao agrees, you may stay at the Listening Tide Pavilion. The only condition being, you must not despise those soulless guardians. They are far less charming than I." The white fox's elongated, enchanting eyes sparkled as she gazed directly at Su Fingyan, silently conveying, "Su Jiao Hua, propose your terms." With trepidation, Su Fingyan stated, "Just one condition. Tell me your name." The white fox tilted her head, pondering briefly, and softly replied, "Nangong Push." Without any hindrance, the white fox entered the royal residence. For those from the martial world whose homes had been ravaged by the Northern Liang cavalry, entering here was akin to ascending to the heavens, and even more perilous within. It was known as one of the 3 great forbidden zones, alongside the martial emperor city, which housed an ancient master of unparalleled prowess, and the sword tomb, home to countless reclusive swordsmen who devoted their lives solely to the sword. The Northern Liang Royal Palace. Apart from the overt protection of the Northern Liang cavalry, concealed numerous masters lurking in the shadows. During the martial calamity, the infamous Su Xiao had mercilessly slain countless renowned martial artists, akin to harvesting straw, while simultaneously attracting a significant number of unscrupulous yet exceptionally powerful lackeys. From the very first day Su Xiao entered the fray, he had hardly ever dismounted or removed his armor, spending nearly 40 years seemingly ascending without end. Enough to allow this dreaded figure, feared by all in the martial world, to amass countless followers, negotiators, heroes, and assassins, bestowing upon them wealth, beautiful maidens, or positions of power and fame. Once the armory was established, various martial enthusiasts flocked to study, willingly serving the northern Liang King as guardians. Who among ordinary folk would dare pluck the tiger's whiskers or provoke Su Xiao? Only one person had the audacity to declare himself and act brazenly before Su Xiao, none other than Su Fengnian, leading the White Fox, Nangong Push, into the royal palace. At this moment, the young prince casually introduced the scenic views of the Wang residence to the White Fox maiden, whom he only knew by name. Su Fengnian, as he himself admitted, was unable to endure hardship or learn martial arts. Although he possessed a treasure trove of martial arts literature that countless warriors yearned for, he merely perused the lesser-known, inconsequential text within, thus he lacked a profound appreciation for the lurking dangers in the dim corners of the Wang residence. The White Fox maiden, however, did not dare to let her guard down. Upon arriving beneath the majestic Tingxiao pavilion, she gazed up at its pinnacle with a complex expression. Although referred to as a pavilion, it was, in fact, a genuine tower, complete with a spire and tiered eaves, presenting a unified view from all angles. Su Fengnian chuckled lightly and remarked, "It is publicly proclaimed to be 6 stories, yet internally it boasts 9 levels. The numbers begin at 1 and culminate at 9. However, due to concerns that some might indulge in idle chatter from the capital, it has taken on this guise. As you can see, the lower 4 levels are encircled by corridors, while the 5th and 6th serve as observation halls. The top floor is devoid of any books or items, utterly empty. Within the pavilion, 5 individuals are tasked with arranging the martial arts manuals according to their difficulty, ascending from the bottom up. These are what the martial world refers to as the guardians of the pavilion, all of whom I have known since childhood, mysterious figures. Indeed, there is only one scribe, from whom I learned calligraphy and painting, a frail creature who resembles a ghost more than a living being, yet is fiercely devoted to his wine. Each time I ascend the stairs, I must bring him a bottle. If the guardians of the pavilion are considered masters, I would believe it. If my half-teacher qualifies as such, I would leap from the 9th floor." The White Fox maiden did not press for entry into the pavilion, nor did she take the time to appreciate the myriad of fish leaping in the lake. Instead, she turned to leave and said lightly, "First, help me retrieve a complete set of Shumijieji. The sacred site of the Buddha's temple only possesses a partial set. The pavilion should house the remaining volumes, totaling 6. I read quickly, so retrieving them one by one is rather cumbersome for me. And it does not seem worth the trouble since I will cover the cost of the wine needed for your ascents. I can only offer you one of my 2 treasures, Xiaodong or Chunlei, so the fewer trips you make, the more at ease I shall feel." Su Fengnian, with a hint of negotiation in his tone, softly inquired, "May I have the Chunlei?" The White Fox maiden, embodying the spirit of a straightforward man, responded without hesitation, "Certainly." Su Fengnian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you truly willing to part with it?" The departing White Fox maiden replied calmly, "In this world, nothing is so precious that one cannot let it go." Su Fengnian, trailing behind, scoffed dismissively, muttering, "Perhaps only those who are utterly alone are entitled to say such things." The White Fox maiden settled in a secluded courtyard not far from the prince's grand estate, leading a life that Su Fengnian found exceedingly dull. Immersed in her studies from dusk till dawn, seemingly a breath away from clandestine endeavors. Initially, Su Fengnian had considered inviting this enchanting woman to enjoy the beauty of the world, but ultimately refrained. His visits were limited to delivering books or returning them to the Tingxiao pavilion, and during these brief encounters, their conversations were superficial, merely skimming the surface of the martial world's affairs. For instance, he would inquire about who among the 10 greatest martial artists stood at the pinnacle of their craft, or whether the 4 renowned beauties truly possessed the allure of sinking fish or falling geese, naive questions from a novice. The White Fox maiden, living under the auspices of another, did not entertain the notion of relying on others and often chose to remain unresponsive. Su Fengnian found himself at a loss. Yet his only gain was that the aloof White Fox allowed him to touch the 2 blades, Xiaodong and Chunlei, and even did not mind him drawing Xiaodong to amuse himself with a few clumsy maneuvers. The Grand Pillar Nation turned a blind eye to this. never uttering a word of concern. The news of the young prince's return to the city spread swiftly, and that very day, a dandy from Lingzhou, a friend of Su Fingyan, came bustling to his door while he was still deep in slumber, prompting the Grand Pillar Nation to send him away. It was until now that anyone could disturb the residents, with one being the second son of Lingzhou's governor, Yin Jieshi, and the other the infamous young master Li Hanlin from Fengzhou. The former, burdened with an unfortunate name that sounded like chicken-eating lord, was a rare gentleman and a bookworm, albeit in an endearing way vague on trivial matters but astutely perceptive on significant ones. The elegantly named young Master Li, on the other hand, was a quintessential bully, deriving perverse pleasure from torturing living beings, and had an insatiable taste for handsome young men, always accompanied by one or two delicate-looking young scholars for his amusement. Su Fingyan became acquainted with Yin Jieshi because the young master had grown accustomed to trailing behind the prince since childhood. And Su Fingyan delighted in teasing this age mate who often quoted the teachings of sages. As for Li Hanlin, he was ruthless in harming others without a second thought. Yet he was faultless in his treatment of friends. Notably, Li Hanlin had a sister, strikingly beautiful, whom Su Fingyan had long coveted, hoping to gain proximity through her brother. Besides the bookish Yin Jieshi and the ruffian Li Hanlin, there was initially a close companion from an official family, surnamed Qing, but he had not been seen for 4 years since his family was promoted to the capital. He was a martial arts enthusiast. When the four gathered, their roles were well defined. Su Fingyan would concoct dubious schemes, Yin Jieshi would meticulously handle the aftermath, Qing would provide the brawn, and if things went awry, the brash Li Hanlin would take the fall, forming a seamless plan. Brother Feng, Yin Jieshi, who had been Su Fingyan's devoted follower for over a decade, appeared as a dapper young gentleman, yet upon their meeting, he wore a heart-wrenching expression, uttering a tender nickname that left his eyes glistening. Alas, this fellow was admirable in many respects, yet overly sensitive and melancholic, akin to a delicate maiden. It was no wonder Li Hanlin thought him akin to himself in his tastes, albeit in a different manner, while he reveled in dalliance with young men. Yin was infatuated with Brother Feng. Brother Feng, Li Hanlin's greeting was far more boisterous, attempting to embrace the long-lost Su Fingyan, only to be met with a foot gently pressed against his abdomen, accompanied by a playful rebuke to keep his distance, the scent of powder lingering from the man. The reunion of these companions took place at the White Crane Pavilion atop Jianghu Mountain, the most fitting place for a distant gaze. The couplets hanging outside. Old friends send me down Yangguan, immortals guide me up Huangshan, were not penned by renowned calligraphers worth their weight in gold, but were the handiwork of Su Fingyan at the tender age of 8. Now, it appears increasingly juvenile, yet even though the workings of fate have become considerably smoother. The scribe in the Tide Listening Pavilion, who happens to be half a mentor to His Highness the Crown Prince, proclaims that this couplet is the least artful composition of His Highness. Both the characters and the meaning reflect this sentiment. Years ago, when the Grand Minister was in high spirits, he directly replicated it, meticulously printing it and hanging it up. And there has been no sign of changing this couplet for many years. Su Fingyan seldom spoke of the hardships endured over the past 3 years. Instead, he regaled his two contemporaries with fresh anecdotes from the martial world, weaving tales that left them astonished and envious in equal measure. After finishing a pot of wine, Su Fingyan had nearly concluded his stories. Yin Shiji and Li Hanlin were still savoring the tales when Su Fingyan strolled to the corridor, leaning lightly on the railing, and with a gentle smile remarked, "Now you understand that you are but frogs at the bottom of a well, right? After indulging in chicken, I shall surely peruse a myriad of books, and I have traversed thousands of miles. And you, Hanlin?" The carefree Li Hanlin scratched his head and replied, "How about I aim to become a general and slay 10,000 foes?" Yin Shiji scoffed, "Brute." Li Hanlin retorted with indignation, "Would you dare say that to the Grand Minister?" Yin Shiji was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Fingyan proposed, "Shall we ride out for a stroll?" Li Hanlin was the first to agree, exclaiming with delight, "We must visit the Purple Gold Tower. For the past 3 years, the famed courtesan Yu has refrained from entertaining guests for your sake. Her reputation has even been overshadowed by a new courtesan." Su Fingyan inquired, "Do you have silver?" Li Hanlin patted his noticeably plump belly and chuckled, "See this? I pilfered 10,000 taels and silver notes from the secret chamber for this outing. Ready to splurge for Brother Feng, and I will accept my confinement upon returning." Yin Shiji mockingly commented, "Look at your success." Li Hanlin, unfazed, laughed. "Why don't you steal a bit yourself? Not 1,000 taels, but even 100, would you dare? You scholars only engage in idle talk." Whenever it comes to real matters like brawling, it is always brother phone and the three of us who take action. You wouldn't dare roll on the belly of a naked woman yet claim I lack ambition." Yin Chiji's face flushed, and he let out a cold snort. During the bleak nights, when he lay beneath the vast sky and on the earth as his bed, listening to the grating snores of old Huang from a distance, Su Fengnian transitioned from lamenting his fate to finding joy in adversity, reminiscing about the days spent bickering with his close friends, galloping along the banks of the Nanhuai River, teasing virtuous women, reveling in brothels, getting into mischief, and indulging in drunken revelry. The three chorused, "Let us go." The purple gold tower is renowned, immensely so. Its fame is such that it is said the emperor, while seeking respite at the northern Liang prince's residence, once visited the purple gold tower incognito, yearning to glimpse the unparalleled beauty of Li Yuan, the foremost courtesan of the four states that year. Of course, this is merely an unverified rumor. After Li Yuan vanished from public view, no undisputed courtesan appeared in the four states. Instead, the brothels were filled with beauties vying for attention. Until the emergence of Yu Wei, a woman of fallen nobility reduced to the life of a courtesan. It is likely that a woman who has so debased herself would not use her true name, so the original name of Yu Wei remains unknown, probably bearing the surname Yu, chosen for its phonetic similarity. The most esteemed guest at the Purple Gold Tower, the young master, once discreetly inquired about a most taboo subject concerning this establishment. Yu Wei smiled enigmatically, remaining silent, yet she did not entirely disappoint Su Fengnian, who was treated to a dazzling sword dance, a spectacle never before witnessed in the realm. Su Fengnian was initially captivated, but soon overwhelmed by trepidation. Had it not been for the presence of a deaf-mute elder, nurtured by the northern Liang royal family outside, he would have fled in terror. Consequently, his visits to the Purple Gold Tower became infrequent, and his heart was laden with growing curiosity. Three young gentlemen rode their magnificent steeds at a gallop along the main thoroughfare of Lingzhou, accompanied by a retinue of guards. Li Hanlin laughed boisterously, reveling in the moment. The absence of Feng Gur over the past 3 years had rendered life rather dull. Yin Qi, having been dragged into countless escapades, had resigned himself to his fate, doing his utmost to avoid pedestrians. At the center was Su Fengnian, the renowned young master of the 4 provinces, who had removed his purple gold crown, opting instead for a simple jade hairpin to bind his hair, eschewing the cumbersome adornments of swords, fans, and jade rings, thus appearing even more dashing and extraordinary. They made their way toward the lavish haven, where the former courtesan of great renown, now the matron of the Purple Gold Tower, had transformed into a figure of allure. Over the years, as the tower's prominence ascended, she had grown increasingly reluctant to make appearances unless for esteemed guests. Today, however, she hurriedly adorned herself and personally ventured out to greet the 3 young masters of northern Liang, who could easily navigate the establishment. The trio dismounted in unison, handing the reins to a seasoned servant who had been waiting, ready to negotiate a reduced price for their service, without needing Su Fengnian to utter a word. The familiar Li Hanlin produced a 500-tael silver note, slipping it into the collar of the charming, yet aging matron with a mischievous grin, stating, "Aunt Han, I have yet to experience the company of a woman of your years. Shall we make an exception today? I have heard of your unparalleled talents from years past." The matron playfully prodded Li Hanlin's cheek with a slender finger, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she replied, "Oh, Master Li, how refined you are this time. As long as you do not mind an old cow grazing on tender grass, Aunt Han shall showcase her 18 skills." Though she jested with Li Hanlin, her gaze remained fixated on Su Fengnian. As Li Hanlin embraced the matron's slender waist, he entered the Purple Gold Tower alongside Feng Gur and Yin Shugu, whispering with a wicked smile, "Aunt Han, you know my tastes. I slipped out without my attendant. Do you have a well-trained young man on hand? As for you, I suggest you entice young Master Yin. He is still a novice. If you can exhaust him to the point of soreness, I shall not only pay you every tael I have, but also extend a credit of 5,000 taels. What say you? Just remember to give young Master Yin a small red envelope of 66 taels afterward." The matron, though not youthful, remained captivating, coyly responded, "That would not do. The provincial governor might very well shut down my Purple Gold Tower. As for a young man, I happen to have several charming newcomers ready to make their debut, even younger than the ladies, with skin as soft as shoe brocade. I assure you, satisfaction is guaranteed 100-fold." Li Hanlin chuckled, "As per our usual arrangements, your highness shall visit the fish courtesan while I entertain myself. And Han, please find 2 companions for young Master Yin who are skilled in both the art of conversation and dance." She feigned a melancholic expression. Does young Master Li not wish to experience the charms of Aunt Han's beauties? With a playful slap on her ample backside, Li Hanlin replied, next time, next time. After recharging my energies, I shall engage in a spirited contest with Aunt Han, and I will surely appreciate your myriad of talents. Su Fingnian, unperturbed by the banter, strode towards the rear courtyard, discovering a secluded area adorned solely with lush banana plants, and pushed the door open. Unlike the bustling Madame Han, whose presence was commanding, the woman seated in the courtyard, gazing intently at a wilting banana plant, appeared unadorned and serene, clad in a simple blue garment. She remained still despite hearing Su Fingnian's youthful laughter. She differed from the ostentatious courtesans, tending to her surroundings without the aid of attendants. A solitary figure who stood out amidst the throng of flower houses. On a stone table perched a cat, neither plump nor gaunt, mirroring the exquisite form of its owner, both perfectly balanced. This enchanting feline, with eyes sparkling like rubies, regarded Su Fingnian with an odd, almost surreal intensity. This snow-white pet was affectionately named Wu Meinyang. Taking a seat beside her, Su Fingnian gently remarked, having just returned to Lingzhou, I indulged in a deep slumber before coming to see you. The fish courtesan extended her delicate hand to stroke Wu Meinyang's head and, in a tone laced with mock resentment, softly said, I am but a woman of the world, unworthy of greater aspirations. My first encounter was merely a bold jest, requesting a title of concubine from His Highness, which led to him making a grievous blunder in our game, resulting in my victory over a significant opponent. The second time, a mere sword dance sent him fleeing from this courtyard. I wonder what mischief might unfold this time, as he has yet to return. Such burdens of beauty are difficult to bear, Su Fingnian lamented, indignantly saying, that fellow is truly spineless and petty. My lady, you need not waste your sentiments on such a man. Next time you see him, strike him where it hurts. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yue's lips, though she maintained a serious demeanor. Oh, might I inquire, who are you, sir? What is your name? Su Fingnian unabashedly replied, how coincidental. I am Su Fingnian, sharing the same name as that scoundrel, yet I surpass him by leagues. Should you wish to take up the role of a concubine, I would not hesitate to proclaim it with great fanfare and carry you home in style. Finally meeting Su Fingnian's gaze, the enchanting maiden, with eyes like autumn waters, revealed little excitement, instead returning her attention to the banana plant. It is too late. I must depart for Chuzhou tomorrow, my homeland, and shall not return. Su Fingnian gasped in surprise. Yue turned her gaze back to her beloved Wu Meinyang, murmuring, regret. Perhaps. But alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Silently, Su Fingnian furrowed his brow. Yue leaned over the stone table, whispering, Your Highness, look. Wu Meinyang is watching the wall. Xue Fingnian followed the gaze of the white cat and turned to glance at the low wall, which offered little in the way of scenery. Rubbing his cheeks, he remarked, the passers-by outside hear the laughter of the beautiful maiden on the swing within the walls, and it evokes a sense of helplessness. Yet, I have ventured inside, so how is it that you have slipped away so stealthily, leaving me in greater despair? Yue smiled playfully, making a cheeky face, as if to say, you deserve it. Xue Fingnian was taken aback, having known her. He had never witnessed her spirited demeanor before. Previously, she had always been serene as still water, unperturbed, leading him to believe that even the collapse of Mount Tai before her would elicit no reaction. He had never truly considered that she might aspire to be a beautiful concubine in a wealthy household. She was most enchanting as a drifting reed. If she became a lush banana tree in a lavish courtyard, perhaps her vitality would be diminished. Cursing himself for his pretentiousness, he realized he had learned from the old rogue, an inveterate scoundrel who shamelessly placed his self-penned memoirs of a life in arms alongside the esteemed classics of military strategy at the Listening Tide Pavilion, lamenting without cause. She cupped the figure of Wu Meinyang in her hands and, bowing her head, asked, Fengnian, would you dare to watch me dance with the sword one last time? A surge of ambition welled up within Xue Fengnian. Why would he hesitate? Yue gently replied, there truly is no such thing as a remedy for regret in this world. He chuckled. It would be worth dying for. After a cup of tea, Yue emerged. Breathtakingly beautiful, she danced with the sword, adopting an unorthodox style, with red silk wrapped around her hands, the tail end tied to the sword. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with shimmering swordlight. Previously, she had invited a qing player to accompany her dance with riding out of Liangzhou, but this time she sang the poem looking at the city walls herself. This poem, originating from the Western Chu's downfall, had been passed down from the Shangyin Academy. Unbound by rhyme, each word dripping with sorrow and indignation, hailed as the foremost elegy of the era. In western Chu, there was a maiden of the Gongsun clan. Her sword dance stirred the four corners. Onlookers were as dejected as the mountain's hue. Heaven and earth bowed in prolonged lament. 3,000 maidens served the late emperor. Yet Gongsuan's sword dance surpassed them all. At Dahuang City, the banners fell. Only the beauty stood atop the wall. 18,000 men laid down their armor. And not a single man remained in the nation. Just moments before, Wu Mainyang had gazed upon the wall. Who, in those years, had watched the beauty standing atop the wall of a fallen nation? As the music concluded, the long sword, imbued with a chilling aura, swiftly shot forth, aimed directly at Xue Fengyan's head. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to hear the final words of a dying man. If only I could merely converse with you, without the need for swords. At that instant, the deadly Yu Youwei's slender hand trembled slightly, yet the sword had already been thrust forth. In this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The poem looking at the city walls was penned by Yu Youwei's father for her mother. As they were swept away by the tide of refugees, looking back at the city walls, where only a frail silhouette remained. Not long after returning to the Shangyin Academy, her father succumbed to depression, and she, known by her true name Yu Xuanji, embarked on a long journey to Lingzhou, first mastering the authentic dialect of Fengzhou before descending to the depths of society, becoming a courtesan among the 3 teachings and 9 streams. Fortunately, her beauty set her apart, and she was groomed from the outset to become a courtesan of high status, never needing to engage in the repugnant trade that made her feel nauseous. Then, it was only natural for her to encounter the frivolous young prince, who spent most of his time engaged in leisurely games of strategy, the son of a notorious butcher. He seemed nothing like his father, lacking any martial prowess, indulgent, yet not voraciously so. He didn't even mind confessing that many of the poems he recited were purchased from scholars to enhance his fade. Yu Xuanji had only learned the superficial aspects of the Gongsun sword dance, yet her confidence was such that she believed she could slay Su Fengyan, provided that the hounds of the Beiyang royal residence did not lurk outside. For 5 long years, she awaited her opportunity. Then, Su Fengyan vanished for 3 years. As the anniversary of her mother's memorial approached, Yu Xuanji resolved to abandon all matters and guard the grave for eternity. Yet, he returned, and this time, there were no vigilant bodyguards lurking near the courtyard gate, as if fate had intervened. She had asked him if he dared to witness her sword dance. He replied, "Death is worth it." Assassinating the young prince, the beloved son of the Grand State Su Shao, would surely lead to her demise. No one who undertook such an act could expect to survive. Perhaps it was for the best. She would have a companion on the road to the afterlife. And when the time came for him to chastise her, she would let him be. Yu Xuanji could bear to look no longer. With a resounding clang, the sword, mere inches from Su Fengyan's forehead, shattered into 2 pieces. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself bewildered, for a woman clad in white had unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard. One whose beauty was worthy of admiration. Had the assassination failed? Yu Xuanji was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. In her hand remained a sword, originally intended for her own demise to escape the shame. She raised it, preparing to slice her throat for a clean death, lamenting that Wu Mainyang would soon become a wildcat. That man had once remarked that during heavy snowfall, standing in the Wangfu's Ting could reveal the most splendid scenery. Just how splendid could it be? Without Su Fengyan uttering a word, the determined Yu Xuanji, intent on her death, found her sword seized effortlessly by the woman, who, with a mere flick of her wrist, cast it aside, slicing through a swath of banana leaves. Yet, that was not enough. A knee struck Yu Xuanji's abdomen, forcing the pitiable beauty to double over like a shrimp. Su Fengyan had intended to mutter a remark about why a beauty would impose hardship upon another beauty, but upon witnessing the fierce technique of the white-clad woman, he wisely chose to remain silent. Then, he caught sight of the disoriented Yu Youwei. Although he was confident that he would not perish here, Su Fengyan was tempted to curse the vile woman and rush forward to deliver a swift series of slaps. However, recalling the wisdom of restraint in matters of great strategy, he exhaled a breath of frustration. Leaving the cold land of the 4 states, Su Fengyan recognized that death was far easier than living. Yet within the confines of Liang territory, death was a far more arduous fate. Did these assassins, resembling a swarm of fish crossing a river, truly believe that his father, who held both the titles of Grand State and Beiyang King, was merely a decorative pillow? Furthermore, after 3 years of experiencing the harsh realities of life, Su Fengyan had matured significantly, once perplexed by Yu Xuanji's inexplicable murderous aura during her sword dance. He now mingled daily with his father and a cadre of seasoned warriors who had returned from the battlefield. The young prince may have lacked martial skills, but surely he had witnessed enough to understand the world. Returning to Lingzhou was merely a resolute decision to take the risk and ascertain what potion Yu Wei had brewing in her gourd. If it were an aphrodisiac, splendid, carry her home for amorous pleasures. If it were poison, well, apologies, but she'd still be carried off, though the outcome. What else could a man pin up with 3 years of suppressed desire due to a beauty he longed to ravish even in his dreams? The only unexpected twist was that the one who intervened was the white fox face, not the prearranged, most formidable and domineering expert from the estate. Though, judging by the circumstances, White Foxface was still impressively skilled, if not quite at that pinnacle. Su Fingyan shamelessly inquired, White Foxface, is there a way to render her defenseless? Pressure points or something? White Foxface nodded. There's a simpler method. With that, a swift chop to the delicate neck of the courtesan you rendered her unconscious. Su Fingyan's face stiffened. He rushed over to check her breath, relieved to confirm she hadn't perished, then smirked coldly in triumph. Glancing up, White Foxface had already vanished, truly the bearing of a master. Hoisting the delicate figure over his shoulder, Su Fingyan carried her out of the purple-gold pavilion. That very day, rumors erupted across Lingzhou City. The young master had forcibly taken the renowned courtesan Yu. The city's decadent nobles could only sigh in admiration at the audacity of the young master. After 3 years of lying low, he had barely returned before defiling the celebrated Yu. Su Fingyan hauled the inept assassin, whose real name was Yu Xuanji, back to the manor, trailed by the disheveled Li Hanlin. Yin Qiji, who disdained the company of courtesans, had merely sat upright in the pavilion, engaging in refined conversation with a cultured courtesan. Witnessing Feng emerge from the banana courtyard moments later with Yu in tow, he silently applauded the sheer audacity. Once inside the estate, Li Hanlin tactfully dragged Yin Qiji off to visit the White Dragon study. Su Fingyan flung Yu Wei onto the inner chamber's bed, binding her limbs with silk, then, unsatisfied, added another layer of restraints. Ransacking the room, he unearthed Li Hanlin's infallible jade powder, a far more sophisticated concoction than the common knockout drugs employed by libertines. When ingested, it left a woman lucid yet pliant as warm jade, incapable of biting her tongue but fully able to moan softly, dissolving it in wine. He pried open Yu Wei's mouth and poured it in. With that done, Su Fingyan delivered a sharp slap. A crimson handprint bloomed on her tender cheek. Unresponsive, he struck twice more, finally rousing the courtesan. Yu Xuanji opened her eyes, neither struggling nor resisting, then closed them again. In a soft, languid voice, she uttered words that nearly made Su Fingyan erupt. Young master, hurry up. I'll consider it a bite from a beast. Su Fingyan leaned down, caressing her flushed, indifferent face with lover-like tenderness. Does it hurt? Yu Xuanji remained motionless. Abandoning pretense, Su Fingyan picked up an illustrated manual prepared earlier, vivid depictions on silk, accompanied by licentious verses and suggestive phrases. Removing Yu Xuanji's stockings, he continued his ministrations, murmuring, slender yet ample, neither too long nor too short, perfection unparalleled. Yu Wei, your jade feet are exquisite to the touch. With winter's approach, they warm my bed splendidly. The image suggests a combination of delicate eyebrows, graceful fingers, and rosy lips, prompting the question of whether I should engage for half an hour or a full hour. Yu Xuanji possesses a pair of exquisite feet, and after 5 years in her profession, she labors not. She indulges daily in fragrant baths, meticulously caring for every inch of her body. However, the instinctive tension brought by Su Fingyan causes her feet to arch like a crescent moon, clearly revealing her suppressed tremors. Ascending further, he caresses her long, fair legs through the final layer of her snug velvet trousers, her limbs appearing effortlessly elegant as she wields her sword with ethereal grace. After half an hour of playful torment, instead of tearing at her garments, he sheds his own attire and reclines beside her, gently nibbling on her earlobe. The beauty is already glistening with fragrant sweat, her eyes misty with tears, biting her lip until it bleeds. Su Fingyan whispers in her ear, atop the city wall, dance with the sword at the Academy of Upper Yin. Following the trail, I refuse to believe that with the power of the Northern Liang royal household, I cannot unearth the secrets of your lineage. When the time comes, all that you hold dear will be obliterated. Living beings shall be slain, and the dead shall be exhumed. As I grow weary of your company, I shall let you sink to the lake's depths, enlisting the elder from Wudong Mountain to perform a ritual, condemning you to become a vengeful spirit, unable to be reborn. Opposing me shall lead to your demise. Tears streamed down Yu Xuanji's cheeks. Su Fingnian suddenly grasped her with all the force he could muster, devoid of any prior tenderness. A sharp pain pierced through her as he grinned menacingly. Out of kindness, I offer you a dose of regret. As long as you serve me until the day you grow old and frail, I shall allow you to remain as Yu Wei. I shall not concern myself with whether you are the orphan of a former minister of Western Shu or a commoner crushed under the Northern Liang cavalry. I shall not pry into your past. All will be well. You can be my gilded canary. Is there a more splendid cage than that of the Northern Liang royal household? Yu Xuanji choked on her sobs. Su Fingnian suddenly delivered a cruel revelation. Ah, I remember that delightful little Wu Meinyang, so pitiable, soon to become fodder for wild dogs. I shall rise and fetch her from the banana pavilion. And before your very eyes, I will chop her to pieces and feed her to the starving hounds. Yu Xuanji fainted. Su Fingnian, taken aback, thought, is she truly so fragile? There are more potent measures yet to be unveiled, and I find myself still wanting. Yet, as the courtesan lay motionless, Su Fingnian lost interest. If mere beauty was all she possessed, he could summon it at will, desiring as much as he pleased. Sitting up, he donned his garments and cast a glance at the sleeping Yu Wei, her face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. His resentment and malice diminished somewhat. After all, she was just a foolish girl, nothing remarkable. Was there not already a princess typing in the household? Su Fingnian placed a quilt over her as she rested her head on a large, red gold-patterned pillow. The young lord possessed a keen sense of the beauty and demeanor of women, measuring them as one would weigh silver, 100 coins equating to the utmost beauty, 60 for a decent appearance, and only those rated 80 or above could capture his discerning eye. In his perspective, the countenance of the white fox girl, devoid of any masculine identity, could fetch 95 coins. Initially, he contemplated appraising it at 1 or 2 silver pieces, but deemed it inappropriate. Wishing to preserve a sliver of longing for himself, Jiang and I was worth 90 coins, yet she had the potential to become even more exquisite in the future. Presently, Yu Wei was valued at 86 coins, comparable to his elder sister. Within the estate, there were not many alluring women or beautiful maidservants who commanded over 70 coins. Yet they were not scarce either. However, indulging in such trifles, as described in the words of His Highness the Crown Prince, was hardly a skillful endeavor. Su Fingnian, not being trained in martial arts, refrained from excessive indulgence, engaging in a meticulous selection process, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, and maintaining an elegant character. After toiling for 2 hours, Su Fingnian consumed a few warm pastries from an exquisitely crafted food box, replenishing his energy. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he abruptly struck the fish courtesan awake, speaking coldly, "Do you wish to eat buns made from Wu Meinyang's flesh?" Yu Xuanji finally succumbed to a hoarse sob. Su Fingnian rolled his eyes. "I'm only jesting. To be truthful, I seek retribution. At most, I will hold you and your lineage accountable. Once I cast you into the lake, I shall take care of Wu Meinyang, ensuring she remains plump and healthy." She stared at Su Fingnian in a daze. He smirked coldly. "When have I ever deceived you beneath the bed?" She retorted, feeling wronged, "But you were currently seated on the bed." Enraged and embarrassed, Su Fingnian rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Those who remember the wrongs but forget the rights, I shall go and turn Wu Meinyang into minced meat." Just as he stood, he heard Yu Wei softly declare, "I shall be your servant. From this day forth, I am merely Yu Wei." Su Fingnian turned to gaze at the expressionless fish courtesan, questioning, "Can I trust you?" She closed her eyes in despair. "Then you may kill me first before going after Wu Meinyang." Su Fingnian hesitated momentarily, loosening her bindings, then distancing himself. "For tonight, you shall rest here. Tomorrow, I shall arrange a courtyard for you, serving as my warm chambermaid. Do not harbor illusions of status. Without permission, you are not to wander freely." She replied calmly, "I miss Wu Meinyang." That evening, the crown prince dispatched someone to Zijing Tower to redeem Yu Wei. And apart from a white cat, nothing was brought back to the Bailiang Wangfu. As the moon hung high and stars were sparse, the two gradually ascended the listening tide pavilion, an odd pairing, the great pillar state Su Shao and the white fox girl he had enticed. Due to the late queen's lifelong devotion to Buddhism, a square Buddhist stupa stood beneath the grand terrace, featuring an 8-petal plum blossom base. The stupa, shaped like an overturned bowl, had a boat-shaped niche at its center, within which a Buddha was depicted sitting in lotus posture on a lotus throne, his demeanor solemn. The base of the stupa was adorned with stone carvings of 8 vajra holding up the stupa body. This edifice undoubtedly represented the feng shui of Lingzhou city. With Lingzhou suffering from a scarcity of water, Su Shao of Bailiang had expanded the lake into a sea through human effort, symbolizing the brush of water. The listening tide pavilion soared majestically, built adjacent to the water, gathering the essence of heaven and earth while absorbing the brilliance of the sun and moon. The first floor of the main hall bore 3 horizontal plaques beneath the eaves, with the easternmost one inscribed with the emperor's bestowed title, majestic and unparalleled, 9 dragons. Before entering the pavilion, the great pillar state chuckled lightly, exchanging a life to save Fingyan for the entrance of Master Nangong. It's evident that I have profited. The white fox girl maintained her usual expression, offering no response. Upon pushing open the grand door, a colossal white jade relief titled Dunhuang, Feishian greeted them in the hall. With flying immortals depicted in flowing garments, their heights aligned with that of real individuals. Even the well-traveled white fox girl momentarily stood entranced. With a slight hunch, the northern Liang king, Su Shao, chuckled and introduced, "This western hall on the first floor houses 30,000 volumes of martial arts from around the world. They are not particularly valuable. I have merely gathered them to occupy space and to add a touch of scholarly elegance to my collection of books." The second floor is a dark chamber, containing 4,000 rare texts on yin-yang and various scholarly disciplines, as well as 49 extraordinary weapons, which are the favorite haunt of my second daughter. The third floor boasts 20,000 profound secret tomes, while the fourth floor's dark recesses conceal some peculiar stones and antiques, often criticized by Feng Nian for their commercial taint. The fifth and sixth floors are filled with treasures sought after by those adventurous enough to infiltrate the royal residence. And beyond that, I believe ordinary masters would find little comprehension. As for the top floor, it is utterly empty. Mr. Nangong, should you wish to ascend for a grand view, you might consider the white crane tower on the mountain summit. The white-furred girl discerned the implications in the words of the Great Pillar Kingdom and nodded slightly. Su Shao squinted and smiled. "Shall we proceed directly to the 5th floor?" The white-furred girl shook her head and finally spoke. "Once we ascend, there might be little interest left in the 60,000 volumes below." Su Shao was not surprised. He laughed heartily and descended the stairs, vanishing into the shadows. The white-furred girl, with 2 intricately embroidered knives hanging at her waist, stood before the jade screen, radiating vitality. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the Great Pillar Kingdom found the bamboo scrolls scattered haphazardly, a zeton table adorned with a flickering yellow candle, and in a corner, a gourd filled with wine, tied with a red string to a frail arm of a seated figure. The man, with disheveled hair and a ghostly pale visage, bore a faint red mark between his brows, resembling an inverted phoenix eye. Clad in a hempen garment, he sat barefoot in meditation, writing with remarkable speed. Great Pillar Kingdom, Su Shao picked up several bamboo scrolls and arranged them neatly before finally taking a seat, apologizing. "I arrived in haste and forgot to bring wine. I shall have Feng Nian make amends later." Su Shao seemed accustomed to the man's silence and continued. "Without a true master of the highest caliber residing in the royal palace, I find it difficult to rest peacefully. I hope this Nangong servant does not disappoint me." Strangely, despite a half-year of inquiries by our spies, we have unearthed nothing substantial about him. He must be from the northern Han. "Ishan, what rank do you believe he currently possesses?" The emaciated man spoke, his voice resonant like metal, from the 1st rank. "He has been cultivating here for 10 years. Yet among the masses below, none are above him." Great Pillar Kingdom exclaimed, "Feng Nian has truly struck gold." The ailing man picked up the gourd, poured it out, and finding it empty, lost interest, halting his writing and staring vacantly. Su Shao rose and gazed at a mural titled Earth Immortal on the southern wall. Clasping his hands behind his back, furrowing his brow, "Ishan, Feng Nian will soon reach adulthood and hold a coming-of-age ceremony. You should bestow him a courtesy name." The man pondered and replied, "Su Fengnian, courtesy name Tianling." Great Pillar Kingdom, Su Shao suddenly burst into boisterous laughter, filled with pride. After the beginning of winter, the minor snowfall season arrived, yet no snow fell, much to the disappointment of the young master, who relished reading forbidden texts by the warmth of wine on snowy nights. The white-furred girl had spent half a day in the listening tide pavilion on the 1st floor, entering a state of deep meditation, a perseverance that left Su Fengnian, who could not endure hardship, feeling somewhat ashamed. Though this did not hinder his enjoyment within the royal palace. In a serene courtyard, adorned overnight with 2 types of plants, the courtesan fish, Yu Wei, settled comfortably, while the white cat, Wiminiang, appeared quite pleased with her new abode, gaining a few extra pounds. Su Fengnian bestowed upon Yu Wei the finest sable fur and the most exquisite delicacies, yet he refrained from indulging her again with his attentions, maintaining an air of deliberate aloofness. The plump little fortune ball was right. Nurturing a person is akin to training a hawk. One must exercise patience, for haste may lead to the loss of vitality, while slowness can breed disobedience. The household was well aware of the young lord's penchant for solitary excursions on the lake. Each time he reached the center, he would cast aside a few items. On warm days, he would even plunge into the water, resurfacing after a while, as if drawn to the water's embrace. Today, Su Fingyan, in an artistic mood, took on the role of a boatman, propelling his vessel to the lake's heart. He muttered a few words to himself, then secured several parcels of steaming roasted venison to a stone and cast them into the depths. Subsequently, he reclined in the small boat, basking in the gentle winter sun. Drifting into a drowsy state, half awake, he heard a voice calling him, and, upon sitting up, beheld a tall woman clad in luxurious red furs standing by the pavilion on the shore. The familiar slender figure was accompanied by a few strangers. She waved enthusiastically, prompting Su Fengyan to row back in delight. Upon reaching the pavilion, he was embraced by the woman, who playfully nibbled at his face with her fragrant lips, leaving rosy imprints. With a smile, Su Fengyan affectionately called her sister. In this world, only the eldest daughter of the Grand Pillar State, Su Jianghu, would dare to tease the young lord in such a manner. The siblings had always shared a close bond, even before her marriage. When Su Fengyan was merely 12 or 13, she would pull him into bed with her. If one were to say that the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, was the most protective of Su Fengyan, and Su Longsheng the most obedient, then Su Jianghu was undoubtedly the most indulgent and affectionate towards him. Upon receiving a letter from their father announcing her brother's return to the city, Su Jianghu wasted no time in hastening back home with a retinue of loyal servants. Tearfully, she pinched her brother's cheeks, tousled his hair, and playfully slapped his rear, while Su Fengyan, feigning distress, protested, "Sister, everything is splendid here, no need for inspection. There are outsiders." The pavilion housed not only Su Jianghu's ever-timid maidservants but also two distinguished guests, one clad in a blue robe wielding a sword, exuding an air of elegance, and the other, robust and imposing, radiating an aura of righteousness. With a charming smile, Su Jianghu gestured towards them, saying, "This is young Master Cui from the Cui family of Qingha, an exceptional swordsman. On the journey, he helped me fend off some nefarious bandits. And this is young Master Zheng, known for his chivalry and noble deeds throughout the Guangzhou region. They are both my benefactors." The two men bowed respectfully, addressing Su Fengyan. "We have the honor of meeting the young lord." Su Fengyan replied with a smile, "Since they are my sister's benefactors, they are also mine. Should you wish to practice any martial arts, this place boasts an extensive collection of tomes. I can have someone fetch a few for you." Young Master Cui, with an earnest gaze, masked his enthusiasm well, gracefully declining the offer. Meanwhile, young Master Zheng displayed a distinct lack of interest. Su Fengyan internally scolded both the pretentiousness and the lack of insight, yet maintained a cordial demeanor. He engaged in a series of insipid pleasantries, which Su Zhitian found far from tedious. In her eyes, her brother was nothing short of perfection. Even recalling the time he fell off a horse in a most embarrassing manner, which she still regarded as rather dashing, Su Fengyan gestured for Jiang and I to come forth, instructing her to take the two young gentlemen for a stroll around the Wang residence, and then dismissed all the servants, leaving only the long-separated siblings. Without ceremony, Su Fengyan remarked, "Sister, although this young Master Cui possesses a commendable visage, he emanates an air of insincerity, akin to myself. Do not allow yourself to be deceived for money or affection. As for that oaf, whether he is genuinely simple-minded or merely shrewd, he is not to be trusted. You may indulge in their company, but do not allow yourself to develop genuine feelings." Su Zhitian playfully poked Su Fengyan's brow with a finger, smiling flirtatiously. "Does my sister truly require your guidance? With a mere glance, I can discern the size and quality of a man's endowments." Su Fengyan grasped his sister's hand and took a tribute orange, peeling it and sharing it between them. He tossed a segment into his mouth and chuckled, "Sister, it seems you have become somewhat plump. This is excellent. If you were to grow lean from hardship, I would embark on a rampage in Jianghu." Suddenly, without warning, Su Zhitian was moved to tears, leaving Su Fengyan to believe she had been wronged. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Sister, speak. Who has upset you? I shall take my men to settle the score." After a prolonged moment, Su Zhitian wiped her tears, took Su Fengyan's hand, and gazed at the calluses on his palm and fingertips, choking back sobs. "Sister knows that your travels over the past 3 years have not been easy. In the past, you would never have been willing to swallow an entire orange segment whole. Even if I were to peel it for you, you might not have accepted it. With no worries for sustenance, what hardships could I endure? Even if I were a shameless widow, spoken ill of behind my back, it would merely be a tickling annoyance. But you, traveling thousands of miles on foot for 3 years. Sister cannot even bear to contemplate it. That cruel father of ours. I shall seek him out for reckoning. If he does not cherish you, then accompany me to Jianghu, where it is prosperous and the maidens are fair. Su Fingyan made a comical face, eliciting a smile from his sister, before he laughed heartily. Sister, I am no longer a child. Su Zhitian pulled him close, resting his head against her shoulder, teasingly saying, not a child, yet still can sleep beside me. You shall not escape tonight. Su Fingyan feigned shyness, his sincerity in question. Sister, that is quite improper. Su Zhitian twisted her brother's ear, playfully threatening. Do you believe I won't reveal the heroic tale of when you wet the bed at 8? Or how you shared a bed with me at 12? Su Fingyan shot a sidelong glance at her, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole, and flatteringly suggested, Sister, let us not turn on one another. Come, allow me to massage your shoulders. As she luxuriated in the skilled ministrations of her brother. Su Zhitian closed her eyes, gazing at the lake scenery, and sighed, since your return, Huang Manor has departed. I wonder if my absence triggered her arrival. The 4 of us siblings have yet to experience a true reunion. Su Fingyan inquired, Sister, shall we go to Wudong Mountain to admire the picturesque snow-covered world? Su Zhitian chuckled lightly. Since that heartless coward has sought the way of heaven, let him remain solitary for a lifetime. I am too ashamed to plead with him. If you had not mentioned him, I would have forgotten such a person existed. Su Fingyan acknowledged with a soft "oh," refraining from further discussion on the matter. Su Zhitian playfully kissed Su Fingyan's cheek and remarked, Sister, you possess a narrow mind and limited vision. Thus all men in this world, apart from you, appear to be mere trifles. Su Fingyan feigned melancholy, lamenting, what a pity we are siblings. Su Zhitian pinched his ear and playfully scolded him, you foolish boy. A woman, once married, is like water that has been spilled. In the season of heavy snowfall, the snow indeed fell abundantly, regardless of her attachment. The fleeting moments of reunion swiftly passed, and Su Zhitian ultimately had to return to Jiangnan. She mentioned that with the snow falling, if she did not depart soon, she would find it hard to leave. On that day, Su Fingyan rode 30 miles to see her off, before returning to the city alone. Upon his arrival at the royal residence, feeling somewhat discontented, he impulsively summoned the maid Jianghu and the nominal concubine Yue to the lakeside pavilion to enjoy the snow. The lake was already frozen, yet the heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly, blanketing the ground in white. Su Fingyan shook his head, stood up, sipped some warm wine to soothe his stomach, and murmured a cryptic phrase about the old lake lord, hoping he would not freeze to death below the surface. Su Fingyan then turned his gaze towards the listening tide pavilion across the lake, where the white fox maiden had not shown her face for some time, immersed in the vast array of martial arts scrolls. Was she well? Finally, he glanced towards Wudong Mountain, unable to comprehend those martial artists who devoted their lives to the relentless pursuit of martial prowess, let alone those madmen chasing the elusive way of heaven. He only knew that had that young Taoist, riding backwards on a green ox, nodded in agreement back then, his sister would have found happiness. Thus, Su Fingyan held no fondness for Wudong Mountain, which had been steeped in tradition for a millennium. His sister may have a narrow perspective, but his was even more limited. Su Fingyan poured a cup of warm wine for Jianghu and offered it to her, but she responded with a cold smile. She was indeed a princess of a fallen kingdom, even regarded by her master as a paragon of destiny, yet within the northern Liang royal household, she was merely a maid, subject to the strictures of her station. Clad in thin garments and shivering, she repeatedly cast her gaze towards the mist of the wine. Su Fingyan teased her, you wish to drink, yet I offer you something you refuse, and you cannot take it yourself. We are both exhausted. I am but a wayward son, and if you possess the ability to assassinate His Majesty, or even my father, then what does it matter to me if you bear a grudge? Jianghu retorted coldly, as a weak woman, armed only with a divine talisman. I can only kill you. Who else would I slay? Su Fingyan was left speechless, took a sip of wine, and smirked, a rogue like you suits me well. Jianghu simply closed her eyes to rest. With the enchanting Yue cradling the beauty of Wu Meinyang, she was curious about the identity of this stunning maid. A white rainbow streaked across the pavilion, landing in the lake not far from the listening tide pavilion. The white-clad white fox maiden drew her twin blades, embroidered winter and spring thunder, for the first time. The embroidered winter blade measured 3 feet 2 inches in length and weighed 10 pounds 9 ounces. The swordsmith sought not sharpness, but rather the opposite, crafting a dull edge. The spring thunder saber measures 2 feet and 4 inches in length, weighing a mere 1 pound and 3 taels. Its entire body is adorned in shades of azure and purple, capable of severing hair with a mere breeze and effortlessly cleaving through heavy armor. It is a blade that, like embroidered winter, stirs up layers of snow, evoking the image of a white robe swiftly gliding over the lake amidst a heavy snowfall. Majestic and grand, the spring thunder saber emanates a chilling aura as it cleaves the icy surface of the lake, creating nearly 100 strikingly deep grooves. The tumultuous wind and snow obscure one's vision. Su Fengnian, who had just taken a bite of a cucumber, found himself momentarily frozen, gazing at a figure amidst the swirling snow, a person brandishing 2 blades. His habit of munching on raw cucumbers and sweet corn was a testament to his extensive travels, catering to the exquisite taste of the young lord, for whom he had prepared numerous unpeeled, washed cucumbers and some sweet corn. Such indulgences during this season were no small expense. Jianghu murmured softly, "What a beautiful woman." In contrast to the maidservant who wielded only a talisman and possessed little lethality, Yue, who had dabbled in swordplay and spent some years at the Upper Qing Academy, possessed a keener insight. The striking figure in the lake, adept with the blade, was undoubtedly among the finest swordsmen. The scene before him rivaled the memories of watching his mother dance with a sword in his youth. A white shadow swept through the snow, with 2 streams of blade energy intersecting with unparalleled ferocity. Su Fengnian took another bite of his cucumber, chuckling. Now this is the demeanor of a true master. Suddenly, the wind and snow ceased, and a short blade was sheathed and thrown, tracing a mysterious arc as it plunged into the snow before Su Fengnian. That year, during the heavy snowfall, the white fox, having cast aside an embroidered winter blade, ascended the 2nd floor. Upon entering the listening tide pavilion, the moment she stepped inside, the lake shattered entirely. Furthermore, the entire body of water began to sway, with countless koi leaping from the surface, leaving Yue in a daze. The teachings at the Upper Qing Academy were eclectic, yet they strictly forbade discussions of ghosts and deities. However, the bizarre spectacle before her was beyond her comprehension. And even Jianghu, accustomed to the sight of thousands of koi leaping skyward, furrowed her brow in confusion. Su Fengnian pondered for a moment, muttering a curse under his breath as he tossed the half-eaten cucumber into the lake. The old coachman, Lao Huang, approached with a slight jog, his hands tucked into his sleeves, seemingly eager to join the commotion. This old servant held a unique position within the Wang residence, devoid of family ties. He had tended to the steeds of the young lord and the 2nd princess for many years. Even the typically stern steward Shun would nod in acknowledgement upon encountering the old coachman. Lao Huang, with his ever-present goofy grin, missing a tooth, and a silly laugh, remained unchanged regardless of whom he met. Su Fengnian gestured for Lao Huang to sit, as the lake's surface gradually calmed. He instructed a servant to prepare a black canopy boat, inviting Jianghu, Yue, and Lao Huang to join him on the lake to enjoy wine and snow. Lao Huang had little interest in such pursuits, preferring to tend to horses and indulge in a bit of drink during his leisure, and he waddled along, his face adorned with a smile. Once aboard the boat, Lao Huang set up a stove, adding dry firewood at the right intervals. The wine was not Huangjiu but rather a local specialty from Lingzhou, a rustic brew crafted from the new harvest of an outlying estate. The surface of the wine bore unattractive sediment, appearing slightly green and as fine as ants, referred to as green ant wine by the impoverished locals unable to afford better. Nonetheless, the Grand Pillar State had a penchant for such a brew. The true renown of the green ant wine arose from the composition of the 2nd princess of the Northern Liang royal family, who penned the opening line of appreciating the snow at the tender age of 10, the green ant's new brew, by a small red clay stove, which garnered much admiration from the scholars of the region. This line soon spread far and wide, astonishing many esteemed conversationalists in the capital and igniting a fervor for the winter's green ant wine. The Northern Liang prince Su Shao had 2 sons, Su Fengnian and Su Longxiang, and 2 daughters, the eldest being Su Jihu and the younger Su Weixiong. The names of these princesses bore no trace of femininity. From a young age, they exhibited exceptional intelligence, mastering swordplay and astonishing others with their poetry. At 16, the 2nd princess entered the Shangyin Academy to study the intricacies of the world with Han Guzi. However, despite her remarkable talents, her beauty was rather plain, overshadowed by that of her elder sister and the heir apparent. Jianghu still abstained from alcohol, harboring a deep aversion to green ant wine and everything associated with that woman, a sentiment she loathed almost as much as Su Fengnian. Yue indulged in several bowls, leaving the remainder for Su Fengnian and old Huang to consume heartily. Amid the tense atmosphere at Tingchao Pavilion, the imposing duke, clad in a thick fox fur coat, observed a group boarding a vessel. He gestured, prompting 6 or 7 shadowy masters from the royal residence to gradually withdraw, 3 of whom emerged from the guardhouse. Under the influence of the wine, Su Fengnian, with bleary eyes, pointed at Jiang and I, and then at Yu Yue, jesting, "You and you, in truth, share no enmity with me, yet here we are, at odds. Jiang and I, produce your divine talisman, and I shall allow you to stab me. I wish to see whether my enchanted armor is sturdier than your dagger's edge. How about we wager? Should you win, the outcome is obvious. If I prevail, you must grant me a smile, Princess Taiping. What say you? Is this deal not advantageous?" Jiang and I narrowed her beautiful eyes, eager to take action. Much like a young leopard, the Jiang surname, divine talisman, Princess Taiping, these thoughts flitted through Yu Yue's mind, her hand trembling, stirring her companion, Wu Meinyang, who let out a languid protest. Su Fengnian discarded his expensive fox fur coat, unfastening his garments to reveal the dark blue armor he had not removed since his return from travels, exposing his chest. "Come, stab me." Jiang and I hesitated, poised like a predator, while old Huang showed no concern for bloodshed. After 3 years of experience, the young master had transformed from a naive novice into a cunning player. Ultimately, she relinquished the tempting opportunity, scoffing, "Do you truly believe you could make a losing deal? I would sooner trust a ghost than you." Su Fengnian swiftly donned his clothing again and draped himself in the fox fur coat, laughing. "Fortunately, I was merely startled and drenched in cold sweat. This wine is indeed not to be trifled with. Old Huang, take the oars. We shall return, having snatched a life back from the gates of hell." Jiang Ni's eyes brimmed with frustration as she stormed off, filled with indignation. Old Huang, following his master, chuckled heartily. Yu Yue did not don the mink coat he had sent to the courtyard, instead handing over to her the only luxurious white fox fur of the entire royal residence. With a gentle touch on Wu Meinyang's little head, he casually remarked, "You have learned to disguise your voice with the Fengzhou accent, yet in the banana courtyard, a mere small test revealed your true self. On the boat, you presented a half-truth as the princess of the Western Chu, exposing your hidden tale. You truly are not suited to be an assassin or a death warrior. Henceforth, it would be wise to content yourself as a caged canary." He continued, "See, I did not deceive you. The snow scenery here is exquisite." Upon finishing his words, Su Fengnian called out the secret code for the bandits. "The wind is fierce," and hastily departed with his servant, Lao Huang. Draped in her valuable fur, Yu Yue stood still, indistinguishable from the white fox fur or the swirling snow. In the 6th year of the Qinyuan era of the Liaoyang dynasty, on the 28th day of the lunar calendar, King Su Shao of Beiliang and his heir Su Fengnian set off at dawn. Apart from Qin Jibao and Chu Lushan, who were absent, the other 4 adopted sons accompanied them, along with 300 iron cavalry, gallantly heading towards Jiuhua Mountain within Kunzu. Although this mountain serves as the sacred ground of the Earth Store Bodhisattva, the Liaoyang dynasty has historically favored Taoism over Buddhism. Additionally, Jiuhua Mountain is remote, lacking grand temples or statues, and in recent years, the Great Pillar State has shown intent to expel idol believers, rendering Jiuhua Mountain particularly desolate. Atop the mountain stands the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas, crowned with a great bell that must be struck with precision, 108 times daily. Neither more nor less. Morning and evening, it tolls 18 times in rapid succession, followed by another 18 in a slow rhythm, and finally, 18 times at a moderate pace. Repeated twice to total 108, symbolizing the 12 months and 24 solar terms, as well as the 72 climatic changes, embodying the Buddhist notion of dispelling 108 sources of vexation. After the passing of his wife, Su Shao, who had never taken a concubine, resolved never to remarry. Each year, during the Qingming, Chongyang, and the 29th day of the lunar calendar, he personally ascended to the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas to toll the bell morning and evening. Before entering the mountain gate, all silently dismounted and removed their armor. Su Shao and Su Fengnian walked side by side, while the 4 adopted sons, Yuan Zuozong, Yi Shizhen, Yao Jian, and Qi Danghua, kept a respectful distance, refraining from overstepping their boundaries. Among them, Zuoxiong was a vanguard general, capable of snatching the heads of high-ranking officers as effortlessly as plucking fruit. Yi Shizhen, a scholarly general, excelled in overt strategies, orchestrating plans from behind the scenes, in stark contrast to the scheming Lu Qiu'er. Yao Jian hailed from a Taoist lineage, skilled in dragon finding and sand sensing, perpetually carrying a tattered copy of the geographical classic and often found squatting, tasting the earth. Dangwo was the standard-bearer of the Su banner of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry. As for Chun Jibao, the eldest of the six, known as the Little Butcher, his life achievements could be summarized succinctly. That evening, the six spent the night at the ancient temple atop the mountain. On the 29th day of the lunar calendar, Su Shao rang the bell 108 times at dawn and dusk. Before descending the mountain, as dusk fell, Su Shao and Su Fengyan stood in the corridor of the Hall of 1,000 Buddhas. The great pillar state spoke softly, "Once you complete your coming-of-age ceremony, you shall take over the duty of ringing the bell." Su Fengyan nodded in acknowledgement. As the mountain wind rose, the twilight revealed a sea of clouds dispersing, with the towering peaks resembling islands in an ocean. The wind surged again, shrouding the majestic scene within the billowing waves of clouds. Occasionally, within the sea of clouds, robust mushroom-shaped columns surged skyward, gradually descending and dispersing into wisps of ethereal mist, a unique spectacle of Mount Jiahua. Su Shao extended his hand to gesture towards that enigmatic sight, remarking, "It is a rarity for anyone to sail smoothly for decades without turbulence. The ebb and flow of life is the norm. Even the venerable elders of the court, who have one foot in the grave, are not exceptions. The grandeur your father possesses is the result of countless high-stakes gambles, making it imperative to avoid the saying, 'The higher one climbs, the harder one falls,' for fear that a fall would burden you all, leaving you unable to rise again. As a military general, being conferred a title as a king of a different surname is already the pinnacle. For civil officials, achieving the status of Grand Minister is the utmost honor. Such overwhelming distinction is exceedingly rare in the Luoyang dynasty over the past 4 centuries. In the eyes of father and son, the scene resembled the waves of a vast ocean, akin to a snowball rolling down a hill. The voice of the Grand Minister was rich and resonant, imbued with the unique intensity reminiscent of green ant wine. "Here, it is just the two of us, perhaps with your mother in the heavens. There are no outsiders. So I shall speak plainly. Li Yishan is correct. Achieving success is easy, but stepping back is arduous. I find myself in a predicament. 3 years ago, the court intended to summon you to the capital. His Majesty even considered bestowing the favored 12th princess upon you in marriage. At that time, you would have entered the capital as a mere prince consort, a hostage in name, but I graciously declined, allowing you to travel for 3 years, covering 6,000 miles on foot, to silence the court's chatter. Yet, this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue. I am waiting. If His Majesty persists, then it would not be unjust to label Su Shao as disloyal and unfilial. Who would dare to engage in direct combat against the 300,000 iron cavalry under the banner of the Su family? Su Fengyan chuckled wryly. "Father, I have no interest in the imperial throne. At your age, it is foolish to toil for the sake of placing your son upon the throne. Even if I were to ascend, it may not be more comfortable than being the heir apparent." Su Shao glared. "Then would you prefer to be a mere prince consort, like that fish-surnamed woman, living as a caged bird?" Su Fengyan rolled his eyes. "Even if I were to rebel, you could never become emperor, old man. The land of Liang has never possessed the feng shui to nurture a dragon. How could it produce a ruler of the realm?" Su Shao sighed. "Li Yishan has voiced similar sentiments. If you were merely a useless scholar like Li Hanlin, I would be indifferent. Being a prince consort would suffice, as it would at least place you under the roof of the imperial palace. Your second sister once shared a profound observation with me before attending the Yin Academy. A family may appear flourishing and resplendent on the surface, yet often harbors emptiness within, especially with concerns over the lack of successors. The more affluent the family, the more terrifying it is when the younger generations decline. This is far worse than mere financial depletion. Hence, I am not afraid of your extravagance. However, Fengyan, you present me with a monumental dilemma. Do you have any intentions of one day holding the Northern Liang military tokens? With your second sister as a strategist, Huang men are charging into battle for you, and my 6 adopted sons alongside you. Even in my absence, the 30,000 iron cavalry would remain undeterred and intact." Su Fengyan countered. "What do you think?" Su Shao playfully retorted, "At my age, after painstakingly building such a grand family estate, should you not leave me with some aspirations, you unfilial son?" With a grandiose demeanor, Su Fengyan boldly declared, "Well, there is not the slightest issue. It is merely a matter of extravagance, my forte." In that fleeting moment, the hunched back of the great pillar of the nation seemed to straighten imperceptibly. Ordinarily, when boredom struck him after indulging in the pleasures of life, Su Fengyan would, every fortnight, seek out the Tide Listening Pavilion to engage in scholarly discussions with his mentor, Li Yishan. or venture upstairs to scour for a couple of secretive texts on the joyous doctrines of esotericism to master in solitude. However, ever since the arrival of the White Fox, he refrained from disturbing the fellow's secluded meditation. The royal residence was adorned with vibrant decorations, radiant and jubilant, with no fewer than 600 crimson lanterns suspended throughout. Thus, Su Fengnian consistently empathized with the plight of the assassins. Even if they skillfully infiltrated the royal palace, locating Su Xiao proved to be a formidable challenge, with its winding paths likely to frustrate even the most patient of heroes. During the first month of the lunar year, visitors bearing lavish gifts arrived in a steady stream. Yet only a select few were privileged enough to present offerings directly to the noble elite of the great pillar of the nation. Most did not pass the scrutiny of the steward, Song Yu, and many more were intercepted by the chief steward, Shin Shan. The remainder consisted of high-ranking officials or family friends of the likes of Li Hanlin and Yin Qi, seasoned individuals who were always prepared with double the customary gifts, evidently well-versed in the protocols of the northern Liang royal court. Unless matters of state were at hand, all else was determined by the pronouncements of His Highness, the heir apparent. Naturally, Su Fengnian welcomed all visitors, calling out to uncles and aunts with increasing familiarity, becoming ever more adept in the ways of the world. On the Lantern Festival, Su Fengnian, accompanied by a band of ruffians and mischievous hounds, journeyed to the renowned Kajia Alley in Lingzhou to admire the lanterns, a time traditionally reserved for reveling in the beauty of lights, the moon, and charming maidens. After 3 years of exile, the young master had gained considerable insight, mastering many local dialects and absorbing countless sagacious proverbs, such as the notion that where there are women, there exists a realm of intrigue, a sentiment he found profoundly resonant. For the sake of a lady, Su Fengnian had engaged in countless brawls, the tally of which, when combined with the efforts of the likes of the formidable Li Hanlin and the audacious Kong Wu, could scarcely be counted. The unfortunate adversaries he had vanquished over the years could fill several regiments. A new courtesan had emerged, drawing attention that subtly eclipsed the famed Zijing Tower, situated within Kajia Alley, prompting Su Fengnian to take Yu Wei along, claiming he intended to stir up trouble. The alley was thronged with people, and the rascally individuals eager to take advantage of such occasions had their eyes glinting with mischief, engaging in all manner of inappropriate behavior. Some, bold and skilled, shouted for others to move aside as they jostled against the curvaceous figures of young ladies, while those fortuitous enough to encounter wanton women might even receive a flirtatious response, showcasing the myriad expressions of life in all its bizarre glory. In his youth, Su Fengnian had not been a stranger to such base pursuits alongside Li Hanlin. However, back then, the sisters would often overlook his youthful charm. Wherever Su Fengnian roamed, a path would automatically clear for him, as no one dared to take liberties with the fish courtesan. Su Fengnian had no interest in guessing lantern riddles, but the sight of a couple before him piqued his curiosity. The young man adorned himself in opulence, clad in a resplendent crimson embellished with golden hues, and adorned with azure sleeves edged in silver threads. His waist was encircled by a belt crafted from exquisite jade, yet he bore no sword. The woman beside him possessed a graceful figure, her silhouette enchanting and her demeanor captivating. She spoke little, allowing the men to dominate the conversation. "Sister Fan, you women are composed of delicate flesh akin to water, while the rest of the men are merely clay. Thus, I find refreshment in the presence of women, but am overwhelmed by the stench of men," he exclaimed. "When will you consent to let me taste the rouge upon your lips?" Shui Fengnian, upon hearing this, was incensed. Without a moment's hesitation, he accelerated his pace and delivered a swift kick to the young man's backside, causing him to collapse forward, his frail body unable to withstand the blow. Shui Fengnian followed suit, mercilessly trampling him. The young lord had no time to protest before Shui Fengnian's foot silenced him, his once handsome visage now marred by blood and dirt. With a sinister chuckle, Shui Fengnian taunted, "Did you not declare that clay is unworthy? Are you not made of the same material? Why not hang yourself? And let me ask, do you wish to consume the rouge of women, or perhaps something much worse?" The malicious onlookers cheered, extolling the young lord as though he were the greatest martial artist in the realm. Sister Fan, the subject of the young man's affections, was now in a state of panic, her expressive eyes wide with fear, clutching her heart in distress. Exhausted from his exertions, Shui Fengnian commanded, "Dispose of this scoundrel in the cesspit." 2 ruffians, well-versed in unsavory deeds, grinned wickedly as they approached, each seizing a limb to drag the once gallant young man from the alley. With tears glistening in her eyes, Sister Fan trembled and said, "Brother Lin was the top scholar in last year's imperial examination." "Top scholar?" Xue Fengnian turned his attention to the frail maiden, whose delicate presence contrasted starkly with the previous encounter. He offered a gentle smile. My dear Sister Fan, it is the champion scholar who deserves admiration. Otherwise, he is unworthy of my illustrious reputation as the master of the legendary 18 kicks. The young lady appeared utterly frightened, gasping for breath and turning pale. Xue Fengnian contemplated inquiring about her origins but decided against frightening her further, opting instead for a kind piece of advice. Sister Fan, when Brother Lin escapes the cesspit, kindly inform him to refrain from consuming rouge, lest he become a mere plaything for the likes of young Master Li from Fengzhou. He then departed, accompanied by the bemused Yue and his gleeful henchmen. Upon hearing of the young lord's visit, the establishment known as the Red Sparrow and quaked with trepidation. Xue Fengnian, however, did not enter but commanded one of his ruffians to retrieve a government seal, which he affixed to the ornate red door. The innkeeper, reputed as the foremost madam of Lingzhou, approached Xue Fengnian with a countenance akin to one mourning a loved one, tears streaming down her face. Your Highness, what is the reason for such distress? Should the Red Sparrow have failed to meet your expectations, feel free to kick me as you please. Please wait a moment. I shall summon several courtesans to attend to you. Xue Fengnian, maintaining a stern expression, replied with a cold smile. I have heard that 3 years ago, shortly after I left Lingzhou, the Red Sparrow and celebrated until dawn, claiming that the entire Nanhuai River was fragrant with the scent of 100 jars of exquisite wine and that it amassed a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver. The aging matron, with a mournful expression, explained, Your Highness, please understand, the Red Sparrow is merely a small business. How could we dare to refuse customers? Xu Fengnian, amused, replied with earnestness, I comprehend your predicament, yet matters must proceed as they ought. Rest assured, you are not the sole one in distress. Those who reveled here 3 years ago will be dealt with in turn. If the Red Sparrow wishes to reopen, you must first expel that mocking Lu Ke from Lingzhou. Then, wait 1.5 years, once my anger has subsided. You shall be able to conduct business once again. The matron, having learned the lucrative art of raising lean horses from Jianghu, sought to plead further, but Xu Fengnian, growing impatient, turned away, casting a smile at the striking Yu Huaiqin beside him. Does this alleviate your grievances? Yu Huaiqin, following the example of her predecessor Li Yuan, had retired from the brothel during her most enchanting years. With a slightly fuller oval face, she cradled the rotund Wu Meinyang, who had gained several pounds over the winter, and said nothing. On their way to admire the lanterns by the Shitsi Bridge along the Nanhuai River, the unlearned Xu Fengnian quietly inquired, Yue, I initially intended to describe the actions of those rascals at the Red Sparrow as a celebration of absurdity. Would that be appropriate? Yu Huaiqin's eyes sparkled with the subtle beauty akin to green ants over new wine, yet her tone remained composed. Not appropriate. Xu Fengnian, feeling pleased, responded, fortunately. The Shitsi Bridge, with its 13 arches, had become synonymous with the examination alley. This bridge is remarkable for 3 reasons. First, despite its name, the railings and columns are adorned with carvings of various beasts and birds, yet lions are conspicuously absent. Second, the bridge is constructed of white Han jade, prompting many to wield hammers in an attempt to chip off pieces for profit, resulting in the perennial presence of robust watchmen stationed at both ends. The third marvel is a legend of an immortal ascending on a dragon from its crest. Noticing that Yu Huaiqin appeared weary while holding Wu Meinyang, Xu Fengnian took the feline into his arms. The pleasantly plump white cat, however, was reluctant to show affection toward its master, wearing a disinterested expression akin to Yu Huaiqin's. Xu Fengnian, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, took a bite and suddenly asked, What if that young master, who delights in rouge, cannot swim, covered in filth? How does he return home from the latrine? Yu Huaiqin was disinclined to answer, especially since she was holding a syrup-coated pastry in her hand. Xu Fengnian's thoughts wandered astray. Whether that young master could swim was of little consequence, for he remained entrenched in a cesspit, unwilling to emerge, fearing that his ethereal sister Fan would see him in such a filthy state. Fan stood nearby, her heart in turmoil, gently urging him to climb out. It was only after the Lantern Festival concluded that she successfully persuaded him to emerge, and as for his return home, that would become a tale of the trials and tribulations he would carry for life. This unforeseen calamity delayed the young scholar, who was to visit esteemed family friends the following day, by nearly half a fortnight. When he finally mustered the courage to face others, he learned that the distant relative, though only slightly connected, who wielded considerable influence in the court, had already left the city to inspect the borders. Thus, The young scholar decided to accompany Fan to Wudong Mountain for a respite. As the onset of spring approached, thunder stirred the air, awakening all living things, and the hibernating creatures emerged from their burrows. The northern Liang king's residence, adorned in a cloak of white, boasts an enchanting landscape reminiscent of spring's gentle embrace, where the blooming peach and pear trees flourish in vibrant hues, signaling the season's vitality. At noon, Su Fingnian ventured alone to the lakeside. Rowing to the heart of the lake, he shed his outer garments, inhaled deeply, and leapt into the emerald waters. This lake, a source of fresh water, is remarkably clearer than ordinary lakes. Su Fingnian held his breath and dove deep, yet he was still some distance from the bottom. After surfacing and diving repeatedly, he finally felt confident enough to reach the depths. Gathering his resolve, he plunged downwards. The lake was rather profound. Under normal circumstances, one would be unable to discern anything in the dim depths. However, the lake's unique feature was its regular cleansing of silt, revealing a colossal luminous pearl at the bottom that illuminated the area as if it were daylight. Suspended at the lake's bottom, Su Fingnian beheld a scene worthy of any fantastical tale that would astonish the common folk. A water spirit, towering over 10 feet, sat amidst the muck, its long white hair swaying like aquatic plants, eyes closed in meditation. The water spirit's robust form was faintly visible in the light emitted by the pearl, revealing that its left hand and feet were bound by iron chains as thick as a man's arm, with the chains anchored by 3 enormous iron balls weighing several thousand pounds each. Could there be a more unimaginable and cruel prison in existence? The water spirit opened its eyes, devoid of emotion, gazing at the only living being it had seen in over a decade. Su Fingnian gestured, indicating that he would later toss down some cooked meat. The enormous creature inhaled sharply, engulfing a koi fish, which it then tore apart, the fish's blood oozing forth as it devoured the entire plump creature in mere moments. Su Fingnian's complexion turned crimson, then ashen. He could not hold his breath much longer. After a moment's hesitation, he signaled a series of gestures understood solely by himself and the water spirit. The ancient being, more reminiscent of a demon than a human, widened its eyes, its gaze sharp and penetrating, scrutinizing Su Fingnian as if in doubt and judgment. After years of isolation, the water spirit's thought process appeared sluggish. Yet Su Fingnian could wait no longer. With a sudden burst, he shot upwards. Otherwise, he would meet an untimely demise, a lifeless body adrift on the lake's surface. Upon reaching his boat, he found the water not as cold as the chilling moment of emergence. Drying himself off, he put on his clothes. The warmth radiating from the stove within the boat was quite comforting. After a brief wait, the lake's surface lay still as a mirror, with a tinge of regret. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at the spring thunder dagger gifted by the white fox, resting across his knees. Caressing the scabbard, he sighed, "Spring Thunder Girl, it appears your skills will not be needed today. That old ghost seems content to remain below, and we shall see if I continue to offer him meat." In his youth, Su Fingnian had nearly drowned in the lake after cramping while playing in the water. Surprisingly, the water spirit, who had survived for years on live fish at the lake's bottom, did not devour him, but instead used its powers to bring the young lord back to the surface. Since then, Su Fingnian had developed the habit of tossing cooked meat into the lake as a gesture of gratitude. On days when his spirits waned, he would dive down to see the water spirit, which always reminded him that life holds beauty. Initially, he perceived the spirit as a cursed monster, but as he matured, he realized it was a being that needed sustenance, leading to his lingering curiosity about how it managed to breathe after spending so many years submerged. What level of inner strength has he reached that is both profound and astonishing? Su Fingnian specifically ventured to tincturing, meticulously searching through ancient texts on martial arts, only to find the term fetal breath within Taoist scriptures that somewhat aligns with his inquiry. However, being well acquainted with Mount Wudong, Su Fingnian had never heard of any contemporary master achieving such an exquisite state of Xuanwu meditation. To the young prince, who held a disdainful view of Taoists, the cryptic phrases found in the Daozong, such as the pulse resides, the breath halts, and the fetal essence begins to coalesce for longevity, seemed merely a veil of celestial language meant to deceive the masses. His master, Li Yishan, had explicitly stated that there were no ghosts or deities in this world. The Taoist celestial masters, after 3 years of fasting, reached their utmost limit, with no possibility of riding dragons or flying to immortality. Disappointed yet determined, the young prince stepped ashore with Chunlei in hand, slicing off several budding willow branches adorned with yellow shoots. He fashioned a crown with them, and, with a flick of his wrist, sheathed Chunlei, strolling leisurely. Outside the prince's mansion, A handsome youth with a peach-like complexion presented a name card. The gatekeeper, having honed his discerning eye, immediately recognized the weight of the exquisite blue jade card in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he identified the young master of the Lin family from the Qiao state of Hedong. Although this family did not rank among the foremost aristocratic clans of the dynasty, they had some connections with the mansion. The Lin family's eldest son had previously had the opportunity to marry the long-cherished princess, which prompted the gatekeeper to temper his initial indifference. With a slight smile, he asked the young master to wait a moment before promptly reporting inside. After several layers of communication, the message finally reached the second steward, Song Yu, who, after a brief contemplation, decided to extend hospitality equivalent to that of a governor. Soon, someone attentively led the Lin family young master and a delicate young lady into the mansion. As they walked, the young lady became an enchanting sight. Her fragile form not exceptionally beautiful, yet exuding a rare charm from the rugged local culture, whether due to her frail constitution or the swift pace of their guide. Beads of sweat began to form on her smooth forehead. The young master Lin felt a pang of compassion, yet found himself lacking the courage to mention it to the steward. After all, the Lin family from Hedong struggled to stand out within a single county, and facing the formidable North Liang royal mansion, akin to a leviathan, seemed utterly insignificant. As the saying goes, the gatekeeper of a prime minister's residence outshines the third-rank officials of the royal mansion. Even though he had achieved the title of flower examination top scholar the previous year, having galloped through the capital, he dared not boast in the presence of the North Liang royal household. The second steward guided them toward the Fingyi Pavilion along a lakeside path, where the flower examination scholar encountered someone he decidedly wished to avoid. Approaching slowly, clad in luxurious attire with a fox fur coat, radiating opulence, was a figure adorned with a willow crown, casually wielding an ancient short blade. It was none other than the young prince, who spent his days indulging in falconry, dogfighting, and reading forbidden texts. Upon spotting Lin, whom he had previously thrown into a dung pit, Su Fingnian shot a silencing glance at the steward, quickened his pace, and with a smile, said, "Flower examination scholar. Come to the mansion for some rouge? Did you not have enough during the Lantern Festival?" Uncertain, Lin stammered, "Who are you?" Su Fingnian feigned an arrogant demeanor, putting on a facade of mock seriousness, and replied, "I am the companion of His Highness the Prince." Once believing that the Lantern Festival would bring a sense of relief amidst the presence of the influential scion, Lin Tanhua felt both at ease and apprehensive. His expression was awkward, although the ruffian before him was not a scion of a well-established family. His proximity to the prince was enough for Lin to discern the underlying implications. Before he could react, the arrogant companion, emboldened by his association, stepped closer, casting a lingering gaze at Miss Fan, completely disregarding Lin. In a soft tone, he said, "Miss Fan, what a coincidence. Allow me to show you around the Wang residence." At Tingchao Pavilion, one can witness thousands of koi leaping through the Dragon Gate. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Fengnian extended his hand to grasp Miss Fan's delicate fingers. Lin, fueled by a protective spirit, swiftly interposed himself between them, glaring fiercely. Su Fengnian smiled and subtly threatened, "You, who indulge in cosmetics, ought to recognize your place. Since I am the prince's companion, it would be no challenge to treat you to several boxes of rouge, or perhaps, if you continue to resist, you may find yourself left out entirely. Consider your position." Lin's complexion paled, yet he stood resolute, refusing to yield, which earned him Su Fengnian's newfound respect. The graceful Miss Fan sighed gently, managing a smile as she reassured, "Lin Ge, it's quite all right. I have long wished to see the scenery at Tingchao Pavilion." Before proceeding with Miss Fan, Su Fengnian discreetly beckoned the second-ranking steward to his side, instructing, "Ensure Su Xiao keeps a low profile. Let us wait for 3 or 4 days before making any moves." The steward, with his back to the young couple, replied obsequiously, "Understood. I shall not misstep regarding the prince's important affairs." Su Fengnian responded softly, "I shall reward you later." The steward beamed with gratitude, thanking the prince for his generosity. Su Fengnian patted the steward's shoulder before leading the unsuspecting Miss Fan along the embankment that traversed the lake, audaciously placing a willow circlet upon her head. Casting a defiant glance at the distressed Lin Tanhua. On the embankment, named Chazi, numerous young women brushed past Su Fengnian, their thoughts as lively as the stewardess. With a mere glance, they understood that the prince was once again toying with a newly arrived young lady. In the northern Liang prince's residence, not only were there numerous servants, but also a considerable number of esteemed scholars who benefited from the patronage of the Grand Pillar State, each contributing their talents in various capacities. The maids in the Wudong courtyard, where Su Fengnian resided, were categorized into 4 ranks. The first rank comprised 2 senior maids. One possessed a natural fragrance and warmed the prince's bed, while the other cared for Su Feng Nian's snow-white falcon. The second rank included 4 maids, one of whom was exceptionally skilled in poetry, painting, and calligraphy, responsible for enhancing the prince's literary pursuits, while the remaining 3 were well-versed in music and dance from a young age. The third rank performed delicate tasks such as watering flowers and brewing tea, while the fourth rank engaged in more menial chores like cleaning the courtyard. Among these women, apart from the alluring senior maid, the rest possessed a beauty rated around 70 coins. Should Su Fengnian desire cosmetic indulgence, he could easily satisfy his whims. Sensing a lull in the conversation, Miss Fan gently inquired, "Do you wield a sword, my lord?" Su Fengnian, unabashed, responded, "I have diligently practiced swordsmanship for 10 years. I have merely achieved a modest proficiency." To demonstrate his years of swordsmanship, Su Fengnian executed a formidable sweeping motion, inadvertently casting the spring thunder into the air, nearly causing it to plunge into the lake. She smiled gently, understandingly tilting her head to gaze into the distance. Su Fengnian retrieved the ill-fated blade, chuckling lightly without a hint of embarrassment, attributing the mishap to a mere slip of the hand. Upon reaching the listening tide pavilion, Miss Fan contemplated the 3 plaques hanging beneath the eaves, inscribed by the late emperor with the majestic 9 dragons and the renowned phrases, "A phoenix comes with grace and vitality, surges like a bull." Surprisingly, she found herself unenthused by the vibrant spectacle of koi leaping for bait, a stark contrast to the other young ladies Su Fengnian had previously charmed. Su Fengnian mused that a change was refreshing. Consistently indulging in shark fin and bird's nest could become tiresome, and an occasional taste of autumn base or winter bamboo shoots was necessary for palate stimulation. Just as Su Fengnian reveled in the serene beauty of the maiden beside him, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The lake began to churn violently, reminiscent of a snowy day from the past. Su Fengnian felt a thrill of excitement and signaled for the startled Miss Fan to be escorted to the Phoenix Pavilion, instructing all bystanders to vacate the lakeside. With these tasks completed, Su Fengnian hastily made his way to the small dock where the black-covered boat awaited. Grasping the formidable spring thunder, he prepared to row, only to see the frail figure of old Huang approaching, unexpectedly carrying the long cloth pouch that had once caused Su Fengnian considerable trouble. Within it lay a nearly 4-foot Zeton wooden box. Su Fengnian rolled his eyes, wondering why old Huang sought to join the commotion. What if the ancient spirit at the lake's bottom turned hostile, igniting a race between master and servant to see who could flee fastest? Once old Huang boarded the small boat, Su Fengnian rowed towards the center of the lake, his palms slick with sweat. The stakes were high this time, and while he would not admit to fear, he was aware that such denial was self-deceptive. Yet, he had faith in his instincts. The ancient spirit trapped at the lake's bottom for over a decade would likely not seek retribution. After all, they had engaged in peculiar interactions for years, and Su Fengnian had offered countless morsels, chicken legs and roasted meats, during his summer excursions to foster a semblance of camaraderie. This matter had never been broached with his father, Su Xiao, though both men were likely aware of the unspoken understanding between them. Su Fengnian harbored a sense of gratitude for the life-saving favor owed to him, and even if he were to release the lake's spirit from its confinement, he reasoned that incurring Su Deju's wrath would merely result in a beating. Furthermore, Su Fengnian was curious about the capabilities of the northern Liang royal family and whether an ancient spirit able to hibernate for over a decade belonged to the echelon of the top 10 masters of the realm. Feigning calmness, he addressed old Huang, "Do you know what I intend to do? Why are you following me? Can you swim? Don't drown." The old servant responded with a shy smile, remaining silent. Seemingly burdened by the weight of his pack, he adjusted its position slightly. Upon reaching the lake's heart, Su Fengnian unsheathed the plain, yet sturdy spring thunder from its unembellished scabbard, took a deep breath, and hurled it downward with considerable force. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Su Fengnian nearly erupted in frustration, wondering if he would once again have to dive into the water to retrieve his blade. Old Huang slowly stepped forward to the bow of the boat, remaining utterly still. Su Fengnian, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Old Huang, don't pretend to be a master. I know exactly how high you are." Old Huang turned, chuckling softly. Su Fengnian glared and said, "What are you laughing at? Is being toothless something to boast about?" In an instant, the lake surged with an unprecedented ferocity, as if it were on the brink of upheaval. Su Fengnian's first impulse was to call on old Huang for assistance, followed by the necessity of having his father step in to resolve the chaos. As a young lord capable of commanding an army with ease, he certainly wouldn't foolishly challenge the formidable old Kuei. However, Su Fingnian soon sensed the peculiar stability of the small black boat. While the lake roiled ominously, the seasoned horseman, who had always fled at the slightest hint of danger, simply stomped his foot, and the swaying vessel became as steadfast as a rock, unmoving. Old Huang, not to be outdone, turned with a grin, gesturing to indicate that he was of similar height, implying, "This is how tall a master I am." Su Fingnian found himself both amused and exasperated, thinking, "You old rascal." Still managing to find humor in this. "Just wait until old Kuei knocks your teeth out, though you already have none." From the third floor of the Listening Tide Pavilion, a gray figure leapt down, landing gracefully on one foot, then springing forward with an elegant agility, gliding towards the lake. Su Fingnian instinctively raised his hand, only to realize he had no cucumber to munch on, feeling a twinge of regret as the spectacle was about to unfold. The Listening Tide Pavilion was known among the martial community as a treasure trove. Within its walls were 5 guardians, whom Su Fingnian had known since childhood, calling them uncle and grandfather with great familiarity. The figure emerging from the pavilion was a renowned master of the Tao, a grandmaster of the Jidumi sect, reputed for his expertise in esoteric arts. According to his master, Li Yishan, he possessed authentic second-rank mastery. He had willingly become a servant in the pavilion, all for the sake of acquiring a rare tome, the Kantong Qi. As a child, Su Fingnian often begged the elder to carry him up the stairs when he grew weary. The elderly Taoist, clad in a flowing gray robe, landed upon the lake's surface. Skimming lightly like a dragonfly, and with a graceful motion of his sleeves, he summoned 2 towering columns of water that shot straight towards the heart of the lake. Observing that the small boat would not capsize, Su Fingnian felt a wave of relief and marveled. "So, Grandfather Wei is such a formidable fighter. Had I known, I would have brought him along on my travels. Those brigands wouldn't stand a chance." Upon hearing the young lord's words, old Huang turned with a look of deep resentment, his expression etched with hardship. Not wishing to see his loyal companion, who had toiled alongside him for 3 years, disheartened, Su Fingnian laughed. "No matter how formidable Grandfather Wei may be, he cannot compare to you, old Huang, with your knack for crafting birds' nests and fishing. There are many masters in this world, but there is only one old Huang who can weave grass sandals." The old servant smiled tenderly, which made Su Fingnian shiver with goosebumps, prompting him to exclaim, "Let us focus on the show, don't miss it." Both master and servant gazed intently at the lake, where 2 dark chains erupted from the water like dragons emerging from the sea, exuding an overwhelming presence. At the end of the iron chains trailed 2 hiltless blades, one gleaming like frost, the other crimson as blood. As the young master would say, they were quite the spectacle, exuding an air of formidable prowess that could make any onlooker gasp in awe. Were Su Fingnian not short on silver notes at the moment, he would have shouted in admiration, "This deserves a reward." The twin blades shattered the 2 water dragons summoned by the old Taoist priest of 9-pecked rice, cleaving them apart in an instant. A towering figure, standing a full 10 feet tall, burst forth from the lake's surface, freed from the weight of the bronze balls that had anchored him beneath the waters. The white-haired old demon laughed maniacally, the sound nearly piercing Su Fingnian's eardrums. With a swing of the chains, he carved a deadly arc through the air, the scarlet great blade descending upon the elderly Taoist with overwhelming force. The strike was peerless, splitting the heavens with its sheer dominance, accompanied by the howling wind. The Taoist surnamed Wei let out a sharp cry, stepping lightly upon the water's surface and sending towering waves surging upward to intercept the blade. Yet the blade cleaved through the waves effortlessly, its momentum unstoppable. The old Taoist flicked his sleeves, attempting to block what was perhaps the most devastating strike he had ever encountered, but to no avail. His wide sleeves were instantly shredded to pieces. Defeated in a single move, his body was sent hurtling backward, plunging into the lake, his fate unknown. So the old demon in the lake also wielded blades. Like the white fox, he fought with twin swords, one swirling with snow, the other churning the tides. Who, then, was the stronger of the 2? Su Fingnian, his gaze dazed, clicked his tongue in amazement. "Is this old demon truly invincible?" he murmured. "Had I known that true masters carried such overwhelming presence, I might have listened to Su Shao back then and trained seriously in martial arts." Old Huang, unwilling to be left out, turned his head and shook it with a foolish grin. "Not invincible, not invincible," he chuckled. Su Fingnian focused intently, observing the old demon's movements. He noticed that the chains were not merely wrapped around the man's arms, but were fused into his very bones, becoming one with his body. The thought was terrifying. Who would be so fanatical, so arrogant, as to merge themselves with their weapons to such an extent? If someone were to seize control of those blades, wouldn't the pain and misfortune be unbearable? The old demon, wielding his twin blades and chains, leaped into a pavilion. With a mere flick of his wrists, the once magnificent structure, built at no small expense, collapsed into rubble, nearly reduced to dust. The white-haired demon threw his head back in laughter, his wild locks billowing like the mane of a wrathful deity. The remaining 4 guardians of the listening tide pavilion emerged, positioning themselves strategically at a distance, their expressions grave. Atop the cool mountain of the prince's residence, the grand pillar of the nation, Su Xiao, sat upon a wooden stool, gazing down at the lake below with an unobstructed view. In his hands, he cradled a red clay teapot crafted by a master artisan, though it held not tea but the murky green ant wine. Beside him stood his adopted son, Yuan's Wuzong, his phoenix eyes narrowed in contemplation. Su Xiao chuckled lightly. How many moves can they withstand? Yuan's Wuzong, who on the battlefield could cut down enemies and banners with his silver spear as though strolling through an empty field, replied softly, Father, this left bear wishes to test himself. The grand pillar shook his head. No need. Someone below will deal with this monster. Fengyan won't be harmed. On the second-floor corridor of the Listening Tide Pavilion, a figure clad in white robes stood before the railing, a single blade, Xiudong, hanging at his waist. After watching for a moment, he pressed a finger against the sword's guard, sliding it an inch out of its sheath before sheathing it again. With a final stroke along the scabbard, he turned and retreated into the pavilion. Even Li Yishan, the prince's most esteemed advisor, emerged from his dimly lit quarters to witness this rare spectacle. A sight unseen in a decade. Shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, he murmured to himself, Sword Nan Huang, Chu Kuang Nil. How many more buildings must be torn apart this time? The old man, known as the Old Kuei, paid no heed to the attendants guarding the pavilion, for there were few rivals in the universe that commanded his respect. With a fierce roar, he called out, Old Huang, come forth and meet your demise. Su Fengyan, taken aback, exclaimed, Old Huang? Is he calling for you? Please, do not tell me you have a vendetta against this old Kuei. Old Huang, with a swift motion, tore away the tattered cloth, revealing a long, slender purple sandalwood box that sent shivers down Su Fengyan's spine. Turning to smile, he retained his toothless, eccentric demeanor. Each time Su Fengyan witnessed this, he couldn't help but wonder if the old servant could manage to sip yellow wine with only his remaining teeth tightly clenched. Old Kuei, clearly having noticed the old horseman at the bow of the ship, whose wild white hair danced in the wind and whose face bore a fierce expression, seemed to radiate menace. In this tense moment, when Su Fengyan dared not even breathe, Old Huang extended a withered hand to stroke the wooden box, still managing to turn back and grin foolishly, raising his neck in a mock gesture of pouring wine into his mouth, saying, Young master, that one? Su Fengyan, both amused and exasperated, retorted, Look at your demeanor. Do you not possess even a hint of a master's grace? If you truly manage to triumph over this old fool, I shall treat you to 100 jars of Longyan yellow wine. The old horseman, often referred to as Huang Laoju by Old Kuei and Jian Jiu Huang by Li Yishan, offered a faint smile. In that fleeting moment, Su Fengyan felt as if he had been momentarily dazzled. Old Huang was no longer the simpleton he once appeared to be. Instead, there was an inexplicable aura about him, suggesting that this unyielding servant might be even more formidable than the knife-wielding Old Kuei himself. Within the 3 grand plaques of the Tingqiao Pavilion, one spoke of an ethereal supreme sword qi, existing only in legends. Su Fengyan mused that if Old Huang were truly adept at swordsmanship, he would indeed warrant the utmost recognition. Without any indication of his movements, the wooden box trembled like the roar of a dragon, resonating with a profound sound that, while not jarring, struck deep into the heart. Su Fengyan was left dumbfounded. The old servant, who had spent 3 years alongside him in petty schemes and had been struck by a hoe, turned out to be an expert after all. First sword. Old Huang silently mouthed, stepping lightly at the bow of the ship. The small black boat that Su Fengyan occupied glided smoothly backward toward the shore, creating gentle ripples on the water's surface. Su Fengyan gazed at Old Huang's emaciated figure as he strode upon the waves. The purple sandalwood box opened at one end, releasing a long sword. Simultaneously, the towering figure of Dezhu Guod on the mountain peak and Li Yishan within the pavilion uttered in unison, First sword, dragon, and serpent. The knife-wielding Old Kuei laughed raucously. Good, good, good. Old Huang, I've waited for you for so many years. Today, I shall shatter your 9 swords and relieve you of one less blade. Su Fengyan, a mere outsider, felt an urge to kill in his frustration. He recognized that this was a pinnacle duel among the most elite practitioners in the martial world, yet to him, it appeared as a mere clash of blade against sword, devoid of any discernible finesse, even less riveting than the earlier confrontation between the dual knife Old Kuei and Grandfather Wei. The only discernible action was that another sword had emerged from the purple sandalwood box. Little did Su Fingyan understand that the most exquisite techniques ultimately returned to simplicity. De Zhuguo, momentarily forgetting his drink, lifted his cup, sighing, second sword. Meanwhile, within the Tingqiao pavilion, Li Yishan slowly articulated 3 words, lotus and pear. The 2 men on the mountain, one at the summit and the other midway, clearly shared an unspoken understanding. The sword transforms into 2, and 2 swords evolve into 3. 3 swords create a dazzling array of light, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The dual-wielding master and the 3-sword elder are akin to semi-divine beings. Su Fingyan sat on the boat, grinning foolishly, proclaiming, "This deserves recognition. It's all top-notch craftsmanship." Had he overheard his father and master recounting tales, he would certainly have admonished the elder for his lack of creativity in naming sword techniques. 3 swords drawn equate to 3 weights. Does 4 swords then equate to 4 weights? At that moment, Su Fingyan was most curious about how many compartments were in the purple sandalwood sword box of the elder and how many swords it contained. The fierce battle concluded swiftly and unexpectedly, leaving the young prince, who had not had his fill of the spectacle, feeling even more dissatisfied. He mused, "Oh, Old Kuei and Old Huang, do not spare the royal residence. Feel free to dismantle it, for no recompense will be required from you." Yet, life is often fraught with disappointment, and Su Fingyan could not rush forth, weeping and pleading for the 2 masters to continue their duel. The blades are blind, and fate is self-determined. In the aftermath, after an expert's explanation, the young prince learned that during that encounter, the elder Huang ultimately wielded 3 swords and executed a total of 6 techniques. It was far from the exaggerated tales spun by storytellers in tea houses, claiming that the duel of these unparalleled masters would last for days and nights in utter chaos. Truly, it was neither earth-shattering nor soul-stirring. At that moment, the dual-wielding master sat within a dilapidated pavilion, merely a foundation remaining, his dual swords planted in the ground, his complexion rosy and hair white as snow, shaking his head, declaring, "We shall not fight today." The diminutive and frail elder Huang stood on the long embankment, rubbing his hands together before thrusting them into his sleeves. However, to most onlookers, the scene was absurd. This old horseman, whose blows could barely make an impact, was indeed a master of deception. Su Fingyan was undoubtedly the most astonished. Little did he know that it was the elder Huang who had once driven the old master to the depths of the lake. Had it not been for this, would the venerable Su Shao have entrusted his cherished son to traverse perilous journeys of 6,000 miles? Time and again, his life precariously hanging in the balance. Yet he consistently emerged unscathed. The old master, seated on the ground, called out to Su Fingyan, "Boy, bring your grandfather some wine and meat. Let us feast well before engaging in a duel of 500 rounds with Huang Laojiu. The loser must remain at the bottom of the lake." Su Fingyan, hearing the old master's boisterous voice from afar, hesitated for a moment before running to instruct the steward to prepare a sumptuous meal, specifically arranging for a whole roasted suckling pig to be placed in an oversized food box. He carried it towards the embankment. His steps slowed as he passed by the old horseman Huang, who cast him a mournful glance, lamenting that the young prince had forgotten to bestow a couple of jars of Longyin Chen wine upon him. Rubbing his cheek, he signaled that all was well. With newfound courage, Su Fingyan approached and set the food box before the old master. The steward had not forgotten to include a few crisp cucumbers for the young prince. The old master wasted no time, tearing off a piece of pig leg and stuffing it into his mouth, his face glistening with grease. After years of consuming the earthy taste of live carp, the old master, towering at over a foot high, clearly relished this exquisitely prepared suckling pig. Su Fingyan squatted before him, slowly nibbling on a cucumber, contemplating an emotionally stirring opening line, for after years of camaraderie, it was essential to make the most of it. In the past, when entering the water, the sensation of locking eyes with Lao Kuei felt akin to 2 souls exchanging glances in the underworld. Unlike the present, where one has finally reached the realm of the living and must now devise a strategy, otherwise, it would be akin to navigating treacherous waters fraught with risks, culminating in such a grand spectacle. Should one continue to toil under these circumstances, it would not align with the princely ethos of repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. Before Su Fingyan could calculate his next move with his furtive glances, Lao Kuei spoke plainly. "Years ago, It was the king of Beiyang who orchestrated schemes, with Huang Laojiao lending his strength, that led me to languish at the lake's bottom in a living hell. Today, as you rescue me, we stand even. I shall have my bout with Huang Laojiao and reduce his 5 broken swords to 4. As for the king of Beiyang's residence, I shall show mercy and not dismantle it. Do not expect me to repay you with gratitude, young one. Su Fingnian, caught off guard by the audacity of his opponent, thought to himself, good heavens, I have encountered a rival of equal boldness. Cautiously, he inquired, esteemed elder, there is wine and meat at my residence. An old Huang is here to spar with you. Would you consider staying? Lao Kuei scoffed, there are countless masters in this world. Once I shatter Huang Laojiao's 9th sword, I shall journey to Wudi City and defeat the 2nd strongest in the realm. If I am not the best, then who is? A mere royal manor does not capture my interest. Old Huang, seated upon a purple sandalwood sword case, was munching on a blade of grass, chewing thoughtfully, imitating the princely disdain with exaggerated eye rolls. Su Fingnian felt a wave of embarrassment. Dealing with such ruthless heroes was indeed beyond his experience, leaving him at a loss for words. The last cucumber in his hand was snatched away by Lao Kuei, who bit off half, spat it out with disdain, and tossed it into the lake. He then glared at Su Fingnian, who was now confronting the elder once more. You eat this tasteless rubbish too, young lad? Wiping the spittle from his face with a hasty motion, Su Fingnian tentatively asked, could you assist me in teaching a lesson to someone? A senior at Wudong Mountain. A formidable opponent. Lao Kuei pondered for a moment before nodding. Over the years, I have tasted some of your kindness, but should you impose further demands, I shall not hesitate to turn you into a pig's head. However, if it involves a bit of fighting, I am more than willing. Once I have dealt with Huang Laojiao, I shall depart immediately. Old Huang, displaying a lack of respect, merely twisted his mouth and chewed on the remnants of his grass. The elder's face was etched with mockery. Lao Kuei bellowed, Huang Laojiao, do you dare to challenge me? If you are not content, let us fight again. In response, Old Huang simply turned his back on Lao Kuei, choosing to ignore the confrontation. Su Fingnian, covering his ears in frustration, felt a headache coming on. Were it not for Lao Kuei's promise to visit Wudong Mountain to confront that upside-down cow-riding scoundrel of a Taoist, he might have insisted that Old Huang send this ungrateful old fool to the lake's depths, leaving him to join those servants who had chosen to end their lives in despair. Su Fingnian mused softly, realizing that if Old Huang possessed such formidable prowess, why not simply take him directly to Wudong Mountain instead of enduring Lao Kuei's temper? There seemed no need to heed the elder's whims and endure his tirades. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Fingnian's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. The old chief, with a rugged appearance yet possessing a mind as intricate as fine threads, had consumed an entire roasted pig, bones and all. He patted his belly, thoroughly satisfied, and chuckled, Child, the moment I saw your eyes darting, I knew you were harboring mischievous thoughts. What is it? Do you wish for Huang Laojiao to cast me back into the depths of the lake? Let me be frank with you. Inviting the Buddha is easy, but sending him away is quite another matter. Had it not been for the treachery of that scoundrel Li Yuaning back in the day, even without confronting Huang Laojiao, I could come and go as I pleased. The 4 iron balls weighing 8,000 pounds at the lake's bottom, with 2 of them cast around my dual blades, are what ensnared me. Now that I wield my blades, the world is mine. Haha, are you not frightened, child? A smile, squeezed out by the roaring and spitting of the young lord, emerged as he muttered, How could I be? My admiration for the old gentleman flows like the mighty Yangtze, as vast as the stars that grace the plains. The old chief, with a smirk that wavered between laughter and seriousness, replied, You are quite different from that butcher Su. You are more to my liking. Arrange for me a comfortable room and a table laden with wine and meat. Su Fingnian rose, saying it is a trivial matter. Old Huang, spitting out grassroots, asked, No more fighting? The old chief, brimming with bravado, responded, Why rush? You will have your turn soon enough. Old Huang slung his sword case over his back and replied nonchalantly, If there is no fight, then so be it. I must head to Wudi City to reclaim Huang Lu. The old chief gasped, Truly? Old Huang nodded. The old chief sighed deeply, shaking his head with a wry smile. Then let us forego the battle. It would waste my energy. Su Fingnian, bewildered, arranged for the imposing old chief, whose stature even surpassed the 9-foot-tall Yuan's Wuzong, to be accommodated in a courtyard. He then proceeded to the stables, where Old Huang, with his sword case slung over his shoulder, was conversing with a chestnut horse, seemingly bidding farewell. Su Fingnian inquired, Old Huang, what is happening? The old stableman replied softly. For these years, I have been watching the lake's Chuan Kuang Nu. Now that he has been set free by you, my time here has come to an end. Years ago, I was defeated in a single move by the old monster Wang Xianji and left a Huang Lu sword in Wudi City. I have been unable to let it go, contemplating how to retrieve it. Su Fingyan bitterly remarked. You mean that enormous sword embedded in the city wall of Wudi City? The Huang Lu, ranked fourth among the top 10 famous swords? Old Huang chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Wudi City, located at the edge of the East Sea Cliff, was constructed to gaze upon the vast ocean, overseen by the city lord Wang Xianji, who was nearing a century in age, yet had been renowned for a full 80 years. He was undoubtedly a once-in-100-years martial genius. Having made his debut in youth without carrying any weapons, engaging in combat with only one hand, by the age of 25, he had ascended to the ranks of unparalleled masters, challenging the sword god Li Chang'an at 40, famously breaking a wooden horse with just 2 fingers. Gaining fame across the seas, unmatched in prowess. Though Wang Xianji possessed the qualifications to be recognized as the world's #1, he humbly regarded himself as second, leaving the top position in the martial world vacant for 20 years. In nearly 50 years, 2 extraordinary sword masters emerged, the new sword god Deng Taie, who wielded a peach blossom branch, seeking defeat yet never conceding, having faced Wang Xianji 3 times, with neither victory nor loss, placing him among the 3rd tier of superlative masters. Another, elusive as a dragon that rarely reveals itself, is known only as a nameless blacksmith from the western Sichuan region. After 3 decades of forging swords, he attained enlightenment in the swordsmanship, embarking on a solitary journey through the martial world, amassing a collection of renowned blades. The world became aware of him merely through a single duel, which, despite his defeat, catapulted him to fame, leaving behind a sword embedded in the city wall. Yet, this did not diminish the mystique surrounding the enigmatic swordsman, for he was vanquished by Wang Xianji, the venerable lord of the martial emperor city. Who could fathom that such a swordsman, capable of stirring 40 provinces with a single strike, would find himself as a mere stable hand at the northern Liang royal residence, spending his days conversing with horses, occasionally seeking a jug of yellow wine from the young lord for a taste of indulgence? Thus, when old Kuei heard of Huang Laojiu's return to martial emperor city to challenge Wang Xianji, he knew that the outcome would mirror the past, as Huang had been unable to triumph over Wang years ago. Not idly resting, Su Fingyan, holding a cucumber, chuckled bitterly. Old Huang, do enlighten me. How many swords are there in that sword box? The entire world is abuzz with speculation. After lounging in the stable with a few strands of hay adorning his head, old Huang scratched his head and replied, the sword box has 3 layers and 6 compartments. Originally, it contained 6 of the 10 renowned swords in the realm, but now only 5 remain. Su Fingyan was left speechless. Old Huang, you are indeed a master. Would you dare to elevate your game even further? Old Huang, with an innocent grin, responded, if the young master wishes to wield a sword, I can leave 3 or 4 behind. Su Fingyan shook his head. No. I would rather you carry 100 or so swords, turning Wang Xianji into a porcupine, than I can boast of having pilfered chickens and ducks alongside you, Old Huang. Is that not so? Old Huang beamed with a toothless smile, endearing in his simplicity. How could he be the legendary sword 9 Huang, a figure of such unparalleled prowess? Su Fingyan found it perplexing and decided to cease pondering. He instructed his servants to prepare a jug of Longyan Chungang yellow wine and led a shabby horse over. Personally taking the reins, he escorted Old Huang to the royal residence, slipping a few small denomination silver notes into his hands. Old Huang did not refuse, saying, young master, you may return, I know the way. Su Fingyan, however, insisted, at least let me see you to the city gates. The horse was indeed a poor specimen, not due to the young lord's stinginess, but rather because even the most exquisite steeds, whether the 5-colored horse resembling celestial phenomena or the rare and precious blood-sweating horse, were not suited for his resolve to avoid becoming a target on his journey. Furthermore, Old Huang would likely not ride. Su Fingyan merely sought a companion for conversation. The 500 or 600 taels of silver notes were meant to buy Old Huang some wine, for he had a fondness for yellow wine. It remained a mystery whether his surname was a coincidence or if his passion for yellow wine influenced his name. Old Huang carried many secrets, yet in Su Fingyan's eyes, he was simply the old stable hand trudging along, while the legendary Sword 9 was a secondary thought, an unspoken truth, lest it seem overly sentimental. From the northern Liang royal residence to the main city gate of Lingzhou, even the longest journey must reach an end. The gate officer, noticing the young lord's grave demeanor, refrained from sycophancy and hurriedly cleared the queue of departing travelers, opening a path through the empty gate. Standing beneath the inner city wall, Su Fingnian handed the reins to old Huang, feeling a pang of melancholy. This is where we part ways. Is it not rather dull for you to associate with a shallow, privileged fool like me? Old Huang shook his head, gazing intently at the youthful, handsome visage of the young master, and chuckled. How amusing indeed. Truly, old Huang does not flatter. After all, you often say I speak with sincerity. Su Fingnian offered a slight smile. Old Huang then produced a stack of silk cloths, using charcoal to depict the essence of swordsmanship. Each artwork bore but 2 characters, ranging from Sword 1 to Sword 9, scribbled in a manner resembling a worm writhing through the mud, which he handed to Su Fingnian, saying, "Please keep these, young master. In the future, should you encounter a spirited child, do take on a disciple for old Huang. It would be more fitting to venture into the streets to woo young ladies." Su Fingnian accepted them with great care. After a moment's contemplation, old Huang, with a look of perplexity, remarked, "Young master, I lack the education to bestow names upon these sorts. I only know the 9 stances, and the first 8 have been named arbitrarily by those in the martial world, which unsettles me. Might you devise a name?" Su Fingnian, bemused, pondered earnestly for a moment before responding. "We have traversed 6,000 miles. Let us name it 6,000 miles. If you find it unrefined or lacking in grandeur, then we shall discard it." Old Huang extended his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "What a grand name! When I reach Wudi City and proclaim this magnificent title, perhaps even Wang Xianji will be envious." Ultimately, old Huang led his horse away, a flask hanging from his waist. Su Fingnian ascended the wall, observing old Huang's solitary figure, and called out, "Old Huang, should you wish for yellow wine along the way and find your coins spent, return, for I shall keep some for you." The old servant, tethering the horse, paused to turn back, gazing deeply at Su Fingnian, and shouted their shared catchphrase, "The wind is strong, let it pull," before comically and endearingly scampering off. Sword 9. 6,000 miles. Su Fingnian returned to his residence accompanied by a team of valiant riders and entered the courtyard where Lao Kuei resided. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by a table laden with sumptuous delicacies, indicative of a person who relished both meat and wine. Lao Kuei, a figure as imposing as a small mountain, exuded an extraordinary presence even while seated, not to mention the 2 heavy chains and blades that accompanied him, causing the servants to shy away in fear. Upon seeing Su Fingnian, Lao Kuei immediately inquired, "Child, has Huang Laojiao gone to contend with that Wang Laoxian from Wudi City?" With a forlorn expression, Su Fingnian nodded and took a seat on the stool opposite the snow-haired Lao Kuei, remaining silent. The old warrior chuckled, "Little one, I never expected you to be so nostalgic. In this regard, you are far more generous than your father. Su Shao, that butcher, is cunning and duplicitous, presenting a facade of virtue while harboring treachery in his heart. He may share in adversity, but to seek shared prosperity is akin to pulling at your mother's heartstrings. Hey, little one, are you angry? With your meager skills, do you dare to challenge me? Without Huang Laojiao, unless the northern Liang royal household summons the remaining hidden masters, none could stand against me." Su Fingnian scoffed, muttering, "With old Huang gone, you dare to reign as king in the mountain without the old tiger." Lao Kuei, with keen ears, was unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "If one cannot win, one cannot win. There is no shame in that. Huang Laojiao's swordsmanship rivals that of the whimsical Deng Taiye, who enjoys wielding a peach blossom branch. There are countless sword practitioners in the world. Yet even the Wu family sword tomb has not produced a contender capable of matching Wang Laoxian in the past 30 years. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat to Huang Laojiao. Since my birth, the only ones who could match Wang Laoxian are Deng Taiye and Huang Laojiao, the latter merely slightly inferior. In this world, such talent is exceedingly rare." These words from the elder instilled in Su Fingnian a newfound admiration, recognizing that true masters are indeed distinguished by their magnanimity. It is no wonder that the world boasts so few exceptional individuals, and it was entirely reasonable for him to fall short of such greatness. However, just as Su Fingnian began to feel a modicum of respect, Lao Kuei's next utterance shattered the image of the esteemed master he had inadvertently constructed. "Child, where is a spacious latrine? I cannot abide this golden throne adorned with jade. Having been submerged in the lake for years, I am unable to relieve myself comfortably. Quickly find me a treasure of a place to relieve myself, one that will scent the air for miles around." Aha! Watching Lao Kuei, whose mouth was still stuffed with roasted meat, contemplating how he might offend the noses of others, Su Fingnian's face stiffened and twitched. He rose to summon a servant to lead the chain-laden old man to the restroom, while he himself hastily retreated, muttering curses under his breath about the master. Wudong Courtyard was where Su Fengnian had grown up, for ancient wisdom states that the phoenix does not perch without the parasol tree, nor does the phoenix queen roost without the phoenix tree. The venerable Su Shao often imparted earnest advice, saying, "Son, when your mother bore you, she dreamed of a phoenix entering her womb. You are destined for greatness. If your father does not care for you, who will?" Initially, Su Fengnian would retort, questioning why no reclusive masters claimed his unique bone structure signified martial genius. Su Shao would then elucidate that true masters are those who firmly root themselves in one place, unwilling to wander. Look at Wang Xinji and the old swordsmen of the Wu family sword tomb. Which of them ever ventures forth to proclaim themselves as masters? Those who roam the world are but swindlers. How could they discern the innate talents of my son? Once Su Fengnian's ears had thickened with calluses, he simply ceased to engage in such matters, feeling that as the sole scion of a dynasty's collateral royal lineage, surrounded by countless vassals, he need not roll up his sleeves to confront anyone. Yet, deep within, he harbored a twinge of envy for those gallant heroes who, like the wind and clouds, effortlessly traversed rooftops and engaged in contests atop city walls. Now, having witnessed the extraordinary skills of the stableman Lao Wang and the silver-haired elder, he couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. He had heard tales of a few pairs of celestial couples in the realm, where the men possessed unparalleled prowess and the women were as enchanting as the moonlight. Yet, he had never encountered a scenario where the man was a paragon of elegance while the woman wielded unmatched martial skills. Upon entering the Wudong Courtyard, Su Fengnian's melancholic thoughts dissipated like mist. A young lady named Qing approached him, her delicate arms adorned with exquisite shoe embroidery, while a 6-year-old falcon perched upon her arm. Upon seeing the young master, she beamed and said, "Young master, the sweet potatoes have been warmed and the green ant is waiting for you at the chess table to enjoy a game." Su Fengnian playfully poked the falcon with his finger and smiled as he entered the room, where 2 charming maids were already prepared to remove his outer garments. Originally, the 20 or so maids of Wudong Courtyard bore names reminiscent of elegant creatures like the red musk parrot. However, upon the young master's return from his travels, apart from Qing, who was fortunate, most had their names changed. Even the favored eldest maid, Red Musk, who had always been cherished for her alluring fragrance, succumbed to the mundane name of Sweet Potato. Others fared worse, such as one unfortunate maid named after a strong liquor, Baijio, while the most unfortunate was a girl fond of yellow garments, who was labeled Cucumber. Entering the inner chamber, Su Fengnian leaped onto the bed and nestled under the covers, embracing a maiden of blossoming youth. The quilt was suffused with a delightful fragrance, and in time, it would become even more enchanting, the maid in his arms. Upon stepping outside, would attract swarms of butterflies. She was the eldest maid, Sweet Potato. The maid skilled in Go, known as Green Ant, was celebrated as the female champion of the Bail-Ong royal mansion. Those adept in the art of strategy would find themselves troubled when playing against her. Typically, the game board consisted of 17 lines, but Su Fengnian's sister, Su Weisheng, had elevated it to 19, sparking a significant uproar within the dynasty, ultimately gaining acceptance and admiration from the esteemed Shinin Academy, thereby becoming part of the intellectual elite. After a game with Green Ant, Su Fengnian, distracted and disinterested, lost rather poorly. Although he was not devoid of skill in chess, his master, Li Yishan, had praised his exceptional vision but lamented his inability to execute intricate strategies. This remark, though seemingly unflattering, was a considerable honor coming from Li Yishan. Nonetheless, it would be inaccurate to label Su Fengnian as a chess master. The true expert belonged to his sister, Su Weisheng, a formidable figure who rendered the so-called luminaries of the realm envious. Su Fengnian dismissed the already concluded game and lay back on the bed, allowing the eldest maid, Sweet Potato, to massage his temples. Lost in thought, he was oblivious to the second maid, Green Ant, who, noticing her master's discontent, dared not intrude. Upon rising, Su Fengnian commanded, "You all may leave, without my permission. Not even Su Shao shall enter." The Sweet Potato is characterized by its plump form and fair, exquisite skin, coupled with an innate fragrance and graceful demeanor. It effortlessly captures admiration without appearing to seek it. When she rises from the bed, Su Fengnian playfully taps her on the backside, causing her charming face to flush with a rosy hue, and she glances back with an enchanting smile. Once the maidens have departed, Su Fengnian immediately adopts a serious posture, retrieving from his bosom a piece of brocade that could be deemed a sword manual, an embodiment of old Huang's lifelong dedication. Although Su Fengnian has little interest in martial arts, He treats it with the utmost reverence, concealing it within a mysterious mechanism box hidden beneath the bed. To unlock the box, one must meticulously shift 72 small compartments. The box is remarkably sturdy, impervious to blades or swords, making it impossible to access its contents. Su Fingnian, adept in this task, can open this cherished relic of his mother even with his eyes closed. He places the sword manual inside and slides the box back into its secret alcove beneath the bed before reclining onto the grand mattress, estimating the passage of time. He presumes the elderly master should have finished his business in the restroom. After dressing in resplendent garments, he calls for cucumbers, prompting a maid, who fervently wishes never to don yellow attire again, to fetch 3 cucumbers from the nearby courtyard. Su Fingnian clutches one cucumber under his arm while munching on the others as he walks. Initially worried that the odor from the elder's courtyard would be unbearable within a mile radius, he soon realizes he was overly anxious. The royal residence's latrines are scented with countless fragrances. Even if the elderly master were as domineering in his nature as he is in his defecation, it would not be a significant issue. Not only has the elderly master finished his business, but he is also bathed and donned a clean outfit, sitting on the steps while contemplatively stroking the blade of his knife. Without lifting his gaze, he inquires, "Child, are you truly fearless?" Su Fingnian, seated beside him, chuckles lightly. "Old Huang claims you are the finest swordsman in the world and have never taken an innocent life, so I am unafraid." The elderly master bursts into hearty laughter, shaking his head. "That statement is half true and half false. While it is true that I do not kill indiscriminately, I am not the most formidable with a blade. Child, your tongue is rather slippery. I do not appreciate it." Su Fingnian, grinning mischievously, replies, "As long as the young lady likes me, your disapproval matters little. After all, once we deal with that tortoise from Wudong Mountain, we shall part ways. However, if you still cherish the cuisine of the royal residence, feel free to stay and indulge." The elder chuckles and asks, "What rank might the Wudong Mountain master be?" Su Fingnian ponders for a moment before responding, "It should not be high. He is merely a young Taoist under 30 years of age. Besides, he lacks a notable reputation in the martial world." The elder nods in understanding. "Oh, he must be the junior disciple of Wang Chonglu, the head of Wudong who practices the Great Yellow Court. I have heard of him during my time in the Liang lands. His martial talent is mediocre, though he excels in Taoist arts, which are somewhat mysterious." Su Fingnian poses the most pressing question, "Can you defeat him?" The elder nonchalantly replies, "Little one, let me impart a piece of wisdom. Whether one can win or not, one must fight to know, do they not?" Su Fingnian cannot help but internally scoff. While that sounds grandiose, the outcome is hardly promising, as he had spent more than a decade at the bottom of a lake. The elder playfully taps Su Fingnian's head with a knife board. "Do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts." With a smile plastered across his face, Su Fingnian chuckles. "Then shall we stir up some trouble at that nonsensical Wudong Mountain?" The elder, in a sudden surge, rose to his feet, casting a shadow over Su Fingnian. The clinking of chains echoed mightily, creating a cacophony. Wudong Mountain boasts 2 pools for pawns, 9 wells, 24 deep ravines, 36 crags, and 81 peaks, with hermitages every 5 miles and palaces every 10. The magnificent Dan wall adorned with emerald tiles gazes upon the exquisite scenery, with the Taishan Palace atop Yuzhu Peak at its center, surrounded by the 81 peaks that lean towards it, collectively forming the renowned 81 peaks bowing to the great summit. For millennia, countless seekers of the immortal path have retreated to Wudong, either meditating on cliffs or hiding within the coffins of sages, listening to the celestial music of jade and gold, witnessing the mist rise and clouds surge over the verdant mountains and clear waters, leaving behind a multitude of legends. Wudong is a sacred site of Taoism from a previous dynasty, overshadowing Longhu Mountain. After the establishment of the Yang dynasty, it was the elevation of Longhu that suppressed Wudong, leading to the latter becoming the ancestral home of Taoism. For centuries, Wudong lay in silence, yet none dared to underestimate the ancient depth of this mountain. The current master, Wang Chonglu, may not hold a position among the top 10 masters, but legends speak of how, with a mere gesture, he parted the tumultuous waters of the Songlong River. Whether embellished or exaggerated, he remains a venerable figure of high moral standing within the Taoist community, especially as he delves into the most esoteric and time-consuming teachings of the Dahuang. The entire Wudong Mountain exudes an aura of profound elegance and silent grandeur. 200 cavalrymen from Baoyang surge forth. A robust old warrior, clad in a black robe, charged with a long blade dragging upon the ground, raising clouds of dust. The earth trembled beneath their advance. They barreled straight towards the Xuanwu Dongxing archway of Wudong Mountain. The foremost rider boldly galloped over the archway before reining in his steed. In a century of martial arts, few have dared to so brazenly belittle the sects of the martial world, perhaps only Su Rintu, who instilled fear in the hearts of the older generation of warriors. Does a tiger father bear a dog's son? The young master Su Fengyan, astride a spirited Beiliang warhorse, chuckled at his own irony as he gazed at the gathering Taoists drawn by the imposing spectacle and shouted darkly, "I will grant you half an hour to summon that one who rides the blue ox." The Wudong Taoists found themselves in a predicament. They were well aware of a senior uncle with a rank as high as that of Yuzhu Peak, who had a penchant for riding the blue ox. However, they were merely ordinary ritual Taoists from the Yuqing Palace at the mountain's base. Not only was it a daunting task to summon that senior uncle, but even if he were amiable, reaching Taishan Palace would take at least half an hour, making a round trip an hour at best. Could they withstand the imposing presence of the newcomers? Before Yuzhu Peak lie the greater and lesser Lotus Flower Peaks, with the former housing over 10 caves for secluded cultivation, while the steep cliffs of the latter are tacitly reserved for one individual. This individual, taken to the mountain at the tender age of 5 by the previous Wudong master, had become a disciple in seclusion, and in his youth, forged a brotherly bond with the current master, Wang Chonglu. Among the 9 palaces and 13 temples of Wudong Mountain, the vast majority of the thousands of Taoists donning yellow crowns must respectfully address this young man as senior uncle, while the younger ones are obliged to call him great senior uncle. Fortunately, this youthful ancestor has never descended the mountain. He has only seen the Xuanwu Dongxing archway upon entering, never approaching it again, nor even casting a distant glance thereafter. For the majority of the past 20 years, he has either resided in the Qing Palace atop Yuzhu Peak or been atop the greater and lesser Lotus Flower Peaks, riding the blue ox in reverse. Those fortunate enough to have glimpsed his true visage return to speak of his gentle temperament, profound knowledge, and exquisite elegance. The entrance to the mountain was bustling with activity. Yet near the turtle and camel monument on the steep cliffs of the Little Lotus Peak, tranquility reigned supreme. A young Taoist, possessing an ethereal countenance, reclined on the back of a stone turtle, basking in the sun. With a wave of his hand, a grazing azure ox approached, adorned with several ancient texts hanging from its horns. He plucked one from its grasp, ready to peruse its contents, but paused, calculating with his fingers. Before leaping down from the turtle's back, he sought a withered branch and began to sketch an intricate array of heavenly stems and earthly branches upon the ground. His expression shifted as he muttered to himself, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. Adjusting the collar of his robe with meticulous care, he mounted the ox, riding it backward with the book dangling from its horn, descending the Little Lotus Peak while half humming, half singing verses that danced like a bowstring. Reflecting on the path of the dead, the melody curved like a hook, beckoning titles of nobility, who trails their tail along the way, and who leaves their bones upon the altar. Upon exiting the Little Lotus Peak, he released the azure ox and gingerly removed the scroll, the cover adorned with the title song of the spiritual source. As he ambled along, engrossed in its reading, he made his way towards the foot of Wudong Mountain. Occasionally, fellow Taoists would pause to greet him as uncle or great-uncle, to which he would respond with a warm smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. Everyone regarded this diligent young elder as truly earnest, worthy of the countless ancient texts he had elucidated within the Jade Clear Palace. It was no wonder that the master hailed him as a paragon of martial arts and Taoist lineage. Unbeknownst to them, this esteemed elder now beheld a Riska novel, abhorred by scholars of Taoism, merely disguised under the cover of the Song of the Spiritual Source. The Taoist incessantly flipped through a single page, reluctant to part with it, as it was the sole classic of its kind on the mountain, borrowed long ago from a scheming young prince. Approaching the mountain's base, he examined the page for the umpteenth time, finally tucking it away with a face full of righteous resolve, declaring, even if beaten black and blue, this book shall never be returned. Upon spotting that familiar, furtive figure lurking around the corner of the Jade Clear Palace, Su Fengyan, riding atop a magnificent steed, raised his whip and shouted, "You on the ox. If you hide again, I shall bring my men to level the Taicing Palace and cast you and the turtle and camel monument down from the Little Lotus Peak." The young Taoist, regarded as Wudong Mountain's most promising disciple in a century, timidly emerged into view, halting at a respectable distance from the northern Liang cavalry. He bowed deeply, his countenance bright with spring-like warmth. This humble Taoist pays respects to His Highness the Prince. This elder, while exchanging polite greetings with Su Fengyan, could not help but let his gaze linger on the venerable figure clad in a black robe with white hair. Wudong Mountain, famed for its mastery of internal energy, not only excelled in its renowned swordsmanship but also emphasized the cultivation of inner strength, exemplifying a harmonious balance of both. The Taoist had encountered many peers atop the Great Lotus Peak and had witnessed the phenomena resulting from the refinement of internal energy. The elderly figure before him wielded a blade with an uncanny technique, exuding an unending aura, clearly a formidable contender. Instinctively stepping back, the not yet 30-year-old Wudong disciple cast a knowing glance towards the prince, whose presence seemed to threaten the very foundation of Wudong Mountain. Su Fingnian reciprocated with a glance, and the elder returned the gesture, creating a cycle of exchanged looks that left onlookers bewildered, entirely unaware of the silent dialogue unfolding between the two. Ultimately, in the eyes of the Taoist priest at Yuling Palace, the revered uncle undoubtedly triumphed, embodying the mastery of a strategist who subdues his opponents without a battle. The onlookers observed as the uncle gracefully turned and strode forward, exuding an ethereal essence that was ineffable. In contrast, the loathsome young prince merely followed a white-haired elder up the steps of Wudong Mountain. The priests breathed a sigh of relief. The uncle was indeed the uncle, having compelled the debauched Su to capitulate without uttering a word. However, unbeknownst to the priests, the trio had retreated to a secluded spot where their esteemed uncle, held in reverence just beneath that of a celestial being, was subjected to a vigorous thrashing by Su Fingnian for the duration of an incense stick's burn. The only plea that resonated was the uncle's request to refrain from striking the face and to avoid kicking the groin. Once the scuffle concluded, Su Fingnian performed a series of exercises to channel his energy, finally feeling invigorated. He discarded a forbidden tome of lascivious content and departed, not down the mountain, but along a narrow, winding path carved into the cliffside, leading to the suspended Jianghu Palace. This palace was remarkable for its rain ritual altar, which jutted out from the cliff, resembling the Big Dipper. It was said in Taoist scriptures that the immortal Ziyun had ascended from this very location. The Jianghu Palace was generally not open to the public, and only a few literati seeking solace could ever return empty-handed from its outer confines. However, benefiting from the influence of his esteemed father, Su Fingnian boldly accompanied the elder to the Seven Stars altar. The mountain wind was biting, as the elder sat cross-legged, his robes billowing, squinting at the distant peaks shrouded in clouds. Su Fingnian, light on his feet, stood behind the elder, struggling to maintain his balance, nearly unable to open his eyes. And so he settled down, discreetly hidden behind the elder's form. Su Fingnian shouted with effort, "Grandfather, how skilled is that young Taoist?" The elder, seemingly puzzled, replied, "His martial prowess is rather mediocre. He appears to be of the same indolent ilk as you. It is a pity, for he possesses a splendid physique bestowed by his parents. As for his Taoist abilities, I have no means to gauge them. I suspect they are neither exceptional nor poor. Most challenges in the world adhere to the principle of advancing against the current. Without perseverance, how can one achieve greatness? It is curious that Wudong Mountain has taken such an interest in this individual. Could it be akin to the descendants of the Zen lineage? Quite perplexing indeed." Su Fingnian, equally bewildered, inquired, "Can this Taoist skill be of any practical use? Can it kill?" The elder pondered briefly, chuckling, "My boy, you are mistaken in your inquiry. It cannot kill." A young Taoist, standing at the altar's edge with hands tucked into his robe sleeves, refused to step upon the 7 stars, offering a smile in response. His demeanor was neither as immovable as the elder's nor as clumsy as Su Fingnian's. Instead, he swayed gently with the wind, embodying a subtle harmony with nature. Su Fingnian, unable to perceive the underlying nuances, turned to glare at the cow-riding Taoist who had once caused his sister to leave Bailiang in disappointment, and darkly questioned, "Hong Shixiang, why do you refuse to descend the mountain and pass through the archway of the flourishing Xuanwu?" The youngest patriarch of Wudong Taoism, with a sheepish grin that lacked grandeur, spoke, "I ascended the mountain at 5 and began to learn the rudiments of prophetic texts at 8. My master instructed me to calculate daily, monthly, and annually when I could descend the mountain and when I should enter seclusion. Yet, since I embarked on this path of knowledge, not a day has passed without the need for seclusion." Su Fingnian, unperturbed, scoffed, "It is said that your master decreed that unless you become the best in the world, you cannot descend. It seems you shall remain here for the rest of your life." A Taoist with an ethereal name remained composed, hands tucked into his sleeves, unmoved by the 8 winds, and chuckled, "True, to be the best in the world is one thing, but to eat and read the most is another. There are many who excel in those pursuits. My master never specified martial prowess as the measure. One day, I shall descend, Struggling to rise, Su Fingnian gazed towards the Jianghu direction and murmured, "But by then, one will be old. When we meet again, with white hair meeting white hair." "What use is that?" Hong Shixiang closed his eyes, remaining silent. Su Fingnian exhaled deeply, snorted, and as he exited the altar, he paused briefly beside the Taoist to inquire, "What do you think of my sister?" The Taoist, who had spent his days in this crystal-clear world, contemplating the heavens, replied softly, "The best." Su Fingnian, expressionless, exited the Jingle Palace, leaving the formidable Taoist pondering behind him. Once the young prince had departed, Hong Shixiang squatted awkwardly, resting his chin on his hands, lost in thought as he murmured, "Red beans grow in the southern land, sprouting in spring and withering in winter." Longing is not as profound as not longing at all. Above the Taoist, a dozen ethereal red-crowned cranes circled, enhancing his presence as if he were a celestial being. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach, a frown on his face, lamenting, "I am hungry again." As they descended the mountain, the old chief suddenly remarked, "Interesting. That little Taoist with the cow's nose possesses some skill." Su Fingnian, lacking enthusiasm, responded perfunctorily, "What do you mean?" The old chief replied uncertainly, "That lad practices the supreme way of heaven." Hearing such nonsensical talk, Su Fingnian grimaced. Is there truly someone who delves into such abstract and empty matters? Aren't they afraid of discovering nothing in the end? The old chief laughed heartily. 2. Find such ambiguous concepts unappealing. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Su Fingnian disregarded the obsequiousness of the ritualistic Taoists. Casting a glance back at the mountain as he cursed, "This turtle that refuses to emerge from its shell." 200 valiant riders stood at attention on the steps, remounting their steeds with precise and brisk movements, devoid of any superfluous gestures. The Northern Liang cavalry, clad uniformly in splendid armor upon their spirited horses, were annually dispatched by the Grand Pillar Nation to the borders for real combat training. Coupled with the fierce local customs, many daughters were adept in archery and horsemanship, a unique advantage. For instance, Su Fingnian's sister, Su Jianghu, was skilled in both riding and shooting from a young age, not to mention his second sister, Su Weixiong, who excelled in equestrian skills and swordsmanship, renowned for her agility, likened to a monkey. And her impressive prowess led her to slay nearly 100 foes by the age of 13. The fierce disposition of the Liang people has been a constant throughout history. Thus, in the eyes of seasoned warriors, the cavalry of Northern Liang is deemed far superior in combat prowess to the troops under the banners of King Yin and King Jiaodong. Undeniably a formidable force of veterans. Lao Kuei and Su Fingnian mounted their steeds. With a chuckle he remarked, "Young lad, I shan't return to the royal residence. Without old Huangjiu, it is dreadfully dull." Su Fingnian blinked and suggested, "How about waiting until I complete my coming-of-age ceremony? Without my grandfather, I would have perished at the bottom of the lake long ago. Perhaps in 6 months, I shall prepare some fine delicacies and drinks for him. In gratitude for his life-saving grace, I wish to repay him as best as I can. Shall we?" After a moment of contemplation, Lao Kuei nodded in agreement. It was evident that this renowned warrior of blades did not harbor any aversion towards the prominent scion of Northern Liang. As they galloped back to the royal residence, upon entering the city, an unexpected heavy snow began to fall from the sky, as if nature had descended into madness. Su Fingnian shivered against the cold. And upon reaching the entrance, the attentive doorman promptly offered a luxurious fox fur coat, draping it over the young lord with utmost care, displaying more ardor than one would show to their own parents. Su Fingnian muttered a thought, uncertain if old Huang had enough clothing. After bidding farewell to Lao Kuei, he made his way alone towards the courtyard of Yue. It was a pity to let such a beautiful woman languish in solitude, appreciating her own beauty. It was a waste of her charm and contrary to Su Fingnian's nurturing nature. On his way, he passed by the humble abode of Jianghu, where he found the forlorn princess of a fallen kingdom squatting to construct a snowman. Upon completing her creation, rather than reveling in her handiwork, her expression turned to one of rage as she glared at the snowman. Drawing out her cherished talisman, she struck down the snowman's head with a dagger, sending a chill down Su Fingnian's spine. Had this mad girl mistaken the snowman for herself? After clearing his throat a few times, Su Fingnian approached. And upon seeing the young lord, Jianghu's initial panic was replaced by relief, slowly retracting her weapon. As he drew near, he observed her hands, red and marred by frostbite, reminiscent of a pitiful maidservant subjected to cruel treatment in a laundry house. With a sigh, he crouched down and reconstructed the snowman's head, which Jianghu regarded with disdain. After rising and clapping his hands, he gently inquired, "Shall I procure some warm clothing for you?" Jianghu, with a frosty demeanor, retorted. It's dirty. Su Fingyan laughed heartily. I merely spoke in jest. Regardless, I have played the Good Samaritan. Whether you appreciate it or not is of no concern to me. I rather enjoy your disposition. It allows me to gain the upper hand, making our exchanges quite profitable. Before departing, Su Fingyan teased the young maid. No matter how shabby your attire, it remains my possession. If you possess the audacity, remove it. Now that would be the act of a true heroine. Jiang and I feigned indifference, engaging in banter with the shameless Su Fingyan, often finding herself bested. Upon reflection, it seemed she had never truly held the upper hand. In an uplifted mood, Su Fingyan felt even more elated upon encountering Yu Yue. His mother had once said, for beautiful women, regardless of their compassionate nature or venomous hearts, one must feel a twinge of sympathy. Throughout nearly 20 years of life, Su Fingyan had never engaged in the ruthless destruction of delicate blossoms. Rather, he had directly and indirectly saved the lives of numerous humble maidservants, as insignificant as dust. Yu Yue languidly reclined in her spring-like warm bedroom, playfully teasing the plump, snow-white Yuminiang. Every time it snowed, Su Fingyan harbored a mischievous desire to toss Yuminiang into the snow, curious to see if she could distinguish between the white cat and the white snow. He restrained himself from indulging in this whimsical thought, pondering when Yu Yue and Yuminiang would part ways, as he was determined to test his theory then. Su Fingyan removed his boots and lay beside Yu Yue, leaning against her warm, graceful figure, closing his eyes in serene contemplation. He softly remarked, I just returned from Wudong Mountain, where I rather soundly thrashed a Taoist of equal rank to the sect leader. Impressive, isn't it? Yu Yue smiled lightly, replying, It is indeed the great pillar of the nation who is impressive. Su Fingyan opened his eyes and turned her around, playfully swatting her peach-shaped, rounded bottom, admonishing, I shall personally teach you the art of flattery. Yu Yue's cheeks flushed slightly. Just as Su Fingyan was about to press his advantage, the delicate voice of Green Ant, a second-tier maid from Wudong Courtyard, floated in, announcing that a letter from Longhu Mountain had arrived. Su Fingyan, momentarily forgetting his playful intentions, hastily donned his boots and dashed out of the room to retrieve the letter. Observing the delicate snowflakes adorning Green Ant's slender shoulders, he smiled and gently brushed them away before they strolled together. Upon reaching Wudong Courtyard, which boasted the finest heated flooring, he could walk barefoot without discomfort. Even Su Shao's room could not compare. Su Fingyan relished the tender ministrations of the eldest maid, Sweet Potato, as he unfolded the letter. To his surprise, the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain had exquisite handwriting. Upon closer inspection, he noted that his younger brother's cultivation was described as diligent and valiant, advancing by leaps and bounds, a commendation that, even when halved, was quite remarkable in Su Fingyan's ears, accustomed as he was to bureaucratic flattery. It seemed Huang Mana had not wasted her efforts. The letter concluded with a careful mention of Su Longshang's homesickness, prompting the old Taoist to request that the young prince send a letter home to ease his disciple's mind during his studies. After setting down the letter, Su Fingyan waved his hand and commanded, prepare the ink. In an instant, delicate hands began grinding the ink, the room bustling with activity. Yet, when Su Fingyan grasped the brush, he hesitated, unsure of how to commence, almost pulling his hair in frustration, truly embodying the saying that one only regrets their lack of preparation when the time comes to act. Finally, he abandoned the brush, playfully nudging the fragrant bosom of the eldest maid with his head, inquiring, has that Lin fellow, the one enamored with cosmetics, seen Su Shao? Sweet Potato replied coyly, yes. But he was reluctant to leave. Su Fingyan grinned mischievously. Could it be that this libertine wishes to indulge further in your cosmetics? Green Ant scoffed. That shabby embroidered pillow wouldn't catch the eye of the sisters. Su Fingyan rolled his eyes. Am I not also an embroidered pillow? Sweet Potato gently wrapped her arms around the young prince, her ample bosom creating astonishing curves. With her innate allure, she replied, the young prince is no pillow. I am. Su Fingyan chuckled. Such a sweet tongue you possess. Green Ant, seated a short distance away, idly picked up and set down the chess pieces, her boredom palpable. Su Fingyan straightened his back, glancing outside, and unsurprisingly found that Qing, the introverted maid, was once again lost in thought. Wudong Courtyard resembled a small sparrow. Yet it was fully equipped, housing not only fourth-tier maids but also various other attendants, all of whom held a notably elevated status within the northern young prince's residence due to the young prince's presence. Disregarding the favored young lady whom Su Fingyan particularly cherishes, even the second-tier maidens are greeted with smiles by the housekeepers. Among these maidens, the one affectionately referred to as Red Musk possesses a gentle disposition, amiable to all. While Qing Miao stands in stark contrast. She is respectful and close to Su Fengnian, yet not blindly obedient. Su Fengnian, known for his mischievous antics since childhood, has often found himself in trouble, which is invariably resolved by the fiery Qing Miao, whose temperament mirrors that of a wild stallion. From the moment Su Fengnian became aware, he felt that Qing Miao had always been by his side, as if she were a half-sister rather than merely a maid. Having been presented to him by the princess herself, in Wudong courtyard, she maintains a certain distance from the other maidens. Her naturally cold demeanor and heart leading her to spend several periods away from the royal residence each year. However, upon her return, she always brings a thoughtful small gift for the young lord, each token cherished after minor upheavals during his youth. Generally speaking, the inhabitants of Wudong courtyard are not particularly remarkable, amiable, yet ultimately insipid upon closer inspection, likely due to the unyielding nature of the grand pillar state that cannot tolerate any impurities. Su Fengnian exerted all his efforts to compose a letter to the Feng family, filled with trivialities that strayed far from his original intent. He reassured himself that should he write too eloquently, Huang Manor would be unable to comprehend, thus opting for simplicity. After finishing the letter, Su Fengnian stretched lazily and stepped outside, where he indeed found Qing Miao lost in thought in the courtyard corridor. Noticing the weather, he observed that the heavy snow had subsided, making it an opportune moment for a nocturnal escapade. He took Qing Yu by the hand and exited Wudong courtyard, intending to visit Fengyi Pavilion to tease the ailing and delicate fan sister. As for Lin Tanhua, Su Fengnian believed he would suit Li Hanlin's taste perfectly. During their journey, Su Fengnian recalled that today was purportedly a day for unleashing the hounds, and he playfully inquired, "Is there any commotion at the estate?" Qing Miao's response was as succinct and direct as ever, "Yes." Su Fengnian's spirits lifted as he asked, "Are they headed towards Tingqiao Pavilion or seeking Su Xiao?" Qing Miao shook her head, stating she did not know. Su Fengnian sighed, lamenting, "The catches are growing increasingly scarce. In recent years, the young lord had deliberately eased the stringent vigilance of the Bailiang Wang food during certain periods, while maintaining a tight internal security, under the guise of fishing for those coveting the secrets of the arsenal or the vengeful assassins. On one such day 4 or 5 years ago, the bait had drawn 4 batches of unwelcome guests, and after a thorough purge, it was said that 26 corpses were disposed of the following day to feed the dogs. Upon his return from travels, he had attempted to lure guests twice more, yet yielded no results. It seemed those roguish heroes had regained their wits, resulting in fewer unknowing fish and shrimp. He remained curious about the outcomes of today's endeavors, revealing his profound boredom. Suddenly, Qing Miao halted and glanced back at Wudong courtyard. Su Fengnian softly asked, "What is the matter?" She gently replied, "It's nothing." Su Fengnian suppressed his inner doubts and arrived at the Fengyi Pavilion. Upon entering, he saw Miss Fan engaged in a game of Go with a gentleman surnamed Lin. At the sight of Su Fengnian, Miss Fan appeared momentarily stunned, while Lin, the flower of the Lin family, looked utterly despondent. Recently, he had come to understand that this individual, who claimed to be a companion to the prince, was indeed the genuine heir of the Liang king. Nervously, he rose and bowed deeply, stammering, "Greetings, Your Highness." Before Su Fengnian could respond, the clamor of soldiers outside the palace echoed within the room. Lin was left bewildered, while Miss Fan offered a sorrowful smile, her expression complex as she gazed at Su Fengnian. The adopted son of the great pillar state, Yuan Zhuozong, ranked just below Chen Jibao, entered the room clad in armor, holding a portrait in his hand. This esteemed general of Bailiang squinted his beautiful phoenix eyes and addressed Su Fengnian before turning his cold gaze toward the young guests. With a sneer, he commanded, "Fan Shaochai. Lin Yu, come with me." Lin was taken aback, caught in a situation he could not comprehend, and his legs turned to jelly as he slumped into a chair. The frail Miss Fan, before being taken away, spat defiantly at Su Fengnian, her spirit unyielding, only to be swiftly struck out of the room by Yuan Zhuozong, landing like a lump of soft mud in the snow. Su Fengnian remained unfazed as he accepted the portrait from Yuan Zhuozong. It resembled him only 6 or 7 parts, yet it captured his essence perfectly. It was evident that in Miss Fan's eyes, he was quite ordinary, unworthy of her gaze, and his demeanor, in her view, was rather distasteful. Seated with the portrait, Su Fengnian chuckled softly, aware that the 2 unique undercover assassins had been taken away by Yuan Zhuozong. He then looked up and inquired, "Qing Miao, what of Wudong courtyard?" She replied calmly, "There is nothing to worry about." Su Fengnian, with a hint of self-mockery, recounted, Once, while drinking with Lu Qiu'er, I got him drunk. That rotund fellow mentioned I had two groups of death warriors guarding me. One group consisted of 4 individuals, codenamed A, B, C, and D. The other group, he had no knowledge of. Tell me, how many are there at Wudong Courtyard? Are they maids or other servants? She remained silent. Su Fingnian fixed his gaze on Qingyao. Is it you? Yet she continued to remain mute. With a sigh, he lowered his eyes to the portrait, suggesting, if this place is safe, you may leave for now. She quietly departed, without a sound. In Wudong Courtyard, the plump maid, Hong Shu, was perched on the railing of the corridor, holding a small bronze mirror. Her hands, smeared with a substance resembling rouge, were methodically applied to her lips. Qingyu looked on with evident disdain. This maid, recognized throughout the palace as weak and delicate, akin to a koi fish that required her master as charity to survive, did not acknowledge Qingyao. Instead, she tilted her head and smiled at her reflection in the mirror, asking, Am I beautiful? Qingyao let out a faint scoff. In the profound silence, it rang harshly. Hoshu powdered her lips, her face illuminated by the moonlit snow, appearing alluringly enchanting as she cooed. As long as I am more beautiful than you. Qingyu turned to leave, casting a fleeting remark. You age quickly. Hongshu did not retort. Her sultry eyes glimmering as she mused aloud, it would be wonderful not to live to see the day when I grow old and faded. On the following day, all matters came to light. The woman known as Fan Xiaochai was a scion of a once prominent family, now fallen into ruin due to the machinations of a powerful figure. She was a pawn, a dead piece on the board, whose fate remained unchanged regardless of the outcomes. Her true value lay in her utility for reconnaissance and subterfuge. The second son of the Lin family was but a foolish pawn, used and discarded, blissfully unaware of the intricate game at play, captivated solely by Fan's enchanting beauty. Having been dulled by his scholarly pursuits, he could not fathom that the most alluring of women often heralded disaster. A poorly orchestrated encounter led him into the depths of the northern Liang royal residence. Leaving the Lin family of Qiao State in a state of despair upon learning of the impending calamity, the assassination attempt from the previous night was clumsy and desperate, revealing a palpable sense of urgency. Miss Fan had taken advantage of her position to sketch a map of the palace and the likeness of the heir, Su Fingnian, seizing an opportunity to strike. Yet, their plans were far outmatched by the countermeasures of the royal household, leading to their downfall. As for the puppet masters behind the scheme and the Lin family's fate, Su Fingnian, leisurely enjoying his wine in the Tingxiao pavilion, could hardly muster any concern. He was curious only about whether Fan Xiaochai regretted sacrificing her life for a man she had never met. Su Fingnian felt no sympathy for those who flung themselves into danger recklessly. In this world, beautiful women were as numerous as spring shoots after rain. And once a season passed, new ones sprouted in their place. He had no time to indulge in such trivialities, especially after 3 years of living like a stray dog, enduring hardships that had taught him the harsh realities of life. He recalled a chance encounter with a young swordsman of dubious talent who espoused the virtue of mercy towards foes, claiming it was tantamount to courting one's own demise. This philosophy, learned from unsuccessful elder swordsmen, had him spouting forth with fervor, showering Su Fingnian with saliva as he spoke. Su Fingnian still remembered that individual, who could only afford a wooden sword, and how he would gaze at wandering swordsmen with envy. If that man knew that he was forced to listen to his grandiose tales of swordsmanship, he might wonder what the likes of the legendary sword Nine Huang would think of him. At parting on the borders of southern Yan, that man had boasted to Su Fingnian about treating him to the finest beef brisket once he made his fortune, declaring that 1 pound would not suffice. He would serve 3. 3 pounds of beef seemed to be the limit of his imagination. In the true realm of the martial world, few possessed the extraordinary strength to cleave rivers and mountains with a single sword. Most were like that nameless fellow, chasing after whimsical and absurd dreams of martial prowess. Su Fingnian rubbed his face vigorously, noticing Yuan Zuozong standing quietly beside him, patiently awaiting his attention. He quickly rose to adjust the cushion for the esteemed General Longwu, whose expression flickered with surprise. Sitting as steadfast as a great bell, he inquired earnestly, Your Highness, the prince has sent me to ask how to deal with the Fan woman. Su Fingnian chuckled, Let it be as it may. Yuan Zuozong nodded slightly, taken aback by the unexpected reply, and promptly rose to take his leave. Su Fingnian made no effort to detain him, and after sitting for a brief moment, he stood up again, saying, Brother Yuan, let us share a drink sometime. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. A rare smile graced Yuan Zuozong's face as he replied, Indeed. Su Fingnian retrieved a jug of wine that had long been prepared from the tea table, carrying it towards the Tingxiao pavilion. He ascended to the 8th floor where he found his master, Li Yishan, also known as Yuan Ying, engrossed in his writing. This gaunt figure, with unkempt hair, was little known in both the martial world and the court. Yet none within the northern Liang royal residence dared to show disrespect to the esteemed guest of the manor. Su Fengnian settled beside him, familiar with the surroundings, and poured the wine into a green gourd resting on the zeton table. The fragrant aroma of the wine soon filled the air, prompting the man to pause his writing. And with a soft chuckle, he remarked, "At last, the scent of cosmetics about you has waned somewhat. 3 years of wandering has indeed brought some benefits." Su Fengnian chuckled in return, yet soon voiced his concern. "Master, do you think old Huang can retrieve the Huanglu sword from the city wall of Wudi City?" Li Yishan took a sip of wine and gently shook his head. Su Fengnian was taken aback. The old demon at the lake bottom has become overwhelmingly powerful. Old Huang must surely be superior. Is Wang Xinji, who has declared himself Lord of the Eastern Sea, truly invincible in this world? Li Yishan, holding the gourd, ceased to drink and merely inhaled its fragrance, slowly stating, "Invincible in this world? Above the pinnacle, there exists a handful of individuals. Wang Xinji has devoted his life to martial arts, nearing the realm of transcendence, yet cannot be deemed invincible. The current martial world is fragmented, with each possessing their own strengths. The era of a single dominant figure has passed and will not return. Moreover, to reach the utmost in martial arts is merely to touch the threshold of the heavenly principle. Furthermore, the influence of martial artists outside the court on the grand scheme of the world is minimal. Otherwise, your northern Liang cavalry would not have trampled the entire martial realm in the past. If you choose not to pursue martial arts, the Great Pillar State does not impose. Nor do I mind. It is simply the way of things. Even with 1,000,000 troops, they bow their heads. It is better to be a feared traitor than to be a mere commoner who cannot disrupt the nation." Su Fengnian let out a bemused laugh. For over a decade, the Liaoyang dynasty had tirelessly propagated the saying that kills without bloodshed. 1,000,000 troops can be subdued, yet a single traitor is to be feared. The first half lauded the martial prowess of the Great Pillar State, hinting at flattery, while the latter half brutally revealed the truth. This phrase bore scholarly weight, eliciting applause and laughter even from Su Xiao, who, after the laughter, cursed the vacuous scholars of the Yinshui Academy, suggesting they deserved punishment. Li Yishan set the wine jug aside, allowing Su Fengnian to transcribe rare ancient texts. Su Fengnian had long since grown accustomed to this practice. His calligraphy had improved significantly, yet he struggled to cultivate a sense of righteousness. Whenever he faltered in his strokes, Li Yishan would tap him lightly with the gourd. After having Su Fengnian transcribe a lantern of time, he resumed his own seat. Su Fengnian lay beside him, casting a sideways glance at his master, whose aging visage spoke of decline, illuminated only by the flickering light of a solitary lamp. It is said that the greatest suffering in life is the decline of age, and the most challenging aspect of cultivation is the emptiness of heart. What experiences could have rendered his master so serene? Li Yishan, without raising his gaze, softly instructed, "Go now, observe the guests you have invited to the Tingchao Pavilion. They are nearing the 3rd floor." Su Fengnian acknowledged with a soft "oh" and quietly descended the stairs. On the 2nd floor, Su Fengnian beheld a venerable bookshelf, its surface a veritable mountain of tomes, beneath which stood the enigmatic figure of the white fox, her face partially obscured. In her left hand, she clutched a weathered martial arts manuscript, while her right index finger rhythmically tapped against her smooth forehead. The embroidered winter blade, sheathed, was lodged within the bookshelf as a marker. The white fox cast a fleeting glance at Su Fengnian before once again bowing her head. Disheartened by the lack of engagement, Su Fengnian retreated. In the expansive North Liang prince's residence, it seemed as if only the idle young master wandered aimlessly, akin to a bird taking flight. Mid-year, the Grand Pillar State chose an auspicious day to conduct the coming-of-age ceremony for his son at the ancestral temple. Strangely, the coronation of the eldest son of the North Liang prince was less grand than that of an ordinary affluent family. The guest list was notably sparse, with neither of the young master's 2 sisters nor his younger brother in attendance. Dressed in refreshing attire, Su Fengnian was led into the ancestral hall by Su Xiao, where he paid homage to the heavens and ancestors, undergoing the crowning 3 times. The first crown, a black hemp and coarse cloth headdress, was significant to all high-ranking officials of the Liang dynasty, symbolizing the young master's eligibility for political office. The second crown held more practical implications, as the 300,000 cavalry of North Liang awaited his leadership. The third crown, however, bore mere symbolic significance and was thus overlooked. The newly crowned young master, having toiled throughout the day, wore a rigid expression. After exchanging formalities with the prominent officials from the North Liang border who had come to the residence, he finally exhaled in relief. Indulging in the attentive service of the maids of Wudong courtyard who offered tea, massaged his shoulders, and eased his legs. Once he had regained his composure, Su Fengnian meticulously adjusted his ceremonial attire before accompanying Su Xiao to the queen's tomb. Before them stood a pair of lifelike green-white jade lions, their forms vibrant and animated, representing a mother lion and her playful cubs. The right-hand mother lion protected 3 cubs, symbolizing the queen and her 3 biological children, the eldest daughter Su Jihu, the second daughter Su Weixiong, and the youngest son Su Longxiang. The left-hand mother lion, however, merely bowed to kiss one cub, reflecting the boundless affection the queen held for her eldest son, Su Fengnian, both in life and in death. As Su Fengnian stood before the stone lions, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Grand Pillar State Su Xiao sighed softly. Each time the young Fengnian felt wronged, he would sneak away to this place, often spending the entire night here, unaffected by the changing seasons. The queen's tomb was encircled by 2 walls made of white jade, creating a grand spectacle of a city within a city. The main sacred path stretched an impressive 60 zhang, and according to tradition, the royal tombs were to feature only 9 types of stone beasts on either side. However, here there were a remarkable 14. Nearly 100 stone carvings, imbued with solemnity, resonated with an overwhelming presence. Furthermore, the height of the tomb's apex and the scale of its underground chamber far surpassed those of any feudal prince of the dynasty. It also uniquely included an intricately designed dressing table and 2 maidens' graves. Upon the initial completion of the queen's tomb, it faced considerable criticism from the populace, leading to a barrage of impeachment petitions flooding the emperor's study, yet all were suppressed and disregarded. The hunchbacked, limping Grand Pillar State stood silently before the grave. After paying his respects, Su Fengnian squatted before the tomb and whispered, "Father, I shall remain a while longer." The Grand Pillar State gently replied, "Do not catch cold. Your mother would be sorrowful." Su Fengnian acknowledged with a soft On the path of the supreme deity, the king of Baogong, a figure of immense power, silently counted his steps, reaching precisely 365. This esteemed Grand Pillar State remembered vividly his first entrance into the court, traversing from the grand red doors to the gate of the Kunji Hall. In his youthful exuberance, he took 284 steps. As the years passed and age set in, accompanied by a limp, his pace slowed, yet he never exceeded 365 steps. After 4 decades of military service, he stood at this esteemed position, Su Xiao, with a clear conscience, unafraid of heaven and earth, nor of spirits and deities. Exiting the path of the supreme deity, he glanced back, certain that the child was humming that little tune, the ballad of the spring god, taught by his mother in years gone by. Su Xiao recalled the urgent letter delivered to his desk at the witching hour the previous night, hesitating over whether to present it. The letter arrived at an inopportune moment, during the joyful celebration of Feng Nian's coming of age. The king of Baoyang made his way along the path to the summit of Qiliang Mountain, appearing solitary, yet surrounded by countless concealed sentinels. Not only were there fierce warriors meticulously selected from the ranks, but 3 elite guardians, each just 2 lines away from the Grand Master realm, were also at his side. Su Xiao valued his life, realizing that in his youth he had thought little of dying on the battlefield, believing that being wrapped in a horse's hide was a swift end. However, as his rank rose, so too did his appreciation for life. It was not merely a fear of death. Su Xiao maintained that the glory of today was earned through the sacrifices of countless brothers. To depart too soon for the underworld would be to betray the valiant souls who met their end across the rivers and mountains, many of whom left families behind. Needing his protection, he entered the yellow crane tower, which felt somewhat desolate and eerie. Ascending to the peak, he stood, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the night view of the city, unlike the frivolous musings of scholars. Beneath him lay 2 sons and 2 daughters, 30,000 iron cavalry, 6 adopted sons, and a multitude of skilled warriors within the royal palace, alongside countless wise advisors. His influence spread far and wide, akin to a treasure trove of wealth rivaling nations. Of course, he also faced numerous political adversaries. That young girl of the Fan family was but a blind sparrow flying into a snare. Such minor characters Su Xiao typically disregarded. The affairs of the Baoyang military were sufficiently demanding, with the border erupting into flames of conflict every few years, most of which he had ignited himself. He had little time to concern himself with the stirring winds from the imperial city, nor did he pay heed to the matters of the martial world. Rubbing his hands together, he recalled a poem from his youth, though only fragments remained, the context of which was blurred. Yet, The concluding line remained etched in his memory. 50 years of grand enterprise. Tell it to the mountain spirit. Su Xiao lingered in the empty corridors of the yellow crane tower until the first light of dawn broke, before softly declaring, deliver the letter to Feng Yin. He has indeed completed the rite of passage. No overt response came forth. Su Xiao patiently awaited the rising sun. In the grand realm of the Great Pillar Kingdom, there exists a cadre of 12 elite assassins, each designated by the 12 earthly branches. Upon the birth of his eldest son, Su Fengnian, preparations commenced to cultivate another set of assassins, this time named after the heavenly stems. Regrettably, thus far only 4 have been trained, enduring his son's travels. 2 have met their demise, leaving the attainment of the 10 heavenly stems, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gong, Xian, Ren, and Gue, an increasingly distant prospect. Fortunately, 2 exceptional pawns beyond the heavenly stem assassins have brought great satisfaction to the Great Pillar Kingdom. These youngsters, the eldest not exceeding 25 and the youngest merely 12, represent a significant investment of resources and effort. While their martial prowess may not yet rival that of first-rate masters, their skills in the art of assassination are undeniably sharp. The ability to kill is intrinsically linked to the ability to save, a belief Su Xiao holds with unwavering conviction. As Su Xiao descended the stairs, he inquired, "If Yuan Zuozong can bend to my son, what of Qin Jibao?" From the shadows, a voice rasped like a dull knife against stone, responding, "My lord, it cannot be done." Su Xiao massaged his temples and chuckled softly. "If I recall correctly, during the battle at the Princess of Luoyang's tomb, Qin Jibao saved your life. Is this bond not worthy of your intervention? Are you not concerned that he may perish today?" Silence ensued. Loyalty and filial piety hold paramount importance in Northern Liang. To disrupt this order is to invite death. For the ever-hidden Cho, to assist Qin Jibao would merely cost another life. Su Xiao's thoughts were inscrutable as he muttered, "A petty butcher." As dawn broke, Su Fengnian awoke, enveloped in the comforting embrace of his satin bedding, a sensation that filled him with contentment. Having never experienced hunger or the biting chill of the elements, he found it difficult to comprehend the profound joy that comes from warmth and satiety. The wisdom of his forebears, though heartfelt, could not convey the true essence of this experience. While at the Yellow Crane Tower, conversing with his childhood friends Li Hanlin and Yin Shi about their 3 years of adventures, the 2 young gentlemen expressed mere curiosity about the tales of the Jianghu and the martial world, showing no understanding of hunger or hardship. Su Fengnian, whose hands and feet bore the calluses of his trials, felt fortunate to have returned alive to Liangzhou. As he sat up, the young maid Hong Shu, who resided in the adjacent quarters, entered to assist him in dressing. He graciously accepted her help, recognizing that understanding the struggles of common folk is indeed beneficial. However, one must avoid excessive extremes. As Hong Shu deftly attended to his attire, she softly reminded him of a sealed letter that had appeared on the table. Su Fengnian acknowledged her with a sound. Within noble families, breaching decorum is a grave transgression. Even the most favored maidservants dare not be negligent. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Su Fengnian carefully opened the letter, a rarity indeed, for not everyone has access to Wudong Courtyard. The envelope bore a small seal inscribed with the character Yin. This did not surprise Su Fengnian. It was an open secret that his father was accompanied by 10 loyal warriors, each as elusive as shadows, adept at the art of stealth and capable of executing their tasks unseen. Upon examining the contents, he discovered the letter contained a detailed account of Lao Huang's journey to the East Sea, meticulously chronicling every trivial detail. Initially, the minutiae elicited a chuckle from Su Fengnian, who realized that his own misadventures during the journey had not escaped his father's notice. As he read on, he noted that Lao Huang had entered the territory of Wu Emperor City, where the letter revealed additional secrets beyond Lao Huang's own experiences. Renowned sword masters had already made their way to the city, including the head of the Qing sword pool and 2 reclusive figures from the Wu family sword tomb, all gathering to await a climactic battle atop the city walls. The subsequent passage mentioned the illustrious master Chao Guanzi, who had rented an entire seaside pavilion within Wu Emperor City. Though Su Fengnian had not personally witnessed these events, he could vividly sense an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were brewing over the city. The penultimate entry recounted Lao Huang pausing at a tavern not far from the main city tower, ordering 2 taels of wine, half a pound of meat, and a plate of peanuts. Lao Huang remained the same amiable soul, neither too hot nor too cold. Only the final entry of the in-character spy report remained. Su Fengnian did not hasten to read it. instead reflecting on the myriad events that had transpired over the past 3 years. The most significant encounters included a run-in with highway robbers, while countless smaller troubles had arisen. Often reminiscent of refugees struggling to meet their basic needs, resorting to deception and theft. Those who devised cunning schemes often ended up with nothing but disdain and pursuit. From the initial boldness of flirting with charming maidens to eventually avoiding even those of decent appearance. From being particular about the finest cuts of meat and the richest wines to finally being grateful for a warm cup of tea and a hint of flavor. The contrast was stark. He had even donned tattered robes to masquerade as a destitute fortune-teller, spinning tales of divination for others. In the narrow alleys. I once attempted to peddle the yet-to-be-popularized 19 variations of Go, but ended up with little profit. Instead losing a handful of coins to some cunning locals who were adept at deceit. I have sold calligraphy and paintings, and even pinned letters for the village folk. My ventures often ended with me being pursued by irate villagers. Young master, here are some cucumbers pilfered from the garden by the village edge. They are fit for raw consumption. Bah, can this be eaten? The disheveled young master, seated atop a small mound, tossed away the bitten cucumber. After a while, he feebly beckoned to Lao Wang, who was ravenously gnawing on a cucumber nearby. Alas, Lao Wang, could you fetch that cucumber for me? I truly lack the strength to rise. Young master, this is roasted corn. It is surely preferable to eating cucumbers raw. Stop your chatter. Just eat. Lao Wang. What is this that you have unearthed from the ground? Sweet potato. Can it be eaten raw? Indeed. It is remarkably crisp and sweet. May I speak? Speak. Truth be told, it is more fragrant when roasted. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Though the theft of that native chicken nearly cost me my life. It was worth it. Not at all inferior to tender venison. It is delightful. Lao Wang, upon entering the village, why were you so fixated on that flirtatious woman? Last time, you even stared at a village maiden nursing a child. What were you hoping? To catch a glimpse of a babe? I dare not touch, only gaze. Ambitious. Lao Wang, could it be that I am destined for demise? Had I known, I would not have meddled with your satchel. Not at all. Young master. Do not entertain such thoughts. It is often oneself who incites fear. I prefer to think positively. Young master, contemplate the fine wines, sumptuous meats, and fair maidens. With such thoughts, you shall surpass this trial. The more I think, the more I yearn for death. Stop, stop. The young master still owes me several jars of yellow wine. A man's word is his bond. In my homeland, a mere sound can create a pit. Lao Wang. That is hardly amusing. Shall I share a joke? Do not. Those old, lewd tales you've heard 1,000 times have worn my ears raw. Enough of that. Let us rest. Fret not. Death will not claim us. Indeed. Lao Wang, have you never taken a wife? Never. In my youth, I knew only the toil of labor. Hammering iron daily, yet could not save a single coin. In later years, no young woman would deign to glance my way. Life seems so devoid of interest and full of regret. Fortunately, I have never tasted delicacies such as bird's nest or bear paw. Thus, I do not long for their flavors. At most, I may seize an opportunity to catch a glimpse, and that suffices. Young master, is this not the case? I had not perceived that you possess such wisdom, Lao Wang. Ah, merely pondering. Lao Wang, you observe one Hua, who spends his days practicing swordplay. Yet he appears utterly lacking in talent for it. Young master, I believe that mere appearance can be deceiving. It is akin to my childhood days of gathering firewood. Those strong fellows would tire after merely 2 hours of effort, while I, though clumsy, would sharpen my axe and labor for 6 or 7 hours, ultimately bringing home more firewood than they. Moreover, while ascending the mountain to gather firewood, one might chance upon splendid timber, and a mere cut could fetch a handful of coins. This method seems rather simplistic. Is it not the nature of the simple-minded to employ such rudimentary tactics, lest they find themselves unable to survive? After all, having been granted the rare opportunity to traverse this world, I believe one ought to engage in some endeavor. Alas, I find your reasoning intolerable. By the way, Lao Wang, if I were to pursue the art of swordsmanship, would there be a promising future? Surely such promise must be extraordinary. Lao Wang, your praise, when uttered from your lips, brings me no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Hey, how many times must I ask you not to regard me with such eyes? The head maid, Hong Shu, observed the expression of the young lord, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Su Fingyan, gathering his thoughts, finally turned to the final chapters. Sword 9 Huang leapt atop the wall, halting 20 paces from Wang Xianji, releasing 5 swords from his sheath, executing the 8-sword form. Wang Xianji countered with one hand, engaging in a total of 68 exchanges. Ultimately, Sword 9 emerged, With a flick of Wang Xinji's right hand, Sword 9 cascaded like a torrent of stars, devastating Wang Xinji's right sleeve. Wang Xinji fought valiantly, but Sword 9 Huang, wielding a single sword with one hand, countered 49 strikes, leading to his demise. Appendix 1. Sword 9 Huang, with all meridians severed, sat meditating upon the city wall, gazing northward, lifeless yet unyielding. Appendix 2. Following this battle, none dared to assert that Sword 9 Huang fell short of the sword god. Deng Taiye. Within the observation sea tower, Chao Guanzi extolled Sword 9's technique, declaring it resplendent, with no superior swordplay remaining in the realm. Appendix 3. The name of Sword 9 spans 6,000 miles, as recounted by Sword 9 Huang himself. Appendix 4. Prior to his passing, Sword 9 Huang reportedly had a final utterance, known only to Wang Xinji. Su Fengnian remained absorbed in reading a letter, his profile betraying no emotion. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, "Hong Shu, prepare some yellow wine." Though it was not the season for brewing yellow wine, as the crabs and bass in the lake were still young, the head maid gently inquired, "Your Highness, shall we drink at this hour?" Su Fengnian nodded, expressing his desire for a drink. Understanding his intent, Hong Shu, with her keen sensibilities, refrained from further questions and retrieved a flask of aged yellow wine from the cellar of the Wutong courtyard, known for its rare treasures, and brewed a pot for the young lord, serving it on a small table beside the bamboo couch on the second floor. Su Fengnian requested 2 wine cups, waved his hand to dismiss Hong Shu and the other maids, leaving the second floor, adorned with invaluable antiques and paintings, in serene solitude. He poured 2 cups of yellow wine and sat quietly throughout the day, his expression unwavering between joy and sorrow. As dusk approached, he caught sight of the long-neglected embroidered winter blade, which had been hung on the wall as mere decoration. Rising from the bamboo couch, he took down the beautifully inscribed blade, drawing it from its sheath, the chill penetrating his skin. That fateful occasion when he stealthily pilfered Lao Wang's sword case had left him nearly lifeless, a testament to the formidable aura contained within. The embroidered winter blade, alongside those swords, was a tool capable of severing heads, far removed from the frivolous trinkets worn by the young wastrels of Liangzhou. Even the steward and servants arriving later could hardly fathom that this young lord, who spent his days indulging in revelry, had first grasped a blade at the tender age of 6. As Su Fengnian descended with the sword, he noticed a cluster of maids gathered in the courtyard, their faces marked with concern. He chuckled, saying, "Go about your own business. It would suffice to appear occupied. Otherwise, if Chief Steward Shin catches sight of us, he will prattle on about the lack of decorum in Wudong courtyard." Su Fengnian swiftly entered the chamber, retrieving the mechanism box from beneath the bed. He unearthed a stack of silk adorned with charcoal illustrations depicting sword techniques, identical to the box itself, now rendered as relics. Seeking solitude, Su Fengnian concentrated intently throughout the night. After returning the rudimentary sword manual to the box, he raised his gaze to find his father, Su Xiao, seated nearby. Unbeknownst to him until now, Su Xiao inquired, "Do you comprehend it?" Su Fengnian shook his head, replying, "Not at all. Old Huang's artistry is lacking, and my understanding is even poorer." Su Xiao chuckled, "Do you wish to learn the sword?" Su Fengnian nodded affirmatively, indeed, understanding his son as only a father could. Su Xiao asked, "Once you master the sword, will you retrieve the 6 swords from the sword box in Woody City?" Su Fengnian calmly responded, "There is no reason to leave them there for others to mock old Huang." Su Xiao, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, "Will you be able to reclaim them before you turn 50? Su Fengnian sighed, "Only heaven knows." Su Xiao offered no consolation, rising casually to depart, leaving behind a nonchalant comment, "Think it through before discussing it with your father." Su Fengnian gazed at his father's retreating figure and asked, "What was old Huang's final message?" Su Xiao halted, without turning, and said, "We shall speak of it once you have completed your training." In truth, what old Huang uttered was inconsequential. The man was gone. 6,000 miles of wind and cloud, a sword box erected upon the city wall. Yet, the numerous jars of yellow wine still remain. Su Fengnian indeed picked up the martial arts he once scorned, but before mastering the sword, he first delved into the art of the blade. Naturally, he sought the guidance of the white-haired old master. The old master was preparing to leave the royal residence to wander the rivers and lakes, having long lamented his itch to confront the 10 greatest masters who, while squatting in the latrine, seldom engaged in battle. He intended to defeat the 9 of them before challenging the famed Wang Leiguai. The old master held a particular disdain for that old rogue, who flaunted his title as the best in the world while pretending to be second best. Such pretentiousness was utterly detestable. while gnawing on a leg of lamb. The old master erupted into boisterous laughter upon hearing that Su Fingnian wished to learn the art of the blade, scattering morsels of lamb everywhere. Observing that the young lord, who wielded a fine blade, was entirely serious, he discarded his lamb leg and, with his greasy hands, caressed the immense crimson blade he had acquired during his youth from a renowned master. He posed a question. "What makes you think I should teach you?" Su Fingnian replied, "I shall send Su Shao to invite Wei Beishan, who wields the horse-slaying blade, to the North Liang for a duel with you. From now on, every year, until I have mastered the blade." The old master praised the boldness of his plan, then looked up at Su Fingnian with a curious smile and asked, "Young man, enlighten me as to why you wish to learn the blade. Is the 30,000 iron cavalry of North Liang not sufficient for you to display your prowess?" Su Fingnian drew out Xiudong, lightly flicked his fingers, and grinned. "The weapons of those men are ultimately theirs. I must find a blade that suits me." The old master, non-committal, instructed Su Fingnian to hold Xiudong with one arm and stand for half an hour without letting the blade tilt. Otherwise, even if Wang Leigui were summoned, this unworthy apprentice would not be accepted. As a result, Su Fingnian persisted for an hour before fainting, yet Xiudong never wavered. Indeed, it did not tremble in the slightest. The old master stared blankly at the fallen young lord, approached, pinched his rigid right arm, and mused that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Subsequently, the old master did not impart any profound techniques to Su Fingnian. Instead, he had him repeatedly practice four monotonous movements: thrust, diagonal sweep, vertical chop, and returning slash. 3,000 thrusts, 3,000 sweeps, 4,000 chops, and 4,000 slashes. The old master had anticipated that this young scion, accustomed to a life of luxury, would at least inquire about the reasoning behind these motions, yet Su Fingnian remained silent, rising each dawn to practice in a secluded courtyard and departing late at night, Xiudong never leaving his side. This behavior left the old master both vexed and intrigued. For Su Fingnian exhibited not only willpower, but also a remarkably solid foundation in wielding the blade. Could it be that this young lord had previously received careful training from military generals? Had he learned the use of a fierce blade for self-defense? The old master's deliberate difficulties, forcing Su Fingnian to practice the tedious grip of the blade, were partly intended to dissuade him. For there was no shortcut to mastering any blade technique. The other part stemmed from genuine concern. The essence of practicing with a blade lay in mastering the grip. If one could not hold the blade firmly, they would merely be dragged along by it. Even with a vast collection of exquisite sword manuals, one would only perform seemingly ornate moves, leading inevitably to defeat in battle. The initial day of practicing the blade coincided with the height of summer. Following this peak, autumn approached. Su Fingnian persisted in practicing shirtless, his once smooth skin, nurtured by fine garments and rich food, darkening to a bronze hue, becoming increasingly robust. With a few scars, he could easily be mistaken for a hardened soldier. Yet, his blade skills remained far from proficient. After the white dew, autumn equinox, and cold dew, comes the frost descent. The number of changes has escalated from 4,000 to 6,000. Su Fingnian finally mustered the courage to pose his first query. The sword is the heart of 100 weapons, grand and expansive, emphasizing that even amidst 1,000 troops, I shall advance. Yet, this time, the technique of the sword is about drawing it back. Why the insistence on excessive practice? The old chief chuckled. In this world, there are countless swordsmen unafraid of death, yet those who truly fear not death are most susceptible to demise. Even the finest techniques of retreat cannot escape the essence of the word draw. There exists no sword technique that can claim lives universally. The profound truths of my grandfather were conceived during his contemplations along the path outside the King of Hell's abode. Take heed of this wisdom. In the armory, there lies a mountain of sword manuals, yet from the very first day Su Fingnian began his sword practice, he never set foot in the tidal listening pavilion, a revered sanctuary of martial arts among the practitioners of the Jianghu. The old chief took great comfort in this. The path of swordsmanship is unlike the heavenly principles studied by that young disciple of Wudong Mountain. The most crucial aspect is perseverance akin to water wearing through stone. As for the phase of minor achievements, I harbor no concerns regarding the harmonious selection of mental techniques and the cultivation of both internal and external skills. The true question lies in whether the pampered young master can endure until that day arrives. After the arrival of winter, even as the lake's surface froze, Su Fingnian would be taken by the old chief into the depths of the lake to practice his swordsmanship, with his breath-holding durations progressively extending. Although he had yet to master the techniques, he had at least developed his aquatic skills. Recently, several bands of marauders had unexpectedly emerged outside the city. creating chaos right beneath the nose of the formidable Grand Pillar nation. This was akin to disturbing the ancestral spirits. Yet rumors within the city suggested that these audacious bandits were not vanquished by the northern Liang cavalry, but rather annihilated by a fearsome swordsman donning a menacing mask. The onlookers within the city, after applauding in astonishment, would invariably lament that the absent young master, who had been silent for half a year, had missed the spectacle. Otherwise, he would surely have bestowed grand rewards. Meanwhile, the local elites were left in a state of bewilderment, questioning the origins of this elusive swordsman and the arrival of these bandits. Though the governance of the Grand Pillar nation may not be devoid of order, they could not bring themselves to believe the rumors of northern migrants from the northern barbarian region inciting turmoil. On the 28th day of the lunar calendar, Su Fengyan accompanied the Grand Pillar nation to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's sacred site, Jianghu Mountain, where he was to toll the bell following his ceremonial crowning. Dismounting and ascending the mountain, he spent the night atop the Thousand Buddhas pavilion. Under the dim light, he took a moment to peruse a thick letter from the real man of Jianghu Mountain. A smile crept across Su Fengyan's face upon reading that Huang manner. Upon seeing the hills adorned with hawthorn, had eagerly gathered handfuls to bring back to his master's dwelling, resulting in an overflowing courtyard. Thankfully, the esteemed real man atop the mountain dared not reprimand him, but gently advised that the hawthorn, once picked, does not store well and is best gathered when descending the mountain in years to come, lest Huang manner nearly dismantle the house. Su Xiao had not yet retired for the night. Entering the room, he cast a glance at the embroidered winter sword resting on the table, holding another letter from his second daughter, Su Weisheng. The Grand Pillar nation wore a distressed expression as he remarked, "Your second sister has penned a scathing letter to me." Su Fengyan inquired with a chuckle, "Is it due to my martial practice with the sword?" After sitting down with a sigh, Su Xiao replied, "If you continue to practice relentlessly, she may very well rush back from the Academy of Upper Yin to scold me in person." Su Fengyan, refraining from glancing at the letter, could only revel in the misfortune, asking, "What did she say?" Su Xiao narrowed his eyes and remarked, "She asked me to inquire, what of the blade first?" Su Fengyan pondered for a moment and replied, "You should respond that it strengthens the body. One cannot be hollowed out by mere beauty." Su Xiao hesitated. "Isn't that reasoning somewhat frivolous?" Su Fengyan asserted confidently, "To deal with my second sister, one must employ such tactics. Otherwise, can one truly prevail against her with lofty principles?" Su Xiao gave a thumbs up, flattering, "You have not learned the blade in vain." On the morning of the 29th, a dense fog enveloped the mountains. Su Fengyan rested his hands on the hilt of the Shodong blade, gazing into the distance. After the onset of winter, the bandits he encountered were merely practice dummies arranged by his father, Su Xiao, though Su Xiao provided no hints. Su Fengyan surmised they were likely severe offenders from the northern Liang army, having committed grave transgressions. Su Xiao maintained a strict military discipline, with clear rewards and punishments. Even his adopted son, Chen Zhibao, faced public flogging for his misdeeds. It was no wonder that whispers in the capital claimed that northern Liang acknowledged only the command of the Liang king, disregarding the emperor's jade seal. The military prisoners who temporarily assumed the roles of bandits had not inherited orthodox martial arts but had honed their skills through the brutalities of battle. They were powerful and ferocious, embodying the unique fearlessness of the northern Liang cavalry, making them ideal for Su Fengyan to refine his direct and ruthless blade techniques. The old chief observed as Su Fengyan dispatched 3 groups of foes, afterward losing interest and simply providing directions for Su Fengyan to proceed alone with his solitary blade. After the first encounter, Su Fengyan bore 6 wounds, 5 minor and 1 serious. The stab to his back, while serious, was not fatal. He lay in a pool of blood. Yet the blade remained clutched in his hand, ultimately carried back to the royal residence by the old chief. In subsequent skirmishes, Su Fengyan continued to fight while injured, as the old chief never allowed him a moment of respite or complaint. Such treatment would be unthinkable for other aristocratic young masters raised in noble households. Engaging in life-and-death struggles with ruthless brigands was fraught with peril, far too intricate to disclose to outsiders. Su Fengyan closed his eyes, slowing his breath. He pondered whether it was time to delve into inner martial arts, no matter how domineering external blade techniques may be. When faced with a true master who is adept in both inner and outer disciplines, they would seem like mere children at play, destined to be the subject of mockery. However, mastering inner martial arts requires meticulous progression, harmonizing the body's myriad apertures and meridians, akin to the strategic arrangement of troops in battle. The Wudong sect, famed for its profound internal cultivation, especially those gifted practitioners under the guidance of skilled mentors, dedicated themselves to daily training in the mountains, striving to resonate with the profound principles of the universe. Inner strength is not something one can simply consume to satiate. Su Fengnian wondered where he might procure the invaluable years of practice needed to cultivate such power. Should he seek out some unorthodox methods at the Listening Tide Pavilion? Su Fengnian furrowed his brow, opening his eyes to the vast sea of clouds and the soothing sound of pines, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. He recalled the former owner of the Xiudong blade, wondering when that beautiful white fox-faced figure would grace the third floor. Perhaps she would disdainfully claim the Xiudong blade had been given to the wrong person? That year, amidst heavy snowfall, the white fox-faced maiden had drawn her blade on the lake, truly embodying the essence of a fierce blade master. Su Fengnian was acutely aware of the vast chasm between their abilities, yet he remained undiscouraged. An old man with a missing tooth, who always wore a silly grin, once remarked that while it is indeed a pleasure to be well fed, one should release gas one at a time. Taking it slow is far more comfortable. He is currently practicing the art of swordsmanship, which is rather a foolish endeavor. The morning bell is about to ring. Due to his sword training, Su Fengnian's strikes resonate with a powerful clang. Over the course of a day, the bell tolls a total of 108 times. Qi Danghua, the soldier from Beiliang, wears an unusual expression. The other sons, Yao Jian and Yi Shi, exchange glances filled with a mix of surprise and delight. The rotund Chu Lushan nearly pops his eyes out in astonishment. As for the scoundrels, Tu Qinjibao and Zhua Xiong Yuan's Wuzong, they are patrolling the borders and are not present. A group descends from Jianghu mountain on foot, and the imposing Da Zhuguo walks alongside Su Fengnian, saying slowly, "If you truly wish to learn martial arts, there are indeed skilled individuals at your residence who possess some unconventional techniques, provided you are willing to set aside your pride." Su Fengnian chuckles softly. What pride could I possibly maintain? Da Zhuguo gazes towards Wudong Mountain, squinting slightly. That is good to hear. During the first month of the year, an array of distinguished visitors arrives with gifts, including Lingzhou's governor, Yin Jieshi, who arrives with his children, followed closely by the notoriously Gongda of Fengzhou, who naturally brings along his notoriously ill-reputed son, Li Hanlin. The friendship between their sons and the young prince has fostered a deep bond between the two governors, allowing them to garner the favor of the Beiliang king, who has overlooked occasional missteps in governance. Among them, Yin Jieshi possesses an enviable advantage. He has a daughter of remarkable talent and beauty, praised even by Da Zhuguo himself, who commends her composure and grace. Many believe she is destined for the Beiliang royal court, though the young prince's libertine nature has yet to yield any substantial developments. Today, Da Zhuguo personally receives the two governors. Li Hanlin, restless, cannot remain seated. With a wave of Da Zhuguo's hand, he is dismissed, and he eagerly drags his friend Yin Qiji, who is still bowing in respect, out of the room. Li Gongda sighs, lamenting the boy's lack of decorum. But Da Zhuguo chuckles, remarking that Hanlin's temperament is quite amiable. This reassures Li Gongda, who reflects that Da Zhuguo's casual remark carries far more weight than 1,000 criticisms from within the province. Yin Jieshi's daughter, Yin Dongwu, gracefully takes her leave to stroll within the estate. It is rare for a woman to earn such commendation from Da Zhuguo. She is acknowledged by the Beiliang prince as a learned lady, proficient in music, chess, literature, and the arts, possessing a beauty that is both radiant and striking. Had it not been for Su Weisheng, the most remarkable woman in Beiliang, overshadowing her, she would be even more renowned. However, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Su Fengnian, she harbored no fondness for him, viewing the young prince as an empty-headed fool, a sentiment she never concealed. Conversely, Su Fengnian sees Yin Dongwu as a name-dropping flatterer, outwardly amiable yet cunningly shrewd, appearing gentle and harmless, while concealing a sharp blade. Whoever marries her would be inviting trouble into their home. In summary, the two have been at odds for years, unable to tolerate each other's presence, avoiding each other whenever possible. Her brother, Yin Jieshi, had hoped to strengthen ties with Su Fengnian but, seeing no hope, eventually gave up. As dusk falls, Yin Dongwu walks along a secluded path, silently mocking the prince. She has heard no news of his mischief in the past 6 months. Rumored to be confined to study the classics, but she finds it hard to believe that Da Zhuguo could restrain Su Fengnian's restless spirit. She suspects he has stirred up yet another calamity. Yin Dongwu heard a mocking voice. "Oh, this young lady displays remarkable courage, daring to roam alone in the territory of Su Chaobao. Does she not fear being abducted and subjected to his whims, without needing to raise her gaze?" She recognized the speaker as the prince, her fated nemesis, who had failed to achieve any notable accomplishments. Disregarding the taunts, Yin Dongwu quickened her pace. Wishing to distance herself from the source of irritation, Su Fingnian, relentless, blocked her path and jested, "My lady, shall I offer my protection? You wouldn't want to fall victim to Su Xiaobao's vile hands, risking your modesty. I hear a young prince in the capital has taken quite a liking to you. Could it be that you are preparing to become a royal consort?" Yin Dongwu shot him a furious glance. Her expression remained icy, though internally she felt a twinge of surprise. It had been over 3 years since she last encountered this insufferable man, and he appeared markedly more robust, yet still exuded the same odious air of a spoiled aristocrat. Noticing that the most prominent young gentleman of Liaozhou had traded his ornate sword for a more straightforward blade, which he carelessly wielded, she took a step back, creating distance, and retorted, "Is it that you could not master the art of wielding a fearsome broadsword, and thus resort to the simplest of blades? Such lofty aspirations you possess, your highness." Su Fengnian chuckled and hoisted his knife onto his shoulder, leaning casually against it. "Have you heard of the exploits of that swordsman? Do you think I should offer him a few thousand taels of silver? I've received word that a bloody confrontation is set to occur outside the city tonight, and I'm pondering how much silver to bring. You, my lady, are quite skilled in calculations. Perhaps you could lend me your expertise?" Yin Dongwu retorted coldly, "Do you dare witness such a gruesome spectacle? How much silver you choose to spend is your own affair, but I would kindly advise you to bring an extra set of clothes." Su Fingnian feigned astonishment. "Ah, the astute scholar has foreseen that I might soil myself. Truly impressive. I once thought you indifferent to matters, never inquiring or expressing knowledge. It appears I have misjudged you." Losing patience with Su Fingnian's banter, Yin Dongwu commanded firmly, "Step aside." Leaning nonchalantly against his knife, Su Fingnian teased, "My lady, do you dare accompany me to witness the swordsman?" Yin Dongwu replied resolutely, "I dare not." Su Fengnian jested further, "Are you afraid of witnessing my clumsiness? Or perhaps afraid of the swordsman, unable to resist eloping with him? I hear you have a penchant for secretly reading tales of wandering heroes. Are you not curious about the formidable figure behind that fearsome visage?" Though exposed, Yin Dongwu remained unfazed, choosing silence over embarrassment. Su Fengnian feigned disappointment. "If you do not wish to join, then I shall enjoy the spectacle alone." As he brushed past her, Yin Dongwu suddenly wrinkled her nose and, for the first time, inquired, "Are you truly intent on being that foolish benefactor?" Su Fengnian replied with a smile, "There are 2 horses in the stable." In the end, the 2 rode out of the city. Clad in a thick cloak to obscure her presence, Yin Dongwu galloped furiously. Feeling a deep regret for being ensnared by the charms of Su Xiaobao, she had initially believed that the royal estate would be accompanied by a cavalry escort. Yet after traveling 20 miles beyond the city, no such presence was in sight. Curiously, she inquired aloud, "Su Fengnian, where are you taking me?" Su Fengnian, gripping his sword with one hand, turned with a smile and replied, "After another 20 miles, you shall find out. Do you fear that I might lead you to a desolate wilderness for unsavory purposes? Rest assured, I understand that a forced engagement bears no sweetness. This lesson is one I have learned well." Under the starlit night, Yin Dongwu beheld a face that seemed increasingly unfamiliar. After traversing another 20 miles, they spotted a flickering campfire atop a small hill. Su Fengnian was the first to leap onto the slope. Upon reaching the summit, Yin Dongwu's complexion turned ashen. Below, a dozen burly men sat, drinking from large bowls and feasting on meat, their expressions dark and menacing. Upon seeing Su Fengnian, they regarded him as a plump lamb. And upon noticing the exquisitely dressed Yin Dongwu, their eyes glinted with a lewd hunger. To be abandoned in such a forsaken place, only to have a delicate beauty presented before them, would be a sin to refuse. Yin Dongwu stared blankly at Su Fengnian's profile, pondering whether this dandy intended to take such a vile and malicious approach to exact revenge on her. Su Fengnian, fixated on the scene below, gently laughed, "Miss Yin, do not hastily contemplate self-destruction. I am not as base as you suspect. Handing you over to a band of dead men would only sever my ties with Yin Qiji, and that would be a loss I cannot afford." With a long exhale, Su Fengnian's breath formed a distinct white mist in the frigid air, particularly vivid to Yin Dongwu. She then witnessed this idle young lord produce a grotesque mask from his bosom and don it upon his face. Drawing his sword, he plunged the scabbard into the earth. This series of silent actions transformed his demeanor entirely. Yin Dongwu covered her mouth, stifling a sound. It was a propitious time for murder, in the snowy days. Corpses would soon resemble icicles beneath the eaves, clean and unblemished, especially when stained with blood, which would freeze like delicate embroidery. This pleased Su Fengnian. who preferred swift and decisive actions when it came to killing. After several rounds of slaughter, he had accrued some unspoken wisdom from his experiences. However, traversing the world drenched in blood, devoid of a kindred spirit, was a formidable solitude. After all, why do masters of combat choose rooftops or mountain summits for their duels? At the very least, they convened in bustling marketplaces. Moreover, Su Fengnian had harbored a long-standing disdain for Yin Dongwu, not for her beauty, which he found quite appealing, but for the haughty demeanor of the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Thus, he conceived a mischievous plan to expose her to the world. With the rare opportunity for a captivating audience beyond the old leader, he felt compelled to execute his plans with greater fervor and ruthlessness, aiming to instill a profound terror within her. The leader of the bandits signaled to two capable yet less trusted individuals to act as vanguards. Naturally, they were reluctant. Having heard tales of the masked killer on the hill whose strikes were anything but gentle, with very few victims returning intact. However, the leader decreed, "Eliminate the one in the mask, and you shall be the first to savor that lovely lady." This promise spurred the two bandits, who had long suppressed their desires, to disregard their lives. After all, they had been inexplicably cast here. And upon learning that slaying the one who sought to kill them would absolve them of their death sentence and secure a substantial bounty, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. It was a deadly stalemate where only one could survive, and in a moment of heated impulse, many considerations were cast aside. The blade of Xiaodong clashed with that of a bandit, as Su Fengnian deftly sidestepped, causing the weapon to slide down and sever several fingers from the charging assailant. Before the man could utter a cry of despair, Su Fengnian seized the moment and swiftly removed his head in one fluid motion. Without pausing, Xiaodong rolled and executed a second bandit with a decisive strike. Su Fengnian plunged directly into the fray, while Xiaodong surged forth like a rolling snowball. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the battlefield was strewn with remnants, as few corpses remained intact. At last, Su Fengnian exhaled deeply, recognizing the wisdom in the notion of seizing the moment. It is imperative to maintain a steady flow of energy when wielding a blade, and he began to grasp this truth. He removed the fearsome mask that concealed his face, the aura shifting as he transformed back into the carefree and charming young gentleman. With a flick of his wrist, he sent droplets of blood from Xiaodong's blade cascading onto the snow-covered ground, before ascending the slope with his weapon in hand. Seated upon her horse, Yin Dongwu trembled, gritting her teeth in a show of resilience, unwilling to relinquish the lofty pride she had cultivated over the years. Su Fengnian cast a glance at her, wiping the blade against her exquisite fox fur coat, leaving behind faint marks. This crude gesture startled the noble lady, nearly causing her to falter. Not wishing to further frighten this intelligent, yet momentarily dazed young woman, Su Fengnian sheathed Xiaodong and took a few steps before mounting his horse, gently stating, "Let us return." 40 miles from the city, Su Fengnian led the way, while the less skilled Yin Dongwu struggled to keep pace behind him. Much of the time, Su Fengnian sat atop his horse with eyes closed, breathing deeply. The art of wielding a sword and the act of killing were of secondary importance. The true refinement awaited him in the courtyard of the royal mansion. The gatekeeper opened his eyes wide upon recognizing the esteemed presence of the young lord. Hastily calling for the gates to be opened, fearful of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure from Beiyang, who might choose to abandon everything and return home to tend to chickens and cultivate the land. Su Fengnian escorted the eldest daughter of the Yin family to the governor's residence, smiling as he said, "This horse must be returned to me." After dismounting, Yin Dongwu remained the epitome of ladylike silence, which Su Fengnian found amusing. As he bent down to take the reins from her hand, he playfully tapped her rear with the sheath of Xiaodong, jesting, "Has your spirit fled?" Yin Dongwu, her face tinged with indignation, met his gaze. Su Fengnian lifted her delicate chin with the tip of the blade, speaking slowly, "Your father has a letter addressed to the Grand Guardian in the capital, resting on Su Zhao's desk. Thus, your descent from your lofty stature to accompany this unrefined young lord on a snowy outing was not in vain." Yin Dongwu's eyes betrayed her anxiety. Su Fengnian offered a teasing smile, tossing the fearsome mask into her arms, saying, "As a token of appreciation for your company tonight, I bestow this upon you. Should you harbor resentment towards me in the future, let it be an outlet for your frustrations." Within the listening tide pavilion, the Grand Duke witnessed the two riders depart from the residence, a smile gracing his lips as he returned to his seat opposite Chief Advisor Li Yishan, quietly inquiring, "Brother Yuaning, do you believe this rascal has deceived the young lady of the Yin family more, or has he saved the entire clan of that bookish fellow?" "Yin Qiji?" Li Yishan replied blandly, both. Su Shao chuckled. Is the position of the governor of Lingzhou truly so undervalued? The old fool, Yin Jieshu, is far too theoretical. Believing that by establishing a connection with the Grand Guardian, even if his daughter were to become the Empress by mere chance, she could escape my grasp? Does he think that by voicing his grievances beneath the Emperor's feet, he could topple me? One should consider the immense wealth he has accumulated in the cold lands over the years, a fortune bestowed upon him by whom? Without this gold and silver, how could he possibly win over Wang Taibao or forge a brotherly bond with that figure in the imperial court, Han Diaoxi? In this regard, Li Gongda proves to be significantly more astute, for he remains ever cognizant of who his true benefactors are. It is such individuals who endure the test of time. Li Yishan spoke with a calm demeanor. Where do you find so many docile hounds at your beck and call? Occasionally, a few wild curs may leap over the walls. But does that not align with your desires? If the cold lands were to enjoy perpetual peace, devoid of the martial preparations along the borders and the so-called loyal ministers like Yin Jieshi, would your position not become all the more precarious? Are there not enough esteemed ministers who spend their latter years embroiled in disgraceful dealings, tarnishing their own names? You have fared rather well. After all, you can still refuse the princess's request for a consort. Despite the relentless criticism from scholars for over a decade, your spine remains unbroken, a source of pride indeed. Dazhu Guo remained unfazed by these remarks, offering no commentary. Li Yishan, with a hint of self-deprecation, noted how the young man had shed some of his frivolity but retained a certain swagger. Shortly after Su Fengnian returned to the manor, he was drawn upstairs to share wine, resulting in a few rounds of conversation that left Li Yishan quite vexed. For Li Yishan, despite the myriad complexities of Go, ultimately, it is but a lifeless game. No matter how grand the display, without entering the realm of true mastery, it remains a mere illusion. Li Yishan had never held a fondness for it, yet Su Fengnian's childhood antics prevented him from settling down. To keep this young rogue anchored to the mat, the only solution he found was the art of concealment. In private, Li Yishan held a deep appreciation for the young man's innate extraordinary memory. As they played, they began with pieces and boards, but soon removed all tangible elements, merely mimicking the motions of placing stones. They agreed beforehand on the set positions, with no room for regret. Over the years, Li Yishan emerged victorious 9 times out of 10. However, upon returning from his travels, Su Fengnian had seemingly acquired an endless array of unconventional tactics, and as the game progressed, he employed increasingly chaotic moves that bewildered his master, nearly prompting Li Yishan to strike the unruly lad with a wine jug. Sitting cross-legged, Li Yishan sighed lightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It appears we are bound for a tie, for wins and 4 losses. The young man, as I wished, had embraced martial arts. Yet in Go, he had bested me. Su Shao laughed heartily, but we still have 2 matches left. There is no rush. Li Yishan lifted his brush, pausing mid-air, and inquired, is the scholar from the Xianin Academy coming to challenge you in a game? Su Shao chuckled, indeed. Li Yishan retorted with a smirk. In the past, they wielded the 9 nations as mere pawns and half the world as their board, displaying such audacity, yet their moves lack brilliance, merely sitting idly to debate. After your onslaught, what strategies or formations remain? Su Shao replied, Wei Sheng is still there pursuing his studies. I must extend some courtesy. Otherwise, you know my temperament. Scholarly pride and righteous indignation are, to me, utterly intolerable. Li Yishan smiled in silence. Suddenly, Su Shao posed a question. Do you think Wudong will rise or fall? Li Yishan countered. Is Wang Chongluo's arduous training at Dao Wangding not a wasted effort? Are you not worried that Wudong Mountain might turn against you? Su Shao merely smiled in response. In the secluded courtyard of the Wang residence, Su Fengnian sat cross-legged in the courtyard alongside Lao Kuei, gradually recounting every intricate detail of that fierce battle amidst the snow. Should his strikes lack decisiveness, if his speed were to prioritize haste over control, or if he squandered even a modicum of energy through miscalculation, Lao Kuei would deliver a stern reprimand with the back of his blade, followed by succinct critiques. Ultimately, Lao Kuei was a master of the blade. Having honed his skills to perfection, even without being present, Su Fengnian's narration was as vivid as if witnessed firsthand. Su Fengnian did not desire the superior techniques, and Lao Kuei, in turn, refrained from revealing his hidden prowess. The two engaged in a subtle game of guessing, testing whose patience would prevail. Leaning against a crimson-painted pillar, the silver-haired Lao Kuei inquired with a smile, Young lad, if your aim is to retrieve the sword chest from the city wall, why not learn the sword? Would that not be more exhilarating? Moreover, In the world of martial arts, do not young people generally prefer to carry swords? The notion of a sword coming from the east and going to the west sounds far more elegant than wielding a knife. What was that phrase again? Oh, it eludes me for the moment. Sitting upright, with the embroidered winner resting on his lap, Su Fingnian chuckled lightly. The phrase is Yangshuan Bai Shue. Even the cold ground calls you Su the fool. How unjust! Lao Kuei exclaimed, slapping his thigh and then playfully striking the heir's shoulder, causing Su Fingnian to nearly topple forward, only managing to steady himself after a subtle sway. Su Fingnian, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "Grandfather, your discernment is quite ordinary, lacking in comparison to your swordsmanship." Lao Kuei chuckled heartily. "Wait until I face that Wei Beishan who wields the saber, then I shall truly depart from this place. Have you considered your path ahead, young one?" Resting his hand on the scabbard of the embroidered winter, Su Fingnian sighed. "What else is there to do? First, I shall seek a quick-fix internal cultivation manual within the pavilion, and then leave the rest to fate. If that fails, I might as well memorize the chaotic techniques of various sects, so that during confrontations, I can gain even the slightest advantage. My innate potential seems rather mediocre. It is unlikely I could match your prowess of overcoming 10 with a single force. If I do not employ some less than reputable tricks, when shall I ever reach Woody City? By the way, did Wang Xinji truly snap the wooden horse ox of the legendary swordsman Li Chuangang with just 2 fingers? Lao Kuei nodded, a touch of melancholy in his heart. For the most exceptional martial artist of the realm, the enigmatic Wang Xinji remained an insurmountable mountain, such that not only defeating him, but even achieving a draw would secure one's place among the top 10 masters, highlighting the unparalleled strength of that centenarian. Su Fingnian gradually rose, mindful that he must rise early the next day. Tonight, the future princess's residence was likely in chaos. On the following day, a distinguished guest arrived at the Northern Liang Palace, a teacher from the Shangyin Academy, said to hold a position second only to the grand sacrificial wine of the academy. Being one of the 3 such figures, these 3 were generally revered as the esteemed masters of Jixia, imparting not merely conventional texts but the profound principles of sages. The scholars of Shangyin Academy hailed from all corners of the world, irrespective of region, status, or wealth. As long as they passed the academy's triennial examination, they could enroll and become Shangyin scholars. These individuals who leap like carp over the dragon gate were thus honored as Jixia scholars. In contemporary times, the grand scholar of the academy, Qi Yanglong, serves as the national master, holding an exalted status, elusive like a dragon whose presence is seldom encountered. The visiting scholars are known only by the surname Wang, who teaches the art of strategy and dominance at the Upper Yin Academy. He once triumphed and subsequently faltered in 2 renowned debates, winning the argument of reputation yet losing in the celestial dispute, resulting in his rare appearances thereafter. His standards for disciples are stringent. In nearly a decade, he has only accepted Su Wei Xiong, the second daughter of the infamous butcher Su Xiao, as a student, declaring her to be his secluded disciple, capable of inheriting his legacy, a fulfillment sufficient for his life. Through a scant exchange of letters with his second sister Su Wei Xiong, Su Fingnian gleaned that this master of Jishang is an ardent chess enthusiast, relishing in observing games and engaging in discussion. As for the depth of his knowledge, Su Fingnian held no doubts. After all, to be a mentor to his sister indicates a level of proficiency that could hardly be lacking. At the base of the White Crane Tower, a chess match was underway. The adopted son Yuan Zuozong stood at a distance, allowing only the esteemed Su Xiao and the master of Jishang from afar to enjoy their game. Su Fingnian ascended to the mountain summit, catching a glimpse of Mr. Wang's profile, his visage lean, clad in a simple blue robe, and wearing humble hemp shoes, with a jade pendant tied at his waist. Engaged in a battle of wits with Su Xiao on the chessboard, he bore an air of confidence, exuding elegance and a transcendent presence. Su Fingnian mused that the grand scholar of the Upper Yin Academy indeed possessed profound composure, while ordinary masters would falter in the presence of Su Xiao. This individual radiated an unshakable tranquility. Thus, he approached with reverence, observing that both Su Xiao and the master of Jishang were engrossed in their match, with neither lifting their gaze. With a sense of trepidation, Su Fingnian focused intently, nearly sputtering blood in shock. The 2 eminent players, well versed in the intricacies of strategy, displayed contrasting styles, one embodying the vastness of the ocean, profound and far-reaching, while the other exhibited meticulous precision, each move laden with lethal intent. Yet the 2 before him? Su Xiao was undeniably a dreadful player, a fact Su Fingnian recognized all too well. Initially, he surmised that Mr. Wang was employing elevated tactics against Su Xiao's pedestrian style. But to his dismay, The game resembled an entangled mess, akin to two children wrestling in the mud, utterly devoid of the finesse expected of masters. Observing the situation, it became clear that the chess prowess of the master of Jianghu was no better than Su Xiao's. Thus, their struggle was fiercely contested. Most bewildering to Su Fingyan was Mr. Wang's self-satisfied commentary on what he perceived to be a masterful move. Insisting on a form of self-affirmation reminiscent of playing without wasteful pieces and steering the game towards grand strategies, yet ironically opting for a path that truly defied logic. Su Fingyan, wide-eyed, could find no brilliance in the moves, only witnessing a series of blunders that were painful to behold. The master of Jianghu, eyeing the precarious balance of the game, declared with a sense of triumph. Among the three factions of the chess world, encompassing 18 masters, only Zhao Dingyan and Chen Shiping are unable to hold their ground. All others can stand against. Su Fingyan's countenance involuntarily twitched. Su Xiao remained impassive, refusing to make his move. Finally, the master of Jianghu lifted his gaze, his expression warm, inquiring, "Your Highness, do you believe this light piece of the grand scholar should be sacrificed or retained?" Su Fingyan took a moment to steady his breath and, with a smile, remarked, "It is difficult to say. Master Jianghu's strategy is intricate and transcends the ordinary. I fear that white is likely lost." Unexpectedly, in a fit of anger, Su Xiao inadvertently executed a brilliant move, prompting Master Jianghu to finally sense a crisis. Yet instead of responding with composure, he immediately reached to lift Su Xiao's piece. Shamelessly smiling, "Great pillar state, allow me to retract my move." Su Xiao, seemingly accustomed to this, merely gestured for the esteemed ritualist to proceed. Su Fingyan was momentarily taken aback. The game concluded with Master Jianghu narrowly securing victory after retracting his moves numerous times. After witnessing the match, Su Fingyan felt no reverence or admiration for the Qing Academy. Mr. Wang rose, dusting off his clothes, and with a refreshed demeanor declared, "Throughout my life, I have engaged in countless matches, and to this day, I have never tasted defeat." Su Fingyan, with a smile, replied, "Master Jianghu is indeed the unrivaled grandmaster." After the chess match, the grandmaster took his leave down the mountain. When not engaged in chess, his demeanor was impeccably refined, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Su Fingyan stood in a daze, murmuring, "What do you mean by never having tasted defeat?" Su Xiao laughed and chided, "Indeed, he has never been defeated. But that is merely because he only plays against those weaker than himself, choosing to remain a mere spectator when the odds are uncertain." Su Fingyan lamented, "Is my second sister truly learning the intricacies of strategy from such a master Jianghu?" As Su Xiao rose and gazed towards the foot of the mountain, he chuckled. "To remain undefeated, is he not a grandmaster?" Without waiting for Su Fingyan to inquire further, Su Xiao laid bare the reality in the past. The academy was a magnificent spectacle, boasting 3,000 sages from various schools of thought. However, only 9 schools truly held power: Taoism, Confucianism, legalism, military, yin-yang, and so forth. In our dynasty, law prevails, while the other 8 kingdoms have their own foundations. It can be said that the true conflicts lie within the Qing Academy. For instance, in the Westshu region, where the followers of Huang Lao live in peace, they occupy a strategic stronghold, lacking ambition. At that time, the academy had already unified, believing Westshu could continue to seclude itself, only to be crushed by my troops. In a moment, the people's grievances surged, and the moniker of butcher became well-deserved. Alongside the influential eunuch Han Diaoxi and the reclusive swordsman Huang Longshi, I was branded as one of the 3 despised figures. My relationship with the academy has always been abysmal, yet that recently defeated Master Jianghu spoke many audacious words on my behalf. At that time, Mr. Wang had just triumphed in a famous debate, basking in the limelight. Had he not faltered, a victory against Tianren would have made him the next grand ritualist, planting a tree of virtue in the moral grove. Alas, that was why I sent your second sister to the Qing Academy. Within our dynasty, there are several renowned sanctuaries and forbidden places. Aside from the Imperial Palace, there is Longhu Mountain, which usurped the orthodox position of Wudong Taoism, the Listening Tide Armory of the Northern Liang Royal Court, the pagoda of the 2 Zen temples, the Wu family sword tomb, and finally, the much-desired moral grove of the Qing Academy, symbolizing 10 years of cultivation for 1,000 years of virtue. As for the 3 notorious figures, the eunuch surnamed Han is scorned as a mere puppet, and his reputation within the dynasty pales compared to Su Xiao's. However, the white-clad Huang Longshi is the most controversial, having shed little blood with his own hands, even less than some wandering heroes. Yet, this individual possesses a remarkable eloquence during the tumultuous wars of the 9 nations. He was the catalyst behind much of the chaos, and he was once the most esteemed student at the Shangyin Academy, boasting of being the yellow third class. This is no mere self-aggrandizement, for Huang Longshi is universally acknowledged as the foremost in the 19 paths, the master of cursive script, and a preeminent authority on yin and yang prophecies, enjoying a reputation that spans the realm. Indeed, legends within the scholarly community nearly led to the establishment of a monument proclaiming that Huang Longshi would never set foot in the Shangyin Academy again. Furthermore, Su Fengnian's second sister, Su Weisheng, is clandestinely regarded by many scholars of Jixia as the second Huang Longshi, underscoring her exceptional prowess. Su Xiao remarked softly, "Mr. Wang's visit today is to request a favor, yet I have not acquiesced." Su Fengnian sighed in resignation. "You are quite inconsiderate towards the Shangyin Academy." The hunchbacked, limping figure of the great pillar nation, with hands tucked into his sleeves, resembled a seasoned farmer, yet his words were audaciously bold. "Those scholars, cursing me from thousands of miles away, have accumulated countless jars of saliva by now. It does not affect me in the slightest. Your sister, however, slaps their faces daily. Resounding and crisp. In debates, she cannot be outmatched, and in chess, she is equally unparalleled. As for combat, your sister's sword can cleave through those unarmed scholars, dispatching over 100 without breaking a sweat. The inhabitants of Shangyin Academy are merely skilled in boasting. In actual combat, they are rather mediocre." Su Fengnian expressed his frustration. "One should avoid striking the face. It is wise to leave a line of retreat." Su Xiao chuckled. "Your father has read little. How could he grasp such profound principles?" Su Fengnian scoffed. "That sentiment is rather pretentious." Su Xiao glanced at the embroidered winter blade in his son's hand and remarked, "There is nothing pretentious about sincerity. Speaking with a blade is the most effective means." Su Fengnian softly replied, "That is indeed how I conversed with the one in the capital." Su Xiao, in his relationship with his son, was always forthright, stating, "Of course, the 300,000 Northern Liang cavalry make a tremendous impact. Even a whisper from them resonates." Su Fengnian prepared to set out to practice his sword at the lake's bottom, thinking it inappropriate to merely echo, "Tomorrow, it will be my turn to host the emperor." Su Xiao inquired, "Are you truly intent on continuing your practice?" Su Fengnian, puzzled, replied, "Is there an alternative?" Su Xiao withdrew his hand, exhaled, and slowly teased, "Then you should visit Wudong. Someone awaits you." Su Fengnian expressed his astonishment. "Surely, you do not mean for me to learn the jade pill heart technique from Hong Shixiang? That would be too humiliating. The scenery in the Yuli world is indeed splendid, but practicing my sword there would not be enjoyable. I would rather endure the old chief's scolding, with spit flying, than be a guest at Wudong Mountain." The great pillar nation smiled gently. "The young Taoist named Hong lacks such capabilities. You are to meet the Wudong sect's leader, Wang Chonglu." Su Fengnian was taken aback. The hermit who secluded himself at the great Huangting Pass? He truly cleaved the Kanglan River with a mere finger? Such extraordinary prowess is beyond comprehension. The great pillar nation pondered briefly and responded, "I have not seen it with my own eyes." But Wang Chonglu single-handedly contended against the 4 grandmasters stationed at Longhu Mountain. He is not a person who seeks fame without merit. Moreover, in his early years, Li Yishan, a prominent figure in the realm of martial arts, had once remarked upon the remarkable prowess of this Taoist master, suggesting that he was destined to attain profound understanding. It is noteworthy that, at that time, Wang Zhongluo was merely an obscure middle-aged Taoist priest. As for the authenticity of the legendary finger that could sever rivers, a visit to Wudong Mountain would reveal all. Su Fengnian, perplexed, inquired, "Wang Zhongluo is teaching me to wield a blade. That cannot be. Is it not merely the transmission of the most expeditious and profound heart technique of Wudong?" Su Xiao chuckled, "You shall find out upon your arrival." Su Fengnian did not decline. After all, meeting Wang Zhongluo, a master of considerable repute, and experiencing a touch of Taoist essence could only be beneficial. He hoped it would not be akin to encountering the reclusive sage, Mr. Wang from the Yin Academy. Primarily, Su Fengnian sought refuge beneath the lake to practice his blade work, and the thought of the unfathomable white elephant pool in Wudong, sculpted by a waterfall over centuries, ignited his desire to train there. That year, as dusk descended, Su Fengnian ventured alone into Wudong. Beneath the grand archway of Xin Wudong, 2 Taoist priests of disparate ages awaited him. One was the youthful and vibrant master Hong Shixiang, while the other was an elderly priest with a youthful countenance, robust and towering, not in the slightest inferior to the ancient lake's elder. Upon seeing Su Fengnian with his blade, neither priest engaged in pleasantries. Instead, they silently guided the young prince up the mountain. Climbing the mountain was a test of endurance. Previously, Su Fengnian would need to pause several times along the ascent. However, After half a year of blade training, he had made significant progress, yet still struggled to reach the summit in one breath. Each time fatigue threatened to overwhelm him. The towering elder would instinctively halt, and in turn, Hong Shixiang would follow suit. Su Fingyan smirked inwardly. This display was far more calculated than the greetings of 100 seasoned Taoist masters. The trio paused near the white elephant pool at a place called Xianxin Coffin, where a modest thatched cottage appeared to serve as the residence for the young prince. Encircled by a bamboo fence, a simple table and chairs were set before the dwelling. After Su Fingyan and the elder priest took their seats, Hong Shixiang went inside to fetch a rudimentary tea set and squatted beside them to brew tea. The elder priest, with a benevolent expression and a warm smile, remarked, "The art of swordplay encompasses standing, moving, and seated techniques, each increasingly complex, yet the ultimate achievement remains uncertain. At Wudong, we do not advocate the sedentary seated sword technique, as it contravenes the natural order. However, we possess insights on both standing and moving sword techniques. Might I inquire which one the young prince wishes to learn?" Su Fingyan replied nonchalantly, "I am here to practice with the blade." Hong Shixiang rolled his eyes in response. The elder priest continued amiably, "Though swordsmanship and blade techniques may diverge, they ultimately converge in the pursuit of martial prowess. Take, for instance, the venerable Deng Taiye, who merely grasped a branch of peach blossoms, asserting that it could represent both sword and blade." Su Fingyan, wishing to avoid wasting time in philosophical discourse with the elder, queried, "What is the distinction between standing and moving sword techniques?" The elder priest replied with a chuckle, "To put it simply, standing swordplay involves more frequent strikes and halts, characterized by swift momentum, akin to winter thunder that, once it sounds, is nothing short of startling. Moving swordplay, on the other hand, emphasizes continuous motion, flowing like a torrential summer rain, akin to an inkwash. Should the young prince favor standing swordplay, there are several well-regarded techniques on the mountain, which, in conjunction with Wudong's unique heart technique, the Jia Yuan Ju, would complement each other splendidly. If one prefers to wield a sword, it is not an issue. The Jade Pearl Peak possesses a tome titled The Green Water Pavilion Swordsmanship Record, which articulates profound insights and captures the essence of swordplay. Su Fingyan pondered for a moment and inquired, "What does the esteemed Master Wang mean by sitting sword?" The old Taoist hesitated, replying, "This meditative sitting technique is a family legacy of the Wu family sword tomb, and it is not known to outsiders." The young master uncle graciously served each of them a cup of tea, brewed from the mountain's wild leaves and spring water. Su Fingyan took a sip and remarked with a smile, "I almost forgot to congratulate Master Wang on his emergence from seclusion." The old Taoist nodded with a smile, while Hong Shixiang quietly sighed. Su Fingyan hesitated briefly, then whispered, "Did Master Wang truly cleave the Kanglin River with a mere finger?" The old Taoist shook his head, saying, "Not at all." Su Fingyan felt a sense of relief. Since this robust venerable Taoist was ranked beneath Wang Xinji, his weaknesses and abilities were indeed a welcome revelation. Hong Shixiang muttered, "It was 2 fingers. A divine finger that slashes through the great river?" The Kanglin River is the largest river within the northern Liang territory. Su Fingyan inadvertently sprayed his tea across the face of the old Taoist, who had been at the helm of Wudong for 30 years. The master merely wiped it away, casting a reproachful glance at his loquacious junior disciple. Su Fingyan quickly offered his apologies, while Wang Chonglu, with a good-natured temperament, remained unperturbed and continued sipping his tea. Su Fingyan discreetly examined this preeminent figure of Wudong, whose forehead glowed like a prominent brow. Despite his silver hair, his visage did not betray age. Su Fingyan suddenly recalled a volume he had carelessly thumbed through in his youth at the Listening Tide Pavilion, titled 3000 Phenomena, which referenced an enigmatic inner cultivation method of Wudong. This method, known as Taishang Yuya, refines the form, first creating an elixir infant, wandering through the 5 viscera, and then connecting to the 4 limbs, enabling red blood to transform into white essence, preserving youthful appearance and immunity to the seasons. Thus termed the initial entry into the realm of longevity. Such rare textual records, akin to Snow Prince Left Behind, had always been dismissed by Su Fingyan. But upon hearing the mention of 2 fingers and witnessing the vague, majestic aura of Wang Chonglu, he could not help but believe. After the old Taoist finished his tea and departed, Su Fingyan noticed Hong Shixiang still squatting in a daze and frowned, saying, "You on the cow. Why do you not take your leave?" Hong Shixiang responded with an "Oh," slowly making his way back to the small lotus peak. Passing through the 3 palaces and 6 temples, where countless Taoists respectfully referred to him as Master Uncle and Taishang Shirshu, he obliged them, and some familiar juniors would pause to exchange a few words. As he ambled towards the ascending immortal cliff, He found his senior brother standing beneath the turtle and camel monument. Hong Xixiang quickened his pace and called out, "Elder brother Wang." Among their generation on the mountain, they were already the highest rank, unlike the master of Longhu Mountain, who had surpassed 100 years and remained secluded, detached from worldly affairs. There was also a senior brother surnamed Wang in Wudong, renowned for his swordsmanship, whom Hong Xixiang habitually referred to as Little Wang. He had been silently comprehending the sword on the Great Lotus Peak for 16 years. Wang Chonglu, who towered a head taller than Hong Xixiang, turned to see his glum junior disciple and teased, "Has your brother Qin confiscated your stash of forbidden books again?" Hong Xixiang shook his head, hesitating to speak. Wang Chonglu patted his junior's shoulder and departed, stepping lightly under the moonlight. Su Fingyan practiced the rolling knife technique, which lacked a fixed form. The crux lay in the angle and trajectory of the first strike. Subsequently, he executed dozens, even hundreds, of moves following the momentum of that initial strike, striving to achieve the swiftest execution without leaving any gaps. With minimal exertion, he wielded the swift blade, a technique not imparted by the old master, but rather a straightforward swordplay that Su Fingyan had devised himself, aptly termed the rolling blade. This differed somewhat from the swordplay described by Master Wang, which emphasized standing and moving with the sword. Returning to the thatched cottage, he lay upon a hard wooden bed, as unyielding as the terrain of Wudong Mountain itself. Su Fingyan bore no resentment towards this, attributing his comfort with such simplicity to his experiences of braving the wilderness alongside Old Huang. On the table, amidst the flickering light of an oil lamp, lay 2 stacks of yellowed books, including 2 sword manuals, one titled Essence of the Yuan, and at the bottom, The 6 Decades of Sword Practice in the Pavilion of Green Water. Lacking the desire for sleep, Su Fingyan resolved to stay awake, committing each of these tomes to memory. The Wudong Heart method was widely circulated in the martial world, with many forgeries claiming the esteemed title of Jade Pillar Internal Skill, which remained in high demand. Nevertheless, there were indeed some authentic, albeit lesser, techniques known among martial artists, and Wudong Mountain did not actively suppress their dissemination, for while the Jade Pillar method was sophisticated, it was merely one aspect of the yin-yang fish, requiring the unique body training of Wudong priests to complement it. Su Fingyan held little interest in the sword manuals and found no value in Essence of the Yuan, yet he was captivated by the 6 Decades of Sword Practice, a profound work reflecting the insights of an esteemed ancestor from Wudong, though its language was obscure and challenging to grasp. Glancing at the dim light outside, he set down the 6 Decades of Sword Practice, grasped the embroidered winter blade, and made his way toward the White Elephant Pool. As he approached, the thunderous sound of the waterfall grew more intense, accompanied by a chilling mist. In the pool stood a prominent boulder, and as Su Fingyan walked along the edge, he unexpectedly followed a path of bluestone slabs into the waterfall. It turned out that the ivory waterfall of the hanging immortal peak had been hollowed out by the artisans of Wudong, with legends claiming that an immortal had once soared through the clouds here, leaving behind an ancient sword in the pool. Su Fingyan paused, standing just an arm's length from the cascading waterfall, his clothes gradually dampening. With all his strength, he executed a horizontal slash. The old Taoist could effortlessly sever rivers with 2 fingers. What could his full-powered strike accomplish? A sharp pain shot through Su Fingyan as the embroidered winter blade barely grazed the torrent, slipping from his grasp and tracing a clumsy arc in the air before crashing to the ground. Upon inspecting his hand, he noticed a deep gash bleeding profusely. With a wry smile, he retrieved the blade, which was destined to remain obscure for some time. Exhaling deeply, he attempted another slash, only to meet the same fate, resulting in the blade slipping from his grip once more. Su Fingyan gasped in pain, tearing a strip of cloth from his attire to bind his hand. Sitting on the ground with the embroidered winter blade in hand, no longer hoping for a stable cut but merely wishing to maintain his grip, switching to his left hand, he tried again, but the outcome was even worse, sending both him and the blade tumbling. At some point, his young granduncle had entered the cave and remarked in astonishment, "You practice just like Brother Qin did in his youth." Su Fingyan, finding humor amidst his struggles, replied, "Such is the way of masters." Hong Xixiang gently added, however, "I have heard that when Brother Qin reached your age, he could carve out a gap several inches wide with a single sword strike." Su Fingyan, in a rather irritable tone, instructed, "Please convey a message to the Wang Fu. There is a reclusive white fox there. Have him select 40 or 50 volumes of martial arts secrets and send someone to deliver them to the mountain." Hong Xixiang, intrigued, inquired, "What is the purpose of this?" Su Fingyan, preoccupied, tightened the bandage on his left hand with his mouth, ignoring Hong Shixiang. The young master's uncle, obediently running errands for the young lord, had plans to seek assistance from the younger disciples at a Jianghu Taoist temple, situated a mile away. He certainly would not descend the mountain himself. Days later, a slender young woman, burdened by a heavy satchel, struggled her way up the mountain. What weighs heaviest in this world? Affection? Loyalty? Nonsense. The heaviest of all is books. Jiang and I sat upon a step halfway up the mountain, feeling as though her waist might snap from the strain. A few Taoists nearby, who had been watching her precarious ascent, finally exhaled in relief. This extraordinarily beautiful young woman, escorted by the cavalry of Bailiang, had arrived at the foot of the mountain and then continued her solitary climb. Initially, the Wudong Taoists offered to assist her, but she responded with nothing but a frosty demeanor, compelling them to follow cautiously behind, fearful that both she and her burden might tumble down the slope. A woman from the Bailiang royal family was not to be trifled with. Jiang and I glanced up at the seemingly endless peaks. Muttering under her breath, though the Taoists could not discern her words, they were surely filled with curses directed at Su Fengnian, wishing him ill. Yet, compared to her daily rituals of crafting straw effigies, these sentiments seemed almost gentle. If that scoundrel, the young lord, dared to confront her, she was convinced she would draw forth her talisman and meet her end with him. Rubbing her flushed shoulders, she gritted her teeth and hoisted the burdensome satchel once more. In this crystalline world, she presented a pitiable image of solitude. Meanwhile, the idle Hong Shixiang wandered the mountain and chanced upon this scenario. He rushed to assist. But before he could speak, Jiang and I weakly admonished, "A good dog does not obstruct the path," her tone feeble, yet her expression fierce, hardly resembling the lowly maidservant of the Wang Fu. Hong Shixiang chuckled softly, replying, "Allow me to guide you, Mississippi." Upon reaching a thatched cottage, Jiang and I paused momentarily. Was this the dwelling of that insufferable young lord? She felt an urge to leap in anger and send all the thousands of Wudong's Taoists tumbling down the mountain. She plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. Just as Hong Shixiang was about to speak, he was silenced by a sharp glare from Jiang and I, forcing him to swallow his words. The young master's uncle pondered that the women brought forth by the young lord were indeed a different breed, or perhaps, as the elder brother had said, they were refreshingly straightforward, a stark contrast to the fierce women dwelling below. Though his good intentions were met with disdain, Hong Shixiang seized the opportunity to lift the satchel and carry it into the cottage. This time, Jiang and I did not scold him. She simply lacked the energy. She felt as though she could fall asleep right where she sat, and the pain in her shoulders had dulled to a mere numbness, best left untouched. In a moment of frustration, Jiang and I felt a few sharp jabs to her back. An action seemingly trivial yet akin to pouring oil onto a small flame or thickening frost upon a gentle snowfall. The pain, now at a threshold of endurance, compelled Jiang and I to turn with tearful eyes, only to be met by the detestable visage of that loathsome figure, inexplicably fueled by a surge of defiance. She bit down on the calf of the barefooted prince wielding a dagger. Su Fengnian, unperturbed, struck her cheek with the sword sheath, sending the exiled princess hurtling away. His blow was precisely measured, not too gentle, yet not enough to inflict real harm. Frowning, he scolded, "Are you a dog?" Overwhelmed by shame more than pain, Jiang and I lay immobilized, resorting to hurling dirt at Su Fengnian from the ground. He, however, remained unfazed, calmly returning the soil with a swift motion of Shodong, transforming Jiang and I into a mere clay figure. "Su Fengnian, may you meet a wretched end," she spat. "Come now, little Jiang and I, to bite me to death," he taunted. "You are no human." "Ah, Jiang and I, you appear rather charming now, quite delightful indeed. If you possess the audacity, throw a divine talisman at me. Then you might be considered formidable. One day, I shall pierce you with my blade." At that very moment, Su Fengnian resolutely refrained from retaliation. "Why are you still sitting there? Jiang and I, surely you cannot expect me to press my neck against the talisman for you to make the final cut? Such a demise would be excessively tyrannical." One sat upon the ground, while the other stood tall. One wept, the other laughed. Who could fathom that these two young individuals, seemingly of similar age, were the last princess of a fallen kingdom and the eldest son of the northern Liang king? Witnessing this scene, the young and bewildered master sighed. "Perhaps I should just ride a cow instead." Su Fengnian, disinterested in engaging in a staring contest with Jiang and I, left her sitting on the ground as he entered the house to open his travel bag. Inside, he found a magnificent night pearl and several exceptionally sharp blades from the northeastern region, while the remaining books were carelessly tossed onto the table, forming a towering heap. A glance revealed the killing whale sword from the purple Forbidden Mountain Villa, the replica of the Vajra-subduing demon fist from the two Zen temples, and the Guanyin enlightening finger from the largest nunnery in the South China Sea. The collection was diverse, comprising over 50 martial arts secret tomes. All sharing a commonality, they encapsulated the advanced techniques of various sections, though they might not lead to the pinnacle of mastery. Su Fengnian aspired to thoroughly comprehend at least one of them, a feat in itself. He had amassed these teachings not with the intention of mastering each one, but rather to glean the finest elements, selecting one or two applicable techniques that could enhance his swordplay. If he could, he would prefer to implement them directly. Otherwise, having witnessed a myriad of skills, he would not be easily astonished by even the most peculiar of capabilities in the martial world. Much like a strategic game of chess, these tomes represented established patterns. Once an opponent made a move, one could anticipate their subsequent strategies, allowing Su Fengnian to decisively strike before they could unleash their full potential. As he flipped through one of the secret manuals, preparing to practice 600 slashes and 600 sweeps at the White Elephant Pool, he stepped outside only to discover Jianghu still perched on her bamboo chair, meticulously wiping the dirt from her face with her sleeve. Each delicate motion suggested she was exerting considerable effort. After all, who in the world does not appreciate beauty? Su Fengnian chuckled, little clay figure. The night grows dark and the winds howl. Are you afraid to descend the mountain alone? My heart is generous. Shall I call upon a handsome young Taoist with rosy lips and white teeth to accompany you? Jianghu retorted with a cold laugh. The grand pillar of the nation has commanded me to remain on Wudong Mountain. I hear someone has already undergone the coming-of-age ceremony. How amusing. Su Fengnian felt a surge of frustration but dismissed the jibes of this rootless weed, furrowing his brow instead. Has Su Shao taken leave of his senses? Jianghu, maintaining a serious demeanor, silently extended her slender fingers, delicately combing the dirt from her cascading hair. Su Fengnian gathered some herbs from the forest and tossed them in front of the house, stating, "You stay here. I shall venture elsewhere." Jianghu remained unfazed. Like a clay statue, her head tilted as she continued her meticulous tidying of the battlefield, showing no inclination to touch the pile of herbs. Su Fengnian, clutching the night pearl in a wild rabbit's hairbrush, made his way to the cave within Xianxin Peak. He carved a hole into the stone wall and embedded the night pearl, which instantly illuminated the space, with blood seeping through the strips of cloth binding his hands. He continued to wield his blade, yet hesitated to strike beneath the waterfall. As night fell, utterly exhausted, he sat at the farthest point from the waterfall, meditating into slumber with his weapon still in hand. At dawn, he awoke promptly, only to find Hong Shixiang squatting before the waterfall, washing his face with water. Su Fengnian preferred to remain oblivious to this individual, rising instead to practice his thrusts in the open space. While he practiced diligently, the man who had spent over a decade tending to cattle on the mountains studied the priceless thorned pearl, which gleamed like a round bead, its emerald hue radiant in the light and as luminous as a full moon by night, while Hong Shixiang's possession, though not grand in size, was resplendent with vibrant hues. To speak of the world's greatest luminous pearl, it resides within the royal palace, encircled by 4 exquisite maidens, resting in the study of Princess Sui Zhu. This beloved daughter of the emperor is named Princess Sui Zhu because, upon her birth, the Sui kingdom presented this magnificent pearl, unearthed at the foot of Mount Tai. Su Fengnian seemingly once had the opportunity to possess 2 Sui pearls, should he choose to journey to the capital and assume the role of a prince consort. Whether the prized delicacy is too hot to handle, Su Fengnian could not ascertain, for such trivial blunders were unfathomable within the northern Liang royal estate, where every maid of Wutong courtyard possessed a delicate sensibility. Nevertheless, the searing heat of the roasted sweet potatoes was unmistakable to the young lord, who was acutely aware of its intensity. The dampness within the cave was oppressive, causing Su Fengnian to break into a sweat, a combination that was detrimental to his health. Thus, he dared not linger. He hefted the embroidered winter blade upon his shoulder and grasped a renowned pin, the Guangdong Liaowei, crafted from the finest purple rabbit hair. Rabbit hair, by nature, is firm, and the northern variety is particularly robust, while the Guangdong purple rabbit stands unrivaled as the premier hard hair. This pin is ideally suited for crafting bold, powerful characters, its tip sharp as a dagger, embodying the true essence of a pen as a weapon. From a young age, Su Fengnian was instructed by Li Yishan to practice calligraphy solely with hard hairbrushes, shunning the soft and pliable goat hair, which was traditionally scorned by the most refined scholars of the manner. Yet, Su Fingyan recognized that one day he would need to wield a soft brush to inscribe grand characters upon plaques. Though he was often derided as a mere facade of brilliance, with a tendency to squander wealth on poetic pursuits, he possessed an understanding of the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea, and wine, if not mastery. The art of swordplay demanded great strength, while calligraphy required a more subtle finesse, particularly after practicing with a sword, which made the transition significantly more arduous. Su Fingyan dipped the Guangdong Liaowei in water, inscribing the phrase killing whale sword onto the blue stone, the vigor of his brushwork emanating a palpable aura of ferocity. Hong Shixiang observed from a distance, exclaiming in admiration, "Such splendid characters. 100 times superior to my senior brother's worm-like scrawl. He requires my assistance to draft correspondence with his fellow disciples or outsiders." Su Fingyan regarded this praise as mere background noise, gnawing on the brush's handle. Aware that the toil of sword practice would not strip away the calluses earned over 3 years of arduous journeys. Now, with blood staining his hands daily. When he was not practicing with the sword, Su Fingyan would casually swing the embroidered winter blade upon his shoulder, a sight that seemed poetically picturesque, though internally he was imbued with a murderous resolve. Approaching the thatched hut, he noted that the herbs from yesterday were still in their place. With a smile, he pushed the door open, initially failing to see Jianghu slumbering on the bed. Had she ventured out to admire the splendid scenery of the glazed world? Upon closer inspection, he found the little clay figure, tidily arranged, sitting against the wall, fast asleep. She avoided the bed, and Su Fingyan fully comprehended her disdain for the space he had sullied, choosing instead to rest against the wall. Clearly unable to bear any contact after her delicate back had borne the burden of the journey up the mountain. Su Fingyan set the rabbit hair brush down on the table and kicked at the remnants of the princess, who had fallen from the heights of the most prestigious imperial city to the confines of the northern Liang royal estate. Now reduced to the simplicity of this humble mountain hut, she appeared utterly exhausted, offering no response. In the midst of slumber, Su Fingyan could discern the faint whispers, undoubtedly laced with reproach directed at him. He gazed intently for a moment at the beauty before him, though she could not yet rival the enchanting visage of Bai Huer. She certainly matched the allure of the likes of Hong Shu and Qing Miao, and promised to grow even more captivating with time. He recalled with amusement how she had tumbled into the dirt the previous day. Jianghu shifted in her dreams, nearly toppling over, prompting Su Fingyan to gently adjust her position with the hilt of his sword, ensuring she remained undisturbed. Upon stepping outside, he noticed the cow-riding fellow had taken the hint and commenced boiling porridge. Inside the dwelling, a few small jars of pickled vegetables awaited, as his uncle, unless preoccupied with ancient texts or rare manuscripts, often took pleasure in preparing meals for the young lord, working diligently and with joy. As Hong Shixiang tended to the porridge, he absent-mindedly flipped through a copy of the winter recommendations on rituals. Su Fingyan found it difficult to fathom how this timid individual could shoulder the weight of revitalizing the Xuanwu sect in the realm of martial arts. After leaving 2 bowls of porridge for Jianghu on the table, Su Fingyan ascended to the peak of Xinstin Mountain, where he contemplated the Jiazi sword practice record, a compendium of swordsmanship insights, which occasionally delved into the broader principles of martial arts, advocating for pursuits such as gazing at the stars from high vantage points, which, while seemingly unrelated to swordplay, held value for the path of swordsmanship. After an extended period of contemplation, Su Fingyan was unable to uncover any profound connection to the art of the sword. The cow-riding fellow remained silent, observing with great interest. Feeling a sense of imbalance, Su Fingyan inquired, "After watching for over 20 years, do you not tire of it?" His youthful uncle smiled innocently, replying, "Each day presents a unique vista. How could I grow weary?" Curiosity piqued, Su Fingyan asked, "Do you possess any martial skills?" Hong Shixiang replied earnestly, "I would say, not at all." Su Fingyan kicked at him, and the squatting uncle swayed but did not fall, returning to his original stance with precision. Su Fingyan exclaimed in surprise, "What was that?" The uncle, who had not genuinely studied any martial arts or secret manuals in over 2 decades, scratched his shoulder where he had been kicked. Looking innocently perplexed as he explained, "In the Xuanwu Palace, there exists a great bell. When others strike it, I observe how it comes to a halt." Su Fingyan probed further. "So, by merely watching, you gleaned some insight?" The cowrider shook his head. "There's no real insight to be had." Feeling somewhat defeated, Su Fingyan retorted, "If I were to ask you to strike a waterfall with a sword, would you succeed?" The uncle shook his head again. "Of course not." Su Fingyan felt a slight relief, but the uncle quickly added, "While one cannot sever it, it's unlikely the sword would slip from one's grasp. With skepticism, Su Fingyan commanded. Then go find a sword and give it a try. If you fail, prepare to feed the fish. Hong Shixiang, looking troubled, suggested. Why not lend me the sword on your shoulder, my lord? Su Fingyan raised his foot to kick, but the cow-riding uncle swiftly dashed away, descending the peak. Su Fingyan waited for about an hour before Hong Shixiang, drenched in sweat, returned wielding a peachwood 7-star sword, albeit with an awkward grip. Su Fingyan gestured for him to attempt a thrust. With a deep breath, Hong Shixiang approached the waterfall as if facing a formidable adversary, raising his arm and wielding his sword with a gentle stroke. A mysterious arc, inclined downwards like an antelope's horns, cleaved through the imposing cascade. Retracting his peachwood sword, Hong Shixiang turned to Su Fingyan, his expression devoid of triumph, as if it were a matter of course. Su Fingyan paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I see, this is your heavenly principle. Hong Shixiang, who regarded the act as trivial as daily necessities, called out and, with a hint of flattery, trotted towards the young prince, inquiring about the nature of this principle. Senior brother Chun says I am like a person in the mountains unaware of the mountains. I shall never comprehend the way. Su Fingyan cunningly replied, as long as you descend from the mountain and stand at a distance, till you see the mountain clearly? With a sigh, Hong Shixiang gestured as if performing a calculation, resignedly stating, I knew it. Today is not a suitable day to descend. Su Fingyan felt an overwhelming urge to kick this timid coward, who hid like a turtle in its shell, to death. The obstinate Jianghu had taken residence in the thatched cottage, spending the winter amidst the falling snow and the spring's blooming flowers. The young prince, worn out each day like a stray dog, found her leisurely, as she never partook in the duties expected of a servant. Instead, she roamed Wudong Mountain, traversing the 81 peaks, her small feet clad in hemp shoes exploring temples and paradises. She even sought seeds from the nearby Xiang Temple and cultivated a small garden beyond the bamboo fence, creating a little world of her own. Su Fingyan, when stealing glances at her garden, was met with warnings, akin to a little white wildcat whose tail had been stepped on. Aside from practicing his sword and calligraphy, Su Fingyan tirelessly transported books from listening to the Tide Pavilion to the mountain, one after another, akin to moving mountains. Jianghu seemed enamored with watching the vegetables grow, often squatting in her garden, where her divine dagger served both as a hoe and a chopping tool. One fateful night, Su Fingyan, with good intentions, ventured to fertilize the garden, only to be discovered by the sleepless Jianghu, who, in a frenzy, chased him halfway up the mountain with her divine weapon. For several days thereafter, Su Fingyan refrained from returning to the cottage, surviving on foraged game grilled over an open flame. Initially, Hong Shixiang had hesitated to indulge in the plentiful feasts, but soon, unable to resist the cravings, he began to partake, throwing flirtatious glances at the young prince and cheerfully asking what he had caught that day, which starkly contrasted with the mountain's austere rules. Su Fingyan admired his own endurance in tolerating this incessant chatter, akin to a persistent gadfly buzzing around a cow's rear. After transporting hundreds of books to the mountain, Su Fingyan did not intend to become a mere two-legged bookshelf. When he reached a perplexing passage, he would summon Hong Shixiang for clarification. The most intriguing aspect was that many seemingly unsolvable techniques often had countermeasures detailed in another secret tome. And these contradictions that required patient searching proved most beneficial for Su Fingyan. Now, while it was hard to determine the exact level of his swordsmanship, it was evident that his perspective had ascended to a higher plane. During this time, Su Fingyan retrieved an ancient and long-lost manual entitled Great Bear Combat Techniques to serve as his training text. The techniques were succinct yet fierce and domineering, designed for a single, lethal strike. He then requested an unnamed set of martial arts from Wudong, which leaned towards a more delicate style. Initially, Su Fingyan was not inclined to accept, yet Hong Shixiang persistently extolled its virtues, boasting about its unparalleled excellence, almost elevating it to the pinnacle of martial arts. At first, Su Fingyan remained unconvinced. His elder master, parched and desperate, resorted to showcasing a final, stunning technique. Even Su Fingyan had to concede that he was genuinely astonished by this individual. While riding a bull, he plucked a handful of bamboo leaves and scattered them into the fierce wind, then moved with the leaves, extending his palm. Su Fingyan merely observed him swaying like a drunken man, leaping about chaotically, yet somehow managed to return all the bamboo leaves to his palm. While gnawing on a wild pheasant leg and struggling to grasp the intricacies of the boxing manual, Su Fingyan finally inquired, This boxing style increasingly resembles something more suited for women. Are you intentionally deceiving me? The elder master, with a greasy hand, solemnly declared. How could I dare to mislead your highness? Su Fengyan, skeptical, asked, whose creation is this boxing style? The elder master, eyes darting, swallowed a mouthful of pheasant meat. Chuckling nervously, your highness, I wouldn't want to impede your sword practice. I must attend to my cattle. Su Fengyan pressed the sword sheath against the elder master's shoulder, coldly retorting, if you do not speak, I shall beat out everything you have consumed. The elder master, with an air of mystery, remarked, I stumbled upon it on the rooftop of Jianghu Palace. Its origins are ancient and unverifiable. It must be the labor of a venerable predecessor. Su Fengyan sheathed his sword, centered his energy, and traced 6 consecutive circles in the air with the boxing style, each circle nested within the other. Resembling the form yet feeling several mountains apart from the fluidity of the bamboo hand technique he had witnessed that day. The elder master, now busy tending to the green bull, glanced at Su Fengyan's stance, nodded slightly, and beamed. This boxing style traces back from the 8 trigrams to the 4 symbols, from the 3 talents to the 2 forms. However, it is still far from the realm of Taiji and Wuji. Your highness, your movements are already quite light and agile, orderly in their opening and closing, a remarkable feat, far surpassing my initial attempts. Yet, there are minor flaws that require refinement. If the Great Bear combat techniques are akin to using 10,000 pounds to crush 1,000, then this boxing style is a clever maneuver to divert 1,000 pounds with just an ounce. Remember this as you practice. Strike where the cow lies. Seek the small rather than the grand, embrace stillness rather than motion, and you shall grasp the essence of all things in life, reaching the pinnacle where not even a feather can be added, nor a fly can alight. The falling leaf signifies autumn, just as the budding sprout heralds spring. Su Fengyan pondered this, scoffing. It seems the only useful aspect is striking where the cow lies. The rest is mere folly. Hong Xixiang chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Su Fengyan squinted and jested, given your fondness for meat, there are plenty of yellow cranes upon this mountain. Why not lure one down? Hong Xixiang forced a laugh. That would not do. The Wudong cranes are sentient, and they were my childhood companions. Slaying them would be more painful than my own demise. Su Fengyan teased. Could you not ride upon a crane's back for a bit of fun? After all, Taoist immortals ascend to the heavens upon cranes, do they not? Hong Xixiang shook his head and said, I have never considered such things. I have been afraid of heights since childhood. Su Fengyan, with a hint of disdain, retorted, afraid of descending mountains, afraid of heights, afraid of women. What is it that you are not afraid of? With a heavy sigh, Hong Xixiang wore a troubled expression. The figure riding the ox suddenly perked up, cautiously saying, Your Highness, I shall tend to the ox first. You would do well to check on the thatched cottage. Su Fengyan tightened his grip on the embroidered winter blade and dashed back. Who could possibly be bold enough to trouble him on the mountain? If such a person existed, they would surely not be of ordinary stature. Upon sighting the cottage, Su Fengyan abruptly halted, making his way slowly through the bamboo grove. Outside the cottage stood 3 unfamiliar faces, unclad in the martial attire of Wudong, nor in silk robes. At the center was a frail young master, adorned in opulent garments. Su Fengyan was well acquainted with the demeanor of the affluent, and with a single glance, he discerned the substantial wealth behind this young man. The exquisite embroidery on his attire was a rare treasure, and in his hands, he toyed with 2 luminous pearls of exceptional quality, known as dragon pearls and phoenix eyes, each a premier collectible, and together, a rarity of the highest order, akin to tributes. The haughty young master was flanked by 2 middle-aged men. One was a robust figure, with a commanding presence, a standard of a fierce warrior. His waist adorned with ancient twin blades, one long and one short, standing a bit further away. The other, a pale and bearded man, stood closer to the young master, slightly bowing with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a simple white robe, exuding a chilling impression reminiscent of a silver-ringed serpent. In the vegetable garden, Jianghu glared intensely at the trio, her lips already bloodied from her own biting. A 5-fingered bruise marred her delicate cheek, swollen and red. Her meticulously nurtured vegetable patch lay in ruins. The wooden frame collapsed, seedlings severed, utterly overturned. Even though Su Fengyan had merely offered water and fertilizer with good intentions, Jianghu had chased him away. Now, her garden lay in tatters, a result of her desperate struggle against overwhelming odds, with opponents lacking any shred of compassion. She had suffered a silent defeat. In Jianghu's eyes, the northern Liang prince's residence may have appeared as a lavish yet desolate cage for birds. Yet who dared to challenge her aside from the princely figure, let alone strike her? Su Fengyan, with his hands bound in cloth and holding a blade, approached the trio with a solemn countenance, barefoot and unwavering. Jiang and I, it is I who bullies you, they shall not. The graceful young master tilted his head slightly, with a few delicate freckles dotting his nose. Casting a disdainful glance at the approaching Su Fengnian, he remarked, "Ah, what a fine blade. I fancy it greatly. Go, break his hands, and the blade shall be mine." The burly man, upon hearing this, regarded Su Fengnian with a flicker of pity. Throughout the encounter, Su Fengnian had uttered not a single word. Closing the distance to the hulking figure, he suddenly lunged forward, the embroidered winter blade unsheathed, slicing through the air with a decisive swiftness, a gust following its arc. The man, initially reluctant to draw his blade, suddenly revealed a sharp glint in his copper-like eyes. Without a visible motion, he deftly blocked Su Fengnian's fierce strike with a short sword at his left waist. The hilt of the short sword, intricately entwined with gold and silver threads, was a finely crafted weapon designed for close combat. When Su Fengnian's attack was thwarted, he did not merely rely on brute strength. Instead, he skillfully redirected the momentum to create a stunning arc, pivoting his body to unleash a second sweeping strike. The burly man displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly suppressing any underestimation of his opponent. He retreated half a step with his right foot, swinging his left arm in a massive circle, transitioning from a defensive stance to an offensive one, intending to use his natural strength to overwhelm the young swordsman before him, rendering him incapable of further action. Having been instructed by the silver-haired elder on when to gather strength and when to unleash it, Su Fengnian evaded the man's blade with precision, suddenly harnessing an additional hidden force that propelled him with a speed nearly rivaling that of the burly man's draw. In a fleeting moment, he narrowly escaped the man's fierce onslaught. Su Fengnian, either intentionally or inadvertently, integrated the riding cow boxing technique into his swordplay, his body spinning like a top, each rotation seamlessly followed by another, his speed increasing rather than diminishing. Coupled with his self-understood rolling blade technique, his movements became a flawless execution, erupting into a realm of capability previously unattainable, manifesting an unbroken flow of energy. Su Fengnian exhaled steadily, the second strike of his sword, Xiaodong, far surpassing the momentum of the first. The man, whose blade had missed its target, glared in fury, incredulous at the young man's audacity. The singular swordplay, with its peculiar angles, was indeed rare among his peers, a pity to waste such talent. Finally, infuriated, he still refrained from drawing his right longsword. Yet his left short sword began to show no mercy. Without warning, his wrist cracked ominously, and the blade rose sharply as if he had hooked a great whale from the East Sea, striking Su Fengnian's Xiaodong with a startling clarity. A phrase unexpectedly surfaced in Su Fengnian's mind. Not a feather nor a fly shall fall. Instinctively, he exerted every ounce of strength to retreat, his feet tracing a chaotic series of small arcs, managing to stabilize his stance. He swallowed a mouthful of blood, his grip on Xiaodong steady. The dual-bladed giant did not rush to pursue, remaining resolute. The young aristocrat, boasting of breaking Su Fengnian's hands, whispered with his companion. Su Fengnian tore away the cloth from his right hand, pivoting Xiaodong from left to right, fixating on the burly man before him, whose short sword appeared to weigh as much as 3 men. He remarked, "A fine blade indeed. I had thought that after the fall of Dongwei, the blades of the Jie party, once reserved for the royal family, would have been confiscated. The larger ones known as Jie party barbarian swords, the smaller ones as Jie party brocade swords. To think I would encounter such exquisite craftsmanship here." The man, adorned with the Jie party's brocade sword, displayed a hint of surprise, tugging at the corner of his mouth as he replied, "You have a keen eye." Su Fengnian feigned innocence, asking, "Then are you not one of the fallen Dongwei royalty? What brings a lost dog like you to Wudong Mountain to bite?" The burly man, struck at his vulnerable spot, remained unperturbed, his composure and swordsmanship both exceptional. He responded flatly, "I've given you 10 moments of respite. Is that sufficient?" Su Fengnian, gripping Xiaodong, chose silence. The aristocrat, with freckles dotting his nose, impatiently exclaimed, "What are you babbling about? I only want the blade. After I sever his hands, whether he lives or dies is up to fate." With bloodied hands, Su Fengnian unexpectedly raised the scabbard, perhaps fearing that his opponent wielded dual blades, and knowing that facing a single blade would leave him at a disadvantage. Witnessing this scene, the remnants of the fallen Dongwei kingdom could not help but smirk coldly. Su Fengnian charged recklessly once more, his blade rolling like a snowball, showcasing 6 months of relentless practice in a breathtaking display. The lingering spirits from Dongwei effortlessly dismantled Su Fengnian's unrefined techniques, waiting patiently for the moment when he would be compelled to shift his energy, ready to strike with lethal intent. This torment felt akin to a blade held to his throat, forbidding any breath from escaping. At the very instant Su Fengnian's energy was depleted, he withstood a powerful diagonal slash from his opponent, simultaneously hurling the scabbard with an almost ethereal grace, propelling it like an arrow straight into the chest of the young nobleman. The Dongwei swordsman flinched, violating the sacred etiquette of battle. Turning to ascertain whether this reckless throw would incur consequences beyond his capacity to bear. This moment presented Su Fengnian with the finest opportunity to injure his foe, however. Upon catching a glimpse of the slight movement of the giantess' right hand, he instinctively sensed the impending danger, suppressing the urge to strike and retreating yet again. Indeed, as the specter of Dongwei turned, the fierce blade was already unsheathed, carving a deep fissure 2 feet into the muddy ground before Su Fengnian's eyes, an alarming sight. In that fleeting moment, while adjusting his energy, Su Fengnian glanced at the embroidered scabbard. There, a fair-skinned man extended his arm, effortlessly grasping the scabbard that Su Fengnian believed was within his grasp. The young nobleman, whether oblivious to the impending threat or simply possessing an inherent air of command, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You think this embroidered pillow, with such trivial skills, can kill me? Do you not fear being the subject of ridicule? Do you even know who these two before you are?" Noticing that the Dongyue swordsman showed no intention of drawing his blade, Su Fengnian seized the opportunity to scrutinize the young nobleman, who had only been marked by a few freckles from the princess' previous encounters. Understanding dawned upon him, and with a smile, he replied, "My dear lady, do enlighten me. Perhaps you might frighten me." The nobleman's face flushed crimson, kicking the fair-skinned middle-aged man beside him, screaming, "Kill him." Finally, the man spoke, his voice sharp and grating, neither menacing nor soothing, as if courting death, without any visible movement. The embroidered scabbard shot towards Su Fengnian's neck like thunder. The Dongwei swordsman, standing in front of Su Fengnian, deftly stepped aside, allowing the deadly projectile to pass. Should he choose not to evade, he would surely be pierced through. Su Fengnian closed his eyes, not resigning himself to fate, but rather gambling with his life. The wind surged, and the bamboo forest, teeming with countless tall green stalks, bent towards the onlookers in a posture of reverence, reminiscent of the 81 peaks bowing towards the great summit, as if the very machinations of heaven had been drawn into play. An elderly Taoist emerged gracefully, embodying an indescribable celestial aura. He casually retrieved the scabbard, and upon standing still, gently placed it back, perfectly sheathing Su Fengnian's blade. The old Taoist stood serenely beside Su Fengnian. The young nobleman, having had his disguise unraveled, kicked the discarded scabbard and cursed, "Useless wretch. Kill him, all of you. Kill him for me." From the bamboo grove, a young disciple, hiding away, lamented, "Indeed, one cannot descend this mountain. The women below are all fierce tigresses." Su Fengnian opened his eyes and whistled softly. Descending from the sky was a majestic spear falcon, which landed gracefully on the shoulder of the young lord, tearing his garment. This pure white 6-year-old phoenix extended its head to caress its master's cheek. Su Fengnian paid little heed to the minor pain, extending a finger to flick the crimson beak of his beloved pet, casting a sidelong glance at the pale-faced man ready to strike. With a cold smile, he declared, 100 iron riders from Liangzhou are currently ascending the mountain with crossbows. I am eager to see who shall slay whom." The freckled woman, masquerading as a young master, remained undaunted. In a fit of rage, she retorted, "Do you dare?" Su Fengnian laughed boisterously. "In Beiliang, there is truly nothing this lord dares not to do." The Eastern Yu swordsman furrowed his brow. Indeed, the intelligence reports confirmed that 100 elite riders from the Feng battalion were stationed at the foot of Wudong Mountain, armed with 100 of Beiliang's formidable crossbows. These specially crafted crossbows possessed far greater power than ordinary ones. During the past battles, many armored Chu warriors had fallen to their bolts. While a mere few crossbows might seem insignificant in battle, when amassed to over 800, they could instill great fear. Su Fengnian pointed to his nose, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Hey, little sparrow, come, let us engage in a delightful tussle upon my grand bed, battling for 300 rounds. If you are a fledgling, all the better. This lord is well versed in all manners of martial arts, ensuring you ascend the mountain in high spirits, yet descend with weary legs." The woman, who referred to herself as this palace, ground her teeth in frustration. However, before she could retaliate with kicks or curses, the man standing like a specter of the underworld leaped forward, closing the distance to Su Fengnian in but 5 paces, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. his voice piercing through the air. "You are not worthy of being my son." In that moment, Su Fingnian recalled the biting cold of the snowy night as he trudged onward. The diminutive figure of Lao Wang led the way, yet the chill penetrated deeply. Wang Chonglu stood between the young lord and the man without a beard, his Taoist robe billowing like a balloon. He took a forceful blow, the impact sending a spray of dirt around the black-soled shoes he stood upon. Yet the stout figure of the old Taoist remained as immovable as the great peaks of Wudong. The energy circulating within his robe not only persisted but swelled further. The powdered-faced man quickly withdrew his hands, expressing doubt. "Great Huangding? You are Wang Cholu?" The old Taoist, who had once received a faceful of tea from Su Fingnian, maintained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, I am but a humble Taoist." The beardless man cautiously retreated to his original position, bending to whisper to the woman who had been mocked as a little sparrow. Her expression fluctuated wildly as she struggled to contain her emotions. Clenching her small hands that grasped two luminous night pearls, she pointed accusingly at the Wudong master, exclaiming, "You foul, bull-nosed creature! Will you favor the scoundrel behind you? Do you not fear calamity befalling your entire sect? The plaque at the mountain's foot has read Xuanwu for centuries. Do you think it impressive? Believe me, I shall shatter it." The old Taoist chuckled softly, letting his hands drop, his sleeves drifting gently without a breeze, choosing not to respond to the woman's insolent tirade. Instead, he turned to regard the young lord. Su Fingnian, with a wicked grin, replied, "Oh, Sparrow sister, you possess quite the audacious tongue. I admire that. Planning to smash the plaque? You must first seek your future husband's consent." In the heart of the solitary spirits of Dongyue, a bitter smile emerged. The words of the crown prince of Liang were sharper than the finest blades. How could Su Qiezi raise such a reckless and unscrupulous son? Was it a hearing impairment that prevented him from perceiving the title of this palace, or was he merely feigning ignorance, truly believing there was no one beneath the heavens capable of rivaling the great Zhu kingdom? The skilled crossbowmen of the Fengzi camp, 100 in number, had already ascended the mountain, agilely weaving through the bamboo forest. They awaited a command from the prince to transform the three adversaries into mere pincushions. It was well known that the northern Liang cavalry recognized only the Su flag, and its valiant generals acknowledged solely the tiger talisman of the Liang king. With the heavens distant and the emperor seemingly unwavering in his trust towards the last of the branch kings, it was rumored that in recent years, he intended to betroth Princess Sui Zhu to the eldest son of the great Zhu kingdom. It was common knowledge that tales of the crown prince circulated even in the capital, where scholars and top scholars from Liang would jest about him, sharing countless anecdotes with peers or mentors about Su Fingnian. The populace worried for Princess Sui Zhu, fearing she had entered a den of tigers, while the nobles well-versed in palace affairs eagerly anticipated Su Fengnian's arrival in the capital, anticipating that the hot-tempered princess would ultimately exact her wrath upon him. After all, whenever she ventured out of the palace for mischief, she would inevitably stir chaos among the pampered youths. Accompanied by the venerable Taoist master, who had led Wudong for 3 decades, and flanked by 100 crossbowmen as his support, Su Fingnian, emboldened, pointed at the 3 adversaries with a sneer. "You, little sparrow. A woman. You, the forlorn dog of Dongyue, a man. And you, the one who paints your face like a woman, neither man nor woman. You 3 should not descend the mountain. Stay here and toil like beasts of burden. When you have tidied the vegetable garden, depending on my mood, I might let you roam freely. If my mood sours, except for the sparrow, I'll have you mince to feed the dogs. Master Wang, are there dogs on this mountain?" The old Taoist, observing with a detached demeanor, chose to remain unperturbed, avoiding the turmoil. In the bamboo grove, the bull-riding uncle, caught in the grip of the northern Liang crossbowmen, called out, "Your Highness, there are many wild dogs on the mountain. They howl fiercely at night, likely due to hunger." The old Taoist sighed in exasperation, lamenting the antics of his younger disciple, fearing that such provocations might incite chaos within Wudong. There was no need for the man to explode in fury. No one dared to insult him so brazenly. A woman, who had inexplicably acquired an unpleasant nickname, tugged at the sleeve of the irate man beside her, whispering a few questions. His expression conveyed helplessness as he answered truthfully. Her spirit plummeted, and glaring at Su Fingnian, she boldly declared, "What worth does this shabby vegetable garden hold?" Su Fingnian replied with a smile, "If I claim it to be worth 1,000 taels of gold, then it is worth just that." Enraged and embarrassed, her wrapped bosom trembled violently as she gritted her teeth. "Fine, if it is 1,000 taels of gold, then so be it." She raised her hand and hurled a luminous pearl at Jianghu, who had remained silent in the garden, exclaiming, "This is for you. Frustrated by her unprecedented display of vulnerability, she threw another pearl, her voice rising in desperation. "This is all for you." Unexpectedly, she, like the sun rising from the west, lowered her stature in a most proactive manner. The girl, who was merely of average appearance and bore a rather rustic demeanor, did not express gratitude but instead wore a disdainful expression. She bent to pick up two muddied luminous pearls, one in each hand, and hurled them back with greater force, nearly striking the illustrious figure before her. Fortunately, a pale-faced gentleman caught the precious orbs. For her, there was no logic in throwing something away only to seek its return. Suppressing her heartache, she darkly commanded her attendant to destroy the beloved pearls she had cherished since childhood, glaring at the ungrateful girl and demanding, "Do you wish to perish?" Calmly, Jianghu replied, "I only desire my vegetable garden. Restore it to its former state." She emphasized once more, "I only require my vegetable garden." Su Fengyan, unable to commend Jianghu for her remarkably appetizing words, hastily interjected as he witnessed the androgynous figure preparing to crush the pearls. With a brazen demeanor, he exclaimed, "Wait. My maid is simply ignorant. Those pearls belong to me." Both the owner of the pearls and Jianghu spoke simultaneously. "You want them? I am the one who is ignorant?" Su Fengyan replied with a playful grin, addressing both princesses. "Little Sparrow, of course I want the pearls. If you wish to gift them to me, we can consider this matter resolved. Little clay figure, truth be told, those pearls are worth slightly more than you might imagine." The foreign woman, having been forcibly assigned a vulgar nickname, seemed to seize an advantage, throwing a glance at her attendant and nervously laughing. "You want them? I shall refuse." The two luminous pearls were promptly ground to dust between the fingers of the man. Su Fengyan wore an expression of regret. Such fine treasures were not uncommon in the royal residence, yet one could never have too many exquisite items in the world. Jianghu persisted coldly, "Return my vegetable garden." The woman retorted sharply, "What makes you think you deserve it?" Jianghu, unabashed, cast a sidelong glance at Su Fengyan. He felt a twinge of helplessness. This was the unrepentant nature of Jianghu, and it was only reasonable for him to bear the consequences should matters escalate. The elegantly dressed woman sneered. "I have only heard of gold houses harboring concubines, never of thatched cottages doing the same. Su Fengyan is truly fond of you." Jianghu, with her astute mind, immediately pierced through the final veil, stating that affection was hardly the case. It was certainly preferable to refusing marriage proposals from certain individuals. The woman appeared bewildered. "What do you mean? I do not understand." Jianghu extended her hand, reiterating, "Return my vegetable garden." This was the fourth time she had made this demand. A battle of wits unfolded between the princesses. Su Fengyan found it secretly amusing. Why should one princess torment another? A cowherd, hidden in the bamboo grove, nibbled on a bamboo leaf while squatting to watch the spectacle unfold. To speak candidly, this young master did not harbor any ill will towards His Highness the Crown Prince, especially after ascending the mountain to practice swordsmanship. Each time he carried books to Wudong, he would invariably include one or two remarkable texts unrelated to martial arts. The scenery atop the mountain is undeniably exquisite. Otherwise, it would not have been referred to as the glazed world by ancient scholars. For over a millennium, Wudong has been revered as the great peak among the 5 sacred mountains. The architecture on the mountain harmonizes seamlessly with the heavens and the earth, each structure surpassing the self-satisfied Longhu Mountain. The other 3 peaks struggle to rival Wudong's grandeur. However, after observing this landscape for over 20 years, Hong Xixiang had not grown weary. He continually yearned to encounter fresh faces and novel experiences. The Crown Prince remarked that this inclination towards the new while cherishing the old is a positive trait. The young master genuinely relished the old friends and stories on the mountain, not to mention his senior brother, who was akin to a benevolent father, and brother Chun, who diligently perused the ancient texts, albeit with a strict demeanor. Each time he unearthed a forbidden tome from the mountain, he would sigh with heartfelt concern, habitually pacing in circles before Hong Xixiang, once circling over 30 times. Then there was the taciturn brother Wang, who wielded exceptional swordsmanship, while others meticulously honed their techniques. Particularly at the Wu family sword mound, yearning to push their skills to the utmost limits, brother Wang pursued his own path, cultivating the essence of the sword in solitude. His approach bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Deng Taiye. Hong Xixiang had witnessed brother Wang standing atop a massive rock in the Xixiang pool, using his sword energy to shatter a waterfall. Several older brothers, each with distinct personalities, were nonetheless kind-hearted, exuding the charm of ancient sages, and showed great affection towards Hong Xixiang. However, The arrival of His Highness the Crown Prince brought a new layer of intrigue to the mountain. Observing the tense atmosphere outside the thatched cottage, Hong Shixiang could not help but feel anxious for the Crown Prince. Among the visitors from the capital, aside from the noblewoman disguised as a man, the other two presented considerable challenges, particularly the brooding uncle who faced off against his senior brother. His profound inner strength was formidable. Had it not been for their master brother's rare attainment of the Great Yellow Court after a century of dedication, they would have struggled to repel the adversary. The outside world only knew how difficult it was to breach the inner sanctum of the sect. Unaware of the greater challenges faced in exiting the Great Yellow Court, the esteemed centenarians of Longhu Mountain remained hidden in their blessed realms, many having attained the Great Yellow Court yet unable to find their way out. The delicate stalemate was effortlessly disrupted by the approach of an individual bearing a sword from the direction of the waterfall. It was none other than the one dubbed Wudong's greatest simpleton, Brother Wang. Now past the age of discernment, Brother Wang appeared lean and remarkably suave, shouldering a long peachwood sword of a hue akin to purple copper, named Shintu. Legend has it that an ancient immortal once wielded this sword to slay a malevolent 1,000-year-old fox spirit. The sword bore both celestial energy and demonic allure, demanding immense willpower to wield. The venerable Taoist Wang Chonlu gently suggested it is unwise to engage in conflict on the mountain. Perhaps we might all venture to the nearby Xiang Palace for some vegetarian fare? Su Fingyan chuckled. One must be well fed to have the strength to fight. A woman with a somewhat ordinary yet impatient demeanor retorted with a cold smile. Even with the Wudong sect master personally safeguarding us, it seems insufficient. With the mountain's foremost swordsman, Wang Xiaoping, also here to observe, the hospitality of Wudong truly moves me. I shall remember this kindness, and when we meet again, I shall repay it with great generosity. Su Fingyan, with an untroubled smile, remarked, it seems the little sparrow no longer intends to entangle herself with her future husband. Therefore, I shall have 100 crossbowmen escort you down the mountain. Once we reach the base, I will summon 200 or 300 iron cavalry to see you off to Liangdi. She gritted her teeth, uttering 3 words of agreement in a fit of rage. Retorting with a bitter laugh, very well, I shall remember this, Su Fingyan. Just you wait. Before Su Fingyan could respond, Jiang and I interjected, her timing as inappropriate as ever. The vegetable garden, compensate me. Su Fingyan shot her an irritated glare, to which Jiang and I defiantly returned the look, their eyes locked in a fierce standoff. However, to a certain lady, their exchange appeared to be playful banter. With a disdainful huff, she stomped on the muddy ground, seemingly wishing to flatten Wudong Mountain beneath her feet, leading her 2 attendants away. During the descent, she called for brakes several times, disregarding her status as she sat on a stone slab, rubbing her calves. While ascending, her singular focus had been on confronting her most despised enemy, oblivious to the pain beneath her feet. Upon removing her boots, she was horrified to discover bloodstains. And with a sudden outburst, she began to weep loudly, her cries echoing mournfully across Wudong Mountain. Her attendants, though of noble standing, felt as if they were treading on thin ice in the presence of their distressed mistress. The sound of her sobbing left them anxious, rendering them incapable of offering any words of comfort. After a time, the esteemed lady's cries diminished to a soft whimper. With determination, she donned her exquisitely crafted boots, wiped away her tears, and muttered to herself, Sun Jiao Temple, you cannot defeat Wang Chonglu, and Zhang Huan cannot contend with Wang Xiaoping. Alas, had I known, I should have brought more experts from the palace. Only those of the highest rank among the eunuchs, known as Jiao Temple or simply eunuchs, were few in number, with merely 8 or 9 throughout the dynasty. Even the princes with the closest ties to the emperor or powerful ministers dared not confront the eunuchs, often choosing to circumvent them entirely. Those who maintained friendly relations with these officials might even feel compelled to engage in polite conversation. The establishment of the Liang dynasty included a stone tablet in a certain hall, explicitly stating that eunuchs were forbidden from interfering in state affairs and prohibited from leaving the capital without permission. Given that this son the eunuch could traverse outside the capital in disguise, it became clear that the lady's identity was of paramount significance. Only the unruly Princess Sui Zhu would enjoy such exceptional privileges, allowing the current emperor to turn a blind eye. Today, on Wudong Mountain, Sun the eunuch endured significant humiliation at the hands of the young master. He concocted 100 schemes for when he returned to the capital, intending to make Su Fingyan's life difficult. Though he could not uproot the deeply entrenched Su family, he could certainly cause discomfort to the great state far removed from the capital. The towering tree reached for the heavens. Reaching for the heavens? Equal to the emperor? Sun the eunuch scoffed inwardly. The Princess Sui Zhu, having lost a pair of cherished luminous pearls, glared fiercely. Jianghu, I know you intend to send a secret report to my father. Right that Su Fingyan has been biding his time all these years, his debauched behavior merely a facade. This young master harbors grand ambitions, and after our meeting in Liangdi, he treated me with utmost warmth. The exiled prince of the fallen kingdom of Dongyue stood frozen in hesitation, torn between refusal and assent. To refuse would mean failing to pass this immediate trial. To agree would be the grave crime of deceiving the sovereign. The royal lineage of Dongyue had already withered to near extinction, with scarcely any survivors left. Eunuch Sun intervened in the nick of time, his voice shrill and effeminate. Your Highness, affairs of state are no trifling matter. Let us report the truth. His Majesty will surely seek justice for you. If he were to mistakenly believe Su Fingyan harbors treacherous ambitions, would that not only strengthen his resolve to forge marital ties with that cripple Su? And then, Your Highness, after a moment of earnest contemplation, the princess frowned and murmured, Then I would be utterly humiliated. To spend my life with such a worthless fool would invite the mockery of the world. Eunuch Sun and Jianghu, the twin-blade wielder of the Gedong faction, exchanged a glance of silent understanding, both visibly relieved. Though once at odds, their journey to Wudong had fostered an unexpected camaraderie between them. The Suizhu princess limped down the mountain and softly inquired, Eunuch Sun, what do you make of this Su Fingyan? The eunuch scoffed, utterly devoid of virtue and decency. The rumors from the capital already painted him in a poor light. But here in Liang, every prefecture and commandery curses his name. And today, seeing him with my own eyes only confirmed it. Her thoughts tangled, the princess lowered her voice. Jianghu, his swordsmanship wasn't entirely lacking, was it? He forced you to draw both blades. The disgraced scion of Dongwei's fallen royalty smirked. Had I truly sought his life, a single Gedong brocade blade would have sufficed within 10 strokes. The princess let out a non-committal "Oh," muttered that fool Su, and fell silent. Behind them, 100 elite Liang soldiers trailed at a distance, keeping watch over the trio. On the mountain, the elderly Taoist master departed with his junior disciple Wang Xiaoping, leaving behind a vial of medicinal pills for Su Fingyan. Hong Shixiang, listless, went to fetch the green ox. Only Su Fingyan remained at the edge of the trampled vegetable patch, gazing at Jiang and I, who stood motionless amidst the wreckage. The young master chuckled. If she won't compensate you, I will. Jiang and I crouched down, gently lifting a seedling without a word. Su Fingyan knelt beside her, reaching to help. But she shoved him away, sending him tumbling onto the dirt. Puzzled, she looked up, only to see blood seeping between Su Fingyan's fingers as he clutched his mouth. Determined to hide his wretched state from her, he abruptly stood and strode away from the garden. Bearing internal injuries, Su Fingyan retreated to the cavern behind the waterfall, swallowing a fragrant, dark green elixir to slowly regulate his qi. The duel with the Gedong swordsman had left him with superficial wounds, nothing unfamiliar after half a year of relentless blade training. But the true danger had come from the palace eunuch's strike. Had Wang Chonglu not absorbed most of the force, Su Fingyan wouldn't have staggered this far. Crawling back would have been impossible. Since taking up the sword, Su Fingyan had prioritized breath control. Instinctively, he guided his blood and qi through minor Kunlun cycles, easing his condition slightly. When he opened his eyes, Hong Shixiang stood before him, bearing a simple monastic meal. The young Taoist master murmured, You're a good man. After all, Su Fingyan shook his head with a wry smile. My maidservant is mine to scold, tease, or discipline. That is the natural order. But if others dare lay a hand on her, isn't that the same as slapping my face? The ox-riding hermit sighed. Such matters are beyond my understanding. Su Fingyan scoffed. You know nothing at all. The well-meaning individual who brought him food did not refute this. After all, the last time, the young prince had assaulted him, and he had been fortunate enough to escape without any humiliation or injury. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, cautiously inquiring, Is that woman truly the rejected Princess Suizhu? Su Fingyan replied with a cold smile, You are aware of this? The young disciple, who appeared least like a master of the Tao, chuckled foolishly. I have heard some tales from the little Taoist and the pilgrims about matters below the mountain. Leaning against the wall, Su Fingyan caressed the ancient scabbard of his embroidered winter blade, diverting the conversation with a nonchalant tone. Back in the day, the old emperor sought to overturn the chaotic martial world with force, desiring that all martial men of the realm would bow submissively at his feet like obedient hounds. However, several feudal lords feigned illness or boldly declared that such actions were improper. Whether they spoke out of righteousness or self-interest remained uncertain. Not a single general was willing to play the villain in this morally reprehensible scheme. In the end, who bore the brunt of the world's scorn? It was Su Xiao, the crippled man who annihilated the kingdom of Shishu, rallying under the banner of Su, directing his spear towards the martial men of the realm, including many families of soldiers from Beiyang. At that time, the morale of the army was more chaotic than ever, without a battle being fought. 20,000 seasoned veterans of the 100 battles sought to resign and return home, and countless fierce warriors from the rivers and lakes harbored resentment towards Su Xiao, defecting to other forces. Yet, did Su Xiao ever voice his grievances? Hong Shixiang found it unsurprising that the young prince referred to his father as Su the Cripple. He had heard that the prince would even chase after the Grand Pillar State with a broom if they disagreed. The young disciple, already clueless about the affairs of those outside the mountain, was even more bewildered by this peculiar father-son relationship. Su Fengnian continued calmly. Later, the current emperor expressed various grievances against the Yinshui Academy, which insisted that the annihilation of Shishu could harm the dynasty's fortune and that the royal family of Shichu must be treated benevolently to avoid disheartening the scholars of the realm. What could His Majesty do but send Su Xiao to be the scapegoat? With a surge of momentum, within 2 months, he swiftly eradicated Shishu. As for the benevolent royal family of Shichu, even the emperor was slain by Su Xiao's sword. With nearly 100 members of the royal family hanged from the city walls, effectively extinguishing Shichu. Consequently, the emperor could sleep soundly. Regardless of Su Xiao's actions over the years, even I, a mere playboy who has caused mischief among the virtuous daughters of Liang, have been assassinated in myriad ways. Were it not for my extraordinary luck, I would have perished long ago. I accepted this fate for Jiang and I, a little girl of merely 5 years who lost her parents, seeking vengeance against me. But what about those cunning old foxes who have lived for decades? Why drag along a group of hard-won young talents to their doom? Is it not enough to simply live well? Su Fengnian's expression softened unexpectedly as he gently remarked, "Perhaps death is preferable. It would allow them to accompany my mother." The cowherd dared not speak for fear of being ridiculed. Su Fengnian regained his composure and said, "You may find it hard to believe, but I wielded a knife at 6 and took a life at 9. At that time, my wish was to become the greatest master in the world, to ride the fiercest horse, wield the largest and swiftest blade, to aid those in need, and to marry a woman as gentle and kind as my mother. Only then would my life be fulfilling. What do the hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry from Beiyang have to do with me? As one matures, it becomes apparent that many matters do not unfold according to one's desires. Numerous individuals remain obstinate despite rational discourse. Thus, when Su Xiao instructed me to refrain from wielding a blade for a decade, promising that I could then embark on a 3-year journey, I complied without hesitation. Last year, the toothless old Huang passed away, and I refrained from inquiring whether Su Xiao wished for Huang to die atop the walls of Wudi City. I dared not ask. Today, I practice with the sword, and later with the blade. Even if I falter in my training or abandon it midway, I shall persist." My youthful granduncle broke into a cold sweat, rendered mute with trepidation. Su Fengnian leaned against the stone wall, withholding his final thoughts, merely gazing at the luminous pearl across the wall, self-deprecatingly remarking, "You implore my sister to find contentment in Jiangnan. Should she be unhappy, I shall not be lenient with you. This lack of reason is a lesson learned from the world." Hong Shixiang, wearing a pained expression, replied, "But I am most reasonable of all." Su Fengnian recalled a slender silhouette witnessed during his 3-year journey by the banks of the Luoshui River. Lost in thought as he mused, the yearning sword is the most lethal. Hong Shixiang, on the verge of flattering him with praise for his profound insights, was preemptively silenced by Su Fengnian's perceptive command, "Silence." Su Fengnian instructed the man on the cow to be silent, intending to send him to the thatched cottage for some paper. He found it necessary to pen a letter to Su Xiao regarding the events on the mountain. If the spirited Sui Zhu, a princess of noble lineage, had merely visited Bei Liang's Wudong out of youthful whimsy, it warranted little concern. It would merely add old grievances to new animosities. Su Fengnian, unfazed by numerous annoyances, figured he would likely never visit the grand capital city in his lifetime. However, if certain individuals or a small clique were inciting trouble, one must remain vigilant. Despite Su Xiao's high status and seemingly boundless glory, one could never predict when dark clouds might loom ominously over the city, heralding a tempest. In dealings with others, 2 types are most treacherous, the exceedingly clever and the self-important fool, and it was within such circles that these 2 archetypes thrived. As Su Fengnian was about to command his elder martial uncle, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A A magnificent waterfall cascaded violently, erupting in a spectacular display. The torrent surged towards them like a wild stallion, drenching both Su Fengnian and Hong Shixiang. Su Fengnian paid little heed to the deluge. His focus fixed on the scene at the center of the white elephant pool, where a colossal rock stood. In a fleeting moment, he discerned the figure of Wang Xiaoping, a sword enthusiast of high standing akin to the headmaster of Wudong, proudly poised with a peach-wood sword aimed directly toward the cave entrance. The power of that singular strike was unmatched, delivering a formidable warning to the young lord. True to form, Wang Xiaoping remained silent, drifting away with a graceful demeanor. Much like Su Fengnian in his days of wandering, he observed that many youthful heroes shared this demeanor, heads held high, brimming with arrogance. They would choose to float across rivers, neglecting the ferry, yet one could only hope they would not splash water upon the common folk aboard the boats. Were they to be caught by the young lord in such a state, it would not merely invite applause and rewards. Instead, he would ensure those rascals were pulled from the water and soaked for several months, teaching them a lesson in humility. Su Fengnian, perplexed, cast a reproachful gaze at Hong Shixiang, who bore an innocent expression. Little Wang, being of the ox sign, has that stubborn temperament. He practiced swordsmanship here before, and I suspect he is somewhat irked, he explained. The young lord possesses great magnanimity. Let us not stoop to his level. Should he master his sword, he might become the new sword god, and the young lord could achieve unparalleled fame with a legendary blade, an admirable tale for Wudong. With a hint of irritation, Su Fengnian commanded, "Fetch me some paper and ink from the thatched cottage." Hong Shixiang hurried off to gather the supplies. Su Fengnian opened the food box and, just as he lifted the bowl and prepared to pick up a piece of dried bamboo shoot with his chopsticks, he suddenly spat a mouthful of fresh blood into the bowl. The crimson liquid mingled with the rice, and Su Fengnian exhaled deeply. The Wudong elixir was indeed extraordinary. Having expelled the stagnant blood, he felt a significant release in his energy channels. With an impassive expression, he finished a bowl of rice, savoring each bite. However, the items before him were not those brought by Hong Shixiang, but rather the belongings of Jianghu, who had never set foot on the Xianstian cliff. In her hands, she held an ancient inkstone and several pages of Qingtan rice paper. The inkstone, small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, was of a formidable pedigree. In the Western Chu, there was a figure known as Jianghu, who cared little for power or beauty but was infatuated with writing instruments. This inkstone, ranked highly among ancient inkstones, was the finest among fire-clay inkstones, distinguished by its exceptional quality. It remained warm in winter and did not freeze, cool in summer and did not dry out, capable of holding ink for years without decay. Despite being a royal uncle, Jianghu was reluctant to use it, and it had fallen into Su Fengnian's possession, where it was required every 10 days, with Jianghu dutifully grinding ink by his side. For her deep-seated resentment towards him was entirely understandable. Upon seeing Jianghu, Su Fengnian still requested her to grind the ancient inkstone, selecting the finest Liao Wei from Guangdong, patiently waiting for the ink to become uniform under the delicate touch of princess typing. The ink began to exhibit the characteristic crimson hue of fire clay, and only then did he take up the brush to write, meticulously chronicling every detail of his encounter with Princess Suizhu. Su Fengnian's small script stood out brilliantly. According to ancient wisdom, one should learn regular script before attempting to write larger characters, with larger characters following the principles of yin, gu, lu, and qing. The middle-sized script would mimic ouyang, ultimately refining into the tiny, intricate script akin to that of zhongwang. This was the traditional approach, and most scholars adhered to this methodical progression. However, under the tutelage of Li Yishan, Su Fengnian took a contrary path, beginning with small script, following the traces of small seal and ancient clerical scripts, and forbidding himself from touching anything else until he mastered it. Discovering any failures would earn him a strike from the azure gourd wine flask. Among contemporary calligraphers, only the elderly monk of the two Zen temples, who had a penchant for wine, caught Li Yishan's discerning eye. Known for his calligraphy that exhibited the fierce spirit of a Vajra rather than the gentle demeanor of a bodhisattva. Thus, the prince's handwriting was devoid of any charm, filled instead with an aura of martial ferocity. It is worth noting that among Su Zhao's 2 daughters and 2 sons, only Su Fengnian's calligraphy was commendable. As for Su Longxiang, it goes without saying he could not recognize a single character, while Su Zhitian could be considered mediocre. Even the remarkably talented Su Weisheng could only be pitied. Although his poetry and prose were unparalleled, his calligraphy was something Su Xiao could not bring himself to praise. Perhaps this was the reason behind the meager correspondence Su Weisheng sent back to the northern Liang. Su Fengnian dried the last few drops of ink, folded the letter, and pondered who would deliver it. He was reluctant to entrust this confidential letter to the hands of a Wudong priest. However, the individuals from the northern Liang royal palace, particularly this frail descendant of the last emperor of the Western Chu, were far removed from his trusted inner circle. The delicate figure was ill-suited for delivering messages, and one could not dismiss the possibility of deranged assassins lurking near Wudong, waiting for an opportunity. The soldiers at the foot of the mountain had escorted Princess Sui Zhu and her 2 companions away. So was he to summon a few Wudong masters to accompany him on this errand? Su Fengnian sighed. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his final trump card. He stepped outside, took a small section of green bamboo, placed the letter inside, and with 2 fingers to his lips, whistled to summon the green and white phoenix from the peak of Wudong Mountain. He bound the letter to its talons with cloth, and with a flutter of its wings, the phoenix soared into the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Su Fengnian arrived at the edge of the Baixiang pond. Gazing at the shimmering depths of the water and the massive stone that jutted out like a dragon's horn. Standing firmly behind him, Jiang and I declared in a resolute tone, "I wish to descend the mountain." Su Fengnian frowned and replied, "Are you neglecting even the vegetable garden? Will you allow that little plot to fall into disarray?" She reiterated her intent, "I want to go down the mountain." Growing irritated, Su Fengnian retorted, "We agreed that the moment you step down, I will flatten it." To his surprise, Jiang and I remained unmoved, indifferent to his words. At a loss, Su Fengnian's mood shifted, and he smiled, saying, "If you wish to descend, then do so. Your feet are your own, and I cannot bind you. However, before you go, accompany me to attend to a matter. In return, I shall gift you this ancient fire clay inkstone you are holding. What say you?" Without hesitation, Jiang and I cast the inkstone into the Baixiang pond. She did not wish for this relic to be desecrated by the man before her. Her attachment to it had transformed into a haunting obsession. Not only because it symbolized the former glory of the Western Chu dynasty, but also due to a deeply buried secret link to the Bailiang royal family. The only 2 individuals she dared to express her loathing towards were none other than Su Fengnian, whom she held at the top of her list, and Su Weisheng, who was flawless save for his writing and appearance. Years ago, after a failed assassination attempt on the air, Su Fengnian had merely slapped her and spoken harshly. In contrast, Su Weisheng had traveled a great distance from the Shangyin Academy, casting her into a well. The water was shallow, but the darkness rendered it a prison. There, she endured the torment of the most malicious woman, who further tormented her for 3 days and nights. Upon emerging, she fortuitously learned of Su Weisheng's poor calligraphy, prompting her to self-study and practice diligently. Lacking pen and ink, she improvised with branches and any water she could find, be it rain or snow, as ink. Her early attempts at copying had faded from memory, and as her practice progressed, she poured her emotions onto the paper, often resulting in chaotic and bizarre inscriptions that diverged from contemporary calligraphic norms. Su Fengnian glanced at the sky and remarked, "I will call for you in the evening." Jiang and I did not inquire further, but squatted in front of the thatched cottage, stealing glances at the vegetable garden, revealing a softness beneath her tough exterior. Su Fengnian called out, "You on the ox, come forth." The young master uncle indeed emerged. Accustomed to the unpredictable nature of this peculiar character, Su Fengnian instructed, "Prepare some wine and meat, a large awl suitable for inscribing a plaque, or even a broom if necessary, and a bucket of ink. Make haste." Hong Shixiang, puzzled, asked, "What is the young master planning?" Su Fengnian replied with a smile, "Practicing calligraphy." Alarmed, Hong Shixiang exclaimed, "You aren't going to write on the walls of Jianghu Temple, are you?" Su Fengnian reassured him, "Such a tasteless act is beneath me." Uncertain, Hong Shixiang questioned, "Really?" Su Fengnian dismissed him with a single word. As Hong Shixiang sought his own fortune, he quietly prayed for the Jianghu Temple, hoping the young master would not conjure any mischief. For the temple's residents had been living in fear of the unpredictable chaos that had befallen them. It was said that the temple's head had been losing sleep each night, frequently lamenting to the senior master and pleading for the chaotic troublemaker to be sent elsewhere. Su Fengnian waited for half an hour until Hong Shixiang arrived, carrying the items. He then retreated behind the waterfall to recuperate. The cowherd brought a jar of exquisite rice wine, 2 pounds of cooked beef, a massive writing brush standing at 1.5 human heights, and a barrel of ink. Everything was quite complete. Su Fengnian truly wondered what the cowherd occupied himself with daily. Was it merely running errands, idly staring by the waterside, or tending to the cattle? If cultivating the celestial path were so leisurely, Su Fingnian might even consider pursuing it himself. The moon was full and bright, hanging in the sky like a grand silver disk, illuminating the night path without the need for lanterns. Su Fingnian initially thought of using a luminous pearl to light his way, but decided against it. He called for Jiang and I, who had been playing in the vegetable garden like a mud doll, to accompany him to the mountain peak. While Xiang Temple had narrowly escaped disaster, the first palace of Wudong's 36 palaces, Taisu Palace, was destined to suffer. The night air felt as gentle as a whisper, while the mountains lay like a reclining ox. The bright moon enveloped Jiang and I and him like a silken cocoon. Su Fingnian, inspired by the scenery, spontaneously composed a rather clumsy 5-character poem with uneven rhythms, feeling quite proud of his creation. This poem is exceptional. Little Mud Doll. What do you think of it compared to the lamenting verses of the scholars from Liangzhou? Jiang and I, who bore all the heavy items, displayed no change in expression. Su Fingnian and Jiang and I ascended the steps towards the summit of Dalianhua Peak, heading straight for Taisu Palace. There lay a white jade plaza, most suitable for the art of calligraphy. One must ponder which literary figure would dare inscribe grand characters before the Taisu Palace of Wudong. Only the young master, indeed. This epitomized the essence of a true dandy. To wreak havoc in the countryside, spending each day engaging in petty mischief like climbing walls to gaze at blossoming apricots. How trivial. Upon reaching the entrance of Taisu Palace, the mountain breeze caressed his face, refreshing him entirely. Su Fingnian instructed Jiang and I to place the items on the steps, bit into a piece of beef, and pondered how to begin his writing. Should it be in regular script or running script, or perhaps the cursive he had secretly practiced? Would it be the Futu Temple Steel or Huazhou Cold Food Tablet, or even urgent chapter in cursive? In truth, Su Fingnian had a greater affinity for cursive script, which flowed freely and unrestrained. However, Master Li Yishan had deemed his skills insufficient, far from the desired level of accomplishment, preventing the young master from indulging in it, a regrettable circumstance. The main hall of Taisu Palace was adorned with peacock blue glazed tiles, featuring a grand roof with intricate carvings in yellow and green, exuding a magnificent aura. The sweeping eaves, renowned across the land, soared gracefully, rising. Su Fingnian picked up the large brush, dipped it into the ink barrel, and shook it slightly. Yet, he still could not decide what to inscribe. The ancients do not deceive me, he sighed, holding the brush with a heavy heart. Ultimately, he resolved to drink a few sips of wine, hoping that the intoxication might inspire him to create something worthwhile. As he turned around, he was taken aback to see Jiang and I had already taken a large gulp of wine. Her cheeks flushed crimson as if she were a peach blossom in the Western Chu Palace. It was said that the Emperor of Western Chu doted on Princess typing to an extraordinary extent when she inquired about the weight of the blossoms. He had all the peach blossoms picked and weighed pound by pound. Su Fingnian sighed quietly and immersed the large brush into the ink barrel. As today, he intended to witness her calligraphy. Although contemporary cursive script had distanced itself from clerical and grass scripts, it still adhered to the Zhangqiao style, lacking the refinement esteemed by Li Yishan, who believed it had yet to reach the profound realm where one could write without recognizing the characters. In this world, there are but few individuals, like the eccentric monk from the two Zen temples, who can truly grasp the essence of life's joys and sorrows, wealth and poverty, longing and intoxication, discontent and resentment, as articulated by the esteemed Li Yishan. One could only harmonize with the universe through the resonance of the heart, transmuted into words. Jiang and I, swaying unsteadily, approached a large bucket of ink. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way to the center of the square and began to write. It was then that Su Fingnian realized her smile was captivating, yet her silent sorrow was even more poignant. The brush danced like a dragon in her grasp, as if possessed by divine spirits. She penned 245 characters with a flourish, often crafting 5 or 6 characters in a single stroke. With the moon of the West Shu, the mountains and rivers lay in ruin. With the moon of the East Hu, the land was desolate. At the river's source, the common folk suffered. At its mouth, they endured the same plight. The declaration of vengeance against Su Fingnian concluded with Jiangni's oath. She sat near the character for a year, ink splattered across her, lost in thought, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Fingnian, seated on the highest step, murmured to himself, "What a magnificent piece! The oath of vengeance beneath the moonlight." That night was no longer merely Jiangni's solitary descent from the mountains as the princess of Western Chu. Su Fingnian, not succumbing to indignation, refrained from destroying her rebellious calligraphy. Instead, he reclined on the stone steps, consuming a good portion of rice wine and finishing all the beef. waiting for dawn's first light before departing from the Tai Su Palace. On that day, Su Fengnian diligently practiced his swordsmanship, aware that even the most inept bird must endure hardships to soar. After dawn, a young acolyte sweeping the path was taken aback by the hasty scribbles in the square, mistaking them for celestial writings, and hurried back to summon his master. Upon witnessing the writing, the master called forth the 6 highest-ranking ancestors from Wudong Mountain. The only headmaster to have successfully completed the Great Huangting Pass in nearly 60 years was Wang Chonglu, who governed the moral precepts of Wudong Mountain. Chen Yao, though rigid, was not inflexible. At over 90, he remained vigorous, often reprimanding his most gifted junior disciple, only to soften his heart mid-lecture, resulting in thunderous admonitions that lacked substance. Song Jiming, having lived for a remarkable 140 years, appeared surprisingly youthful. He had emerged from the confines of the Mo prison on several occasions, a frequency that placed him among the top practitioners in the realm. Concurrently, he was responsible for refining external elixirs, contributing a plethora of miraculous potions to Wudong's storied traditions. Yu Xingrui, recently returned from his travels in the East Sea, presented himself in a disheveled manner, his internal strength rivaling that of Wang Chonglu, despite his youth. On the journey, he had taken on a remarkably gifted disciple, a child yet to reach 20, illustrating that seniority in Wudong was often unrelated to age. Wang Xiaoping, the sword enthusiast, remained as silent as a grave, his life seemingly devoted solely to his blade. Lastly, Hong Shixiang, perhaps the most unorthodox among them, pursued the ethereal Tao with singular fervor. Beautiful writing, Chen Yao exclaimed sincerely. A masterpiece, Yu Xingrui nodded in agreement. Such literary talent. Song Jiming, who had lived twice the age of an ordinary person, sighed heavily, bending to scrutinize the piece, twirling the long, vine-like white whiskers of his beard, only to exclaim in surprise, reflecting that the seemingly superfluous 7 characters at the end were, in fact, the Pai Si de Arsistance. What a vow of vengeance! The characters inscribed are exquisite, more unrestrained and free than contemporary cursive, akin to a dragon leaping through the gates of heaven and a tiger resting upon the mountain ridge, truly rare. Moreover, this remarkable prose is difficult to believe as the creation of a woman scarcely over 20. Wang Chonglu's words serve as a definitive judgment. Shu, keep your voices low, urged the junior master uncle with trepidation. What is there to fear? The prince is practicing his swordplay below, Wang Chonglu jested. In any case, the one destined for misfortune will be me alone. Hong Shixiang murmured. It is easier to converse with the young. We have aged, Wang Chonglu smiled. Master brother, because I am younger, you are pushing me into the fire pit. Hong Shixiang exclaimed in despair. Junior brother, you must possess the resolve that if I do not enter hell, who will? Wang Chonglu laughed, lacking any semblance of the transcendent demeanor expected of a master in front of his disciples. Nonsense. That is Buddhist rhetoric, Hong Shixiang shouted. Countless streams flow eastward into the sea. Though the words differ, the principles remain the same, Yu Xingrui added with a hearty laugh. Did you hear that? Your brother Yu speaks wisely. Wang Chonglu patted the shoulder of his junior disciple and shared a knowing smile with Yu Xingrui. They were all of considerable age. With no hope of spiritual transcendence, their greatest delight lay in teasing the younger brother, for one never knew when the final moments would come. Wang Chonglu remarked, Junior brother, your calligraphy here is the finest. Take advantage of this clear day to copy it and preserve it carefully in the top tier of the scripture repository. Hong Shixiang rolled his eyes. I want to write it. If the prince finds out, I'll be in deep trouble. Wang Chonglu replied with a grin. What is the worst that could happen? Just skip the last 7 characters if necessary. Hong Shixiang muttered. In any case, it won't be master brother who gets beaten. After 16 years of silence, Wang Xiaoping paused, his expression contemplative for a long while, before finally rasping. There is a sword intent within these characters. The 4 elder brothers exchanged glances, then shared a knowing smile. Having not heard 6th brother speak since ascending the mountain, Hong Shixiang, after his surprise, felt despair wash over him. I will write. 3 days later, thunder rumbled ominously. Su Fengnian returned to the Taishu Palace, holding an oil paper umbrella. After the light rain, only a ground darkened with ink remained. The downpour intensified, raindrops pattering against the surface of the umbrella. He spotted a slender figure bearing a peachwood sword, standing at the opposite corner of the square, uncertain whether the white-haired elder had departed from the Beilong Wang Fu. He thought it might have been possible to summon him for a duel against this sword enthusiast, having battled with the East Yu swordsman. Witnessing the clash of masters was no longer merely a spectacle. Dismissing this tempting notion, Su Fengnian turned to descend the mountain. Outside the thatched cottage, Qing The foremost maid from Wudong Garden stood amidst the thunderstorm, holding an oil paper umbrella painted with a blue phoenix, patiently awaiting the prince. Qing carried a letter personally delivered by the Grand Pillar State to her. Su Fingnian stepped into a room overflowing with secret manuals, leaving him with little space to stand. The bed, table, and chairs were all piled high, with only a small patch of clean ground remaining in the corner, which, predictably, was where Jiang and I slept. Su Fingnian sat atop a mount of books and tore a few pages from a volume titled Tiger Prison Blade to wipe his face, and then tore a few more to dry the rain from his hands before opening a letter. In the letter, Su Xiao had personally written that he had dispatched someone to the capital to gather intelligence and had not concealed his preparations to invite a statue of a bodhisattva into the palace to suppress the indiscreet Sun eunuch. In 2 years, neither early nor late, he intended to see the Sun family fall from grace. What truly astonished Su Fingnian was that Su Xiao had finally unveiled the mystery of why he was summoned to Wudong. It was for Wang Chonglu to transfer his profound cultivation to him. Akin to a magical transformation, was this not an extraordinary undertaking? Did they not fear divine retribution? Su Fingnian destroyed the secret letter, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. He raised his gaze to the figure standing at the door, Qing Niao, and inquired, "Is it possible to transfer inner strength to another? If so, one could simply pass on their power like a seat before death, making the masters of the major sects even more formidable with each generation." Qing Niao replied calmly, "The efficacy of a pill or a bowl of rice varies from person to person. As for the transfer of inner strength, it is at most half. There was once a notorious villain in the martial world, deeply skilled, who relished forcefully transmitting his inner strength to others, only to witness their bodies unable to bear the burden, resulting in their limbs bursting apart, leaving only a complete head." Su Fingnian was taken aback. Such a madman who harms others without benefiting himself? Qing Niao nodded. Su Fingnian then asked, "Do you think this is Su Xiao's idea or my master's?" To which Qing Niao candidly responded, "I dare not say." Su Fingnian sighed. "Then it must be Su Xiao." Qing Niao surveyed the surroundings and unexpectedly smiled. Su Fingnian gently suggested, "Let us descend the mountain once the rain diminishes." Qing Niao acknowledged with a sound. The heavy rain persisted for 2 hours, and eventually, Qing Niao had to descend the mountain. Su Fingnian accompanied her to the Xuanwu pavilion before turning back. Outside the thatched cottage, Su Fingnian gazed at the muddy vegetable patch and chuckled. "Why must you express your disdain in writing? If second sister were to find out, wouldn't you be in for a scolding? You foolish girl, always remembering the bad." Subsequently, the young master devoted himself to practicing his sword. Though he audaciously ventured to the purple bamboo grove atop the Great Lotus Peak, a sacred place of the ancestor Wang Zhaoping, few dared to disturb this sword fanatic among the peers of Wudong Mountain. Save for the young granduncle who would graze cattle or seek suitable slender purple bamboo for fishing rods. On his first visit to the grove, Su Fingnian was forced out by a sword that severed dozens of purple bamboo stalks. On his second, he unwisely endured a strike, resulting in a fortnight's recovery on a wooden bed, burdening Wudong to expend several bottles of superior elixirs. When Su Fingnian finally managed to cleave through a waterfall with a single stroke, he revisited the purple bamboo grove, only to be compelled to retreat after another strike. Still never having glimpsed the face of that sword enthusiast. At least he did not collapse immediately. He could stagger back to the thatched cottage, though he nearly consumed the elixirs as if they were sustenance. The Wudong and Longhu Mountains, both representing the Dan-Ding lineage, exhibit subtle distinctions. Longhu Mountain not only emphasizes the inner alchemical practice of nurturing life through the expulsion of the old and the embrace of the new, but also accepts the external alchemy of refining metals, which is often disparaged by Longhu Mountain as a deviation from the true path. On the peak of Qingyun, several cauldrons stand, where the alchemists labor earnestly, consuming nearly 10,000 pounds of charcoal annually in their grand endeavors. Last month, Su Fingnian witnessed a cauldron opening ceremony at Qingyun Peak, a site reputedly shielded from malevolent forces. Aside from the main peak of the lotus blossom, a propitious day must be chosen to erect altars, burn talismans, and the alchemists kneel at the foot of the mountain, beseeching the Taoist heavenly sovereign. Only after this ritual do they ascend the mountain, imparting to the young master a profound understanding of the arduous nature of cultivation and the greater challenges of alchemy. Yet, this did not hinder Su Fingnian from indulging in elixirs, which led to the ire of Hong Shixiang, who had laboriously convinced his senior brother Song Jiming to allow the young master to observe the alchemical process. Hong cast a resentful glance at the ungrateful blind man, realizing the futility of his efforts. The elder brother's assertion that the youth were easy to communicate with proved utterly unfounded. The fragrance of osmanthus wafted through the mountain air. Aside from competing with the waterfall beneath Xianxian Peak, Su Fingnian frequented the Zizhu forest to engage in swordplay with Wang Xiaoping, managing to withstand a strike without faltering. Though seemingly the same swordplay, the ability to stand firm or fall signified Su Fingnian's progress in mastering the blade. It was a startling revelation when the once bustling bamboo grove saw a sudden reduction in the vibrant purple bamboo as the sword enthusiast drew forth his blade, showcasing an uncanny prowess. Few could have anticipated that the infamous young master could remain on Wudong Mountain for half a year. Some young Taoists, having tasted the mundane, speculated whether the young master had hidden away several beautiful maidens or was indulging in sumptuous feasts, noting a decline in their encounters with the young uncle. Thus, rumors spread that the young master was a reincarnated demon, necessitating the presence of the reincarnated Emperor Jianghu to subdue him, leading to an escalation of bizarre tales and whispered gossip. Hong Shixiang, riding his ox, remained indifferent to such chatter, offering no clarifications. When approached by younger disciples who were even his juniors, he would chuckle and respond. The young master is diligently studying texts such as Yunji Tichin and Daojiao Shu, reflecting his earnestness. While others might dismiss it, the words from the young uncle carried an air of credibility, leaving many in a state of half-belief. Occasionally, elders of considerable standing would question Hong with indignation. Master Hong, why does the young master forsake his noble status to assert himself on Wudong Mountain? Who is he practicing his sword for? The young uncle would merely smile and reply, perhaps he practices for his own sake. The young master hails from immense wealth. His taste will inevitably diverge from the ordinary. Indeed, he is somewhat unconventional. Some could not resist a derisive chuckle, suggesting he must be secretly mastering our Wudong's profound techniques to descend the mountain and cause mischief. At this, the young uncle fell silent. Today, he released the green ox and wandered alone through the forest, heading towards the Xianstin coffin, where he spotted a unique autumn cicada of Wudong Mountain flitting past. Without hastening his pace, he ambled forward like a drunken man, soon catching up to the cicada, gently pinching it just before it collided with a spider's web. The young uncle bowed low to pass under the web, then released his fingers, allowing the cicada to soar free. In truth, the cicada, having metamorphosed from a nymph into an adult, lives no more than 3 months at most. Yet, Hong Shixiang still saved it. Without any particular reason, merely engaging in a small act of kindness that felt entirely natural. This venerable master, who has ascended the mountain for over 2 decades, has likely dedicated himself to such humble deeds, regarded by all as the epitome of enlightenment in the way of heaven. However, it seems he himself remains oblivious to the nature of the celestial path and does not exert himself to ponder it deeply, leading a simple life of eating, drinking, defecating, tending cattle, reading, and appreciating the scenery, all in a state of tranquil ordinariness. As Hong Shixiang ambled to the exterior of the thatched cottage, he beheld the young prince plucking a cucumber from the vegetable garden and biting into it. Hong Shixiang, seizing the opportunity while the prince was distracted, attempted to stealthily snatch a cucumber for himself, only to have his paw swatted away by Su Fingnian wielding the scabbard of the embroidered winter blade. Left with no recourse, he squatted nearby, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Your Highness, do you truly relinquish the tender red wine, melodious singing, exquisite delicacies, and luxurious silken bedding from the royal palace?" Su Fingnian replied with a smile, "If you were to live like this for over a decade, you would also learn to part with it." Hong Shixiang shook his head, stating, "I simply cannot bear to part with this mountain." Su Fingnian scoffed, "You are merely timid. It is an entirely different matter." Hong Shixiang pouted, this being the extent of his youthful protest. Su Fingnian taunted, "I dare to ascend the mountain and practice my swordsmanship. You do not dare to descend? Is there a horde of malevolent spirits lurking below, or an abundance of demons and monsters? To entertain a different notion, even if such beings existed, do they not require your kind to vanquish them?" Hong Shixiang continued to shake his head vigorously. Su Fingnian, no longer wishing to waste breath, asked, "I intend to head to the purple bamboo forest. Will you accompany me?" Hong Shixiang shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, and waved his hands, saying, "I cannot go. Even my little senior brother forbids me from taking the cattle there now." Su Fingnian munched on his cucumber, departing the small vegetable patch, musing indistinctly. What is so remarkable about being the best in the world? It is far superior to be the only one in the world. Everyone vies for the title of the best, but in the end, there can only be one. The latter, however, is a path that anyone can aspire to. That is the true essence of the heavenly way. Hong Shixiang squatted on the ground, his hands propping up his cheeks as he fell into contemplation. grasping a hint of understanding, yet remaining somewhat bewildered. Su Fingnian, walking away with his back turned to Hong Shixiang, huffed, "Do not pilfer any more cucumbers. I have counted them. If I return and discover one missing, I shall beat you until all 3 of your legs are bloodied. Do you comprehend that?" Hong Shixiang forced a smile and replied, "I understand very well." Su Fingnian was just about to seek the sword energy from the mute sword enthusiast when he was suddenly met with a cacophony of wailing, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, infused with a heart-wrenching grief as if mourning deceased parents. Turning with a smile, he beheld a rotund figure rolling and crawling towards him. He swiftly raised the scabbard of his Shudong saber to halt the momentum of this 300-pound mass. Only the corpulent and peculiar Chu Lushan would dare to present himself in such an unabashedly sycophantic manner before the young lord. Upon seeing the dark-skinned Su Fingnian, the portly fellow, nicknamed Luchioer, was a blubbering mess, squatting laboriously at the young lord's feet, clutching the scabbard with his pudgy hands, tears streaming down his face. Su Fingnian relished the exaggerated antics of Luchioer, finding joy in each encounter. As long as the Su banner remained unyielding, all his theatrics were undeniably genuine. Su Fingnian drew the scabbard, playfully patting the cheeks of the valiant General Qian Miolong, and spoke, "To kneel before me, a mere third-rank general, is unheard of. Yet I have heard tales of you taking out your grievances on your parents. What a disgrace! By the way, Luchioer, have you completed the task entrusted to you by Su Shao?" Chu Lushan, disregarding the buckets of sweat pouring from his body, struggled to rise, his flesh quivering. He truly could not fathom how his maids and concubines endured the weight of 300 pounds. With a round, rotund smile, he replied, "It's mostly done, Your Highness. There are just a few minor details left, carefully watched over, so there won't be any flaws, only waiting for your inspection." He continued, "My parents, both disrespectful in their old age, merely gave me life and did a good deed. Why should I kneel? But you, Your Highness, are a paragon of wisdom and martial prowess, possessing unparalleled talents that dominate the realm. Today, as you master your blade, I would willingly kneel before you. Your Highness, this mountain is truly no place for mortals. I dare to request that you return to the royal residence. During my travels, I have discovered a pair of exquisite twin lotuses in Jianghu, blossoming in their youth, yet possessing the allure of a mature beauty. Your Highness, they are ripe for the picking." Su Fingnian's expression darkened at the mention of twin lotuses. Suddenly, an unsettling memory struck Chu Lushan. He recalled an old servant with missing teeth who referred to the second sword of the Sword 9 as twin lotuses. In a moment of panic, he slapped himself twice with considerable force, his face reddening as he lamented, "I deserve to die." Su Fingnian, draping an arm around Chu Lushan's shoulder, chuckled, "Look at us. Have we grown distant as brothers? I was merely teasing you, and you took it to heart. Now, that deserves a proper slap." Luchioer nodded vigorously and again delivered 2 resounding slaps to his own face, the sound echoing loudly, clearly fueled by the vigor of his last night's meal. Chu Lushan was notorious in the Liang King's residence, having committed countless transgressions, one being that upon hearing of a beautiful woman giving birth, he would abduct her to his manor for nourishment. If the milk was satisfactory, she would be rewarded and sent away. If not, he would cruelly sever her breasts. This wolfish figure was ever the dog within the Liang King's court. Yet, this dog had once followed the great pillar state into battle, achieving the remarkable feat of shielding Su Shao from 11 swords on the battlefield. Thus, when Su Shao ascended to kingship, he promised that Chu Lushan could commit 11 capital offenses without facing death. The remaining few adopted sons each belonged to different factions, yet all share a profound disdain for Chu Lushan. For instance, Yuan Zhuozong has never cast a glance at the rotund figure, and the notorious butcher Chen Jibao has even threatened to set fire to Lushan's corpse in the future. Su Fingnian brought Chu Lushan to the bathing pool, where a refreshing coolness enveloped them. Observing the plump man carefully crouching to splash water on his face, Su Fingnian inquired with a smile, "After all the effort of climbing up the mountain, you surely do not intend to merely howl in front of me, do you?" Chu Lushan looked up and replied with a grin, "I recently came across some amusing tidbits and feared you might be lonely on the mountain, so I thought to share them to alleviate your boredom." Intrigued, Su Fingnian encouraged, "How considerate of you, Lushan. Do share." Seating himself on a stone, Chu Lushan animatedly recounted, "The first piece of news is about a young genius swordsman emerging from the Wu family's sword tomb, named Wu Luding. At merely 20 years of age, he has descended from that tomb to challenge renowned swordsmen across the land, remaining undefeated thus far. He is soon to arrive at the Yuwang sword pool, where a splendid spectacle is anticipated. This Wu swordsmanship is commendable. He has traversed from north to south, and though he has yet to spar with a first-tier master, several seasoned experts have perished beneath his blade. However, Lu Shan muses that no matter how formidable his sword may be, it pales in comparison to your highness's blade, which is akin to a delicate embroidery needle. Su Fengnian chuckled, neither affirming nor denying, gesturing for Lu Shan to continue. Wiping the droplets of water, warmed by his own body heat, from his face, Lu Shan continued. The next two pieces of news pertain to the second princess. A fortnight ago, she served as a proctor at the Shangyin Academy, where she graded a 5-character quatrain by a scholar from the former Western Shu. She deemed it unworthy of praise, prompting the scholar to challenge her, asking which poets might be worthy of admiration. Do you know how the second princess responded, Your Highness? Her remarks ignited the ire of nearly every literary luminary in the dynasty. She criticized Song Qi's poetry as languid and filled with lasciviousness, reflecting a penchant for carnal indulgence. She found the works of grand scholar Yuan Jiang, Shen Haitang, and Zhang Jiao to be technically proficient yet lacking in substance, mere reputational pursuits. Overall lacking in talent and charm, far from deserving the title of poet. She even assessed the esteemed poet Yin Jidao's esprit verses as pure heavenly sounds, devoid of personal effort. Not even her own mentor, Su Huang, escaped her scrutiny, being criticized for focusing solely on sentiment without historical context. As if describing a beautiful girl from a poor family who, while exquisite in beauty, lacks the poise of wealth. Ultimately, the arrogant scholar was rendered speechless, his bravado extinguished, and meekly inquired about the foremost poetic genius of the court, Li Fujian. To his astonishment, the second princess merely remarked that Li's verses could only be read, not sung, and that those beneath him were hardly worth reading at all. Lu Shan spoke with fervor and enthusiasm. Curiously, the esteemed Su Jihu harbored a profound loathing for Lu Shan, wishing to eradicate him entirely. In contrast, the illustrious Su Weisheng held no particular aversion to the rotund figure and never questioned his younger brother Su Fengnian's association with Lu Shan. Su Fengnian laughed heartily. This is splendid. All the scholars across the land will surely be driven to madness. Lu Qiuer chuckled. Your Highness, your wisdom is unparalleled. Following your remarks, the academic institutions of the realm are engulfed in a tide of criticism. On this journey, I took the liberty of severing the fingers of a fool who dared to pin a critique of the second princess, overestimating his own capabilities. Su Fengnian, either intentionally or inadvertently, glossed over this matter and inquired, What of the last incident? Chula Shan's expression darkened. A young man, whose origins are unknown, has appeared at the Yin Academy, claiming he wishes to play chess with the second princess, asserting he intends to engage in 10 games, as the ancients did. Su Fengnian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did my second sister acquiesce? Lu Shan sighed, his countenance rife with menace. The second princess consented, and over the course of 10 days, they contested 10 matches, resulting in 5 victories and 5 defeats. Su Fengnian asked with a smile. I surmise they used the 12 boards, rather than the 19 my sister devised? Lu Shan nodded in affirmation. Su Fengnian concluded, this implies that regardless of the opponent's skill, he remains unqualified to spar with my sister on the 19 boards. The ominous aura surrounding Lu Shan dissipated, swiftly replaced by a smug satisfaction. Su Fengnian chuckled. Your exuberance reminds me of a matter. My second sister disapproves of my sword practice, so I must tread carefully when I descend the mountain. Lu Qiuer squinted, seemingly delighted. Rising to his feet, Su Fengnian remarked, I must continue my sword training. When you descend, do pick a couple of cucumbers from the garden. You, my corpulent friend, are too fond of meat. A touch of vegetables now, and then will prolong your life. Lu Shan promptly stood, gratitude evident in his demeanor. Su Fengnian removed his garments and placed his embroidered winter sword beside the shore, executing a graceful dive into the depths. Lu Shan gathered 2 cucumbers, one in each hand, and after a moment's pause to meet with the guards, he began his descent. He chose a path less traveled, the Southern Divine Road, frequented by pilgrims. Spanning over 20 miles, where peaks rose like bamboo shoots and rivers flowed like silk. Lu Shan remained silent, even as he devoured the cucumbers. The captain of the guards, a robust warrior known for his ruthlessness, shared a camaraderie with this noble scion and jokingly remarked on the general's refined taste, noting even cucumbers piqued his interest. Without hesitation, Lu Shan retaliated with a powerful slap, forceful enough to dislodge several of the captain's teeth. Yet, the warrior swallowed both blood and teeth, crouching on the ground, trembling in fear, while Lu Qiuer, who had previously been jovial in the presence of the young lord, now bore an impassive expression. She walked along the mountain path, casting not a glance at the terrified captain. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the towering Lotus Peak and murmured softly, "It appears I am indeed ill-suited for life atop these heights." Su Fengnian retrieved a substantial handful of pebbles from the lakebed, casting them onto the ground before plunging once more into the frigid depths of the pool. This peculiar ritual continued for the better part of the day, resulting in the collection of approximately 40 stones, from which he meticulously selected half, stacking them within the cavern behind the waterfall. Once this strange endeavor was completed, he brandished his sword and made his way to the bamboo grove, known as the Purple Bamboo Forest, though it was interspersed with numerous species such as Nan bamboo, sea bamboo, and swan bamboo. Thousands of bamboo stalks coalesced into a verdant sea, rustling with life whenever the wind stirred, creating a symphony of bamboo waves. Su Fengnian relished the opportunity to catch some bamboo chicken and pluck the melodious frog for his meals, feeling it only just to see some advantage after enduring a sword strike. A cowherd had mentioned that the winter bamboo shoots here were particularly delectable, and Su Fengnian wondered if he would live to savor that day. The foremost simpleton of Wudong resided deep within the bamboo thicket in a modest bamboo dwelling. He practiced his swordplay, often walking upon the surface of the bamboo with the grace of a wave, his sword's momentum akin to a surging tide. Indeed, he was like a force that could cleave through bamboo. As Su Fengnian entered the bamboo grove, he unsheathed his sword, Xiaodong, ever vigilant against the inexplicable sword strikes of the sword-obsessed Wang Zhaoping. However, for reasons unknown, Wang Zhaoping had yet to draw his sword by the time Su Fengnian caught sight of the bamboo house. Gaining courage, Su Fengnian pressed onward, his garments now thoroughly soaked. It was no wonder the young lord felt as if he were walking on thin ice. The sword fanatic was indeed fixated. Indifferent to the 30,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang, the esteemed Su Shao of the Great Pillar Nation, or the four-character archway at the foot of Wudong Mountain, his heart was solely consumed by the sword. Thus, each time he unleashed a single strike, Su Fengnian was compelled to muster all his concentration to respond cautiously. Wang Zhaoping emerged slowly from the bamboo house, taking a seat upon a bamboo chair. Devoid of the treasured sword, Zhenshan, Su Fengnian sheathed Xiaodong and approached, seating himself across from Wang Zhaoping. The sword fanatic, without his weapon, appeared merely as a handsome middle-aged gentleman, his demeanor stiff, clad in simple robes. Wang Zhaoping had only recently donned the mantle of a Wudong disciple. It was rumored that before ascending the mountain, he had been a wealthy, wayward son, disinterested in officialdom, enamored only with beautiful maidens and swords. After suffering a heartbreak, he grew wary of beauty, equating it with danger, and in a fit of rage, squandered his family's wealth before seeking refuge in Wudong. The profound text. Green Water Pavilion's 60 years of sword practice, which eluded many throughout their lifetimes, he mastered in just 3 years, ultimately becoming a disciple of the previous generation's master. Thereafter embracing a path of silent practice, forging his own arduous swordsmanship, Wang Zhaoping delicately rolled a few fresh tea leaves of mist-dispelling tea between his fingers, savoring them slowly with an expression of stoic contemplation, though his eyes sparkled with intensity. Su Fengnian remained seated for a span of incense sticks, observing as the foremost simpleton of Wudong chewed the tea leaves with deliberate slowness. The autumn tea, compared to the spring and summer varieties, bore a slightly withered quality, its flavor faint. It was the first time Su Fengnian had witnessed someone consume tea leaves raw. Listening to the rustle of bamboo leaves, he was inexplicably reminded of a poem penned by his second sister, which likened the sound of bamboo to the lamentations of the common folk and the sorrowful sighs of fading beauty, an ode that had once garnered admiration from scholars. He feared that now, in the halls of the Yin Academy, she would deliver a scathing critique, leaving the scholars regretting their past praise of Su Weisheng. Surveying his surroundings, Su Fengnian found the unending bamboo monotonous, and grasping Xiaodong tightly, he rose and silently departed. Wang Zhaoping cast a glance at the retreating figure of the young lord, seemingly contemplating whether to transform a bamboo stalk into a long sword. Upon exiting the bamboo grove, Su Fengnian found himself drenched once more. Indeed, this bamboo forest was no place for a man to linger. The mere prospect of that unsheathed sword instilled far more trepidation in Su Fengnian than the sword itself ever could. The osmanthus blossoms on the mountain had long since fallen. Beneath the Xianyan peak, Su Fengnian delved into the depths of a secluded pool, tirelessly traversing its depths countless times. He meticulously explored the water-laden areas of Wudong Mountain, ultimately gathering over 400 smooth pebbles, black and white, which he stacked within his humble abode. Apart from wielding the embroidered winter blade to cleave through waterfalls, he devoted himself to sculpting the stones. Among the sword techniques recorded in the Green Water Pavilion's Jianghu, there exists one akin to the delicate art of embroidery. Known as Heavenly Maiden Scatterflowers, renowned for its exquisite intricacy, this technique could rival the profound swordsmanship of the Wu family sword tomb. Su Fengnian adapted this elegant style to the tip of his embroidered winter blade, each stroke demanding immense concentration. Initially, he could only carve 2 or 3 pebbles a day. But as he honed his craft, he progressed to 4 or 5 daily. When the snow blanketed the mountains, he could close his eyes and strike, achieving the remarkable feat of carving 13 or 14 stones in a single day. Calculating the time, Su Fengnian realized it was nearly time to depart from Wudong Mountain, as he still needed to ring the bell at Jiuhua, a task of utmost importance for the Beilong Wangfu. For reasons unknown, his interest in the transfer of internal energy from the Wudong sect's leader, Wang Chonglu, had begun to wane. Whether it was the natural order of the universe or the influence of Wang Xiaoping's sword in bamboo, or perhaps the vow of vengeance posted before the Taishu Palace, he could not discern. Patiently, Su Fengnian carved 361 stones, 181 black and 180 white, arranged in a grid of 19, yielding a total of 361. Unbeknownst to him, his swordsmanship evolved from coarseness to finesse. Occasionally, he ventured into the bamboo grove for practice, compelling the sword enthusiast Wang Xiaoping to draw her sword, ultimately severing several stalks of purple bamboo to drive Su Fengnian from the grove. On one recent occasion, exasperated with both Su Fengnian and the embroidered winter blade, she executed successive strikes, forcibly clearing a substantial area in the northeastern corner of the bamboo thicket. Outside the bamboo pavilion, Wang Chonglu sat opposite the sword enthusiast, chewing on raw tea leaves with a smile. "How is the energy flow progressing?" he inquired. Wang Xiaoping, who only spoke before the Taishu Palace, nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Chonglu continued, "Each time you wield your sword openly, you channel Su Fengnian's blade techniques and energy to one place. Meanwhile, the Green Water Pavilion operates subtly, concealing its sword principles to guide a tranquil mind. I hadn't anticipated that Su Fengnian, through his sculpting of game pieces with his blade, would inadvertently grasp the essence of the Jiazi sword manual. Furthermore, he seems to have learned the art of breath control from some esteemed master, practicing his blade techniques at the bottom of the deep pool, converging with our Wudong heart techniques. Initially, I believed this grand Huanting might only bestow him a fraction of its wisdom, but now it appears there is a possibility of granting him a greater share." The sword enthusiast displayed a frown as the peachwood sword, Shintu, lay still upon the bamboo table, suddenly leaping without warning. Wang Chonglu gently swept the table with his hand, silencing the ancient sword Shintu, and chuckled, "Foolish one. Your impatience cannot surpass the accumulated depth of swordsmanship amassed by the Wu family over generations." Wang Xiaoping chuckled softly, picking up a handful of vibrant green tea leaves. Chewing them heartily, Wang Chonglu jested, "Are you truly willing to allow your junior disciple to bear the weight of the martial way? The young man, who has yet to reach 30, should not be overburdened. Among us, who age without gaining wisdom, you are the closest to the path of the heavens. So, despite the sour demeanor you present to the young man, I know you harbor the greatest expectations for him among your peers. Thus, when the young prince emerges from the mountains, you should exert yourself, take up the burden, and traverse the lands like Wu Lu Ding from the Wu family's sword tomb, journeying through the East Sea and South Sea, the northern Liang and western barbarians. Perhaps your swordsmanship will flourish. Mere idle discourse is not a commendable pursuit." The foremost simpleton of Wudong nodded, his gaze melancholic as he looked towards the effortlessly conversing senior brother. Wang Chonglu, catching this glance, laughed heartily, stating, "It is but a trivial great yellow court, which pales in comparison to Wudong's millennium-long ambitions." The sword enthusiast Wang Xiaoping shook his head, likely intending to assert that this great yellow court was no trivial matter. Wang Chonglu dismissed this with a chuckle, remarking, "Let the elephant wash secretly hide a few pieces. The young prince probably cannot find our junior brother and must be sorrowfully searching for stones at the bottom of the pond. I must seize the time." The sword enthusiast instinctively reached for the peachwood sword. The Wudong sect leader shook his head slowly, rising and exiting the purple bamboo grove. Wang Xiaoping sat dazed before the bamboo pavilion, then turned and cleaved the pavilion with a single strike of his sword. A master pays heed to the flow of energy. A dynasty possesses its own fortune, and a sect embodies its own auspicious signs. The Taoist sects of the realm stand in a tripartite balance. Longhu Mountain is esteemed by the Liang dynasty and has held the reins of Taoist orthodoxy for hundreds of years. The four heavenly masters, each more profound than the last, have continuously produced talents, with a couple of exceptional geniuses emerging every generation destined to lead the sect. In the past century, Guhong, who authored the Taiji Golden Elixir, denounced external alchemy as heretical, penning a sweeping 20,000 words aimed squarely at Wudong, mercilessly criticizing the Danding faction. 50 years ago, Qi Xuanjin single-handedly vanquished 6 guardians of the demonic sect. Regrettably, until his ascension at the demon-slaying platform of Longhu Mountain, he never contended with Wang Xinji, leaving the title of the world's foremost practitioner vacant. 30 years ago, a national protector, adept in the art of inner alchemy, miraculously extended the old emperor's life by a remarkable 15 years, rumored to have exchanged his own life for this feat. This national master, who once declared he would live for 60 years, passed away suddenly before reaching 70, yet bequeathed a century of prosperity to Longhu Mountain. A decade ago, a 100-day debate between Buddhism and Taoism culminated in a conclusive victory for an unknown Taoist from Longhu Mountain, whose eloquence and profound teachings left the two Chan temples, once assured of success, with no choice but to concede. In Wudong, it appears that for 100 years, there has been naught of significance to present. Where lies the grand auspice? Were it not for Wang Chonlu attaining the Great Yellow Court, this mountain might have been forgotten by the world. Save for the devout incense burners from northern Liang, while the rest of the world still remembers the peaks of Lotus, the Jade Pillars, and the resurgence of Xuanwu Mountain. Today, Hong Shixiang followed his elder brother, Song Jiming, the longest-lived disciple atop the mountain, to concoct alchemical elixirs. However, the setting was not the grand furnace of Qing and Peak, but rather a modest bronze cauldron on Xiaoliantua Peak, barely half a man's height. The materials, charcoal, sulfur, and elixir stones, were minimal. There was no selection of auspicious days, no altar erected, nor were there any talismans or ancient mirrors to ward off malevolent spirits. To an outsider, the scene bore little resemblance to the preparation of superior elixirs. Yet, Song Jiming was palpably anxious, exhibiting a level of seriousness 100-fold greater than that at Qing and Peak, crouching on the ground to personally control the heat, oblivious to the 2 white brows that cascaded to the ground. In his advanced years, Song Jiming had refined countless elixirs, many of which found their way into the hands of dignitaries and nobility, even the royal relatives from the capital. His Jiming elixir held considerable renown throughout the dynasty. However, he was keenly aware that his alchemical pursuits resembled the path of cultivation, constrained by his limited enlightenment, although he had exhausted his human and material resources. He lacked the harmonious blending of yin and yang. Thus, when the Taiji Golden Elixir was unveiled, he could only smile bitterly, feeling powerless to contest its significance. After the arrival of his junior brother, who diligently perused ancient texts, a new path emerged, unbound by the dichotomy of internal and external elixirs. Instead of teaching Hong Shixiang how to subdue dragons and regulate the 5 elements, Song Jiming willingly assumed the role of a humble assistant to his younger brother. While the young prince viewed this cow-riding youth as idol, to all the elder brothers, Hong Shixiang was a genuine reincarnation of the true martial emperor, poised to reverse the tides of fate. The 4,000-character Kantanki alchemical technique was, in the eyes of the sect leader Wang Chonlu, an unparalleled esoteric scripture of the Taoist tradition, imparting not merely the art of elixir refinement, but the very essence of attaining the supreme path. Wang Chonlu never shied away from admitting that it was this 4,000-character text that instilled in him the confidence to pursue the cultivation of the great Huangting Pass. Furthermore, the martial arts learned by Su Fingnian, a blend of the highest realms of Yushu's heart technique and Wudong swordsmanship, were not merely discovered in the scripture pavilion as Hong Shixiang claimed, but rather were the result of insights gleaned from mundane divination by this young uncle master, resonating profoundly with the heavenly way. Unaware of the extraordinary nature of his actions, the young Taoist riding the cow would likely have muttered in trepidation if he had known that the world below was too intimidating, vowing never to descend until he achieved supremacy. Furrowing his brow, Hong Shixiang fixated on the elixir furnace and suddenly yanked Song Jiming, exclaiming, "Withdraw." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Song Jiming, aware that no matter how precious the elixirs within the furnace were, they paled in comparison to his junior brother, swiftly rolled up his sleeves and whisked Hong Shixiang away. A resounding explosion erupted, shattering the furnace. The entire Wudong heard this ear-piercing roar, with the billowing azure smoke visible from every peak and palace, prompting no alarm as the disciples resumed their tasks. "Ah, our uncle master is mischievous again," they chuckled. On Xiaolianhua Peak, the two brothers found themselves in disarray, with Song Jiming's robe sleeves tattered, Yet he had managed to shield the instigator, his young brother, from harm. Hong Xixiang hurried to the bronze alchemy furnace, a creation he had painstakingly forged with his own hands. The number of visitors to Wudong had dwindled significantly over the years, leaving the mountain renowned for its financial struggles. Had it not been for Brother Song, who tirelessly tended the furnace on Qingyun Peak, they would have long been impoverished, with nothing but empty sleeves to show for their efforts. After all, Wudong was not like Longhu Mountain. While self-sufficiency was feasible on the mountain, undertaking further endeavors required both heart and strength, and Hong Xixiang, though simple-minded, was far from a naive fool. If returning to simplicity were deemed childish, then truly there would be no wise souls left in the world. Hong Xixiang understood clearly why the master brother invited the young lord to Wudong. Yet he bore no resentment, unlike Brother Wang. Squatting beside the broken furnace, he picked up a bit of the muddy elixir with 2 fingers and sniffed it. His brow furrowed in dismay. It is still far from the mark. Brother San, it seems I must borrow your furnace. Do not scold me when the time comes. Brother Wang has forbidden me from his bamboo grove, and if I cannot even go to Qingyun Peak, alas. With a benevolent smile, Song Jiming looked at his troubled little junior and laughed heartily. No worries. Hong Xixiang suddenly gazed skyward, lost in thought. Song Jiming recalled a trivial incident from many years ago and teased, "Little junior, you have been cozying up to the young lord this past year. What? Are you reluctant to part with that red-clad girl surnamed Sue? If memory serves, she ascended the mountain wrapped in crimson on a snowy day, and you were utterly captivated." Hong Xixiang forced a bitter smile. "Brother San, even you are joining in. Now only Brother Wang has yet to mock me. I was merely 14 at the time. What did I understand?" Song Jiming inquired playfully, "And how old are you now?" Hong Xixiang, who rarely kept track of such matters, pondered deeply and calculated, 24? 25? Song Jiming chuckled. "Yet you recall vividly being 14 when you first encountered that girl?" Hong Xixiang fell silent, continuing to gaze into the heavens. That year, the Northern Liang royal family, led by the formidable Su Shao, ascended the mountain with nearly 100 men. At that time, the Grand Pillar State had recently quelled half the martial world, and people eagerly anticipated the Northern Liang cavalry trampling Wudong. However, to their surprise, Su Xiao's purpose was not to dismantle the grand archway of Xuanwu Temple but merely to pay homage. This was evident from the small contingent he brought to Wudong, which included his blossoming daughter Su Jihu, the second daughter Su Weixiong, whose literary talents began to gain fame, and the remarkably spirited Su Fengnian, along with the perpetually simple Su Longxiang. Once on the mountain, the children of the Grand Pillar State frolicked aimlessly, with Su Weixiong displaying the most arrogance, carving the words "exiled 3,000 miles" behind the statue of the great Emperor Jianghu, her clumsy script already hinting at her burgeoning ambition. Wudong, upon learning of this, could only chuckle wryly, too timid to utter a harsh word. Su Jihu, however, was more circumspect, wandering about until she encountered a small Taoist boy riding a cow. Upon their meeting, she immediately asked, "Hey, little Taoist, how old are you?" The cow-riding boy, blushing and thinking for a long time, finally determined his age, only to find that the striking girl in red had already lost patience and walked away. At that time, Hong Xixiang, already the youngest master uncle of Wudong, murmured, 14. Their second meeting was just before her imminent marriage, 1,000 miles away in Jianghu. Celestial Crane circled, a paradise on earth. Near the turtle and tortoise steel at Shaolianhua Peak, she encountered Hong Xixiang and playfully inquired, "Hey, little Taoist, this mountain is rather dull. Why not marry me? It would be much more entertaining." He blushed deeply, unable to utter a single word. Subsequently, there were no further encounters. All he knew was her name, Su Jihu, and that she favored wearing glaring red attire. Ultimately, he only recalled her wistfully expressing a desire to ride the yellow crane. Hong Xixiang once again calculated, exceptionally performing divination twice in a single day. He pondered whether he could descend the mountain in this lifetime, and whether he could ride the crane to Jiangnan. Little did he know, such an unprecedented descent would surely be regarded as an act of a celestial being. At the summit of Wudong Mountain, dark clouds loomed, and distant thunder was faintly heard. Hong Xixiang abruptly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of Xuanshan Peak. The 81 peaks of Wudong converged towards the grand summit. The terrain exceptionally ethereal, yet the glazed peak exhibited strange phenomena. Atop Shaolianhua Peak, Song Ziming discovered his senior brothers, Chen Yao, who governed the moral precepts, and his fellow disciples Yu Xingrue and Wang Zhaoping, all gathered behind the junior disciple Hong Xixiang, collectively gazing towards the location of the suspended celestial coffin. Suddenly, A figure riding a bull rushed to the turtle and tortoise steel, leaping atop it. With fingers deftly moving, a dazzling display unfolded. Although the junior disciple often forgot his age, his proficiency in numerology was profound, as he was well-versed in the 4 classics of the I Ching, integrating them seamlessly. In divination, he surpassed his peers significantly, even outshining the previous generation's master who had predicted the prosperity of Jianghu Mountain for 500 years. Who lamented that Hong's brilliance far exceeded his own. Hong Shixiang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, collapsed onto the steel. His senior brothers grew anxious, with Yu Xingrui cautiously inquiring below the turtle and tortoise steel. Is there a change? Hong Shixiang wiped his sweat, grinning mischievously. The heavenly transformations are accurate. However, this thunderstorm is less formidable than I had anticipated, insufficient to instill terror in those nefarious individuals from Jianghu Mountain. Yu Xingrui and the others breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging smiles. Their master brother had attained the Grand Yellow Court and had already declared that the arch-rivals from Jianghu Mountain would certainly send someone to investigate, hoping that Wudong would resort to bluster out of desperation. The elder brother had quietly exited seclusion and concealed himself among the few at Huangting Peak, likely dismissing Wudong as merely posturing. Thus, rumors spread in the martial world that Wang Chonglu's so-called cultivation of the Grand Yellow Court was merely a publicity stunt. Unable to tolerate this, the junior disciple intentionally chose this day, the rare occasion of the true martial suppression of demons in Wudong, when thunder would erupt and rain would pour. The Grand Yellow Court, in simple terms, refers to the creation of a great elixir within one's abode, akin to the turtle drawing an energy to the spiritual root, resonating with the energies of heaven and earth. Taoists refer to such individuals as real people, deriving from the ancient texts of the Grand Yellow Court, asserting that true immortals or Taoists are not merely divine. They accumulate essence and energy to become genuine. Only by achieving the Grand Yellow Court do they qualify as real people, in stark contrast to the current trend where any Taoist is indiscriminately hailed as such. The contention between Buddhism and Taoism has persisted for centuries. Yet there remains a profound understanding. Both paths are pursued by those who seek to transcend worldly affairs and cultivate transcendental principles, eschewing the glorification of martial prowess. Hence, it was at Jianghu Mountain that the universally acknowledged Master Qi Xuanjin emerged, whose reputation soared like the sun at noon. Yet he engaged solely in vanquishing demons and did not vie for fame with Wang Xianji. In recent years, when Wang Zhongluo's fingers severed the turbulent waters, some opportunistic souls erroneously placed him among the top 10 masters, prompting disdain and scorn from Jianghu Mountain, which openly expressed its contempt, even inspiring the young disciples to compose satirical ballads about the Wudong sect's leader. In response, Wang Zhongluo remained reticent, choosing silence over dispute. After rescuing the drowning populace, he retreated to the mountains to cultivate the Huangting scripture. Yu Xingrui inquired with a smile, "Little junior brother, how much of the great Huangting can this prince absorb?" Hong Shixiang sighed, "Perhaps around 50 to 60%. Yu Xingrui was taken aback. "Then does this mean his internal strength surpasses that of Wudong?" Hong Shixiang shook his head. "He will require considerable time to assimilate it." Chen Yao lamented, "In recent days, Wudong has invested immense effort to expand Su Fingnian's meridians, exhausting countless elixirs, akin to excavating a deep pool within his body, while the master's internal strength is like the waterfall cascading from Xianxian Peak, rushing forth and threatening to overflow. Absorbing even half of it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Thus, the master can still retain half of the great Huangting." Yet Hong Shixiang shook his head once more. "Not necessarily." Chen Yao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Hong Shixiang revealed a secret imparted by Master Wang Zhongluo prior to his seclusion. The master had tailored his cultivation to the prince's internal energy channels. Thus, regardless of how much the prince could ultimately accept, the entirety of Master's internal strength would dissipate, leaving not a single drop behind. Yu Xingrui's face turned pale as he murmured, "What shall we do? What shall we do?" Chen Yao smiled wryly. "Why must the master burden himself so? Even if Wudong is in decline, we need not fear that towering nation." Wang Zhaoping glanced skyward and turned to leave. Hong Shixiang, without turning his head, softly advised, "Little Wang, do not seek trouble with the Taoist of Jianghu Mountain at Huangting Peak. It may cloud your pure sword heart. To slay those who ought not to be slain is perilous. Should you make an exception, the demonic thoughts will entwine the heart of your Shinda sword, overshadowing its celestial intent, and you shall find your path to the sword increasingly distant. The harder you strive, the further you shall stray." Wang Zhaoping paused momentarily, then, unburdened by concerns, continued to stride away with grace. In the depths of the washing pool, the prince, selecting pebbles for his game, bent slowly to feel his way along the bottom, his pace slightly slower than that of land, yet otherwise unchanged. The water, 1,000 feet deep and colder than that of the Wang residence lake, enveloped him, unbeknownst to him. While unknowingly adopting the breath control technique learned from the silver-haired old master during their sword training, Su Fingnian believed he had merely improved his swimming ability. Little did he realize this peculiar breath control shared a commonality with the Taoist practice of returning to a primordial state. Although Su Fingnian's internal strength remained sparse, he had ultimately discovered a legitimate path, a vast difference indeed. From a distance, a mountaineer would surely not compare to one who had conquered the peak, and those who, having ascended, could not find the way would be inferior to those who had discerned their path. As for the myriad paths up the mountain, which one to take and how far one would go depended on destiny, opportunity, and individual diligence. Su Fingnian collected a dozen smooth stones, not rushing to ascend to the water's surface, for observing the scenery at the bottom of the pool was equally intriguing. Otherwise, the young lord would not have frequently visited the lake's depths to pay respects to the elderly leader with white hair. However, the water in this pool was profound and emerald, rendering the sights above and below somewhat indistinct. Unaware of the thunder and lightning at the summit of Wudong Mountain, Su Fingnian only sensed the waterfall's force intensifying and the chill at the bottom becoming increasingly unbearable. Approaching the edge of a massive stone rooted in the pool's depths, he sprang forth, clutching his spoils as he surged toward the lake's surface. Above the Xiangxiang pool, a white cascade flowed down like the goddess of mercy pouring from her vessel. Wang Chonlu, the headmaster of Wudong, alighted upon the giant stone, kneeling to observe the pool's depths, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Closing his eyes, he inhaled gently, exhaling softly. The mist upon the water's surface began to disperse. This venerable Taoist, one of the three great masters of the realm, had led a life devoid of significant upheaval, born into poverty and hardship. He was sent to the mountains at the tender age of 12 to avoid starvation. Apart from his 2 daily lessons, he served at the Taisu Palace, sweeping the grounds, lighting incense, and striking the bell day in and day out, year after year. At that time, his master, Qing, had yet to become the head of Wudong, but he already had over 20 disciples. Among them, Wang Chonlu possessed mediocre talent, yet he diligently immersed himself in the study of scriptures, often bringing a foundational text while sweeping, and when sleepless at night, he would read by the moonlight, becoming a bookworm in the eyes of his peers. It was not until he turned 24 that he qualified to draw lots for the pilgrims. At 40, he barely achieved minor mastery of the Tao, and thus when the previous headmaster, Qin Ingning, passed away, the charge of Wudong fell to Wang Chonlu to the astonishment of all. At that time, even Longhu Mountain had scarcely heard of this middle-aged Taoist. Unexpectedly, while many of Wudong's contemporaries had remarkable abilities in their youth, they faltered in old age. Only the unassuming Wang Chonlu ascended the path of the great Tao. Soaring ever higher, with a mere gesture he could redirect rivers, a small testament to his growing resilience. With a sweeping motion of his sleeves, Wang Chonlu's robe billowed, and he remarkably drew the immense waterfall toward him. The cascade tilted like a bridge. The Cantong Qi transcended the ancient Taoist classic Hishang Gong Laozi chapter, as it first articulated the 3 divisions, 8 sceneries, and 24 spirits. The old immortal inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in contemplation, his spirit becoming abundant, radiating as described in sacred texts when Taoist immortals transcend. He silently recited, "The 5-colored clouds and mist swirl in the twilight, with closed eyes. I gaze inwardly and behold myself. It becomes evident that my being is a realm of celestial wonder, where the yellow court is a blessed land." The yellow robes and purple sashes of the dragon and tiger chapter, prolonging life through the great mystery, the 3 calls and the 2 forebreaths, are interconnected. While the world craves grains and flavors, I alone consume the essence of Tai's yin and yang. The 2 water kings at the gates of disciples grant longevity that soars to the 9th heaven. With each utterance, golden mist emanated from the old Taoist's lips, enveloping the cosmos. Ultimately, a total of 81 streams of golden energy entwined around the principal waterfall's dragon, surging together into the profound pool. As Su Fingnian ascended halfway, he sensed something amiss with the pool's water. It first turned increasingly frigid, then suddenly became scalding hot. The depth of despair was palpable, prompting him to hasten his pace. Most alarmingly, he caught a glimpse of a towering column of water surging towards him from the sky. Gritting his teeth, Su Fingnian fought against the current. Yet he could not breach the water dragon or the bizarre golden-hued surface of the lake. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was futile. The water's surface felt as if it were covered by an immense weight, impossible to lift or remove by sheer human effort. His consciousness began to fade, yet he still clutched the pebble in his hand, determined to carve a chess piece with the green water pavilion sword technique. In his stupor, memories flooded back. His second sister Su Weisheng's words about the great furnace of heaven and earth, where none could escape the flames. Recollections of nearly drowning in youthful folly. And the gruesome first time he wielded a blade. Is this how it ends? Su Fingnian succumbed to unconsciousness, the pebble slipping from his grasp. Wang Xiaoping visited Huangting Peak, but refrained from taking a life. The trio from Longhu Mountain discreetly descended the mountain. The sword fanatic's strike was indeed terrifying. Not because they lacked the strength to fight back, but due to the overwhelming advantages Wang Xiaoping possessed on Wudong Mountain, rendering their chances of victory slim. Arriving at the Bath of the Elephant, Wang Xiaoping closed his eyes in meditation, with the Peachwood deity dancing restlessly on his lap, buzzing incessantly. Su Fingnian, entwined in a lotus-like golden aura, floated on the water's surface, a waterfall crashing overhead. Wang Xiaoping chose not to look. With his temperament, he would gladly sever the waterfall with a single stroke, aware that this cascade epitomized the culmination of his master's lifelong cultivation. After a day and night, the thunderstorm ceased, leaving the mountain refreshed. Su Fingnian, his body suffused with a reddish glow, was carried to a thatched hut by Hong Shixiang, a red date mark standing upright on his forehead. Wang Xiaoping descended the mountain with his sword. Hong Shixiang and Wang Zhongluo arrived near the turtle and tortoise monument. The old master appeared as usual, though Hong Shixiang knew all too well that his senior brother was in the twilight of his life, with at most 2 or 3 years remaining. The young uncle spoke bitterly, questioning whether such strictness was necessary for Wudong's revival. The old master replied calmly with a smile, suggesting that it was not entirely essential. However, whether or not he cultivated the great Huangting, it held little significance for Wudong. One cannot simply linger idly without purpose. As the appointed leader, he felt he was underutilized. Your temperament is naturally serene. My actions might just provide you with some much-needed pressure, which can only be beneficial. Look, even your little brother Wang has come down the mountain. If all goes well, with his talent and this journey, he might one day surpass the Wu family sword too. Then, with you on the mountain and him below, we need not invoke our master's words about the resurgence of Wudong for 500 years. At least we could gather more incense money. After wearing your Taoist robe for 7 or 8 years without replacing it, you could finally don a new one. Hong Shixiang squatted down, sighing deeply, resignedly stating that such words were only safe to share with him. If overheard by the other brothers, it would surely infuriate them. The old master laughed heartily, showing no signs of despair. Hong Shixiang fell into silence, resting his chin on his hand, gazing vacantly at the distant mountains. Wang Zhongluo spoke softly. Though Su Fingnian bears a heavy disposition, he is not inherently malevolent. I shall not voice my concerns regarding your association with him. Yet I fear the tranquility of both the martial world and the imperial court may soon be disrupted. Hong Shixiang replied gently, I am not one to meddle. Wang Zhongluo then seated himself beside his junior disciple, expressing remorse. With my departure, you shall find it even more challenging to descend the mountain. Will you blame your elder brother? Hong Shixiang chuckled. Of course I shall, but if you do not appoint me as the sect leader, then I shall hold no grievances. Wang Zhongluo scoffed. Dream on. Should you harbor resentment, rest assured, I shall neither hear nor see it. You may lament as you wish. Hong Shixiang shook his head. Elder brother, could you not embody the demeanor befitting a sect leader? The elder Taoist dismissed the notion, for he was not akin to the old fogies of Longhu Mountain. To him, beneath the celestial, all were mere mortals, and the distinctions of rank and status were ephemeral. If one could not uphold virtue and wisdom, then all worldly possessions were but burdens that could not accompany one to the grave. Why endure decades of pretentiousness and solemnity? It was exhausting. Suddenly, Wang Zhongluo spoke softly. Junior brother, shall we have a contest? It has been many years since we last measured our strengths, or rather, the distance between us. Hong Shixiang, sensing a formidable challenge, replied nervously, Is that appropriate? The elder Taoist, employing the tactic of provocation, asked, Are you afraid? Young and impassioned, Hong Shixiang retorted, Let us compete. Thus, the two venerable Taoists of Wudong, the highest in rank, engaged in an astonishing act atop the sheer cliffs of Xiaoliantua Peak. They urinated. The elder sect leader sighed. In my youth, I could defy the winds and project my stream a great distance, yet now, in my old age, I find my shoes dampened. Ah, age has its grip, and I cannot contest it. Hong Shixiang laughed heartily. How is that? I believe I surpassed your distance. The elder sect leader patted his junior disciple's shoulder, speaking earnestly. After my master lost to me all those years ago, he told me that the day he lost to you would be when I could finally lay down my burdens. Hong Xixiang wore a pained expression. The elder Taoist gazed into the distance, reflecting, the mountain's height is irrelevant. Alas, I shall never witness the resurgence of Wudong. Hong Xixiang nodded, contemplating a sly attempt to pat his elder brother's shoulder. Having just soiled his hand, he needed to cleanse it. What purpose did his elder brother's shoulder serve? Hong Xixiang was fully aware. The elder sect leader deftly evaded the gesture, exclaiming in indignation, your robe is more tattered than mine. This garment I wear is brand new. Hong Xixiang withdrew his hand sheepishly, fuming, that is most unfair. The Wudong sect leader burst into laughter as he departed Xilianhua Peak, his voice carrying through the air. Junior brother, should you truly descend the mountain in the future, do so with grandeur, to uphold my dignity. Upon awakening, Su Fingnian was beset by a throbbing headache. He shakily sat up, grasped a bamboo tube containing a water flask, and took a sip of spring water. He then reached for a celadone bottle on the table and poured out the last 2 elixirs. After downing the cool water from the bamboo tube, he felt the pounding in his head diminish, and clarity returned to his mind. His gaze fell upon the embroidered winter blade lying atop a pile of secret manuals. As he grasped the hilt, the blade resonated with a metallic ring, and he suddenly became aware of the vigorous flow of true energy within him, invigorating his entire being with seemingly boundless strength. Instinctively, Su Fingnian yearned to draw the blade, but suppressed this impulse. Stepping outside the thatched cottage, he observed a young man riding a cow, tending to a fire in a stove, preparing a pot of winter bamboo shoots. Su Fingnian inquired, did you steal my chess pieces? The young man, his master S. Jr., feigned ignorance, saying, I know not. Su Fingnian frowned, before he could brandish his blade in threat. The cow rider, feeling guilty, bolted away in haste. The winter bamboo shoots, painstakingly unearthed with a shovel, were no longer a priority. His escape took precedence over the delicious treat. Approaching the stove, Su Fingnian cooked the bamboo shoots thoroughly and savored them with chopsticks until nothing remained. He then ventured into the cave beneath Xianxian Peak, where he discovered a small pile of uncarved river stones, presumably left by the cow rider as a gesture of atonement. Smiling to himself, he sat against the wall and followed the superior sword techniques described in the Green Water Pavilion's swordsmanship records, using the embroidered winter blade to carve chess pieces. However, on his initial strike, the force was too erratic, cleaving a sturdy river stone in 2. Taken aback, Su Fingnian ceased his haste, settled into a meditative posture, and focused on his breath. Over this journey, he had already discerned a heightened sensitivity in his 5 senses. Now, he felt an abundant and lucid energy coursing through him, almost intuitively grasping the profound essence of the Taoist breathing techniques he had previously only recited. Su Fingnian opened his eyes and murmured to himself, is this the great Huangting? The cow rider cautiously appeared at the cave's entrance, grinning, indeed, it is the great Huangting. Your Highness must not waste it. Su Fingnian chuckled self-deprecatingly, waste it indeed. The cow rider shook his head with a smile. That statement may have come too early. Su Fingnian calmly remarked, there are hundreds of books in the cottage. Would you accept them at Wudong? The young man grinned. We would. Su Fingnian continued. What if I were to provide Wudong with 1,000 taels of gold annually as incense money? Would you dare to accept? The cow rider pondered for a moment before grimacing. That seems rather daunting. Su Fingnian laughed it off and gestured for him to leave. Hong Xixiang exited only to return, speaking softly, Your Highness, please do not hold a grudge over the stolen chess pieces. Su Fingnian replied quietly, leave. After spending half the day acclimating to the blade's strength, he returned to carving the chess pieces, now with ease. The pieces took on a smooth, rounded shape. Viewing the 2 piles of black and white pieces, he sighed in satisfaction, only to inadvertently blow them into disarray. Cursing in the dialect of Shishu, he set about reorganizing them. He then proceeded to the bamboo grove, felled 2 stalks of luohan bamboo, and carried them back to the thatched cottage. After splitting them, he dedicated a full day to weaving 2 chess boxes. This ability stemmed from 3 years of arduous travels, during which he had crafted grass sandals, honing his skills in the process. Placing 361 chess pieces, Su Fingnian cast a glance at the untouched thatched cottage of the secret manual. With a sword strapped to his waist, he ventured outside, holding the chess box. Observing the desolate vegetable garden, the 2 maidservants, Hongshu and Qingyao, awaited silently nearby, while only Hong Xixiang from Wudong saw him off. Reminiscent of the sparse reception he had received upon arrival, Hong Xixiang, as anticipated, escorted him to the grand archway of Xuanwu Mountain. Su Fingnian espied 200 armored cavalry of Bailong poised for departure, then turned back to glance at Lianhua Peak, absent-mindedly inquiring, "What was that saying again?" With a knowing smile, Hong Shu replied, "In the mountains for a century, a millennium has passed in the world." Su Fingnian chuckled. "Has that white fox from the Listening Tide Pavilion ascended to the 3rd floor yet?" Hong Shu gently shook her head, replying, "Not yet. The ladies in Wudong Garden are all wagering on this. I bet she'll take another year and a half," staked 6 taels of silver. Green Ant and the others believe it will be even longer. As Su Fingnian settled into the carriage, he declared, "Then I shall wager 10 taels of silver that the white fox will ascend to the 3rd floor within a year." Hong Shu began to massage his shoulders as he leaned against her bosom, opening the chest box and caressing a piece with his fingers, softly murmuring, "Focus more." The natural fragrance of Hong Shu, which would fade by winter, elicited a soft response from her, though her gaze drifted towards Qing Niao, who seemed the least compatible with her. Qing Niao remained silent, her attention fixed intently on the center of Su Fingnian's brow, her eyes sparkling with vitality. The unspoken thoughts of the 2 maidservants lingered in the air. As the 200 cavalry entered Liangzhou, the citizens of the main city instinctively dispersed. Su Fingnian halted the carriage midway, instructing Hong Shu to procure some delicacies from a renowned beef shop just 10 minutes down the road. The cooked meats here were exceptionally flavorful, with the beef being the finest from Bailong, and the secret sauce unmatched. The proportions of yellow sauce, cinnamon, ginger, and star anise were perfectly balanced, not to mention, the bottle of aged soy sauce on the table tempted many diners to pilfer a taste after savoring the sauced meat. Yet none succeeded. Su Fingnian used to indulge in such delights with his mischievous friends, Li Hanlin and Yen Qi, often returning here to feast heartily. Li Hanlin, particularly domineering, nearly emptied the century-old establishment had it not been for Su Fingnian pleading with the tear-streaked old proprietor, ensuring that the townsfolk could continue to relish this authentic delicacy, all while catering to his own discerning palate. The most intriguing aspect is not the marinated beef, but rather a delicate little girl in the shop. It is said that she is a distant relative of the shop owner, a connection so far removed it could stretch across thousands of miles. Curiously, the girl first entered the city 5 or 6 years ago, holding a rope that led to a large, clumsy cat, black and white in hue, resembling neither a bear nor a cat. Eventually, an educated scholar from Liangzhou, through extensive citation, identified it as the elusive creature known as the giant panda, native to western Shu. Ancient texts note that this creature has a penchant for consuming copper and iron, yet in recent years, there have been no reports of local ironware mysteriously disappearing. Instead, it was common to see the girl with bamboo branches and leaves. After Su Fingnian returned from his travels, the girl and her cat were no longer seen. During his visits to the shop for beef, he would often playfully tease the girl and Li Hanlin, attempting to pilfer some soy sauce, would be met with a sharp rap on the hand from her bamboo stick. Had it not been for the prince's intervention, the little girl might have been tossed into a cage with her pet. While waiting for his beef, Su Fingnian noticed an old beggar trembling against the wall, his face ashen and ravaged by hunger and cold, clearly on the brink of death. The affluent revel in winter, even if they cannot afford the extravagant heating of their homes, for they can don luxurious fur coats, enhancing their social standing. In stark contrast, all the impoverished dread this season. Besides the ragged old beggar, Su Fingnian spotted a frail figure crouched nearby, accompanied by a young monk clad in a green and pale red robe. After a brief exchange, the young monk hurried away. Su Fingnian furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiarities of monastic attire. Though there are many sects within Buddhism, the rules regarding robes are generally consistent. It seemed odd that a novice monk would wear such colors, typically reserved for accomplished monks. Moreover, shouldn't a monk's robe cover both shoulders? Why was this young monk's robe draped over the right shoulder? Due to the North Liang princess's lifelong devotion to Buddhism, the prince was well versed in its customs and etiquette. Qing corrected him, stating that the young monk was draped over the left shoulder. Su Fingnian chuckled, questioning the origin of such a young monk. In his encounters with monks, who bore a notorious reputation in North Liang, Su Fingnian had always been generous, often rewarding them. Generally, most monks would decline material wealth, and Su Fingnian did not mind this. Consequently, many fortune-tellers in Liangzhou had transitioned to become monks, as receiving the prince's casual generosity was seen as a legitimate path. Suddenly, Su Fingnian narrowed his eyes, fixating on a middle-aged monk of the esoteric school, clad in a crimson robe, his face gaunt. Upon reaching the wall, he encountered the ailing beggar and displayed a look of compassion. When the young monk, unaware of proper decorum, rushed over with a steaming basket of buns, he found the old beggar's head tilted, lifeless. The esoteric monk bent down, grasping the old man's hand, reciting prayers for the deceased. The young monk handed the meat buns to the girl, bowing his head in silent reverence. Su Fingnian observed this scene with a sense of reflection, pondering the destinies of the two monks, one large and one small, regardless of their origins or destinations. Extending a hand embodies sin, while bowing one's head also reflects sin. As the sweet potato entered the carriage, Su Fingnian suddenly found the thought of the tantalizing braised beef he had longed for on Wudong Mountain somewhat mundane. Setting it aside, he softly remarked, "Even if I were to acquire the Grand Yellow Cord of the Wudong sect, I still prefer the company of monks. The Tuzin Temple where one can only grasp two meditative insights, and the renowned Rantang Mountain, which has produced countless ascetic monks, seem far more endearing than Wudong and Longhu." Su Fingnian intended to return home along the road, but upon catching a glimpse of the girl's profile, he was momentarily captivated, his spirits lifted. Grasping the packet of braised beef, he rose and cheerfully announced, "Hongshu Qingyao, I shall meet an acquaintance. You may return first." Stepping away from the carriage, Su Fingnian waited until the northern Liang cavalry had completely departed before he approached the corner of the wall. He harbored fond feelings for the somewhat familiar girl. Years ago, when he and old Wang had reached Langia County at their most destitute, they fortuitously encountered this little girl who had run away from home, proclaiming her desire to traverse the martial world as a heroine. She had little more than a few coins to her name, and after a rather generous meal provided by Su Fingnian and old Huang, she found herself utterly penniless. The three of them spent a month together in a state of humble misery, engaging in playful mischief, with her often keeping watch while the young master and old Huang undertook their daring escapades, her twin braids fluttering as she scurried away during their escapes. Eventually, she expressed a longing to journey south to see the sea, and they parted ways. Su Fingnian only knew her surname was Li, and she liked to refer to herself as Miss Li. If he were to address her as Heroine Li, it would bring her joy for several days, even on an empty stomach. As Su Fingnian strolled towards her, he noticed a small monk accompanying Miss Li. Surely, her family could not be a temple? Pondering this, he held the braised beef tightly. That tantric monk was certainly not to be underestimated. As he approached, he overheard her chiding the little novice, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "How many times must I tell you? You can call me Dong Dong or Cici, but you are absolutely forbidden to call me Dongxi. Is Dongxi not unpleasant to hear?" The small monk, clad in a green and light red robe, had a fair complexion and an elegant appearance, even 3 years prior. Su Fingnian could discern the exquisite nature of his bone structure. The novice timidly replied, "Dongxi, I actually think that name sounds quite nice." Now devoid of her characteristic twin braids, Miss Li twisted the little monk's ear in indignation, exclaiming, "Try saying it again." The novice, completely oblivious to the shift in mood, replied innocently, "Dongxi." The young girl, infuriated, leapt up to knock the head of the slightly taller monk, exclaiming, "You're so foolish. 1,000 times more foolish than Su Fingnian." A smile crept upon Su Fingnian's lips. "See, there are still those in the world with discerning eyes." The novice stammered, "A monk must not speak falsehoods. If I call you Li, you'll hit me." The girl retorted fiercely, "Then let me ask you, can a monk like girls? Monks must renounce desire, do you understand?" The novice, not truly dim-witted, cast his gaze upwards, feigning ignorance. The girl turned to glance at the old beggar who had missed out on the meat bun, her expression tinged with melancholy. The novice murmured softly, "We bought buns, but we have no money left. When I sneaked out, I had not brought much with me. You spent money and yet." Ultimately, he did not dare to utter the word "spend extravagantly." The young girl, indignant, exclaimed, "I told you long ago that my father's secret stash is hidden under the bed. Why did you not steal more? Are you not clever?" The young monk, feeling guilty, replied, "If I steal too much and return to the temple, my master will punish me by making me buy cosmetics for your mother." Upon hearing about the cosmetics, the girl became interested, setting aside her grievances about the title, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Noticing her demeanor, the young monk quickly said, "I truly have no money." The girl sighed in disappointment. Behind them, Su Fingnian chuckled and said, "Miss Li, do you want cosmetics? I will buy them for you. The largest cosmetic shop in Liangzhou sells green swallow support, favored by the palace concubines. It is inexpensive, and I need not spend my own money." The girl suddenly turned around, and upon seeing Su Fingnian, who was no longer disheveled and clad in a simple robe and straw sandals, she failed to recognize him at first. After scrutinizing him for a while, She jumped with excitement and exclaimed, "Su Fingyan!" Su Fingyan lifted the beef jerky and smiled. Indeed. The girl patted her budding bosom, finally at ease, and beamed. "I remember you said you were from Xiliang. I was worried I wouldn't find you in Lianzhou." Su Fingyan assured her with a smile, "Rest assured. Once you arrive here, it is far more difficult not to find me than to find me." The girl did not ponder deeply, but was simply delighted. The young monk, seeing Su Fingyan's reaction, felt troubled about how to handle a basket of meat buns, which he, of course, could not eat, and neither did he like them. Just as Su Fingyan intended to take the girl to the cosmetic shop, instinctively his winter needle was about to be unsheathed. The middle-aged monk from the esoteric sect merely stepped forward and, with a thick accent, asked, "Are you Su Fingyan, the eldest son of the northern Liang king?" Su Fingyan responded with a smile. "And you are?" The monk replied calmly, "I am a humble monk from the ruins of the western region, Lanta Mountain. I wish to invite the young lord to visit Lanta Mountain." Lanta Mountain? It is a place of reverence, where individuals of high worldly status, such as kings of the Du Food or princes from the Lion Kingdom, or members of the Peacock dynasty, often gather. However, after entering Lanta Mountain for ascetic practice, they return to the mundane world, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary monks. The strict rules of Lanta Mountain forbid the wearing of silk, require unwrinkled robes, prevent overeating, and dictate that one may only sleep curled up on a 1-meter square mat. Such myriad regulations would leave those from the Central Plains astounded. The young lord had heard of the legends surrounding Lanta Mountain, such as a wandering monk who, upon finding lost items, would draw a circle around them and sit by, often waiting for days without result. Generally, whatever the monks at Lanta Mountain encircle, outsiders do not dare to covet. Furthermore, there is a venerable old monk who has been drawing circles for 34 years, yet the world remains unaware of what this reincarnated living Buddha is awaiting. Therefore, monks who have practiced at Lanta Mountain bear a golden signet, making them sought after wherever they go. Some pretenders, who have shaved their heads and masquerade as monks, often begin their discourse with the phrase, "I, a humble monk, hail from the sacred land of Nalanda." The path of cultivation at Nalanda is arduous, and the recruitment of disciples is exceedingly strict. Thus, within the confines of a monastery housing merely 300 individuals, it stands in equal regard with the 2 renowned Zen temples that boast disciples across the realm, one to the east and the other to the west, shimmering in mutual brilliance. This monk clad in red claims to originate from Nalanda, and Su Fingyan believes it, half due to the monk's earlier recitation of scripture, and half because he senses the monk's aura flowing like the mighty Yangtze River. Observing the monk's demeanor, which exudes a tranquil steadfastness akin to a mountain, one can discern an undercurrent of tumultuous rivers rushing toward the sea. Although Su Fingyan harbors a profound admiration for Nalanda and its monks, he resolutely opposes the notion of being forcibly taken to the western regions, thus he inquires with a chilling smile, "What if I refuse to go?" The embroidered winter blade is poised to be drawn. With this first strike upon descending the mountain, Su Fingyan is confident he could cleave an entire wall asunder. To his astonishment, the monk merely replies in a calm and measured tone, "This humble monk can wait." Su Fingyan, with his thumb instinctively rubbing the hilt of his sword, queries, "Wait?" The solemn-faced monk circled around Su Fingyan, then quietly retreated to a distance, showing no intention of kidnapping or obstructing the young lord. Not only did Su Fingyan find the situation absurd, but even the young girl observing the scene felt bewildered. She deemed the monks from her own household, who were always seeking food and drink, far more entertaining than the seemingly dull Nalanda. Finally snapping back to reality, the girl gazed at Su Fingyan and whispered, "Su Fingyan, are you the son of that certain someone? Then you must be the young lord, right?" The certain someone undoubtedly referred to Su Shao, regardless of sect or age. Within the realm of martial arts, few dared to address the formidable pillar of the nation, Su Shao, by name. Meanwhile, the monk's aura continued to circulate, and the one riding the ox, along with Su Fingyan, who was holding a piece of braised beef, jested, "Are you frightened? Regretting our acquaintance?" The girl laughed heartily 3 times, though her mirth seemed more an act of self-encouragement. Su Fingyan found her amusing yet chose not to expose her facade. In their past adventures, she had always been fierce in her verbal assaults yet swift in retreat when faced with adversity. The young monk, speaking in a timid voice, suggested, "Let us depart. We have already met the person. If we linger too long, master and mistress will surely clash with the abbot again." The girl glanced between Su Fingyan and the young monk, seemingly torn between the allure of the fragrant braised beef and the prospect of returning home. Not wishing to complicate matters for the innocent girl, Su Fingyan promptly handed her the beef, turned, and said, "Wait for me a moment. Enjoy the beef first." and then I shall escort you a part of the way. There is no reason for you to venture into Liangzhou on an empty stomach." As Su Fingyan made his way towards the east end of the city to a rouge shop, he passed by the butcher's stall and noticed a girl. Her stature having noticeably increased, yet her visage still youthful, perched on the threshold, observing herself with a bamboo stick in hand. The young prince was eager to procure rouge without so much as a greeting. The fame of the green rouge stemmed from a poem about autumn penned by his second sister, Su Wishang. Su Fingyan, taking advantage of his status, received the rouge from the shopkeeper, who willingly obliged. In the past, the young prince would bring the most exquisite courtesans to select rouge. And if the courtesans found a shade they fancied, he would generously reward the shop with silver coins. Ultimately, the rouge shop, adorned with a green plum plaque, reaped modest profits. Upon entering the shop, Su Fingyan selected a box of green rouge and 2 boxes of peach rouge and departed with a flourish, leaving the patrons in stunned silence. Wealthy gentlemen, accompanied by their concubines, lowered their heads in silence. Meanwhile, a small monk observed a girl with greasy hands and mouth and remarked, "Is this Su Fingyan? He is the young prince, yet his reputation seems rather unfavorable." The girl, munching on braised beef, nonchalantly replied, "I'm not attractive. Su Fingyan wouldn't look my way." The small monk, agitated, retorted, "Who said that?" The girl disregarded her childhood friend's anxiety and chuckled, "Mother told me that when seeking friends, I should avoid those too beautiful, lest they steal away men. And when finding a husband, he should not be too handsome, as it invites unwanted attention. I consider myself half a monk, and taking lives is inappropriate." The small monk, compelled to invoke his authority, inquired, "Have you forgotten what master and mistress said about the men and women outside the temple?" The girl replied earnestly, "Of course I remember. My father said that men outside are brutish, capable of slaying tigers and leopards. My mother warned that women outside are treacherous, with hearts of venom." Silly Nabe. They say this to frighten me. The dense and naive monk fell silent. The girl tilted her head and asked, "Do you dislike Su Fingyan?" He shook his head, stating, "If you like him, then I like him too." The girl nodded, pleased by his words, choosing to overlook the unappealing name. When Su Fingyan returned with the rouge and saw the girl playfully wiping her face with her sleeve, he handed her the items with a smile, saying, "This is for you." Observing her joy, the small monk felt no resentment, merely sighed with an air of wisdom. The girl hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is Su Fingyan at the royal residence?" He chuckled. He returned from the northern border for a couple of days. She bounced with excitement. "Then let us go see your home." Su Fingyan found himself both amused and exasperated. What followed revealed the girl's remarkable fortitude. At the entrance of the northern Liang royal residence, she glanced at the 2 imposing guardian lions and gravely remarked, "What a pity there are none at my home." Upon entering the grand gates, she beheld the majestic buildings stretching to the summit of Qiliang Mountain and murmured, "Quite large indeed. It's about half the size of my home." Upon spotting the living water lake and listening to the tide pavilion, she giggled, "I adore this pond. My family's pond lacks such grandeur. Silly Nabe, apply yourself and learn from my father, so you may master the art of moving mountains and seas. And bring this pond home." Su Fingyan laughed generously. "By all means, do bring it home." The small monk softly remarked, "This temple is your home, but it is not your family's." The girl retorted with wide eyes, "Is there a difference?" The young monk was evidently not the sort to maintain his opinions in her presence, softly uttering, "Isn't that so?" The little girl queried, "Then let me ask you, is a white horse a horse?" The young monk, who believed he had mistakenly joined a band of thieves by following his master to learn Buddhism, became increasingly uncertain and repeated, "Isn't that so?" Su Fingyan settled the children in a courtyard near the Wudong garden, demonstrating his regard for the little girl. Throughout the journey, he refrained from looking at her too much, fearing he might scare this small heroine, who often spoke in an enigmatic manner. With no choice but to observe the young monk, he noted that the monk's green and light red robe was unmistakably the attire of a disciple in the Buddhist order. While it did not compare to the crimson and purple garments bestowed upon esteemed monks by the court, it was still quite rare. Those who donned such robes were said to possess 3 great merits under the protection of celestial beings, revered by all beings, and respected by malevolent spirits. Su Fingyan's curiosity about the little girl's so-called home temple deepened. Sitting in the courtyard, he watched as the little girl joyfully explored her new surroundings. Running excitedly within the house, the young monk, whose robe draped over his left shoulder rather than the right, squatted beside a swing, gazing absent-mindedly at the clear sky. Hongshu quietly approached the young master from behind. After descending the mountain, Su Fengnian had learned that the white-haired old bandit had been defeated by the formidable hero Wei Beishan, both having left Beiyang. The Xian Yuan family in the martial world was barely surviving under the suppression of Yuan's Wuzong and Lu Chuer. The nefarious Qin Jibao had garnered immense military achievements along the border. Su Xiao was soon to return to the manor, and second sister Su Weisheng seemed also poised to return home for the new year. Su Fengnian was utterly certain that her visit was solely to reprimand him, chastising Su Xiao for his lax discipline and scolding himself for indulging in sword practice. Rubbing his perpetually heated brow, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Hongshu, it might be time to prepare some cotton." Hongshu smiled and agreed. Within the Wang residence, who did not fear Su Weisheng, Su Fengnian turned to see the little girl timidly stepping out of the house, her garment's hem clutched in her hand. Surely, her makeup weighed at least half a pound? The young monk's eyes widened in astonishment. Hongshu turned away, finding the sight rather pitiful. Su Fengnian rose and smiled. "You look truly lovely." Perhaps it was the first time the little girl, who had grown up in a temple, felt relieved after receiving Su Fengnian's praise, as she had just applied rouge for the first time. She was about to smile when the powder began to cascade down her face, causing her distress. Thus, she reverted to a stern expression, standing shyly by the swing, while the young monk remained in a daze, likely failing to recognize that the enchanting figure before him was the girl he admired most. As the chief maid of Wudong Garden, Hongshu was well versed in the art of makeup and found it difficult to stifle her laughter at the little girl's extravagant use of cosmetics. However, knowing she must not disrespect a guest of the prince, she stood at a distance, suppressing her amusement. Although the little girl's appearance and demeanor were quite ordinary, she was nonetheless a distinguished guest invited into the prince's residence. Su Fengnian had to attend the Tide Listening Pavilion and instructed Hongshu to slightly rectify the little girl's makeup. A few boxes of rouge were of little consequence, but she certainly could not go out looking frightful. It was still daylight, but come nightfall. Before ascending to meet his masterly Ishan on the top floor, Su Fengnian first went to the second floor to find Bai Huer. He was currently perched on a ladder, perusing the secret texts on the upper shelves, the spring thunder blade slung at his waist, its hilt adorned with a crimson cord. Su Fengnian relocated the books from the arsenal to Wudong, with the assistance of Bai Huer, although both practiced the art of the sword. Bai Huer surpassed Su Fengnian in both technique and mastery, their respective levels of cultivation resembling that of one standing at the foot of the ladder while the other reached its pinnacle. Bai Huer approached his tasks with utmost focus and dedication, striving for complete comprehension in all endeavors, prompting Su Fengnian to patiently await the conclusion of his perusal of the secret texts. As Bai Huer descended the ladder, he scrutinized Su Fengnian, whom he had not seen for a year. His gaze ultimately settled upon the space between the young lord's brows. Su Fengnian's exterior was undoubtedly striking, with his characteristic phoenix eyes and drooping eyebrows, exuding charm and elegance when he smiled mischievously. Their encounter during Su Fengnian's travels had occurred at a time when he felt most desolate, yet even amidst the grime washed away in the stream. Bai Huer was taken aback by the young man's remarkable appearance, though his demeanor seemed rather incongruous, carefree, and lackadaisical. However, now that he was relentless in his sword practice, there appeared to be a discernible shift. Without inquiring about the change, Bai Huer unleashed a powerful strike with the spring thunder blade, exuding an air of authority. The embroidered winter blade, born of the same lineage, followed suit. Upon witnessing the fruitless strike, Bai Huer exclaimed, "Have you learned superior sword techniques at Wudong?" Su Fengnian, his right hand tingling from gripping the sword, slowly returned the embroidered winter blade to its sheath and chuckled, "I haven't learned it per se. An old Taoist gave me a book titled The Green Water Pavilion's Swordsmanship Record. In my idle moments, I practiced the sword techniques with my blade. Interested? It's a Wudong secret. Not to be taken down the mountain, but I've memorized its contents. Would you like me to transcribe a copy for you?" Bai Huer, unreserved, nodded in agreement. He proceeded to the outer corridor of the second floor, with Su Fengnian following closely behind. Bai Huer spoke softly. "The realm of the former 9 kingdoms of the Central Plains is predominantly ruled by the aristocracy and powerful clans. The gentry is abundant, with families such as the Langyue Wang, Jiang Xia, Wukong Yao, Boling Chui, and Lu Jianghe, all possessing wealth rivaling that of nations. For the Great Pillar State, merely razing cities and slaughtering tens of thousands of surrendering soldiers, or assassinating enemy monarchs, may not seem significant to some. Yet Su Xiao accomplished the extraordinary feat of leveraging Mount Tai to surpass the North Sea, nearly annihilating half of the 10 aristocratic families, with the entire Yao clan of southern Tang, young and old alike, meeting their demise, and the He family of Eastern Yu reduced to merely 20 or so orphans and widows. This was indeed the most favorable outcome for the Liang dynasty. Su Fengnian, perplexed by Bai Huer's discourse, remarked, "I am aware of this. My master has mentioned it." Bai Huer replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I hail from the southern palace family of Beimang and harbor no grievances against you. I share this to illuminate the enduring great Zheng 9 rank system maintained by the aristocracy for 2 centuries. Su Fengnian nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that today's skilled practitioners are ranked according to this system, which indeed simplifies matters. Bai Huer continued softly, similar to the first among the world remaining unawarded. The great Zheng 9 rank system typically does not bestow the highest rank, regarded as the holy rank, except to those who are truly holy. Su Fengnian chuckled, "Indeed. I have heard tales of a remarkable scholar from the Xie family, whose martial prowess was unparalleled decades ago. He and my master once deliberated over the fate of the realm, while Li Yishan penned critiques of beauty and power. That illustrious figure from the Xie family provided a weightier evaluation for the martial world. As for the literary critique, he completed only half before meeting his demise. My second sister appears to harbor ambitions of continuing his work. However, she admits that she currently lacks the capability, being far from the talent of the Xie family." The calm expression on Bai Huer's face belied the gravity of her words. "That man was my father. He is dead. Those who were listed in the martial critique sought his life. Those who were not listed were equally intent on his demise. There was no reason for him to live." Su Fengnian's face registered shock as he bitterly smiled. "No wonder you aspire to become the world's greatest." Bai Huer glanced at Su Fengnian and replied slowly, "Your techniques are mediocre, your swordsmanship is above average, but your inner strength is exceptional. It is not impossible for you to catch up to me." Su Fengnian paused, incredulous. "Really?" Bai Huer's lips curled slightly. "If I stagnate after turning 40, you might just have a chance." Leaning against the railing, Su Fengnian spoke softly. "You remain as candid as ever, just like old Huang." Bai Huer cast a glance at the untainted Xiaodong knife, and her lingering regret dissipated like mist. She gently remarked, "How long can you deceive the world?" Su Fengnian sighed. "I must at least wait until I have fully taken command of the 30,000 iron cavalry of Beiyang before my facade is revealed. If I were not a prodigal son, how could that figure in the capital sleep soundly? If he cannot rest easy, how could my Su family live in comfort? After all, he holds dominion over this entire realm. Su Xiao has built this legacy, yet he faces opposition from scholars and adversaries in the martial world. And there are few trustworthy allies in the court. Over the years, Beiyang has been increasingly fractured. Yan Qiji's father, hastily summoned to the capital, was neither the first nor the last. Li Yishan warned me that if I were too clever, my life would be short-lived, and at best, I would end up as a hostage in the capital. Conversely, if I feigned ignorance to a fault, the iron cavalry of Beiyang would scatter before Su Xiao's death. To put it plainly, even my 800 cavalrymen in the Feng character camp only know of Chen Jibao. They hardly care about the young master." Bai Huer smiled. "Every household has its own struggles, and it seems that noble families bear an even heavier burden." Su Fengnian instinctively rubbed the hilt of the Xiaodong knife with his thumb. "No matter, I still have 2 years to wander. Perhaps I will soon venture into the martial world, and when I'm done playing, I shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to me." Bai Huer frowned slightly. Su Fengnian, perceptive to this detail, inquired, "What troubles you?" Bai Huer returned to the pavilion with a cold demeanor. Watching her graceful retreat, Su Fengnian glanced down at the Xiaodong knife, beginning to understand. Perhaps she was vexed by his closeness to the weapon? The young master chuckled softly. "This Xiaodong is a weapon for slaying, not a trinket for a maiden's chamber. Why should I not handle it? Moreover, it has been gifted to me. I am free to embrace it in sleep or carry it to the restroom." A cold snort echoed from within the pavilion, followed by the sound of a bookshelf collapsing as if struck by thunder. Su Fengnian hastily ascended the stairs and encountered the increasingly gaunt Li Yishan, whose complexion had grown as pale as snow, instilling a sense of dread within Su Fengnian. A sage, concealed within the northern Liang royal residence, chuckled lightly. "Had I known earlier, I would not have permitted Wei Beishan to depart from northern Liang. He would have been a perfect sparring partner for you." Su Fengnian inquired, "I have heard that old Kuei triumphed over Wei Beishan." Li Yishan coughed a few times, lifted the green gourd filled with liquor to his lips, and after a sip of the potent drink, steadied his breath before responding. "Wei Beishan is merely a mediocre martial artist, facing off against the nearly exceptional Chu Kuangnu. His defeat is hardly surprising." Su Fengnian, intrigued, asked, "Is it true that there are only 10 such exceptional masters in the world?" Li Yishan refrained from a direct answer. instead responding with a hint of derision. The so-called top-tier martial arts of today cannot be compared to the top-tier scholars of the past. They are rather insignificant. Su Fengyan hesitated briefly before whispering. Nangong Push claims he is a genius of the Xie family, on par with his master. Li Yishan laughed heartily. Does he need to say that? I needed only a glance to discern the truth. The lad you refer to as White Fox Face not only resembles Xie Guining, but also embodies his spirit. If I were to miss the resemblance, it would be akin to being blind despite having my eyes open. I am now curious whether this child is male or female. According to prophetic texts, Xie Shuang indeed ought to have a son, yet this White Fox Face appears decidedly feminine. Li Yishan readily adopted the moniker White Fox Face, finding no absurdity in its usage. Su Fengyan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, I was once adamant in my disbelief. If he is a man, it would be a tremendous pity. Li Yishan nodded, then shook his head with a soft TSK, his expression finally brightening with a rare semblance of vitality, dispelling the air of gloom that had surrounded them. Such was the bond between this master and disciple. Su Fengyan adjusted his posture, his demeanor turning serious. Today, upon returning to the city, I encountered a monk claiming to be from Lantian Mountain, who insisted on taking me to the western regions. Li Yishan took another sip of liquor and remarked, "This Longsho monk holds considerable renown in the western regions. He is a disciple of a Vajrayana master. Having studied the Vajrapik Yoga Sutra and translated over 60 volumes of esoteric scriptures, his lineage from Lantian Mountain is exceedingly formidable, with his predecessor being an accomplished figure who attained the unending rainbow light." Su Fengyan sighed. No matter how formidable, what relevance does it hold for me? Surely, one does not expect me to abandon my life and become a monk simply because of a lofty title? Li Yishan chuckled. You will only discern the relevance once you experience it yourself. Su Fengyan forced a smile. Master, please refrain from mocking me. The practices of that esoteric tradition are akin to the Wu family sword tomb. One must attend the temple 4 times daily, with the earliest session commencing at midnight. During these rituals, regardless of the season, one is forbidden from wearing boots and must enter barefoot. Sleep is limited to less than 4 hours each night. Sometimes, when practicing at the Dharma Garden, one must sit upon stone-paved seats, regardless of the weather. If I were to train with a sword there for a year or two, I could endure such hardships, but to spend my days reciting scriptures, better to end my life. Li Yishan smiled. Are you not aware of who this Longsho's master is? Su Fengyan, bewildered, shook his head. Li Yishan burst into laughter. This individual is the only female Vajrayana master of Lantian Mountain. Reputed not only for her boundless Buddhist wisdom but also for her extraordinary beauty, hailed as the goddess of mercy among mortals. With the right partnership, one could attain enlightenment. After Su Fengyan was taken aback, he smirked and remarked, "So it seems that the best connection is with me." Li Yishan's smile was peculiar. Su Fengyan cautiously inquired, "What is the matter? Is this Avalokitesvara of Landau Mountain truly unflinching and taking lives?" Li Yishan shook his head and replied, a heart full of compassion. Su Fengyan's curiosity deepened. Li Yishan erupted into laughter, followed by a cough, and said, "This bodhisattva is already 42 years old, precisely double your age. What a coincidence." Suddenly, Su Fengyan sprang to his feet, intent on taking up arms to confront that dead monk of Landau Mountain. 2 ordinary mortals. Landau Mountain possesses 2 enticing elements, the promise of immediate Buddhahood and the opportunity for dual cultivation between men and women. As for the truth, since the world is distanced from Landau Mountain, the dissemination of teachings inevitably leads to misconceptions, and the truth has long since become obscured. Furthermore, no one from Landau Mountain has ever emerged to clarify, rendering it a perplexing enigma worthy of scrutiny. Su Fengyan actually supported Landau Mountain's silence. Rather than articulating everything to the point of exhaustion, it is far better to retain an air of mystery. Su Fengyan first ascended to the 3rd floor of the armory to find the old Taoist Wei Baoxiang, who was guarding the place. On this floor, there was a regularly updated compendium of characters. Su Fengyan sought out the Buddhist volume, which detailed over 20 sects within Buddhism, with Landau Mountain holding the esteemed position as the foremost in esoteric teachings. Thus, the first volume of the esoteric school was easily uncovered, revealing a master of the esoteric tradition, whose title was extensive, Great Compassion Dharma King, Bodhisattva of Supplementation. Judging by her stature, she was nearly on par with the top 2 venerable monks. She hailed from a royal lineage in central India, and from a young age, she traveled alongside eminent monks, translating countless texts, the most renowned of which is the Awakening of Faith in the Mahayana. Historical records indicate that she not only studied under the illustrious Wang Zhongjixiangzi of the Great Perfection but also ventured into the Central Plains to learn astronomy and calendar systems, engaging with the 5 families and 7 sects of Buddhism in the region, demonstrating that she was far from merely observing from a mountain. The compendium featured a vivid portrait of the female bodhisattva in her youth, strikingly beautiful. Su Fengyan returned this secret record to the old Taoist way, sighing. 42, perhaps just a bit older. With a continued air of melancholy, he exited the Tingting Pavilion. Qing awaited him at the steps, clad in a green robe. To the young lord, this mate seemed to lack only a fine sword. Her demeanor and grace made her incomparable to the female warriors outside. Upon seeing Su Fengyan, she respectfully spoke in a soft voice. The monk stands at the entrance of the royal residence. Su Fengyan made his way toward the pavilion in the heart of the lake, smiling as he said, "Bring him here. I wish to have an audience with this esoteric monk. And please, prepare some vegetarian meals, ensuring that no idle persons approach this side of the lake." While waiting for the arrival, Su Fengyan closed his eyes and concentrated, initially digesting the secret tales of Landau Mountain gathered by the palace spies. Despite Landau Mountain's modest population of 200 to 300, it is rife with factions, each boasting thousands of followers. For instance, the Red Sect of the Esoteric School, represented by Monk Longsho, has merely 3 spokesmen, yet outside the mountain, there are millions of devotees. The image of that female Vajrayana master lingered in Su Fengyan's mind. He shook his head, setting aside the matter for the time being. Since he had descended the mountain, it was time to begin meticulously managing his own affairs. The armory was inanimate, while people were alive. By studying the martial arts classics like the White Fox's Face, he believed that knowing more techniques would enhance his survival when facing adversaries. This was akin to how beginners in Go must memorize established patterns. The more strategies one knows, the better. Su Fengyan did not dare to boast about his understanding, yet his memory was undeniably superior, even compared to his sister Su Weishang. If it were otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play Go with the Ishan without pieces or a board. He mused aloud. It is unrealistic to aspire to comprehend all the works in the armory like the White Fox. But if he could select 2 or 3 books for me daily, it wouldn't be too difficult. One day, I shall peruse the secret scriptures of all the sects across the land. As he rode down the mountain on his ox, he conveyed a message to the headmaster Wang Chonglu. He wished to absorb the essence of the great yellow court within himself, to cultivate the 3 yellow courts alone, which necessitated certain texts from Longhu Mountain. Borrowing them, they were mostly closely guarded secrets, and likely impossible to obtain. Stealing? With his current swordsmanship, that would be challenging. Robbing? Without at least 6,000 or 7,000 elite cavalry from Bailiang, one could not hope to storm those 2 sacred Buddhist and Taoist lands. To pacify them, one would need around 13,000 to 14,000 troops. Before engaging in battle, he believed that a mere 1,000 cavalry could trample the entire martial world, grossly underestimating the heroes of the realm. Even Su Xiao, without an imperial decree, would be deemed rebellious for mobilizing over 500 men from Liang territory. Jiang and I, nearby, would likely be unable to resist the impulse to poke holes in the young lord with divine talismans upon hearing such mad talk linking cavalry with the martial world. A graceful sweet potato brought over some exquisite vegetarian dishes, and the lakeside was now devoid of people. The young lord's words, no matter how absurd, held more weight in the royal residence than an imperial edict. Su Fengyan had no suspicions toward this childhood companion and said to himself, "It is time to cultivate a faction. Without a reliable foundation, how can one navigate the martial world? When will I find an opportunity to lay it all out to Su Xiao?" The monk Longsho from Lanta Mountain, accompanied by Qing, arrived at the pavilion. Su Fengyan gestured for the monk to help himself. The stout monk, unreserved, merely picked some food and chewed it slowly, making it difficult to feel full, let alone satisfy his hunger. The hardships of Vajrayana practice were profound. In the 14 smaller kingdoms of the western regions, a rejection of various scholarly traditions was evident. With a singular reverence for Vajrayana, which consisted of the red, yellow, and white teachings. During the chaotic wars among the 9 kingdoms of the Central Plains, the root of the conflict lay in the debates of Confucian scholars from the Upper Yin Academy, while the western regions echoed the tales of the red, yellow, and white nations more akin to celestial beings in combat. The yellow and white teachings held considerable power, whereas the red school leaned towards traditionalism, adhering meticulously to the 9 and 3 teachings, emphasizing the practice of the Great Perfection. The master of the monk Longsho was the first female Dharma king in the history of Vajrayana, incomparable to any of the illustrious concubines, regardless of their high status. Su Fingyan got straight to the point. Does Master Lu Zhu wish to engage in dual cultivation with me? Longzhou the monk, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded in affirmation. The monk spoke of dual cultivation with an expressionless demeanor, while the prince, who had traversed through myriad flowers, found the notion utterly absurd. Both Hong Shu and Qing Niao exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a portrait of incredulity. Su Fingyan, perplexed, inquired, "Is it true that all Vajrayana masters must refrain from male-female dual cultivation practices to achieve the form of the Dharma body and the Buddha body?" The middle-aged monk, clad in a vibrant red robe, maintained his stoic expression and replied with precision, "Only those who have transcended desires may attain the supreme yoga, which is meant for those of exceptional spiritual aptitude." Su Fingyan, feeling a headache coming on, asked, "Why seek me?" The monk shook his head, indicating that even he was unaware of the intricate details behind this matter. Thus, it seemed rather absurd that Su Fingyan would venture to the ruins of Nalanda at the age of 42. For a bodhisattva, this age might be but a fleeting moment. However, for a living woman, it was no trifling concern. No matter how well one maintained their appearance, it was beyond Su Fingyan's acceptance. This was secondary, though. The contention among the red, yellow, and white sects of Vajrayana had intensified in recent years. If the secret text claimed that the six-pearl master could attain great perfection through dual cultivation, would the more powerful white and yellow sects foolishly allow the red sect to reap such extraordinary merits in the western regions? Perhaps before Su Fingyan even reached Nalanda, he would be flayed alive by those monks. It was known that some Vajrayana practitioners utilized skulls with the tops removed for exorcisms. While human bone robes and skin drums were not uncommon in historical accounts, evoking a chilling sensation, the revered six-pearl bodhisattva was indeed formidable, venerated as the fundamental master. And her followers steadfastly believed she embodied the combined essence of Amitabha Buddha and Avalokiteshvara in both form and intention. The so-called six pearls were rumored to refer to her six transformation forms, such as the Compassionate Master, the Lotus King Master, and the Wrathful Vajra Master. While these titles sounded invincible, they still humbly followed a few elderly monks at Nalanda, gathering dust. Su Fingyan harbored distrust towards this red sect, which struggled to survive amidst the yellow and white sections. Beyond the fear of death, he sought to prevent Nalanda and the female Dharma king from disrupting his carefully laid plans. It was one thing to resolutely refuse to go. It was another to unwarrantedly provoke animosity with the Vajrayana red sect. It would be best to navigate this matter with care, especially considering that the monks emerging from Nalanda were treasures in their own right. Su Fingyan forced a smile and explained, "I am currently unable to free myself." The monk repeated his prior statement. "This humble monk can wait." Su Fingyan, intrigued, asked, "How long can you wait?" The monk slowly replied, 31 more years. Su Fingyan nearly spat blood. Such an unsettling patience. He resolved to avoid dealings with Nalanda in the future. Should anyone hold a grudge, his life would be forever restless. The monk, seemingly willing to wait until Su Fingyan's children came of age, did not linger at the prince's residence but remained within the city, confident in the benevolence that Bei Liang extended towards monks. Surely, this peculiar monk from Nalanda would not starve. Su Fingyan sat in a pavilion, muttering to himself, "So inexplicable." Hong Shu jested, "Your Highness, why not yield to that Vajrayana master?" Su Fingyan sighed, "She is a 42-year-old spinster. Even an old cow eating tender grass would not partake in such a manner." Seated beside the prince, Hong Shu playfully kneaded his hand with a delicate touch, her enchanting laughter filling the air. Perhaps that bodhisattva possesses secret methods to maintain her youth. Su Fingyan shot her a glare. The bluebird remarked with composure, "Today is the day of the card reveal." Su Fingyan perked up, "Is there a big catch?" The bluebird replied in a calm tone, "Two groups of unknown ruffians have gathered in the city, led by a few with third-grade martial prowess." Su Fingyan sighed. If only they had been a big catch in the past, but now this heir has already seen the world. Alas, it's better than nothing. Sweet Potato smiled gently. This young lord, from childhood, has been brimming with endless amusement ideas, likely a result of the lax discipline from the esteemed Duke Su Shao, or perhaps a deliberate indulgence. There were no signs of restraint. In fact, over the past decade, the Duke had only spoken about two matters, one being the prohibition of swords for 10 years. Beyond that, he had seldom guided Su Fingyan on how to navigate life. Whether as a wastrel or any ne'er-do-well, Su Fingyan had crafted his own path, while the national hero Li Yuanying was indifferent to trivial matters. When his second sister, Su Weisheng, was home, she could keep the young lord in check. But once she left for the Shangyin Academy, Su Fingyan became like a wild stallion, indulging in every whim, extravagantly spending to acquire poetry and prose, nurturing vile subordinates, unleashing dogs upon enemies, reveling in his mischief. It was no wonder that the accomplished scholars who left Liangdi to seek their fortunes railed against this young lord as an unlearned and unscrupulous rogue. Su Fengnian grinned and instructed, "Let it be known, tonight we shall not play the game of external looseness and internal tightness. Allow them all to enter at once. Since this band of fish and shrimp has stealthily infiltrated the city in the absence of Su Xiao, they are likely here for me. I shall await them here. Bluebird, please summon one swordsman and one swordsman from the residence. I wish to observe the battle." The techniques employed by these desperate rogues, honed in life and death situations, are most agile and far more beneficial than the rigid words of the secret tome. The Bluebird departed quietly, her efficiency impeccable in all matters, great or small. Sweet Potato extended a slender finger, wishing to caress Su Fengnian's crimson brow. Su Fengnian grasped her audacious finger and chuckled. "Are you rebelling?" Sweet Potato pouted, "Just one touch." Su Fengnian shook his head. Sweet Potato's eyes filled with longing. Su Fengnian, not swayed by her charm, composed himself, a frown etched upon his face, and said, "Sister is coming. The Wang residence will soon be in turmoil." Su Weisheng was not merely a towering figure in the eyes of the fallen princess of the Western Chu, Jiang and I. Even the amiable and unassuming maid, Hong Shu, felt a surge of annoyance at the mention of the second sister's return to the estate by His Highness, the young master. Despite her irritation, she concealed it remarkably well, displaying an acting prowess that, akin to the use of fresh blood as rouge, seemed to surpass even Su Fengnian's skills. The young master, having inherited the formidable cultivation of the great Huangding, possessed an innate sensitivity to the flow of energies in both Buddhism and Taoism, along with an uncanny perception known to youthful masters that nothing could escape their notice. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Hong Shu was not merely a koi requiring sustenance to thrive. Within the vast expanse of the royal estate lay myriad peculiarities that even the young master, who had resided at Qingliang Mountain since youth, could not claim to have fully explored. For instance, the 9th floor of the Tingqiao Pavilion, with its 2 underground levels, remained undiscovered, as he and the second sister had once climbed and knocked at the walls in vain. Su showed great pleasure in seeing his children busily engaged at home, sparing him the chaos of their outings. The second daughter, Su Weisheng, excelled in overt strategies, while the eldest son, Su Fengnian, was adept at cunning schemes. Their whispered exchanges would leave even the most formidable of statesmen trembling. Su Fengnian intended to dine with the young girl from the east and west, along with 2 young monks, and on his way, he moved his hands in graceful arcs, amusing the household servants who, though unable to discern the significance, praised the young master's unparalleled martial prowess. Should he encounter a maid of above-average beauty and graceful demeanor, he would indulge in flirtation, while Hong Shu trailed behind, unperturbed. A mere maid daring to compete for affection could easily find herself in dire straits if she crossed a fiery noble. Hong Shu was not foolish enough to rely on her favor. She neither wished nor dared to do so. A rather unspoken truth lingered in her heart. The seemingly tender-hearted young master was, in reality, devoid of emotion. This sentiment was likely unnoticed by the close maids in Wudong courtyard. However, this did not imply that Hong Shu lacked genuine affection for the young master. On the contrary, it was such a master that inspired her to wholeheartedly dedicate herself, her pride rivaling that of any azure bird. Su Fengnian, oblivious to Hong Shu's intricate feelings, merely chuckled softly. This nameless set of 108 forms is a splendid discovery, unearthed from some forgotten corner by a cow-riding sage. The more one practices, the more intriguing it becomes. It requires a low waist and a 9-palace step, embodying the yin and yang of form and intention. The gestures and energies must flow naturally, creating intricate circular patterns, endlessly recurring, with myriad manifestations, ideal for nurturing inner strength, though regrettably impractical for the battlefield. If you desire to learn, I shall teach you, Hong Shu. Hong Shu quickened her pace, her remarkable bosom brushing against the young master's arm as her autumnal eyes glistened with misty allure. "Will your highness truly teach me hand in hand?" she inquired. Without turning his head, Su Fengnian discreetly nudged the soft of hidden beneath his garments, causing her to shiver, a wave of enchantment rippling forth. Sensing her voluptuousness, he playfully remarked, "Perhaps I could draw 108 circles upon you." Hong Shu, with a natural charm yet a tone tinged with melancholy, replied, "I know your highness merely speaks lightly." Su Fengnian, not disputing her words, casually posed a question. "What do you believe the meaning of Mount Rana truly is?" The sweet potato pondered seriously and murmured, "I believe that the notion of mutual cultivation is but a facade. The true conflict lies between the white and yellow sects and the northern Liang Iron Cavalry. Su Fengnian nodded with a smile. You have hit the nail on the head. The capital has long harbored suspicions towards the unruly Western Domain's esoteric sect, yet they have struggled to find a suitable pretext to act. If the Red Sect could serve as an internal ally, it would not be improbable for our northern Liang Iron Cavalry to become pawns once again. As for the notion of mutual cultivation and enlightenment, I have perused secret records that suggest it is a recent rumor, hardly to be taken seriously, especially since it has intensified following my coronation. This indicates that I am quite the coveted prize, with even the female sovereign of the esoteric sect eyeing me with great desire. Regarding the master strategist in the capital, who occupies the grandest chessboard, among the 67 temple names and posthumous titles, he is only enamored with 2 characters. Gao, the heavens are covered by greatness, and virtue encompasses all, and Wu, military exploits shining bright. Having expanded our dynasty's territory to its greatest extent, he fantasizes about being remembered as the Gao Wu emperor for millennia after his demise, which borders on obsession. The sweet potato paled slightly and cautioned, Your Highness, please lower your voice. Su Fengnian chuckled. It's of no concern. I dare to speak, and apart from you, none would dare to listen. Changing the subject, he inquired, What of that young girl, Hua Mei? The sweet potato visibly relaxed, revealing that she had only taught her the simple mountain brow and spiral eyebrow styles. The girl was quick to learn. Su Fengnian laughed heartily. As long as she wishes to learn, she picks up everything swiftly. Old Huang teaches her to roast fish, meat, and sweet potatoes, and she learns even more adeptly than I. Yet if she has no desire to learn, like weaving straw sandals or patiently fishing, she could spend a century without mastering it. The sweet potato gazed at the unusually refreshed countenance of the young lord, momentarily entranced. Despite their constant companionship, she seldom witnessed such a side of him. Originally named Hong Sha, she bit her delicate lip and smiled in return, naturally alluring. The Grand Minister Su Shao once jested that this young woman could vie for favor even as a concubine in the palace. After the girl had removed half a pound of makeup, she had adopted a light application of cosmetics inspired by the sweet potato, and indeed, she appeared much more radiant than without. Yet in Su Fengnian's eyes, the plain-faced girl was still far more endearing. The little monk, meanwhile, chanted his sutras while stealing glances and grinning foolishly. Su Fengnian felt a pang of concern for the temple's incense offerings. The sweet potato was not permitted to dine at the table, and Su Fengnian was not the kind of master who indulged his maidservants to the point of disregarding propriety. Thus, he shared a simple yet delectable vegetarian meal with the young girl and the little monk, asking, Miss Li, when shall you return home? The new year approaches. The girl widened her eyes, feeling hurt. Su Fengnian, are you sending me away? Su Fengnian replied, bewildered, not at all. I merely worry that your parents might be concerned. The girl retorted with conviction, when I met you, you said you would rather starve than return home. Su Fengnian laughed. That was just a jest. The little monk, who had been quietly eating, chimed in, we really must return to the temple. The girl snapped back, be quiet. This phrase she had learned from the young lord. The little monk then gobbled down a couple of mouthfuls of rice, his cheeks puffed out. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, Su Fengnian, this afternoon, Sister Hongshu taught me how to draw my eyebrows. It feels far more precious than those tribute green swallows. I shall repay you when I return home. Su Fengnian feigned a nod, stifling a laugh, and replied, indeed. I have never heard of a female hero who fails to settle her debts. The girl delighted in such words, responding with pride, of course. The young monk, straightforward and earnest, approached the girl he had cherished for years, his small bald head reflecting his concern. He said, I believe I heard the mistress mention that the adornment on your face, that exquisite black powder, is exceedingly expensive. A poet once wrote that 100 pieces of gold can only procure half a tael of exquisite green. If you truly intend to repay, it seems my master's alms bowl will be emptied. The girl gasped in astonishment, her brow furrowing with worry, and suddenly the meal lost its flavor. Su Fengnian observed her quietly, offering no words of comfort. The girl, possessing a temperament that could shift from gloomy to sunny in an instant, soon cast aside her financial troubles after the meal and eagerly pulled Sister Hongshu back inside to continue her studies. At home, her parents were miserly, unwilling to buy her rouge, while the foolish lad from the north and south was generous but lacked funds, vowing that once he achieved enlightenment and produced relics, he would exchange them for countless cosmetics. His boast earned him a punch from her. Not fully understanding the sentiments of a young girl, Su Fengnian refrained from intruding in the room. He noticed the young monk, having removed his robe, squatting in the courtyard with a bucket and a wooden board. washing diligently, clearly accustomed to the chores of the temple, moving with practiced ease. Su Fingnian squatted nearby, observing the white, smooth ivory hook on the green robe, smiling in silence. The young monk, visibly anxious, said, "Your Highness, I cannot offer you this robe as payment for cosmetics. My master would surely beat me to death." Su Fingnian laughed. "Do not worry, I have no desire for your robe. You wear it well." The young monk remained slightly wary. Su Fingnian then inquired, "I recall that the term abbot originates from Taoist terminology, referring to the heart of man and the heavens. It is a title for the leaders of the 10 directions in the Taoist community. How has it come to be associated with your Buddhist sect?" As he scrubbed the robe, the young monk, with his earnest and simple nature, failed to detect the jest in Su Fingnian's words and replied solemnly, "The origin of the term abbot is found in the Vimalakirti Sutra from the scriptures of India, predating the Taoist Bimingpian by 100 years. Furthermore, my master taught me that the great abbot of our temple, though residing in a modest room measuring but a square yard, can encompass 3,000 small worlds and 3,000 lion groves. Just listen, it surpasses the Taoist notions of the heart of man and the heavens by far. My master has never lost a debate, save for once against the mistress." Su Fingnian was left speechless. "Your Buddhist sect is indeed formidable. And your master is even more so." Noticing the bluebird standing at the courtyard gate, Su Fingnian rose and approached. The bluebird, with a stern demeanor, reported, "It has come to my attention that the second princess has detached from the main group and rides alone. Those 2 factions from the martial world are stirring, preparing to venture outside the city." Su Fingnian removed the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it to the bluebird, squinting as he commanded, "Does this group long for reincarnation? Take 200 riders from the phone character camp, and do not forget your crossbows. Ensure they are eliminated." The bluebird turned and departed. Su Fingnian stood at the door, where danger loomed outside while tranquility reigned within. The young monk hung the freshly washed robe to dry and gazed into the room, relishing yet another splendid sunny day. "Master says I lack comprehension, and you two deem me foolish. Among the 2 Zen practitioners in our temple, I have yet to cultivate either. You are my Zen, a sight to behold," he mused. Though 300,000 ironclad cavalry are stationed at the border, the northern Liang region seems perpetually unsettled. The reports from the prominent vassal kings, such as King Yin and King Xiaodong, are monotonously reassuring. Yet only the dissimilar surname King Su Shao persistently petitions the court with grievances. The northern Mang often collaborates, launching intermittent incursions. Skirmishes occur annually, while grand battles transpire every 3 years, with victories alternating. Over time, the court's elite began to murmur about Su Zhao's ulterior motives, suggesting that even the vast expanse of territory he commands is insufficient for his ambitions. These self-proclaimed guardians of the dynasty, who consider themselves the conscience of the nation, are often reprimanded by the emperor during court sessions. The more severe cases find themselves exiled from the capital, only to accumulate experience in the provincial counties, returning after 5 or 6 years to reclaim significant posts. Gradually, even the most oblivious scholars discern that this is a shortcut to prominence. In recent years, Su Shao has become an insurmountable barrier in the hearts of scholars. Failing to criticize him would feel like a betrayal of loyalty. At the year's end, during the final court assembly, the newly appointed Grand Scholar of the Martial Hall, Wen Shouxin, had his retainers carry a coffin to the gates of the imperial city, requesting death by bloodletter to urge the emperor to cleanse the court. The scholars in the capital applauded fervently. In northern Liang, the flag bearing the Su character flutters vibrantly in the wind. Beneath it, the Grand Duke Su Shao rides slowly, accompanied by a singularly handsome man, whose face resembles polished jade, his scholar's demeanor contrasting starkly with the armor he wears. Unarmed, he sports a jade belt buckle of exquisite lamb fat, standing out among his peers. The other renowned generals of northern Liang maintain a respectful distance. Su Shao received a confidential report sent from the capital and chuckled softly, cleansing the court? I am thousands of miles away from His Majesty. These old scholars should save their energy for dealing with their beautiful concubines at home. The composed man, in his 30s, rode beside the imposing figure of Su Shao, exuding an air of confidence, matching his presence. The common folk speculate that the hunchbacked king of northern Liang bears the weight of countless restless spirits unwilling to return home, while his limp is attributed to the vengeful soul of the former greatest warrior of the 9 nations. Such musings, however, are dismissed with disdain by the scholars who consider themselves the true pillars of the state. To them, Su Shao, who has endured numerous wounds in battle, is no mythical figure but rather a cunning usurper. Furthermore, it has been years since Su Shao set foot in the capital. Most officials, apart from the elder statesmen, have never engaged with the Grand Duke, nor have they even laid eyes upon him. Under the emperor's gaze, who would be intimidated by such hollow titles? Su Xiao grasped the reins, gazing northeastward, lifting his whip to gesture towards a few locations, lamenting, "It has been too long since I visited there. My adversaries of decades are either aged or deceased, and it seems no one remembers my ruthless nature." The fervor of these youthful admonitions is lively, yet lacks sincerity. If this continues, scholars will inevitably lead the nation to ruin. How did the Western Chu fare in the past, winning the hearts of the people and scholars alike? A cautionary tale indeed. In contemporary times, the Northern Mang is ferocious, akin to wolves and tigers, long harboring ambitions. It is boldly asserted that should the iron cavalry of Beiliang retreat, those soft and feeble soldiers of Yin and Liao and Jiaodong would, after a few charges, be left weeping and wailing for their parents. The southeastern barbarians are notoriously difficult to tame. To suppress them invites rebellion, while retreating prompts treachery. It is precarious to assume there are no treasonous traitors lurking in the shadows, fanning the flames of insurrection. The western frontier is a monolithic entity, with the nomads united in governance and religion, impervious to persuasion. This is of no concern to me, as our paths do not cross. However, now even the red sect of esoteric Buddhism has begun to cast its covetous gaze upon my son, suggesting intermingling. Has she lost her mind? Does she not believe that I could take her from Mount Lanta and bind her to Beiliang, turning her into a servant for my son? The handsome man, with an enchanting smile, expressed no doubt that the great pillar state could advance 1,000 miles into the western territories. While sending cavalry eastward may be fraught with difficulty, the court would wholeheartedly welcome a march westward. This man spoke little, gripping the reins with one hand while the other rested upon his waist. The ornate jade belt buckle, adorned with intertwined dragons fiercely grappling for the elusive Lingji, held profound significance. It was once the cherished possession of the legendary General Yi Baikuei, removed only upon his death, and was graciously bestowed by Su Xiao to the man by his side. This trusted confidant was none other than Qin Jibao, whose reputation as a ruthless figure only seconded Su Xiao among the 300,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang. It was he who had forced both himself and Yi Baikuei into a deadly confrontation, where the two armies faced one another in a battle of equal stakes. Before the decisive clash, Qin Jibao rode forth, dragging with him two exceptionally beautiful women, ultimately killing the wife and daughter of the unparalleled general before their very eyes. This encounter was almost a definitive battle, a last stand wherein Qin Jibao's infamy surged once more, following numerous previous betrayals of surrendered soldiers. Su Xiao inquired with a smile. "Jibao, how long has it been since I last saw my daughter, Wei Sheng?" The ruthless figure, his features chiseled yet softened with an imperceptible gentleness, replied with utmost respect. "Reporting to my honorable father, it has been nearly 4 years." Su Xiao galloped away, laughing heartily. "Then you must be cautious. She is returning to Beiliang in haste and is not in the best of spirits." Qin Jibao flicked his reins to follow. In Beiliang, fierce generals abound, and the number of valiant soldiers is beyond reckoning. The only one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the great pillar state, devoid of armor, is the ever white-clad Qin Jibao. He rode swiftly, astride the steed known as the Red Serpent, depicted in the ancient painting Nine Steeds. Even the most discerning horse connoisseurs doubted the existence of such a spirited steed. The Red Serpent, as described in ancient texts, was the land-bound mount of the Dragon King incarnate, standing 9 feet tall, with a mane like scales. The most extraordinary feature was a pair of crimson serpents nestled within its nostrils, which emerged only upon the steed's demise, seeking a new master. Upon the back of the Red Serpent sat an unassuming woman clad in a blue robe, a plain ancient sword slung at her waist. The steed thundered forward with such speed that dust billowed like a line behind it. She could already see the city walls in the distance. Inside the city, chaos erupted. Over 300 iron cavalry from the half-camp of Beiliang, armed with knives and crossbows, surged forth from the bustling market, their imposing presence striking awe. They split into 2 routes, surrounding 2 inconspicuous inns. In those days, the king of northern Liang, Su Xiao, traversed the rivers and lakes on horseback, marking a departure from the customary national warfare. Each cavalryman was equipped akin to the present-day phone character battalion, clad in light armor for ease of combat dismounted. Only those officers of remarkable strength wielded the formidable Mo Dao, while the rest carried the standard Liang Dao. Archers bore 2 quivers with over 40 arrows apiece. In solitary combat, few could rival the renowned warriors of northern Liang or those formidable brigands hailing from the Green Forest or martial sects. However, when the northern Liang cavalry amassed over 100, the synergy forged in the crucible of battle among the fallen became evident. Particularly, an entire battalion advancing in an orderly manner, whether mounted or with crossbows drawn, could seldom be thwarted by their adversaries. Moreover, the ruthless Su Shao commanded a retinue of individuals whose skills starkly contrasted with their moral character. These men found it far easier to slay their fellow warriors from the same origin than the northern Liang cavalry itself, as a single head could fetch tens or even hundreds of taels of gold, and some sect leaders' heads could be valued at a king's ransom. Accompanied by the promise of secret tomes and official titles, who would not be driven to bloodshed? After all, the finest spoils resided with the most plump sheep. And Su Shao excelled at coaxing men into servitude with the allure of unattainable desires. The tumultuous smoke that engulfed the rivers and lakes was nothing short of a calamity unseen in 3 centuries. Otherwise, why would Su Fengnian be pursued relentlessly by a myriad of enemies? Perhaps the martial heroes believed that slaying Su Shao was akin to an insurmountable task, while targeting his 2 young daughters felt beneath their dignity. To attack Su Longxiang, the Navi's son, was hardly the mark of a true hero. Thus they directed their hostility towards the innocent and pitiable young lord. Not every avenger, burdened with deep-seated grievances, was willing to throw themselves into the flames at the northern Liang royal manor. Over the years, one cohort after another had met their demise. Revenge is a matter of utmost gravity, yet what good is it if one loses their life? Who among those capable of challenging Su Shao possesses such folly? Now, there were whispers suggesting that the dandy young lord was a truly nefarious character, perhaps having devised some insidious scheme while consorting with courtesans, which only heightened their frustration. Although this young lord appeared utterly clueless about governance, he had learned a thing or two about wickedness from the butcher Su Shao, making him undeniably deserving of his fate. At this moment, the young lord, deemed deserving of his fate, along with a young girl, wandered far from a nearby inn. Su Fengnian, at a roadside stall, procured 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, and one could hardly expect the young lord, who rarely carried silver, to pay. The young girl, witnessing Su Fengnian acquire the candied treats without incurring debts or punishment, felt a surge of admiration. Despite having glimpsed the grandeur of the northern Liang royal manor, she could never reconcile the beggar Su Fengnian with the young lord. To her, the emaciated Su Fengnian was far more appealing, as they had once fashioned headbands from willow branches by the riverside, and it was far more exhilarating to support her in verbal skirmishes against village matrons. Alas, what was so great about the young lord? A penniless Su Fengnian sufficed. The girl stuck out her tongue to lick a candied hawthorn, her thoughts steeped in melancholy. Su Fengnian had once remarked that the sentiments of youth are forever poetic. At her age, melancholy and sorrow somehow appear charming. However, once she transitions into a married woman, it will be a different story. He remarked that married women often bear a certain wistfulness, a notion she found perplexing. Yet she instinctively sensed it was not a favorable one. Every time he smirked mischievously, someone was bound to suffer. She pondered the whereabouts of old Wang, who had faced the brunt of such mischief the most, yet refrained from inquiring further. Su Fengnian, crunching on candied hawthorn, listened to the distant, eerie sounds of bows and crossbows, accompanied by anguished wails, and felt quite content. He was untroubled by the possibility of frightening the young girl who stubbornly insisted on accompanying him. Previously, alongside old Wang, he had endured countless hardships to ensnare a young wild boar. At first, Su Fengnian struggled to find the right approach, and with his knife lacking sharpness, the sturdy creature survived several blows. Unable to bear the sight, she seized the blade and swiftly dispatched the boar, ensuring it was dead beyond revival. It was no wonder she aspired to be a female knight rather than one of those demure and silent noble women. Su Fengnian held a fondness for her akin to that of a brother for a sister, distinguishing her from anyone in the Wang residence. In all likelihood, old Huang had only her as a confidant and friend in his lifetime. With a decorated winter embroidery hanging at his side, Su Fengnian halted his enjoyment of the candied hawthorn, fixating on a young couple at the corner of the alley. The girl glanced up, noticing Su Fengnian's mischievous grin. She merely tugged on his sleeve, wisely choosing to remain silent. Su Fengnian blinked and shook his head at her, then continued on his way alone. The young woman clutched the young man's hand tightly, shaking her head as she implored, "He Shi Xiao, don't go. The situation is compromised. To proceed would be akin to walking into death. The northern Liang cavalry numbers 100 or 200. We cannot contend with them." The man, with reddened eyes and a pale complexion, spoke with anguish. "Shimmy, but your parents are there. If it weren't for my master and his wife taking me in, I would have perished on the streets. A disciple for a day is a father for life. If it means death, I must go." Faced with the grim prospect of her parents' inevitable demise, the woman remained unervingly composed, tightening her grip on her brother-disciple's wrist, her teeth clenched. He Xiangs. If you perish without even confronting Su Fingnian and Su Weisheng, what kind of death is that? Is this your version of filial piety? Despite her fervent objections, the impassioned brother remained steadfast in his resolve to meet his fate. The attractive woman released his hand, delivering a sharp slap to his face, sneering, "Then go die." With each step he took away, she muttered, "I intend to survive. That weak Su Fingnian, despite his indulgences, even if I end up in a brothel, I would have no regrets. I will first surrender my body to that young lord a few times until he becomes complacent, and then I shall take my revenge." This young lord, oblivious to danger, prided himself on never damaging flowers. She resolved to have him perish amidst the soft allure of romance. Her brother's heart ached. Yet he marched on resolutely. The grievances of the martial world and its heroes were inescapable. Many fools existed within it, adhering solely to the tenet of filial piety, even if it bordered on foolishness. Once he had distanced himself, she scoffed, "Such a useless fool. My parents wasted over 20 years on him." Such commendable words, yet devoid of understanding the broader picture, dying in vain indeed. However, you, dear lady, possess the remarkable fortitude to endure humiliation, a tale worthy of song and tears. Were I the esteemed heir, I could scarcely bring myself to extinguish the life of such a stunning beauty, a paragon of grace. The woman, startled, turned to behold a dandy clad in luxurious robes, leaning against the wall with a playful smirk, a skewer of candied hawthorn berries dangling from his left hand. She recognized him from a painting she had nearly grown weary of, a likeness she would identify even in ashes. Yet the Prince Su depicted in that image bore a frivolous gaze and a feeble presence, while the man before her, now known as Su Fingnian, emanated an aura of formidable prowess. Before she could articulate a retort, her embroidered dagger was unsheathed, and with a single stroke, it carved a deep fissure into the solid wall behind her. The woman's head tumbled to the ground. Su Fingnian discarded the skewer of candied fruits, gazing down at the lifeless head, and calmly remarked, "Who says I do not slay women?" Su Fingnian suddenly turned his head and beheld a slender figure at the end of the alley. His thoughts spiraled as he quickly discerned the visage of the person, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was the delicate girl from the butcher's shop, holding a bamboo stick, her frail shoulders trembling incessantly, her gaze vacantly fixed on the sword-wielding young lord. Su Fingnian's smile was neither warm nor menacing, creating an awkward atmosphere. If she were an accomplice of an assassin, he would have dealt with her swiftly. Yet, this harmless young girl had already turned and fled, sparing the young lord any further discomfort. Su Fingnian had no intentions of pursuing her. For a simple commoner, merely frightening her was already a considerable feat. Who would dare to gossip? Moreover, even if they did, no one would believe them, and even if they did, no one would care. In Bailiang, was Su Shao not the emperor who merely lacked a dragon robe? Su Fingnian found the little girl living near the temple, still engaged in a struggle with a candied hawthorn, perhaps finding the fruit too sour. She had bitten off the sugary coating, hesitating to discard the remainder, unwilling to eat it, simply standing there, waiting for him. Su Fingnian unceremoniously took the hawthorn, consumed it in a few bites, and led the girl to the butcher's shop 3 streets away, ordering 3 portions of marinated meat. The shopkeeper remained attentive. Yet Su Fingnian did not encounter the bamboo stick girl, rumored to be named Jia Jia. On his return to the Liang Wangfu, Su Fingnian remarked, "I shall show you something before you go home." Curious, the girl inquired, "What is it?" Su Fingnian replied gently, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." The little girl pouted, "My father says such secrets are mere deception." Unfazed, Su Fingnian brought her back to his residence, first heading to Wudong Courtyard. Upon entering the yard, he clapped his hands. At the sound, all the maidservants, including Hashu and Lying, ceased their tasks and poured out of the building. Gathering in the courtyard amidst laughter and cheerful chatter, each face alight with anticipation. Although the little girl had met Hashu before, the sudden appearance of so many beautiful maidens left her somewhat dazed. She only heard Su Fingnian utter the customary phrase, as per usual, "Go forth. Return to the mountain top around this time tomorrow." The sisters erupted in hearty laughter, their joy evident, as they dispersed. After escorting the bewildered girl back to her dwelling, Su Fingnian strolled alone towards a lowly music house in Chushilu, a 5-story establishment. Within, the sounds of bells, drums, qings, and other instruments filled the air. With over 10 accomplished musicians and more than 160 smaller performers, including singers and dancers, all sustained by the young lord. In the entire Liang region, none but him could afford to maintain such a music house. On the first floor stood a grand collection of chime bells, amounting to 8 sets with 65 pieces. The bell frame towering at 2.5 meters, arranged in a magnificent L shape. The largest bell was nearly as tall as a person, weighing close to 500 pounds. This was where the pinnacle of wealth and prosperity resonated. The Liang dynasty adhered to ancient rites, with the emperor accompanied by 8 dancers, princes by 6, feudal lords by 4, and scholars by 2. Thus the Beiliang royal court could boast 48 dancers. Su Fingnian, having once indulged in the study of ritual music for a considerable time, was particularly enamored with the widely acknowledged, extravagant Shu music, while also mastering the esteemed Chu music celebrated by the ancients. The young lord had thoroughly enjoyed the company of the region's top courtesans, not merely relying on the power of his wealth. The bell, indeed, was the foremost among all instruments. Su Fingnian gently struck the bell to test its tone, furrowing his brow. The craftsmanship of the bells in the Wangfu was extraordinary, magnificently shaped, appropriately thick, and possessing a wide range of tones. However, since they were seldom used throughout the year, there inevitably arose some discrepancies during the modulation of melodies. This set of bells, comprising over 60 pieces, was half forged by him and Su Weisheng, allowing them to possess a profound understanding of the bell's tonal quality. If one were to characterize Su Fingnian as a dandy, it would not be an unfair description for a young master born into a prestigious family. The task of bell making was indeed far more time-consuming and mentally taxing than parading around town with ill-tempered dogs and unruly servants. Was he truly destined to become a bellmaker? Not only did Su Fingnian delve into the realm of bells, but he also had a keen interest in the qing. Having collaborated with his exceptionally talented second sister to upgrade the 13 and 17 reeds to 24 and 36, producing sounds as melodious as a fledgling phoenix's call. Bending down, Su Fingnian plucked the bell, its resonant tone echoing beautifully. As the sound began to fade, he softly called out, "Come forth." Downstairs came Yu Wei, who had spent the entire day above, playing to you. After the winter solstice, it was indeed a splendid season for the sonorous melodies of the bells. She adorned herself in a pristine white fox fur, untouched by dust, standing gracefully. Entering from outside was the young girl Li Zi, who had stealthily followed the young master down to the music hall where the melodies of Chu, Lu, and Shu harmonized. She could barely be considered a budding beauty. Yet in the splendid company of the enchanting maidens of the Beiliang Wangfu, she paled in comparison. The courtesans and songstresses, whom the young master indulged as playthings, easily overshadowed her. Fortunately, the girl had not yet reached the age of jealousy. Her mind was filled with dreams of becoming a wandering heroine, blissfully unaware of the rivalry among beauties. With a cheerful laugh, the girl bounced over to Su Fingnian, curiously touching the grand bell with a face full of admiration, exclaiming, "Su Fingnian, you understand this as well?" Su Fingnian replied with a smile, "I know a little." The girl lamented, "I am far from it. My mother always said I lack musical talent. My voice is even more discordant than the monks chanting at home." Su Fingnian jested, "I had already witnessed that when teaching you to whistle." The girl raised her foot to kick Su Fingnian, but he dodged her playfully, unwilling to concede. She began to chase after the young master. Standing at the stairway, Yu Wei softly remarked, "This young girl has quite the audacity." After a brief bout of playful antics, Su Fingnian noticed Qing Miao standing at the door, her expression somewhat unnatural. A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he pressed down on the girl's head with one hand and pointed to Yu Wei with the other, saying with a smile, "Li Zi, you play with this sister you for a while. I must go meet someone." The girl responded with an "oh." Su Fingnian turned at the door to Yu Wei, instructing, "Take care of Li Zi, and by the way, I will need you to dance with the sword in the next couple of days." Yu Wei frowned, but ultimately refrained from refusing. Su Fingnian dashed to Wudong courtyard, picked up 2 boxes of chess pieces, and ran towards the lake. There, he spotted a lady leading a horse. Behind her, the palace steward and servants were all silent, trembling like mice before a cat. Su Fingnian jogged over, casting a glance, and the once timid servants suddenly felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scattering like birds and beasts. With a beaming smile, Su Fingnian ingratiated himself, asking, "Second sister, are you tired? Are you hungry?" The woman, glancing at the embroidered winter blade at his waist, regarded him with an even colder gaze, remaining silent. Su Fingnian was not disheartened. He carefully accompanied her and said, "Second sister, I carved a set of chess pieces for you on Wudong Mountain, according to your 19 paths, 361 pieces. Take a look." In the royal residence, the servants were well aware that the eldest princess, Su Shihu, feared the grand minister, who in turn feared the young master. while Su Fingyan was afraid of Su Weixiong. It seemed that when it came to the second princess, she feared nothing at all, unafraid of heaven or earth. As a woman, she dared to wield a sword and kill on the battlefield of Beiyang, leaving everyone in the royal residence both awestruck and terrified of her unparalleled astuteness and strategic prowess. The maid Jianghu was indeed a woman of spirit, yet she too was cast into the well by Su Weixiong for 3 days and nights. When pulled from the depths, she appeared as a wraith, devoid of her former vitality. Su Weixiong did not even glance at the chess box and pieces, proceeding silently. Su Fingyan, feeling wronged, called out, "Sister." "Am I your sister?" Su Weixiong replied coldly. Su Fingyan continued walking, muttering, "Is it really necessary to make a fuss over me practicing with a sword? It's been over 3 years, and you haven't even smiled." Su Weixiong struck out fiercely. In the twilight, a radiant light surged forth. Su Fingyan felt a sharp pain in the back of his left hand, causing the chess box to slip from his grasp. The entire set of 180 white pieces fell through the air, splashing like a myriad of flowers scattered by celestial maidens. Su Weixiong continued her path. Ignoring the stunned young master, her expression unchanged as she stated, "I saw it." Left with only a box of black pieces, Su Fingyan gazed at his sister's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. On the following day, Su Fingyan visited Luotu courtyard to see Su Weixiong, but she refused to meet him. On the 3rd day, he finally encountered her, thanks to his efforts of scaling walls and climbing rooftops. She reclined on her bed, holding a copy of the Examination of Crafts, a book not favored by contemporary scholars, and paid him no heed. Su Fingyan, with a playful demeanor, attempted to lie beside her, but Su Weixiong's ancient sword half drew from its sheath at her side. Su Fingyan, resigned, asked, "Sister, when will you cease being angry?" She replied gently, "I am about to return to the academy. Naturally, I will not be angry if I do not see you." Su Fingyan was taken aback and inquired, "Aren't you staying home for the new year? Won't you wait for Su Sha to return?" Su Weixiong merely turned a page without a word. Silent, Su Fingyan sat from noon until dusk, setting down the lonely chess box and leaving the pristine Luotu courtyard, which resembled a snow cave. Su Weixiong rose from her bed, had a few snacks, glanced at the sky, and then went to the stable to lead out her horse, Qi. When she said she would leave, she meant it, not lingering for a moment. As she led out the spirited horse, which she had tamed under fortuitous circumstances, Su Weixiong hesitated briefly before returning to the courtyard to retrieve a small item. Su Fingyan stood at the entrance of the royal residence, watching as the pair, one horse, one person, one sword, departed resolutely. Without needing to visit Luotu courtyard, Su Fingyan already knew that the chess set lay abandoned in the distance. How unnecessary this was. What woman in the world truly relishes solitary travels? Su Fingyan made his way to the summit of Qingliang Mountain, where beneath the yellow crane tower, a remarkable performance awaited. One that could be described as unparalleled in the realm. Originally intended for the young Lady Li Zi, it had unexpectedly become a gift for the second sister. The song The Spirit Song of the Northern Liang was penned by the departed Su Weixiong and composed by Su Fingyan. This evening will feature the sword dance of Yu Wei, the melodious tunes of the Red Musk Bluebird Ensemble, and the harmonious sounds of over 30 musicians playing various instruments. 160 songstresses and dancers will grace the stage. Atop the cool breeze mountain, the lights shine brightly as day, allowing the entire city to gaze upon this splendid spectacle and hear the magnificent celestial melodies. The townsfolk fervently spread the news. The young lord is to indulge in music once more. Beneath the yellow crane tower, the flames blaze like a rainbow. In the northern Liang, amidst 1,000,000 households, how many are clad in iron, shrouded in the bones of the fallen? Fame and fortune are but a cup of wine. I ask, how many emperors and ministers are reduced to mere dust? Hares roam the mountains, foxes slumber in the woods, their spirits devouring the land like tigers. 10,000 bows and crossbows have slain countless foes, while 1,000,000 heads roll upon the ground. Brave men, do not claim all the heroes of the world belong to you. Young maidens, do not bury your affections deep within your hearts. Come, come. Listen to who is striking the beautiful drum. Come, come, see who is the butcher of the mortal realm. The Spirit Song comprises a total of 1,008 characters and is widely celebrated among the Northern Liang troops. On the city tower, only 3 individuals remain: Su Xiao, his adopted son Qin Jibao, and the last to be intercepted, Su Weixiong. Su Xiao, with his right hand holding a bowl of strong liquor, closes his eyes to savor the song, while his left hand rhythmically taps his knee. Qin Jibao's expression is grave. Midway through the performance, Su Weixiong descends the stairs, clutching a smooth, ebony black chess piece in her palm. At the yellow crane tower, the young girl, witnessing such a grand spectacle for the first time, is left speechless, while her timid companion, Ben Nanbei, flees in fright, disappearing without a trace. Li Zi gazes blankly at the young lord reclining nearby, observing as he sips his drink, adorned in a purple gold crown, dressed in a flowing white robe, with a crimson mark upon his brow, resembling an ethereal celestial being unburdened by cares. The young girl had expressed her desire to leave, yet on the first day, she claimed to have a stomachache and stayed. On the second day, she insisted on purchasing New Year's gifts for her parents, leading to a day of wandering the city with the young lord. On the third day, she lay in bed, reluctant to rise, her eyes darting about as she searched for a plausible excuse, until Su Fengnian, ever considerate, mentioned that the almanac advised against traveling today. Thus, she persuaded the young lord to accompany her on several walks around Cool Breeze Mountain. By the fourth day, her options exhausted, the little monk Ben Nanbei was on the verge of madness. The young girl sighed deeply as she approached the carriage prepared by Su Fengnian, filled with her favorite treats and fruits. She mentally noted her expenses, planning to repay Su Fengnian upon their next encounter, regardless of whether her father's meager savings would suffice. Observing that the young lord seemed hesitant to board the carriage, she anxiously inquired, "Su Fengnian, will you not see me off?" Su Fengnian looked up and gently replied, "No, for I fear that once you leave the city, I shall be unable to resist bringing you back." The young girl immediately brightened. See, Su Fengnian still cared for her as a confidant. If he could not see her off, so be it. He was still young, and she was still a child, unafraid of future encounters. Moreover, he had promised to visit her home within 2 years' time. The joyful young girl was so caught up in her delight that she forgot to inform the young master of her residence and the name of the temple. With countless temples in the world, no matter how extraordinary the young master might be, he would have no clue where to begin his search. As she settled into the carriage, she absent-mindedly played with a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads, consisting of 108 beads, symbolizing the overcoming of the 6 senses and the myriad troubles across 3 lifetimes. This sacred Buddhist relic had been earnestly obtained from a venerable monk at Mount Jiuhua by the young master. Coincidentally, the monk's master had passed away at the age of 108, having held this string of prayer beads while reciting sutras countless times. Naturally imbued with an ineffable merit, it is evident that the seemingly carefree young master genuinely cherished this young girl from the depths of his heart. That night, the haunting song of the northern Liang town stirred various emotions in the old soldiers within the city. The girl, almost by divine intervention, found herself at the young master's bedside, where he embraced her, drawing her into his arms. Unashamed, she listened to the melody and inhaled the scent of wine, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Before boarding the carriage, the young monk greeted Su Fengnian with a respectful gesture. Su Fengnian returned the courtesy with a smile. The monk, more familiar with the ways of the world than the girl, expressed heartfelt gratitude. Throughout their encounter, he bore no disdain for the notoriously indulgent young master of northern Liang, likely influenced by what he had heard from Li Zi about Su Fengnian's goodness and intelligence. Having seen the young master taking on a humble demeanor while playfully accompanying Li Zi, the monk could not perceive any arrogance or malice in him. In fact, he had even brought back several rare Buddhist scriptures from the grand loft that the temple was lacking, making it difficult for the monk to harbor any ill feelings. As the carriage began to move, the girl lifted the curtain and waved vigorously. Su Fengnian smiled and waved back. Once he was completely out of sight, she plopped back onto the embroidered stool, feeling a sense of regret and emptiness. The monk inquired, "Li Zi, why didn't I see the old coachman, Lao Huang, you mentioned?" The previously listless girl immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Oh, Lao Huang is the most amusing. When he smiles, you can see he is missing 2 front teeth. He treasures an ivory comb, always hiding it for fear that Su Fengnian would sell it for money. But he is willing to lend it to me to comb my hair. After all, Lao Huang and I have a great friendship." As long as Li Zi was in good spirits, the monk felt content as well. Even if her joy stemmed from thoughts of Lao Huang or Su Fengnian, the monk was indifferent, such as the simplicity of youth. Suddenly, the girl playfully tapped the monk's head, scolding, "Who told you to call me Li Zi?" The monk, cradling his head, replied, "Su Fengnian calls you that." The girl, embarrassed and indignant, retorted, "Are you him? Do you think you are the same?" The monk timidly responded, "All right, Dongshi." The girl gritted her teeth, saying, "You must not call me Dongshi. Winabe, you foolish boy." The monk, sensing her genuine anger, wisely fell silent. She was truly upset. Otherwise, she would not have addressed him by his full name, Wunabe. This was because her master often tugged at Li Zi's braid, earnestly instructing her that monks should not speak their names or lifespans, forbidding the utterance of their given names from before their ordination. Alas, her master, though lacking in many virtues, excelled in this particular teaching. Li Dongshi, Wunabe, although the young monk appeared reserved. His heart brimmed with joy as he thought, "You are the East, and I am the West. As long as we are together, all is well." Poor Su Shao could only reveal himself at the royal residence once the young girl and monk left the city, sitting by the lakeside pavilion with Su Fengnian. The two of them alone, with even Chen Jibao absent. The 6 adopted sons of the Grand Duke, Chen Jibao, Yuan Zuozong, Yi Shizhen, Yao Jian, Qi Danghua, and Chu Lushan, each possessed distinct personalities, and the heir's relationship with them was equally nuanced. Su Fengnian had always been at odds with Chen Jibao since childhood and had previously held little regard for the invincible martial prowess of Yuan Zuozong and Qi Danghua, though their relationship had improved significantly over the past year after sharing a few drinks. As for the scholarly General Yi Shizhen, his rapport with the heir remained lukewarm, while Yao Jian, adept in the art of acupuncture, found common ground with Su Fengnian, who had once delighted in watching Yao Jian skillfully perform his craft. The plump and rotund Lu Qiu, without a doubt, was as subservient to Su Fengnian as a biological son, and no one would question that if the heir commanded him to harm his wife and children, Lu Qiu would merely raise an eyebrow. Su Shao boasted, "I ran into your second sister near the city gates, and she didn't scold me this time. Isn't that impressive?" Su Fengnian retorted gloomily, "Her silence is merely due to her being upset with me. You hardly matter to her." The Grand Duke, with the dignity of a prominent figure, responded like a simple farmer, "That's not my concern." Su Fengnian, in exasperation, exclaimed, "You couldn't even persuade her to stay home for the new year?" Su Shao shrugged. "Wouldn't that just invite more scolding?" Su Fengnian shook his head in frustration, took a deep breath, and inquired, "Was there any fallout from the extravagant performance I staged a couple of days ago?" Su Shao awkwardly replied, No. How could we encounter the emperor's demise every time?" Su Fengnian snorted, and Su Shao could only offer a sheepish smile. When Su Fengnian was 14, the previous emperor unexpectedly passed away, and during the period of mourning, the heir boldly staged a grand song and dance beneath the yellow crane tower, leaving the entire northern Liang in shock. The Grand Duke hastily returned to the royal residence, ready to punish this wayward son, but ultimately spared him, instead executing over 200 members of the orchestra as a public spectacle. The newly enthroned emperor displayed a lenient demeanor, merely issuing a verbal reprimand, attributing the incident to Su Fengnian's youthful ignorance, thus quelling the criticism from officials and scholars alike. Just 3 years later, there emerged intentions to marry the unruly northern Liang heir into a prestigious family, leaving the world baffled. Su Fengnian asked, "How has my second sister's swordsmanship progressed?" The Grand Duke replied, "She is still a notch below the South Palace master you brought in." Su Fengnian expressed surprise. "I knew she was skilled, but not to such an extraordinary degree." The Grand Duke, filled with pride, remarked, "Wei Sheng is the type who strives to be the best in all endeavors. That scoundrel, the Yellow Dragon scholar, will inevitably become a stepping stone for your sister." Su Fengnian, resting with his shoulder against the intricately carved pavilion column, languidly suggested, "Why not pair my second sister with the White Fox?" After much thought, they seemed the most compatible. The Grand Pillar Kingdom remarked, "Should you utter those words to either of the two, you shall certainly invite a beating, with one wielding a crimson serpent and the other a spring thunder. You would be at their mercy." Su Fengnian sighed, "Indeed, I cannot contend with them." The Grand Pillar Kingdom lowered his voice, "I happen to know a formidable figure. If you possess the audacity, you may seek him out." Su Fengnian furrowed his brow and instinctively inquired, "How formidable?" The Grand Pillar Kingdom extended both hands. "In the entire realm, he ranks among the top 10. 40 years ago, he would have been in the top 3. 20 years ago, he would have undoubtedly made the top 5. Su Fengnian chuckled bitterly. "Is he not even more formidable than old Huang?" Su Shao smiled. Su Fengnian pressed on, "Where have you concealed him?" Su Shao gestured towards the listening tide pavilion, speaking mysteriously. "He is suppressed beneath the pavilion. The reason I constructed this pavilion, and why your master resides here, is due to this once-in-a-century-old monster." Su Fengnian, fully aware of his own limitations, shook his head. "With my fledgling skills, I would only be courting death." Su Shao nodded, unhurried. "The old monster's malevolence has yet to be tempered. Anyone who approaches now would indeed meet their demise." Su Fengnian muttered to himself, Then I shall henceforth refrain from visiting the listening tide pavilion." Su Xiao chuckled. "You may still go," Su Fengnian resolutely declared. "I would rather die than go." Su Fengnian initially believed that the 11th ranked among the top 10 martial artists in the world was indeed one of the most formidable killers. However, upon ascending the mountain, he discovered that true masters often concealed themselves in the wilderness, some disdainful of rankings, while others remained hidden from public view. Thus, when Su Xiao remarked that the old demon suppressed by Tingxiao Pavilion was a master whose prowess could be counted on one hand, it was evident that once this formidable entity was unleashed, no one would be able to withstand his tumultuous rampage. Su Fengnian contemplated that perhaps only the combined might of the deceased Lao Huang and the blade-wielding old Kuei from the lake would suffice. Yet, Lao Huang was gone. His sword case now mocked atop the Wu Emperor's city, while the white-haired old Kuei had departed. Given his temperament, he would hardly consent to serve as a vanguard for the young lord. How much could Su Fengnian accomplish in subduing demons and vanquishing evil on his own? Counting on his fingers, he recalled those who had witnessed such skills firsthand. The Wudong sect's leader, Wang Chonglu, certainly qualified, while the sword enthusiast Wang Xiaoping could be considered half a master. Could the cow rider be counted as half as well? The officials guarding the Wang residence could only be regarded as a fraction of a master. Su Fengnian gazed towards Tingxiao Pavilion, speculating about the identity and origins of the old demon, yet found himself at a loss. He smiled and inquired, "What treasures remain in the Wang residence? Spare me the secrecy and reveal them." Su Xiao sipped the scalding yellow wine and wiped his mouth, replying, "There is hardly anything left. All my lifetime's savings barely suffice for your whims." Su Fengnian chuckled. "Surely there are no heirlooms?" Su Xiao lamented. "Indeed, there are. But those can only be bestowed upon you posthumously. Until one reaches the brink of destitution, such treasures cannot be casually revealed." Su Fengnian gently urged, "The new year approaches. Let us share some auspicious words." Su Xiao, gazing at the tranquil lake surface, appeared somewhat bored. He scattered some bait, which summoned a vibrant display of koi frolicking, prompting him to reflect, "My constitution is not what it once was. In my youth, consuming 3 to 4 pounds of beef with wine went unnoticed. I could devour half a roast lamb in one sitting. Now, I can hardly manage, and the sight of grease turns my stomach." Su Fengnian laughed. "Good men often meet untimely ends, leaving their misdeeds to linger for centuries. You, a notorious villain, should have no trouble living to 100, if not a millennium." Su Xiao remained silent. Sitting upright, Su Fengnian grasped a handful of bait, preparing to cast it into the lake. The area around the pavilion had already gathered hundreds of darting koi due to Su Xiao's earlier baiting. As he raised his hand, 100 or so greedy koi leaped from the water. In the past, when Su Fengnian was bored, he would take several large boxes of bait and row about, delighting in the breathtaking spectacle of koi swarming. Just yesterday, he had joyfully played with a young girl, who was half terrified, half amazed, her expressions vividly entertaining. Thus, in recent years, the spoiled youths of Bailiang had humiliated themselves in their pursuit of beauty, yet if they were fortunate enough to enter the Bailiang Wang residence, Su Fengnian would offer them merely a small box of fish bait, content to observe without engaging. As the year drew to a close, after striking the bell atop Jianghu Mountain and sharing a lukewarm New Year's Eve dinner, Su Fengnian arrived at the banana pavilion. There, Yue sat by the window, amusing herself with Yu Miniang, the increasingly rotund white cat, resembling a snowball and utterly adorable. Su Fengnian extended his embroidered winter scabbard, and Yu Miniang obediently nestled into it. Su Fengnian lifted her slightly, exclaiming, "She must weigh 10 pounds by now. From henceforth, she shall be called Pangyang." Yu Yue embraced the charming Wu Menyang, casting a disapproving glance at the oblivious prince. After Su Fengnian settled down, he tossed a piece of osmanthus cake into the air, tilting his head just in time for it to fall into his mouth. This delicacy, meticulously crafted by Yu Yue herself, was steamed to perfection and instantly captivated the entire royal household upon its debut. The estate boasted 100 osmanthus trees, and during the crisp autumn season, she would gather fresh blossoms, extracting the juice while discarding the residue and bitterness, then soaking them in fine honey and sealing them carefully for preservation. When it was time to prepare the cake, she would retrieve them. The osmanthus cake melted in the mouth, soft and moist, sliding down smoothly. Su Fengnian relished this flavor, and his gaze towards Yu Yue carried a hint of significance. No longer the courtesan or the enigmatic Yu Xuanji, she felt a surge of nervousness under his scrutiny. Clutching Wu Menyang tightly, inadvertently compressing her ample bosom, presenting an alluring curve, Su Fengnian teasingly inquired, Are you not a bit impatient? Yu Yue raised an eyebrow, responding with a soft, sultry sound. Su Fingyan chuckled. I knew it. Yu Yue, confused by his self-dialogue, asked, Knew what? Leaning closer, Su Fingyan replied with a smile. The day is waning. Instead of blushing or appearing flustered, Yu Yue gently patted Wu Mainyang's head, whispering, Not yet. The entire Wudong courtyard seems to have taken a disliking to me. For you to enjoy this osmanthus cake. I had to plead with a maid after wearing my lips thin under the osmanthus tree. If we were to spend the night here, wouldn't Wu Mainyang and I be left to the whims of the northwest wind? Su Fingyan jested. Was that maid a green ant or a cucumber? I'll have a word with her later. Yu Yue chuckled, her laughter laced with hidden sharpness, yet she refrained from striking back. Su Fingyan gently tapped her forehead, his touch tender, saying, Why do you quarrel with those young maids? It's unbecoming. A woman should possess grace to captivate the heart. Yu Yue paused, taken aback. Su Fingyan then stood, stretching lazily before devouring the remaining half-box of delicately arranged pastries, playfully wielding the embroidered winter blade as he departed. Last year, the heavens had been particularly stingy, offering only a couple of faint snowfalls, leaving much to be desired. Consequently, the courtyard where Jiang and I resided hosted the smallest snowman in years. Upon entering the desolate courtyard, Su Fingyan glanced at the diminutive snowman, relieved that its head remained intact. After a moment of contemplation, the prince realized that he couldn't discern a flower from it, and turned to leave. To this day, Su Fingyan remained uncertain about whom to take on his travels through the martial world. He certainly had no shortage of guards, and given his status, leading 100 iron riders posed little problem. Su Shao would arrange everything appropriately, ensuring no significant traces were left behind. Moreover, with several capable hawks and hounds raised within the royal estate added to the mix, it would be excessively difficult for any ordinary martial artist to attempt an assassination. Yet, Su Fingyan, who had learned the pangs of hardship and feared death, still felt it insufficient. Would Bai Huli be willing to step outside the Tingshading? Their relationship had always been one of mutual benefit, and he could not fathom what martial arts secret could entice Bai Huli more than the arsenal itself. Must one truly seek out that half-immortal, half-demon beneath the listening tide pavilion? Su Fingyan found himself, almost unknowingly, standing beneath the imposing 9 dragons plaque, startled. The essence of the characters bestowed by the late emperor was not one of dominance. Nonetheless, to Su Fingyan, those 4 characters were, still 4 characters, utterly displeasing to the eye. This reminded him of his sister, Su Weisheng, who resided 1,000 miles away. Often, she was more vengeful than the young lord himself. Yet she had a peculiar clarity regarding significant matters, while being petty about trivialities. Although Su Fingyan ought to address her as sister, she found it grating, insisting that he omit to from her title. Su Fingyan pondered the pointlessness of this rivalry with his elder sister, Su Zhitian. After all, birth order is determined by fate. While Su Fingyan and his brother Su Longxiang enjoyed a harmonious relationship, the bond between Su Zhitian and Su Weisheng was decidedly strained. The younger sister regarded the elder as frivolous and merely ornamental, while the elder, despite being the elder, possessed a broader perspective but delighted in teasingly praising Su Weisheng's beauty, especially her exquisite calligraphy. The intricacies of a woman's heart are often more unfathomable than the celestial order itself. Surely, the young master on the mountain would wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. Su Fingyan self-deprecatingly mused that upon descending the mountain, he found himself missing that cow-riding figure. He chuckled to himself, recalling how just a few days prior, he had arranged for a box of Risku literature to be sent up the mountain. Wondering if the cow rider had been subjected to his second master's playful chastisement. Su beggar, you remain as tiresome as ever, floated the cool voice of Bai Huer from within the loft. Upon entering, Su Fingyan beheld Bai Huer standing beneath the exquisite white jade relief of Dunhuang, flying Apsaras. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, It has been over a year since I last heard that title. The young lord, adorned with a graceful knife and intricate winter embroidery, contrasted with Bai Hua, who bore the humble spring thunder at her waist. Su Fingyan unabashedly mused to himself, It seems we make quite the pair. Bai Hua slowly turned her gaze from the mural to Su Fingyan, a glimmer of danger in her eyes. Su Fingyan, sensing her intensity, clarified, I was referring to the embroidery in spring thunder. Obviously, despite Bai Hua's beauty, the young lord was not inclined to be attracted to a man. Bai Hua returned her attention to the 64 ethereal figures of the Dunhuang flying Apsaras, each adorned with jeweled crowns or tied-up hairstyles, their upper bodies bare. draped in colorful sashes, holding various musical instruments, floating amidst clouds, a truly enchanting celestial scene. From a young age, the young lord had known the thrill of riding on Su Zhao's shoulders to gaze upon the exposed forms of the flying apsaras. Was this not a sign of extraordinary lineage? Was it not a mark of exceptional talent? However, as he matured, such occurrences diminished. After all, Su Zhitian took great pleasure in having Su Fengnian sleep beside her, a habit that persisted until he was 12 or 13, leading him to develop the tendency to embrace her neck and caress her earlobes, a habit she had fostered. Bai Hua took a few steps, fixating on a flying apsara in the northwest corner, adorned with heavenly arm ornaments and cradling a phoenix-headed Kong Ho, scrutinizing it with great interest, but only when I was visible. Su Fengnian, feeling a sense of trepidation, remarked, Su Xiao mentioned that beneath the listening tide pavilion lies an ancient monster. Bai Hua, do exercise caution. The white fox's visage suddenly enlightened, akin to the spring thunder unsheathing its blade, striking the eyes of the celestial being, before retracting back into its sheath. The figure of the celestial being remained still, while the other 63 began to drift slowly. A door materialized before the two. Su Fengnian, struck dumb with astonishment, murmured, "Is this the finishing touch to a dragon's painting?" The white fox entered directly. Su Fengnian attempted to grasp her but failed, after a moment's hesitation. He followed her into the dim darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the hall, revealing a staircase leading underground. The white fox drew forth the spring thunder, its sharp blade illuminating the path. Su Fengnian followed suit, unsheathing his embroidered winter blade. As Su Fengnian silently counted to 63, the staircase gradually brightened and became clearer. They found themselves in a hall adorned with voluminous pearls embedded in the walls. It resembled a tomb. Spirit tablets. The hall was filled with the spirit tablets of the fallen officers of Bailong, no fewer than 600. In the center lay a thatched mat for kneeling and worshipping the four directions, which could not conceal a larger yin-yang fish 8 trigram formation beneath. Su Fengnian gazed at the tablets, recognizing only a few, all notable generals of the Bailong army, who perished in the tumultuous spring and autumn wars that ravaged the world. One general's glory is built upon countless bones. Such is the language of scholars. In this moment and place, the ambience was indeed that of the underworld. The white fox, undaunted, inquired, "Would you wish to exchange the embroidered winter blade for the spring thunder?" Sensing the ominous turn of events, Su Fengnian shook his head. "I do not wish to." Clearly irritated by the young lord's lack of awareness, the white fox narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, scrutinizing Su Fengnian as though examining a spirit tablet. She had discerned that the spring thunder was currently more suited for the young lord's sword practice than the embroidered winter blade. Su Fengnian feigned ignorance, aware that lurking below was a peerless master who had been suppressed for 20 years. The stance of the white fox indicated her curiosity had been piqued, given her temperament. It was highly likely she would venture forth to satisfy it. Su Fengnian had no desire to walk into the lion's den. His second escapade in the martial world had not yet reached the desperate point of recklessness. The white fox frowned slightly, unexpectedly conceding. "I wish to descend to the next level, but since this is your domain, if you agree, I will not only exchange blades with you but also grant you an additional condition." Without hesitation, Su Fengnian replied, "Agreed." The white fox, with renewed determination, tossed the spring thunder to Su Fengnian. He received it, but did not hasten to exchange it for the embroidered winter blade. Instead, he asked earnestly, "Am I allowed to propose a condition now?" The white fox nodded. Su Fengnian stated solemnly, "The condition is that we do not descend right now. If you wish to go back on your word, then you must first kill me." "Ah, no, wait, I mean knock me unconscious." The white fox, devoid of a weapon, widened her autumn water-like eyes, gazing at the young lord who clutched both blades. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Those Dunhuang celestial beings paled in comparison to her current demeanor, devoid of any celestial or divine aura. Su Fengnian was entranced yet dared not let his guard down. The first time he witnessed the white fox smile so radiantly, it seemed to carry a playful ire, the kind of playful ire that women often feign, as she slowly remarked, "This time, consider it your victory, Su the scoundrel." Su Fengnian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The sensation of teetering on the brink of death was indeed excruciating. Bai Hua extended her hand. Su Fengnian gazed at her in bewilderment. Bai Hua retorted angrily, "Give me the xiaodong. Go upstairs, wait until you muster some courage, and then we shall descend." Su Fengnian, momentarily dazed, tossed the xiaodong dagger to Bai Hua, feeling a twinge of reluctance, for they had relied on each other atop Wudong Mountain. Upon returning upstairs together, Bai Huo wielded the xiaodong to strike at the celestial eye, and the mural astonishingly reverted to its original form, just as Su Fengnian prepared to slip away. He was surprised to find that Bai Huo was not enraged. Instead, she softly requested, "Accompany me for a drink." Su Fengnian hurried to Wudong Garden and fetched 2 jars of fine wine. The duo settled at the majestic edge of Tingxiao Pavilion, with Bai Huo sitting cross-legged while Su Fengnian dangled his feet over the precipice. Bai Huo took a swig of wine and remarked, "The king of Beiliang is the most formidable man I have ever encountered. Yet, despite Su Shao's implementation of legalist doctrines and tyranny, I still fail to comprehend how he ascended to the rank of a power above all others. Upon witnessing the 600 spirit tablets, I began to grasp the essence of it. If 600 individuals are wholeheartedly devoted to serving you, even if you are a fool, you can command a region. But what if these 600 are heroes, willing to sacrifice everything for you? It is well known that the king of Beiliang, Su Shao, rose to power with 600 valiant riders. Now, there are hardly any left, are there? Perhaps they have all perished." Su Fengnian gazed at the starlit sky. Bai Huo gently inquired, "Having such a father, is it not burdensome?" Su Fengnian shook his head. Bai Huo, shaking the wine jug, teased, "Your father's cunning and restraint are unparalleled, yet you are nothing but a rogue." Su Fengnian responded with a wry smile, "Please refrain from mocking this fool of mine. Was it not merely to deceive you with the xiaodong in exchange for the spring thunder? If you are unsatisfied, we can trade it back." A charming smile graced Bai Huo's lips as she boldly downed another gulp of wine, exclaiming, "Speak, what are your terms?" Su Fengnian replied softly, "Let us not discuss it. If you wish to descend, then do so. Just inform me when the time comes, and I will ensure Su Shao arranges additional personnel for you." Bai Huo eyed him skeptically. "When did you become so benevolent?" Su Fengnian, in a moment of self-deprecation, replied, "I have never had many friends. Last year, I lost another due to that zealous minister of Lingo who aspired to be a loyal subject. Regardless of how you perceive me, I regard you as a friend." Bai Huo's expression remained impassive as he tilted his head back to drink. Soon, the jug was emptied of every drop. He reached out his hand, asking Su Fengnian for more wine. Su Fengnian shook the jug in his hand, chuckling, "You still want it after I've had my fill?" The slightly intoxicated Bai Huo declared loudly, "Hand it over." Su Fengnian obliged, feeling a mix of surprise and annoyance. He was astonished that such a proud individual as Bai Huo began to lower his guard with him, yet vexed that Bai Huo was, without a doubt, no woman at all. Bai Huo uttered a remark that nearly caused Su Fengnian to choke. "If only you were a woman, I would marry you." It had always been the privilege of the young master to tease others. There was no precedent for being the object of such flirtation, especially considering that this Bai Huo was a man. Su Fengnian felt a deep sorrow welling up within him. However, even with the spring thunder blade, he was no match for the white fox's countenance. He was immediately seized by an impulse to retreat and practice with his sword for several hundred years. After all, who could fear the prospect of becoming invincible? The young lord had fallen so low that he resorted to such self-delusion. The white fox, absorbed in her wine, caught a sidelong glance of Su Wulai's misfortune from her enchanting phoenix eyes, and a sense of satisfaction filled her heart. 2 jugs of wine warmed her stomach, and her words, once spoken, warmed her spirit. No wonder Su the beggar, despite his impoverished travels in years past, remained sharp-tongued. Sometimes, words could sting more than a blade, seemingly sharper than the embroidered spring thunder. After finishing her drink, she placed the 2 empty jugs at her feet and gazed at the surface of the tranquil mirror-like lake. Smiling as she remarked, "That evening's resplendent song of northern Liang I heard was quite well worded. However, the composition fell short, wasting 1,008 characters." Su Fengnian pointed to himself and chuckled awkwardly, "Forgive me, it was composed by this young lord." The white fox playfully punched him and offered a date. "My criticism stems from the brilliance of the lyrics. Had your melody stood alone, it would have surpassed my expectations significantly. It seems I can no longer call you a fool." Su Fengnian reclined, lying on the ground nonchalantly. "Go ahead, scold me. It's rare to encounter someone who can insult me without inciting my anger. I must not let this opportunity go to waste." The white fox inquired, "What if someone else were to insult you?" Su Fengnian replied with unshakable conviction, "I would retort first, then strike them down." The white fox responded with realization, "No wonder Northern Liang speaks of your arrogance." Su Fengnian feigned profundity, "You must have discerned my ruse. I am merely biding my time, enduring hardships. One day, I shall astonish the world and let all know of this young lord's literary and martial prowess." The white fox, with a lazy demeanor, remarked, "You are not feigning. You are simply going with the flow. It is in your nature to be a lazy scoundrel." Su Fingyan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "White Fox, you truly understand me. What did you say earlier?" "Oh, I recall. If you were a woman, I would marry you." The White Fox did not engage with this remark and gently asked, "A lazy person like you, studying swordplay, surely this is for old Huang?" Su Fingyan shook his head, "Not entirely. I am aware that I will most likely never surpass the old monster Wang Xinji, and thus cannot reclaim old Wang's sword case. Nonetheless, I secretly hope that if I cannot defeat Wang Xinji, I might wait until he passes away. If the second best in the world lives another 60 or 70 years, I would concede that he is formidable. Should that day never arrive, I shall dismantle the martial emperor city." The White Fox laughed. "Then will you not venture to the East Sea before Wang Xinji succumbs?" Su Fingyan replied earnestly, "I shall go, perhaps right after the new year. I must leave northern Liang. There are debts to settle, people to scold, and some to eliminate. Of course, I will also make a trip to the martial emperor city." The White Fox turned to the reclining young lord, puzzled. "If you cannot defeat him and cannot reclaim the sword case, why go?" Su Fingyan answered calmly, "It is simply to take a look. If I do not see it, I fear that a year, 2 years, or 3 could pass slowly, and I might forget old Huang and the sword case." The White Fox's face pondered for a moment, then lay straight down, legs extended, and softly remarked, "It seems just like me, fearing that I might falter and forget everything in a single breath. Initially, it was right to embroider winter for you. Now, exchanging it for spring thunder, it should suffice." Su Fingyan grinned mischievously and said, "White Fox's face, what a pity, you are a man." The White Fox's face retorted with a narrowed smile, "What a pity you are not a woman." Su Fingyan closed his eyes. The White Fox's face gently stated, "You are to leave Beilong, and I shall not accompany you. There are secret scriptures on the 5th floor of the armory. I will not leave until I ascend to the last floor. Therefore, could you possibly alter your condition?" Before Su Fingyan could respond, the White Fox's face continued, "If you do not agree, should you insist that I accompany you on your journey through the martial world, I shall still fulfill my promise." With his eyes still shut, Su Fingyan smirked and replied, "Trading one embroidered winter for spring thunder is enough. Old Huang says that one must be content to fill both belly and heart. Just listen to this wisdom. It's no wonder he can wield those 9 swords. In my opinion, that is true mastery. To hell with Wang Xinji, Deng Taie, and Xiao Guanzi." The White Fox's face followed suit, closing her eyes and unexpectedly drifting into a light slumber. Awakening abruptly at dawn, the White Fox's face sat up suddenly. Her complexion pale, while her embroidered winter blade trembled and sang in alarm. Once she realized she was covered by a familiar mink fur coat, she quickly composed herself and chuckled at her own folly. When Su Fingyan found Jiang and I, she was busy fetching water to wash clothes, delicately handling several thin, faded garments, reluctant to scrub them too hard. Upon seeing Su Fingyan, she, having grown from the princess of peace to the princess of subtlety, maintained a stern expression, ignoring the young master entirely. Su Fingyan had heard that his second sister had returned to the royal residence, although she treated him with indifference. She had privately dealt harshly with the silly maid who had dared to write the Degung Jiao sworn kill notice. Su Fingyan felt no sympathy, only a sense of schadenfreude, relishing the chaos she caused, urging her to tend to that small vegetable patch properly. Jiang and I seemed to catch a glimpse of Su Fingyan's mischievous smile from the corner of her eye, her expression growing colder. Accidentally, she exerted too much force while washing, frustration filling her eyes, and she immediately slowed her movements, no longer caring to spar with Su Fingyan. This young master, with nothing but leisure to spare, could effortlessly conjure a melody that resonated throughout the city, such as the Beilong town spirit song, while she, merely a maid too timid to wash a few garments with vigor, found herself at odds with him. What sense did that make? Su Fingyan observed Jiang Ni's flushed cheeks, alas. When not smiling, her dimples were shallow. Looking into her eyes, heavy with despair, you wondered if she had lost all hope after being scolded by her second sister. Was it possible that her sister had returned with an unusually potent remedy? After a moment's contemplation, Su Fingyan smiled and proposed, in the days to come, "Read to me at Wudong Garden, a word for a coin. How does that deal sound?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang and I firmly declared, "I will not read." Su Fingyan replied leisurely, "You should know that what I am asking you to read are the secret texts from the armory. You will not read? Not earn this money?" With her brows tightly knit, Jiang Ni's washing grew even more meticulous and slow. Su Fingyan turned and walked away. Jiang and I let out a cold snort and continued to lower her head to wash clothes. She wasn't about to take the bait. From afar, Su Fingyan's clicking tongue could be heard. 1 character for 1 coin. 1,000 characters make a string of cash. 10,000 words a day would be 100 strings. Calculating a year with some rest, it easily amounts to 36,000 strings. By year's end, one could be girded with 30,000 strings. Imagine the extravagance. What a pity. Jiang and I curled her lips in disdain. Su Fingyan seemed to be walking farther away. Yet his voice remained clear. Reading 10,000 volumes makes writing as if guided by spirits. And there's another old saying, what was it again? Read 300 poems. And even if you can't compose, you can recite. Forget it. I'll just have my maids Hanshu and Ellie read for me. Their voices are far more pleasing to the ear. Jiang and I turned her head and spat fiercely in Su Fingyan's direction. Su Fingyan had always treated Jiang and I this way, just teasing and provoking her, riling her up like a bristling little wildcat, but never truly hurting her. Perhaps there were many small kindnesses mixed in, but Jiang and I either overlooked them or took them as provocations. Once the young master disappeared from the corner of her vision, Jiang and I fell into a daze. Though she had been born into the pinnacle of nobility, what could a child of a few years understand of money? Later, she was taken into the northern Liang prince's residence, where she lived in extreme poverty. Now, her monthly allowance was barely 2 taels of silver. 30,000 strings, that would be 30,000 taels of silver. Such a sum was beyond her wildest dreams. Truthfully, she had little interest in this money-making scheme. What truly tempted her were the long unreachable martial manuals in the armory. She knew full well that Su Fingyan, that cruel and wicked man, had been training relentlessly with his blade on Wudong Mountain, never slacking for a moment. With that in mind, Jiang and I couldn't help but ask herself, what could she do with the divine dagger Shinfu bound to her arm? Years ago, she couldn't even stab the young master to death. In a few more years, even if she had 100 or 1,000 Shinfu daggers, would she succeed? But if she agreed to read for him, Su Fingyan was cunning and scheming. Wouldn't there be a trap waiting for her to step into? Her eyes hollow. Jiang and I wandered aimlessly before crouching down in front of the little snowman. No sorrow is greater than a withered heart. Su Fingyan stood in the shadows, watching the little mud figure and the little snowman with narrowed eyes. The great pillar of the nation, Su Xiao, appeared like a ghost behind him and chuckled softly. After watching for over a decade, you still haven't had your fill? Su Fingyan rolled his eyes. Su Xiao noticed that Chunlei had replaced Xiudong and let out a sound of surprise. How did you manage to swindle that? Su Fingyan scoffed. Don't play dumb with me. Is there anything in this residence you don't know about? Su Xiao smiled faintly. Since you and the White Fox have discovered the hidden passage, why not accompany your father to the ancestral hall once more? Su Fingyan gave a non-committal hum. In silence, he followed the hunchbacked Su Xiao into the tide-listening pavilion. Su Fingyan flung Chunlei forward, opening the door. Seeing Su Xiao enter empty-handed, Su Fingyan whispered, "No offerings of wine?" Without turning his head, Su Xiao replied indifferently, "No need. I'm the only one left alive. Who would drink it? It's just a meaningless gesture." When they reached the ancestral hall, which Su Fingyan regarded as the underworld, Su Xiao sat on a cushion and beckoned for his son to join him. Once Su Fingyan had settled, Su Xiao pointed to a memorial tablet at the front. "Qin Xiong, Qin Jibao's father. In the Battle of Jinliao, he gave his life for mine. Otherwise, this position would have been his. The defeat at Yi was disastrous. This man, known as the one who could face 10,000 foes, Wang Qian, valiantly propped up the city gate with his own hands, allowing me to escape. His lifeless body was reduced to mere pulp. During the campaign against the Western Shu, I stood in a grueling standoff with the enemy at the Western ramparts for 2 long years. While the entire world believed that I would ally with the Emperor of Western Shu to govern the realm by dividing it along the Yangtze River. After much difficulty, Ma Ling, who had finally secured a position in the capital to live out his days, rallied 14 old generals from Beiliang to lay down their lives in loyalty on my behalf. In Dongyue, Xing Xiu, who always sang with a raspy voice when intoxicated, has also departed. Within the borders of Shishu, a mere 10 miles from the imperial palace, the strategist Zhao Changling succumbed to illness. Just 10 miles, had he reached me? He could have avenged his family by slaying the foolish emperor of Shishu. Hanli, who had committed no capital crime, met his end by my own hand to uphold military discipline. Su Xiao pointed out the memorial tablets one by one, his voice hoarse yet calm, reverberating like thunder. Su Fingyan trembled all over. Su Xiao, standing with a limp, straightened his back and gazed at the growing stack of tablets, sneering, "Fingyan, once you leave Beilong, I will make a trip to the capital. I shall see who dares to take my life." Their feeble strength cannot lift the head of Su Xiao, the butcher of men. Jiang and I showed little interest in studying, yet in Wudong Garden, A throng of charming maidens eagerly vied to read classics for the young master. Hongshu's voice was the most enchanting, prompting Su Fingnian to have her read texts on martial arts from the Nanhai Guanyin Monastery. Levian's voice, tender and ethereal, was assigned to recite the secret codes akin to sword techniques, while Huanghua, lively and spirited, read from the most unconventional texts in the armory. Qingniao, pure and upright, was entrusted with the reading of Taoist scriptures like the Taiping Neijing Jing, overflowing with celestial wisdom. To seek immortals, one must establish 90 virtues. To aspire for earthly immortals, one must establish 300 virtues. To yearn for celestial immortals, one must establish 1,300 virtues. Today, Qingniao read from the Tai Xian Ganing Pian. Unlike before, when he would rest his head on Hongshu's lap or play with Levian's fingers, Su Fingnian sat upright by the window, his finger gliding along the blade. Having attained the essence of the Great Yellow Court, his innate abilities were indescribable. As he listened to Qingniao read Tai Xian, he felt a torrent of saliva rushing forth, filling his spirit, while true energy coursed through him. His head felt as if it were steaming, his limbs and bones warm and fluid, especially the mark on his brow, resembling an inverted red date, subtly shifting from red to purple, embodying the grand aura of the Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, heralding the arrival of purple energy from the east. The Great Yellow Court is termed great because it transcends ordinary Taoist inner cultivation methods, seamlessly integrating the 3 yellow quartz, derived from the ancient Taoist text Laozi, which speaks of the transformation into the 3 purities. The Great Yellow Court represents an enigmatic path of cultivation. It is likely that Wang Chonglu, the headmaster of Wudong, did not wish for the young master to squander his formidable abilities, advising him on 2 matters. Su Fingnian opened his eyes and smiled. Recalling, the headmaster said that the Great Yellow Court is a stream of living water. If I cannot refine and utilize it within 10 years, it will inevitably vanish. And he was not merely trying to frighten me. Moreover, the old master feared that I might enter the treasure mountain without knowing how to collect the treasures. Thus, he specifically explained the 6 heavenly pavilions of the Great Yellow Court, representing 6 realms. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the 6th floor of the Listening Tide Pavilion, where now the white fox was poised to ascend to the 3rd floor, just as I set foot inside. Qingniao set aside the Tai Xian bamboo slips and inquired, "How much progress have you made, Your Highness?" Su Fingnian, having gradually acclimatized to the feel of the Chunlei blade, sheathed it and gestured to his brow, chuckling. For the great Huanting, enlightenment is not arduous. The true challenge lies in retaining the essence of the 3 pure ones. The more enlightenment one attains, the more one risks losing. Should I ever let my guard down, I would find myself in dire straits. This Wudong leader is severe with himself, and even more so with me. Qingniao paused for a moment, smiling silently. Su Fingnian took a strand of her silky hair, murmuring, "Lotus blooms upon the pure waters of the jade pool, harmonizing body and spirit, free from decay. When the spirit and form are in concord, one may ascend to the celestial gate." Curiously, Qingniao asked, "Your Highness, from which text does this prophecy originate?" Su Fingnian, stroking her smooth locks, retorted with self-deprecating humor, "Am I not allowed to indulge in a bit of whimsy?" Qingniao sparkled with vitality. The 2nd-tier maid, Huanghua, lurked at the doorway, appearing reluctant to enter, a most unusual behavior. Su Fingnian jestingly admonished, "Are you planning to stand there for eternity?" With a reluctant expression, Huanghua stepped inside, whispering, "Your Highness, the maid named Jiang is in the courtyard. Should I send her away?" Su Fingnian, bemused, replied, "Let her in. Do not presume I am unaware of how you took it upon yourself during the Mid-Autumn Festival to prevent Yue Wei from picking osmanthus flowers. That was rather unbecoming. I have heard it said that you are particularly fond of the osmanthus cake she prepares, eating an entire large box in one sitting. I remarked upon your weight gain this winter. Surely, it must be from indulging in those cakes? Be wary, for if you continue, you may find yourself needing a new wardrobe." Huanggua's face flushed crimson. Su Fingnian waved his hand, and the clever maid, looking aggrieved, exited to bring Jiang and I inside. Qingniao took her leave voluntarily. Su Fingnian and Jiang and I exchanged glances, neither willing to concede, testing each other's patience. When Su Fingnian calmly picked up the Tai Xian Gan Ingpian bamboo slip, Jiang and I finally declared, "Is the deal you mentioned still valid?" Su Fingnian, eschewing pretense, responded straightforwardly, "It is valid." Jiang and I, devoid of any sense of supplication, stated her price, 2 won per character. "That is my fee for reading." Su Fingnian firmly countered, "No negotiation, 1 character, 1 copper coin." Jiang and I, maintaining her composure, insisted, 2 won. Su Fingnian shook his head, 1 won. With that, Jiang and I turned to leave. Su Fingyan smiled. At 1 win per character, you can read more each day and still manage to impoverish me. As she reached the threshold, Jiang and I hesitated. Su Fingyan continued. This Tai Xian Gan Ing Pian contains over 6,000 characters. Upon completion, I shall owe you 7 guan. What do you say? Jiang and I pivoted and returned indoors, relieved that the negotiation had not collapsed. However, she stood with a cold expression in the farthest corner from the young lord, extending her hand. Su Fingyan, well aware of her notorious temper, tossed the Tai Xian slips her way. As Jiang and I caught the well-worn bamboo slips, which were clearly treasures that could grace any Taoist temple, her ire intensified. How could one so carelessly discard such ancient relics, each likely several hundred years old? What if they were to fall apart? Given the lavishness displayed, it is rather absurd to quibble over mere pennies. Su Fingyan seemed to have discerned Jiang Ni's thoughts and, with a playful smile, remarked, "Are you feeling pained? Ultimately, it is my possession, and I shall utilize it as I please. However, should the need arise to part with it, I shall be quite meticulous. 1 penny. Su Fingyan glanced out the window, chuckling softly. The underlying amusement and intricacies of the situation likely remained comprehensible only to old Huang and the young lady. Jiang and I commenced reciting the scriptures, her voice and cadence somewhat unrefined. Su Fingyan paid little heed to this. He considered himself lacking in talent, save for his exceptional memory, which had never fallen short against anyone. Why would he spend money to have Jiang and I read the Tai Xian and future martial arts secrets? Jiang and I would never grasp the reasoning, nor did she wish to. She merely hoped to peruse some superior martial arts texts, commit them to memory in secret, and, upon achieving self-mastery, insert a divine talisman into the chest of the young prince. Su Fingyan finally returned to his senses, adopting a more relaxed posture as he listened to Jiang Ni's voice, observing the earnest young woman in the corner, diligently reading from her bamboo slips. His gaze, once stagnant like a still pond, now brimmed with vitality. Did he not comprehend her earnestness in studying? The scheming Su Fingyan certainly understood. However, the true purpose behind her dedication to her studies was likely known only to the esteemed General Su Xiao. Upon exiting the morning hall that day, Su Xiao had jested. If Jiang and I were to fortuitously slay you, it is highly probable she would take her own life as well. Without you as her adversary, it seems her existence would lose its significance. Yet, should she realize that she could never bring about your demise, her forced survival would be akin to a living death. Su Fingyan softly interjected, "You misread the character for fan." Jiang and I paused, then recited the sentence again. Su Fingyan chuckled, "That line is on the house." Jiang and I made no protest, merely emphasizing her reading. Su Fingyan gathered his thoughts, closed his eyes, and synchronized his breathing with the rhythm of the verses, long and steady. Noticing her pause, Su Fingyan opened his eyes, pondered momentarily, stifled a laugh, and gently reminded her, the character for Hui. Jiang and I, unfamiliar with the character, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Su Fingyan maintained a serious demeanor, declaring, 10 coins deducted. Jiang and I huffed in response, likely recognizing her fault, and refrained from arguing. To her surprise, she soon stumbled over 6 or 7 characters in quick succession, resulting in the swift deduction of 60 to 70 coins. With her throat parched and eyes reddened, Jiang and I was moved to tears upon hearing Su Fingyan's emotionless declaration of another 10 coins deducted, and she suddenly burst into sobs. In Taoism, there exists a notion of 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands. In ancient times, the teachings of the Nine Do Rice sect, led by the venerable master Ma Qingjin, profoundly resonated with the populace. Longhu Mountain was then merely ranked as the 26th blessed land of Taoism, lacking any heavenly caves, seemingly overshadowed by Wudong Mountain. However, since it ascended to the status of the ancestral ground of Taoism, the Zhao lineage of heavenly masters has presided over the Tianshi mansion, propagating teachings for 40 generations. Each heavenly master is granted a decree from the imperial court, receiving not only the title of Tianshi, but also official ranks of 1st or 2nd grade, summoned to engage with the emperor on matters of health and healing. The current generation's great celestial master Zhao Danxia, alongside the grand sacrificer of Shangyin Academy, holds the esteemed position of national preceptor. While the previous celestial master merely oversaw Taoist affairs in the Jiangnan region, this generation now governs all Taoist matters under heaven, ranking equivalent to a 1st-grade official, wielding authority as weighty as princes and marquises, earning the illustrious title of Feathered Robe Minister. Shaoyao Temple, perched upon Dragon Tiger Mountain, is a modest and sparsely populated sanctuary, scarcely receiving any incense offerings. Presumably, The Celestial Master's residence could no longer bear the sight of this ancient temple languishing in destitution, thus providing monthly alms to sustain it. Originally unaffiliated with Dragon Tiger Mountain's Taoist lineage, Xiaoyao Temple was only incorporated under the Celestial Master's jurisdiction 2 generations prior. Since then, no Buddhist monasteries remain on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Even time-worn temples like Xiaoyao struggle to endure. Taoists diverging from the Orthodox Unity sect have gradually departed, a stark contrast to the all-embracing tolerance of Wudong Mountain. Presently, Xiaoyao Temple is home to an elderly Taoist surnamed Zhao Shituan. Outsiders might dismiss him as a disheartened old man who sought refuge on Dragon Tiger Mountain in his twilight years. Though 3 Zhao surnamed Celestial Masters reside within the Celestial Master's residence, bearing the Zhao name alone does not guarantee prestige. Only those ordained within the residence hold true leadership over this sacred mountain. The current generation's Dragon Tiger lineage follows the Dan generation, succeeded by Jing, Ning, Ling, Jing, and Guan. Within the temple, the elderly Taoist Zhao Shituan gazed upon the courtyard strewn with hawthorns, withered and shriveled from relentless wind, sun, snow, and rain, now far too desiccated to consume. A sallow-skinned youth crouched in the courtyard, his expression troubled. The old Taoist stood beside him. Today was a crisp and balmy day, perfect for reminiscing about past glories. With leisurely contentment, he mused, Longxiang, in my youth, I delighted in wandering amidst mountains and rivers, mastering the essence of the 8 trigrams at a tender age, devouring every book in sight, drifting untethered from worldly concerns. The patriarchs of this mountain adored me beyond measure. Yet, what use had I for hollow titles like feathered robe minister? I roamed for 30 years before returning. But I did accomplish a few things, spreading scriptures, bestowing talismans, curing ailments, warding off calamities. I nearly found myself summoned by the old emperor to expound upon Huanglao philosophy in the imperial palace. Don't be fooled. Many from the Celestial Master's residence have visited the capital and entered the imperial court, but only because they, too, bear the Zhao name. Not I. I earned my reputation without relying on lineage, yet my name still reached the heavens. Longxiang, stop staring at those hawthorns. Speak with your master. We barely exchange a few words each day. How unbecoming. Outsiders might think I care nothing for you. Disciple, how about I teach you the great dream of spring and autumn? A celestial art the patriarchs entrusted solely to me. Even my arrogant nephew never grasped its profundity. This very technique is why I've preserved Xiaoyao Temple. Compared to Wudong's South Great Yellow Court, this method is no lesser. Now, I can slumber for 3 years straight. Though the patriarchs were mightier still, they could supposedly sleep for 60 years without difficulty. Sometimes I wonder if the patriarch's ascension was merely. Noticing the youth's impassive expression, the old Taoist found his soliloquy rather dull. Yawning, he succumbed to drowsiness, his left leg bent beneath him, his right resting atop his left knee, one hand propping his cheek as he tilted his head and drifted into slumber. Though no stool supported him, his swaying form never toppled. Before me stood an elderly Taoist priest of the Shi lineage from Longhu Mountain, his right hand cradling his chin as if clutching a sword, while his left hand formed a claw-like gesture, enacting the Chongyong's Wuju. A soft murmur escaped his lips, sleep to the seasons, upon the stone roots. I forget the years. No mat to lie upon, no quilt to cover, the heavens and earth serve as my bed beneath the bright moon. Thunder roars and lightning strikes. Mount Tai crumbles, the vast ocean plunges into emptiness, the dragon cries out, startling the spirits. At such moments, I am deep in slumber. Outside the courtyard stood a young Taoist in an exquisite yellow robe, eyes closed, firmly rooted in place as he silently chanted, with the eyes facing the nose. The nose aligned with the life gate, introspection within the heart. Continuous breaths, quietly maintaining stillness, void and tranquil. True energy rises to the elixir pool. Divine water encircles the 5 inner organs. Summon the spirits, call upon the myriad beings. My spirit ascends through the 9 palaces, indulging in the azure expanse. In dreams, I behold the vast ocean. Through the mist, I grasp yin and yang, unaware that beyond the seasons, 500 years have elapsed. Observing the elderly priest dozing indifferently, Su Longxiang decided to depart the courtyard. The Xiaoyao Temple was not perched high upon the mountain, but rather at its base. A stark contrast to the lofty Tianshi mansion above. Yet, a jade-like stream, the Qinglong Creek, wound around the foothills, and as Su Longxiang approached its banks, he found himself entranced by 2 bamboo rafts moored at the shore. Being a youth with a fear of water, he hesitated to board the rafts and drift downstream. The young man in the yellow robe stood imperiously by the creek, mockingly declaring, "Foolish Su, how unfortunate that master she taught you to sleep through the seasons. Do you truly comprehend? If you do not, you ought to hastily return to Beilong. Longhu Mountain is no place for simpletons like you." Su Longxiang feigned ignorance, his gaze lost in the flowing water. Though the youth's taunts echoed, he maintained a safe distance from the yellow-robed one. During a previous visit to Xiaoyao Temple to pay respects to his ancestors, he had inadvertently stepped on a hawthorn and was nearly chased to the mountain's peak by this fool. An experience that became a source of amusement for many Taoist sisters on the mountain, a most humiliating ordeal. However, he discerned the truth. This fool was afraid of water. Seeing Su Longxiang finally turn his head, the young Taoist glided toward the bamboo raft, lightly tapping his toes, causing the raft to gracefully drift toward the opposite bank, seemingly showcasing a clever trick. As it came to a halt in the middle of the creek, a group of 5 or 6 literati, having ventured to Longhu Mountain in search of enlightenment, witnessed this extraordinary spectacle and erupted in astonished exclamations. The Taoist laughed heartily. "Yellow fool, if you possess any skill, come forth. I hear you have 2 sisters. One leads a dissolute life, while the other seeks fame and recognition." Su Longxiang remained unmoved. The Taoist continued his derision. "And you have a brother? It is said that the princess met her demise because of this unworthy heir apparent?" Su Longxiang abruptly raised his gaze. The Taoist chuckled. "Come on, I await your arrival." Crouching, Su Longxiang did not fully rise but, like a leopard, lunged forward, swiftly reaching the creek's edge. Instead of leaping into the water, he planted a foot on the front of the bamboo raft, instantly lifting the broad, sturdy raft from the water, causing it to stand upright. With a single hand like a blade, he severed the thick ropes that secured the raft, and with both hands, he tore it apart. Swiftly collecting the fragments of the raft, Su Longxiang hurled them away, their sound piercing the air like a tiger's roar, a testament to his formidable strength. An arrow-like rain began to descend. The Taoist in yellow garb appeared flustered, and regardless of his agile maneuvers, he could not evade the barrage of bamboo arrows. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he only managed to deflect a few, and as these arrows plunged into the stream, they detonated with explosive force. Water erupted around him like a fountain. When the final bamboo shaft hurtled towards him, the young Taoist had nearly resigned himself to his fate. Suddenly, a middle-aged Taoist, clad in the same yellow robe, emerged from the shadows, gracefully alighting upon the bamboo raft. With his left hand resting casually at his waist and his right hand clutching the bamboo arrow, he appeared serene, yet the raft retreated swiftly. As it came to a halt, the middle-aged Taoist had already redirected the bamboo arrow back towards Su Longxiang, known for his unparalleled strength. Su Longxiang, often perceived as a simpleton during his more innocent days, amused by the sight of ants at work, would respond with a carefree smile even when addressed mockingly. However, when his mood soured, he exuded an air that warned others to keep their distance. In that moment, as he beheld the bamboo shaft soaring back towards him, his expression twisted into a menacing snarl. He made no attempt to evade. Instead, he reached out with a claw-like hand, intending to crush the bamboo. Underestimating its speed, he failed to grasp it, and the bamboo pierced through his fingers, aiming directly for his face. Unfazed, Su Longxiang allowed the sharp bamboo to strike his forehead, while the middle-aged Taoist felt a jolt of surprise. He had anticipated the seemingly dim-witted youth would dodge. After all, given their respective statuses and temperaments, such childish disputes were hardly worth his concern. However, the final bamboo arrow launched by Su Longxiang was indeed vicious, and were he to refrain from intervening, the outcome could result in lifelong paralysis for the young man. Thus, the Taoist's counterattack involuntarily intensified by a few degrees of force. Engaging with Su Longxiang was already a precarious situation. Injuring the boy would be far more troublesome. Not only was Su Longxiang the son of the northern Liang king, who had once nearly seized control of the Longhu Mountain, but also the grandson of the revered Shi Tuan from the Xiaoyao Taoist temple, a figure he could not afford to offend. To his astonishment, the middle-aged Taoist found he had overly worried. The frail and withered youth braced himself against the bamboo, and with a thunderous explosion, it shattered against his forehead. As the dust settled, Su Longxiang's eyes gleamed crimson, and the 2 tufts of yellow hair at his temples, slightly longer than usual, floated in the air. Since his first day on Longhu Mountain, he had embraced the wildness of his unkempt hair, and now it swirled around him. His entire form fluctuated between a bloated and emaciated appearance, expanding with each inhalation and contracting with each exhalation, creating an absurd spectacle of ebbing and flowing energy that resonated with the stream beside him. His breathing technique, the most rudimentary practice of Longhu Mountain's foundational arts, had taken him over half a year to grasp. Yet upon mastering it, he unleashed a momentum that was truly awe-inspiring. "Father, the appearance of this fool is rather unsettling. Could it truly be that the rumors speak of the otherworldly giant evil demon lord?" The young Taoist, having found support, regained much of his courage. Yet upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Su Longxiang, coupled with having faced adversity twice, he could not help but feel a tinge of trepidation. Grandpa Shituan had mentioned before descending the mountain that this uninitiated second son of the great Pillar Nation is the true reincarnation of the true martial emperor. Not that Han Shixiang, who was merely born with an additional aperture compared to ordinary mortals. The question of who is celestial and who is demonic will likely require a gamble for the fortunes of Longhu Mountain and Wudong Mountain over the next 5 centuries. The middle-aged Taoist carefully observed the menacing Su Longxiang, feeling more curiosity than shock. As a first-rate noble of the Heavenly Master's estate, Zhao Jingchen had witnessed countless wonders beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. As for the words of Zhao Shituan, he was rather skeptical. To base an entire family's fortune on a single individual was acceptable, but to stake the fate of a nation and a mountain seemed rather frivolous. Despite his son Zhao Ningyun's mischievous nature, Zhao Jingchen was still quite satisfied with him. Thus he was willing to share some secret knowledge. The notion of 500 years of fortune and misfortune was an exaggeration. 50 years would be commendable enough. Moreover, could it be that the Hong Shixiang of Wudong Mountain and Su Longxiang before us are truly one of the descending demon-slaying celestials? According to historical texts, it has been a full 1600 years since the true martial emperor last appeared. How could such a coincidence occur at a time when Longhu Mountain was most dominant over Wudong? Gradually regaining his composure, Zhao Ningyun chuckled. "What if it is true, father? Then we would be in dire straits." Zhao Jingchen chuckled softly. "How could it be dire? Our Heavenly Master's estate of Longhu Mountain has produced 64 immortals over the past 1,000 years. Can we not withstand a mere true martial emperor?" At this mention, even the cynical Zhao Ningyun felt a surge of pride. These 64 immortals were not the fantastical figures chronicled in rural legends when a great immortal ascended. The Heavenly Master's estate meticulously recorded every detail, how the celestial mechanisms operated, the geography involved, and the nature of the individuals, whether they rode dragons or phoenixes, or transformed into rainbows. All were documented with utmost precision, leaving no room for falsehood. If one were to speak of illustrious family lineage, the Zhao family of Longhu Mountain far surpasses even the greatest of earthly emperors. Zhao Jingchen made no apparent movement. The bamboo raft drifted downstream, seemingly disinclined to continue confronting Su Longxiang. Upon seeing a yellow-haired child racing along the bank, kicking stones towards the bamboo raft, Zhao Jingchen extended a hand, radiant as white jade, gently pressing downwards, causing each stone to plunge into the stream. Over 30 stones met such a fate, yet as time passed, Zhao Jingchen increasingly found it taxing. Not only did the stones accelerate, but they also grew heavier. In this world, there can be no fortune that merely expels but does not receive. Yet Su Longxiang offered him no opportunity to gather his breath. Stones rained upon the father-son duo of Zhao Jingchen and Zhao Ningyun, as Su Longxiang disregarded their status as noble purple and yellow personages. Furthermore, his brother, Su Fengyan, the young lord, had boldly drawn his sword against Princess Sui Zhu of Wudong Mountain, not to mention the madness of their father, Su Shao. In the tumultuous era of the martial arts world, Longhu Mountain, proud of its status as the foremost sect of the realm, found itself embroiled in conflict. Zhao Danxiat, serving as the national master, had an encounter with a celestial master whose unpalatable remarks were overheard by the grand pillar of the nation. This provocation led to the immediate mobilization of 3,000 iron cavalry from Mount Song, hastening towards Longhu Mountain, along with an urgent reinforcement of over 4,000 fierce soldiers from the North Liang, encamped at the mountain's base. As if this were insufficient, several martial artists, absorbed into the North Liang military under the Grand Pillar's brutal policy, eagerly awaited their chance to act, especially with the allure of significant rewards dangled before them. Su Shao, astride his steed, addressed a purple-clad Taoist from the Celestial Master's residence, his voice resonating with defiance. "Longhu Mountain? I refuse to believe we cannot subdue your so-called dragons and tigers." No one doubted Su Zhao's fierce reputation. Had it not been for the timely delivery of an imperial decree that exhausted several relays of horses, the North Liang cavalry would have indeed stormed Longhu Mountain. Despite Zhao Jingchen's profound mastery of internal energy, he could not withstand Su Longxiang's relentless barrage of stones, particularly in light of Su's crude demeanor. Although the Celestial Master's residence had never established a tradition of firstborn sons becoming the head of the sect, those in such esteemed positions typically possessed a reserved arrogance. Zhao Jingshun exemplified this, his skills in Taoist arts, swordsmanship, and inner strength being exceptional, thus reflecting the dignity of his yellow robes. Unfortunately for him, within his generation, two other Taoists shone even brighter, one being the renowned Bailian Taoist, Bai Yu, who had recently made a remarkable impression at the last Lotus Summit debate on Buddhism and Taoism. This Taoist, eschewing the martial arts of Longhu, had devoted himself to ancient texts, his knowledge rivaling that of the four celestial masters. 2 years prior, he had an audience with the emperor, presenting revolutionary ideas that downplayed the significance of longevity practices, which greatly delighted the emperor and earned him a prestigious purple robe, as well as the title of Bailian Master. Consequently, scholars and dignitaries flocked to Longhu, eager to witness the unparalleled presence of Bailian. Had Bailian been the sole figure absent from the Celestial Master's residence, Zhao Jingshun would not have felt so anxious. However, the presence of a young Celestial Master in the residence added to his concerns. If word of Su Longxiang's petty behavior reached his father and the other two Celestial Masters, it would be a disgraceful affair. With a resigned smile, Zhao Jingshun sighed and reached for his son Zhao Ningyun's sleeve, diligently brushing off several stones before the two set off towards the mountain. They were bound for the Celestial Master's residence, and though Su Longxiang was troublesome, he would not dare to cause a ruckus there. Even if his grandfather, Su Tian, was known for his patience, it was likely he would not remain composed for long. Observing the two yellow-clad Taoists attempting to flee, Su Longxiang bellowed in fury, stepping back several paces before lunging forward, kicking up dust and creating new depressions in the ground. As he leaped into the air, he propelled himself towards the father and son in yellow. Zhao Jingshun, not entirely devoid of temper, could not tolerate the fool's relentless pursuit. With a huff, he waved his sleeve, gently pushing Zhao Ningyun several paces away, before turning back towards the shore, mirroring Su Longxiang's charge. Yet the ground beneath him stirred but slightly, lacking the thunderous impact of Su Longxiang's advance. Zhao Jingshun and Su Longxiang clashed mid-air, with a deft point of her toe. She soared higher, elegantly landing atop Su Longxiang's head. The foremost disciple of the Qing lineage at Longhu Mountain unleashed a tremendous force, planting her feet firmly on Su Longxiang's shoulders, and commanded, "You foolish wretch, descend at once." Su Longxiang, brimming with raw strength yet unable to employ it, plummeted helplessly into the stream. "You are the true fool," he retorted. As Zhao Jingshun gracefully floated back to the riverbank, she faintly heard a sigh. An elderly Taoist, roused from his slumber at the Xianyu temple, ascended like a hawk, diving into the water with a splash that sent waves cascading, as if the old sage had cleaved the Qing Long stream in two. The elder Taoist hoisted Su Longxiang and retreated to the Xianyu temple, solemnly instructing, "You must return to the mountaintop at once." Seemingly unwilling to linger any longer with Su Longxiang, he cast the disheveled youth aside, lamenting, "Alas, it seems the Xianyu temple may not survive this calamity." Zhao Jingshun, witnessing her grandfather Shi Tuan in such a state of distress, dared not tarry. Quickly, she took Zhao Ningyun and descended the mountain, only to hear a soul-stirring howl emanating from the direction of the Xianyu temple, reminiscent of the 6 fiends howling at the sun atop the Lianhua summit. The clamor and dust surrounding the Xianyao temple persisted from noon until dusk. In the twilight, the old Taoist, his robe tattered and hair disheveled, sat amidst the ruins of the temple, sighing heavily. Meanwhile, the once restless yellow-haired youth was at last at peace. Crouched by an ancient well in the back courtyard, an old turtle, accompanied by 2 or 3 hatchlings, surfaced and climbed to the well's edge, as if their relationship with the boy was not unfamiliar. The elder Taoist reflected deeply. This ancient well, named Tongyu, was said to be unfathomably deep. The elder generation of the Xianyu temple once jested that it reached the netherworld, and that this well was connected to Wudong, akin to the well at the Tongxian peak of Wudong Mountain. The elder Taoist dismissed such tales, yet, upon learning from correspondence that the young prince was studying at Wudong Mountain, he delightedly shared with his disciple Su Longxiang that the well could indeed lead to Wudong. Thus, the once yellow-haired and now withered Su Longxiang, apart from foraging for hawthorn, took to learning the art of breathing from the Longhu sect during his good days. On his less fortunate days, he would recline beside the ancient well, lost in thought, gradually becoming familiar with the family of mountain turtles residing within. Su Longxiang tossed a handful of hawthorn into the well, cheerfully proclaiming, "Brother, eat some hawthorn." The elder Taoist sighed heavily. pondering how he would relay such matters to the young prince, a veritable whirlwind of chaos. Should he speak or remain silent? The old sage, renowned in Jianghu for his discernment, hesitated, recalling the chilling aura hidden behind Su Fingnian's smiling visage, and bitterly resolved, I shall speak the truth. If only to alert the Tianshi mansion. If Jianghu Mountain represents the abode of immortals, then the Shangyin Academy stands as the city of sages. With the conclusion of the tumultuous Nine Nations Spring and Autumn War, the once vibrant discourse among various schools of thought has faded into memory. However, the spirit of equality among scholars, where knowledge knows no superiority, lingers on. Generally speaking, within the grand confines of the Shangyin Academy. Aside from the sacred grove accessible only to the esteemed ritualist, all other areas are open for exploration and study, allowing for a wide array of literary pursuits. Yet, certain unwritten rules have become deeply entrenched over centuries, not originating from any particular ritualist, but rather arising from the reverence for a prominent scholar within the academy. For instance, the academy features a lake known as Dei Lake, adorned with countless blue lotuses, its waters shallow enough to reveal the bottom clearly. The sight of the lotuses, with their stems and roots visible, creates an ethereal experience akin to floating on clouds. Ordinary students of the academy dare not venture onto Dei Lake for leisure, partly due to it being the renowned site of the Huanglong scholar, and also because a lady resides in a pavilion by the lakeshore. In recent years, the prestige of the Shangyin Academy has been overshadowed by her presence. Upon her arrival as a student, her noble lineage became evident as she directly sought mentorship from Wang, the ritualist, and a military leader, both of whom imparted their wisdom generously. Dissenters, emboldened, attempted to challenge her at Dei Lake. However, the sword-bearing lady refrained from engaging in debate, swiftly severing the top knot of the leading scholar. Her subsequent confrontations were even more formidable, resulting in the immediate demise of one challenger. Despite being confined to the academy, no one dared to provoke her further, for this not-so-conventionally attractive lady possessed lethal prowess. Eventually, she established the renowned Zongheng 19 Paths, which became widely celebrated. In subsequent years, her critiques of literary accomplishments were met with both admiration and scorn. Particularly during her 10 matches on Dei Lake, many scholars from across the nations came to study at Shangyin Academy, drawn by her reputation. Regardless of the criticism she attracted, the undeniable truth remains: few could withstand her scrutiny. Though the literary figures outside the academy vocally denounced her, those who had faced her in competition quickly revealed their true colors, becoming the most fickle of supporters, swaying with the winds of opinion. The pavilion by Dei Lake does not exude the grandeur of noble lineage. Instead, it is a humble creation of the academy's craftsmen, imbued with ingenuity and charm. Outside, a few chickens and ducks roam, separated by patches of vegetable gardens, all intended for sustenance, lacking the elegance of scholars nurturing geese or cultivating chrysanthemums. This is Su Weisheng. Today, after attending classes and enjoying a self-sufficient lunch, Su Weisheng began penning the cautionary 1,000-character essay, initially composed at the northern Liang royal residence. It began as an idle attempt to advise a wayward younger brother. When the endeavor yielded no results, it was set aside. However, upon arriving at Shangyin Academy, she resumed writing, gradually accumulating insights. With perseverance, the essay now exceeds 600 characters, opening with a resounding declaration: human affairs may be governed, yet the way of heaven remains unerring. A family flourishes through generations of diligence, a clan accumulates virtue and will be rewarded in time. A nation that values its people over its rulers endures for millennia. How then does one meet an untimely end? Through hollow words, trivial deeds, and a shallow heart. All are but frail. How dreadfully cruel is the calamity, steeped in malevolence, accumulating dark desires, reveling in sinister actions, where everything is shrouded in shadows. Today, I ponder how the blade finds its mark. The noble man is obstinate, while the petty man treads perilous paths. How one might plunge into the river or hang in despair. Men fall short in perilous pursuits, and women assert their dominance with fervor. At this juncture, Su Weisheng paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing his lips, inspiration flowing as his pen remained unyielding. How swiftly does misfortune strike, as lust consumes. How fatal are the festering wounds, indulgent in rich delicacies. Strangely enough, in matters unrelated to himself, Su Weisheng snorted coldly, the tip of his brush striking the paper with a decisive flourish, rendering the final stroke of the word indulgent particularly dark and heavy, brimming with intensity. Perhaps he was reminded of that bothersome younger brother? Su Weisheng, in a foul mood, set aside his brush, descended from the loft, untied the rope of his solitary boat, and drifted across the lake alone. The surface of the water rippled gently in this vast expanse of lake. Only one person and one boat occupied its space. Were it not for the myriad of verdant lotus flowers, the scene would indeed feel rather desolate. He reclined in the boat, lifting his wrist, adorned with an inkstone threaded through with a cord. This piece, merely fashioned from ordinary pebble, aligned perfectly with Su Weisheng's taste. Besides bearing the ancient sword, red qi, capable of slicing through iron like mud, he possessed no other precious possessions. His ink and brushes were no different from those of any scholar in the academy. His living conditions, though slightly lacking, did not betray his noble birth. Were it not for his own talent and commanding presence that allowed him to dominate this grand lake, one might not perceive Su Weisheng as a prince. Furthermore, what noble woman could rival this prince? Even the daughter of the Yan's assassin king would find it hard to match her stature. She might not even be worthy to hold her shoes. Su Weisheng gazed at the halo emanating from the chess piece in the sunlight, feeling dizzy and entranced. In the distance by the lakeshore, two figures crouched stealthily behind the emerging green lotuses, whispering conspiratorially. One, with a skull-less head, a sunken nose, and exposed teeth, bore the countenance of one destined for a short life, his face contorted in concern. "Junior brother, do you truly intend to approach Sister Su? She is known to be lethal." The other, however, exuded elegance and charm, his demeanor remarkable, smiling with a handsome flair, dismissively replied, "Lu, senior brother, can you not see? Sister is not carrying her sword today." The first, whose fate appeared predetermined to be fraught with hardship, cautioned timidly, "Junior brother, you have not been in the academy long. Do not provoke Sister Su's ire. On my first day at the academy, I witnessed her wielding her sword in an act of murder. When I later met our esteemed teacher and senior brothers and sisters, my legs turned to jelly." The dashing young man, who studied with this timid senior brother, jested, "Lu, senior brother, was it 2 legs or 3? Lu, senior brother, with a serious expression, pondered deeply before responding gravely, 3. The younger brother, whose appearance far surpassed that of his senior, chuckled, "Senior brother, if I manage to board Sister Su's little boat, will you then address me as senior brother?" Without hesitation, Lu, senior brother nodded, "Absolutely." The young apprentice is the very talented youth who faced Su Weisheng in 10 matches at Jianghu. Even though the chessboard was not laid out in the traditional 19 lines, he bore no displeasure. He had initially believed that he would have an 80% chance of victory on the 19 lines. However, when Su Weisheng introduced the 15-line chess platform, he felt nothing but delight. This was the essence of his eccentric character. After all, vanity holds little value. And as long as he triumphed in the 10 matches at Jianghu, he would resolutely forsake the 19 lines, perhaps even abandon chess entirely for the rest of his life. Regardless of how invincible Su Weisheng became in the realm of chess, what would it matter? Wouldn't it merely serve to highlight his own unparalleled prowess? Alas, despite his fervent hopes, he could not even best Su Weisheng at the 15 lines, yet he remained unfazed, finding joy in the very act of playing. A stalemate afforded him the perfect excuse to linger in the academy, for in his view, there existed no circumstance unworthy of happiness. He submerged himself in the lake, resembling a fish gliding through the water, moving closer to a small boat. Lu Shixiang stood in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the stakes of their wager and the implications of the young apprentice's victory, neglecting to consider what would happen in the event of defeat. The young apprentice possessed remarkable audacity. Among his fellow disciples, none dared to pester Sister Su incessantly. Lu Shixiang was watchful, prepared to intervene at any moment. In the heart of the lake, Su Weisheng furrowed his brow, retracting his wrist, instinctively reaching for the red dragon, only to realize he was unarmed. Rising, he swiftly uprooted a green lotus and, in a flash of movement, pierced the oversized fish, sending it plummeting to the lake's depths. Noticing the stillness that followed, Su Weisheng stated flatly, "This shall not happen again." Behind a cluster of lotus leaves, Lu Shixiang was even more anxious than the two at play, fearing that a disagreement between Sister Su and the young apprentice might escalate into violence. This expansive lake was a rare sanctuary of tranquility within the academy. Unlike other areas filled with boisterous discussions from the students of Jixia, and those prone to reckless acts such as diving from heights or running around in the nude, Lu Shixiang, who approached life with a calm demeanor and a penchant for ordinary writing, found such antics intolerable. Thus, he secretly relished the moments when Sister Su put those reckless and careless students in their place. As for the enigmatic young apprentice, though their interactions were limited, Lu Shixiang held a fondness for this bold and unrestrained prodigy. With wide eyes, Lu Shixiang watched as the young apprentice swam away, only to return leisurely, floating on his back, embodying a spirit of dignified resilience despite his defeat. Upon reaching the shore, the young apprentice, sporting a bump on his forehead, chuckled. The Grand Festival scholar lectured me last time about the plight of the drowning dog, lamenting the carefree ones. I find that notion utterly absurd. Lu Shixiang urged him. Be cautious, young apprentice. Unfazed, the young apprentice straightened up, shook off most of the lake water, and turned his gaze toward the woman disembarking from the boat. His admiration undisguised, lacking the usual fear and reverence seen in other scholars. Lu Shixiang cautioned, be careful not to catch a chill. The young apprentice playfully draped an arm around the shoulder of his most compatible fellow disciple, smiling as he said, Lu Shixiang, when shall we visit the capital? Let us go to the highest hall in the imperial city to admire the moon. Lu Shixiang chuckled. How could we possibly do that? The young disciple, unabashed, remarked. The capital possesses the most connections. With Brother Lu's appearance, marrying a princess or a noblewoman would be a trivial matter. I will play the role of the matchmaker. And when the time comes, we shall ascend the Wuing Hall, and then the Wenhua and Baohe halls. Brother Lu, brushing his hand across his face, nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a feasible path. Su Weisheng entered the building alone, feeling indifferent towards the events unfolding in the lake. The young man exuded an air of enigma. His confidence in defeating her in 15 rounds at the lake stemmed from her pride. Yet it did not imply that Su Weisheng held any genuine admiration for him. Upon his exceptional admission into the academy after passing the assessments of several esteemed scholars, and uniquely entering her domain of strategic mastery, Su Weisheng grew increasingly wary. Su Jianghu could roam freely in the southern provinces, leveraging his father's powerful influence to act recklessly without regard for consequences. However, Su Weisheng was not a mere decorative vase, pretty yet devoid of substance. Every step she took was for the Su family, and a single misstep was intolerable. She was not the Navi's younger brother, Su Longxiang, who could afford to be unthinking. Initially, there was hope that a certain individual might achieve something worthwhile. Yet, to her dismay, he showed no interest in the principles of governance, nor in the art of dominance. Military strategy and tactics were utterly neglected, and he exhibited a complete lack of enthusiasm for the intricacies of court politics. Instead, he took up arms to pursue martial training. With a population of nearly 1 million and an army of 300,000 iron cavalry, such a vast and illustrious inheritance, second only to the emperor, could it truly be sustained by a mere blade? Su Weisheng glared at the chess piece on her wrist, muttering under her breath, "You fool." After expressing her frustration, she felt a slight relief, but her demeanor quickly turned serious again, her fingers caressing the chess piece as she scoffed, more pretentious than a prince. This reflection reminded her of her father's findings regarding that young disciple, as mentioned in a confidential letter. This individual has an obscure background, with only the knowledge that he serves the inner court, where 30,000 eunuchs bow before him. The blind old Su was a veteran from northern Liang, originally a crossbowman, who shifted to cavalry after losing an eye to a stray arrow. His military achievements were mediocre, and in the ruthless environment of northern Liang, where one's head was often bartered for merit, he had not amassed considerable wealth before retiring, instead acquiring a host of ailments. Initially, he had settled in the city with some financial ease, but he could not withstand the pressures from his even poorer comrades. Most had died, requiring him to cover their funeral expenses. Consequently, the solitary old Su found himself devoid of funds. A native of Jianghu in Liaodong, he had endured a lonely childhood. Following the formidable Su Shao from Jianghu to Liao West, then through Xiong High Pass and into the Central Plains amidst the turbulence of the spring and autumn period. Many veterans who enlisted around the same time as he managed to achieve ranks of sergeant or lieutenant, at the very least securing a position as a martial officer before retirement. Thus, although old Su was a seasoned soldier, he was not a reckless warrior. He did not dare to gamble his life for fame and could still earn an official title, merely a scion of a noble family. Old Su, a cautious veteran who was not driven by a desire for survival but was undoubtedly afraid of death, considered it a stroke of luck to remain unscathed by the military overseers. In later years, he lost his remaining eye due to an accident while gathering charcoal, earning him the moniker Blind Old Su among the locals. The most unfortunate individual was the blind old man, Lao Su. After losing his sight, misfortune struck again when he inadvertently found himself in the path of a spirited horse ridden by a group of privileged youths in the bustling marketplace, leaving him crippled. The young aristocrats, reveling in their own merriment, merely laughed as they witnessed the old man writhing on the ground. Lao Su initially harbored intentions of fighting back, But upon grasping a nearby carrying pole, he overheard the jeering voices of the young men, identifying themselves as sons of influential officials and grand scholars from the capital. Overcome with despair, he abandoned the pole and cried out in anguish, lamenting that he had long deserved death, his wails sending shivers down the spines of even the few sympathetic onlookers who fled in fright. One of the debauched youths, irritated by Lao Tzu's lamentations, unsheathed his sword, prepared to strike. The fierce temperament of the northern Liang people had always been renowned. And though these young men may have lacked the strength to untie a courtesan's sash, the mere act of wielding a blade meant they would not hesitate to use it. This reality left many newly arrived young scions from distant lands feeling utterly out of place. Had that sword descended upon Lao Tzu's head, the events involving the young master and the green ant wine would have taken a different turn. At that moment, Su Fingnian happened to pass by. His steed, far more robust than the trio of inept young aristocrats, exuded an air of dominance. Although he initially intended to avoid the commotion, Lao Tzu's heart-wrenching cry ensnared him. My legs were not shattered by the scoundrels of Shichu, but rather by my own kin. Heaven, you are as blind as I am. Su Fingnian remained silent, merely instructing his men to disperse the group of ruffians. As for the limbs of the pampered young masters that had been broken, the young lord cared little if they possessed any resolve. They could always visit the Wang Fu to demand compensation from Su Shao, preferably with an imperial decree in hand. Fortunately, Lao Tzu did not perish, inexplicably. He was taken for treatment. Yet, the force exerted by the horse's hoof was far beyond what the frail legs of an old man could bear, resulting in a complete severance. Just as Lao Tzu resigned himself to waiting for death in a humble hut by the riverbank, a messenger from the officialdom arrived, announcing a monthly stipend of 1 tael of silver. After initially receiving this news with trepidation for 6 months, he finally mustered the courage to inquire about the matter. The official explained that this was a new regulation from the Northern Liang Army, aimed at showing kindness to aged soldiers. Later, Lao Tzu learned from a similarly decrepit comrade that this was indeed true, though they had to collect their funds from the yamen. Confounded, Lao Tzu pondered whether the good were truly rewarded. After all, he hardly considered himself virtuous, having partaken in pillaging and destruction in his youth. Though he had lost a leg, he managed to walk with a makeshift cane, and the hut had been repaired under the orders of a high-ranking official. Each winter, a thick quilt was delivered before the season's chill set in. His garden, tended with care, yielded enough to sustain him. 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 1,000 won, and Lao Tzu, not being particularly picky, could indulge in a bit of meat and wine by month's end. His current wait for death was infinitely more pleasant than during the immediate aftermath of his injury. Today, as Lao Tzu dozed on a wooden stump outside his dwelling, he was roused by a loud voice calling out, Lao Tzu, let us drink. I caught a plump duck for you in the river. The blind old man perked up, recognizing that the young man surnamed Su had arrived. This lad has been acquainted with me for the past 4 or 5 years. It is said that he was caught peering over the wall to spy on a young maiden bathing, and was pursued to the riverbank. He sought refuge in old Su's humble abode, thus weaving a tale of romantic entanglement. Though blind, old Su was well aware of the enchanting beauty, the delicate flower of the Lanting wine lodge that young Su often spoke of. Even without sight, old Su's keen ears caught whispers from idle men gathered together, their eyes glistening with desire as they gossiped about the girl. Noting how her bosom had become more ample over the years and her round face had gained a sharper allure, the budding beauty had grown even more radiant and striking. Old Su had once purchased wine lees from the lodge and had caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance that enveloped her, exquisite indeed, rivaling even the signature green plum wine of Lanting. Young Su had faced beatings for her sake, and such treatment was hardly unwarranted. Were old Su to be a few decades younger, young Su would hardly have had the audacity to scale walls. He would have been the one to serve as lookout instead. The pot is in its usual place. Remember not to carelessly toss the feathers of the duck into the river, lest my thatched hut be dismantled while you are away. Old Su accepted the wine jug, inhaled its aroma, and remarked with satisfaction, this green ant cannot compare to the green plum wine of Lanting, yet it is still superior to the wine lees. The guest thrust a duck, its neck twisted, into blind old Su's embrace, grumbling, do I have to pluck the feathers myself? I'm off to boil water. With wine in hand, old Su became more amicable and, leaning on his cane, proceeded to pluck the duck's feathers. Before long, the hut was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Old Su, gnawing on a greasy duck leg, chuckled and inquired, young Su, it must have been over a year since we last met, has it not? You seem to have vanished for 3 years or disappeared entirely for a year. What have you been up to? Heed my advice and steer clear of any misdeeds. Peeking at a girl bathing may seem harmless. After all, she won't lose a piece of flesh. But should you resort to weapons, matters could take a dire turn. But let us not dwell on that. I know you won't heed my counsel. Since I cannot drink your wine for naught, do share what you wish to hear. At my age, I can only speak a handful of times. Whatever I can share, I shall. The man, savoring the duck meat, replied with a smile, tell me about Liaodong. My ancestors hailed from there, specifically from Jianghu. It was none other than the idle young Lord Su Fengnian. Old Su laughed heartily and said, am I not familiar with Jianghu? The entire Liaodong is of a similar ilk. Though 9 out of 10 governors cry poverty to the court, they are hardly impoverished. It is we, the landless, who are truly destitute, verging on rebellion. Su Fengnian frowned and asked, is it not the law that every soldier is entitled to 40 mu of farmland? Liaodong is undeniably a perilous region for our dynasty. The vast plains stretch endlessly. Difficult to defend. Abandoning it would allow the northern wilderness to surge forth unimpeded, leaving the northern territories without bounds. Therefore, if Liaodong is secure, the central plains remain undisturbed. If the Liaodong is in turmoil, the drums of war will echo throughout the realm. Rebellion? In recent years, I have heard no whispers of unrest in Liaodong. Old Su scoffed. Young Su, you know nothing. With your bookish ways, I cannot comprehend you. Whose teachings have you absorbed? All I know is that when I departed Liaodong, there were 21 garrisons stationed there, while only 6 in the west. Not to mention, Liaodong's 21 garrisons amassed 1 million stones of grain annually. How many stones actually found their way into our pockets? Su Xiaozi, consider. Even without mentioning the grand figures such as the governor of Liaodong, the commanding officers, or the military officials. Even the minor officials of the 7th and 8th ranks must engage in clandestine dealings concerning military provisions and land allocation. If they do not monopolize the irrigation and seize the fertile lands, how will they procure silver to pay tribute to their superiors? The Grand Duke's governance in Liaodong was a rare fortune for its people, but once he departed, who would care for the soldiers' lives? Many border troops were dispatched to Liaodong as punishment. Who would willingly choose to endure the harsh conditions of such a desolate land? Once there, one might doubt the existence of arable land and grain. As a native of Jianghu, I possess no land. Outsiders can only dream of it. Su Fengnian chuckled, remarking, rebellion cannot be born from such poverty. The people of Liaodong have grown accustomed to hardship. As long as they have a morsel to eat, they are unlikely to rise against their fate. Old Su sighed. Unless one is truly starving, who would willingly court death? Yet, if this continues, the future of Liaodong looks bleak. It has been nearly 30 years since I left Jianghu, and during all this time, Liaodong has always been a land of battles, where the strength of one's heart determines the outcome. The safety of the realm often hinges on the 2 Liao regions, and Su Xiao advises that we spare no effort in safeguarding it, yet few within the court take this to heart. It is not that they fail to perceive the stakes. It is simply that the current stability of the world leads them to disregard the potential upheavals of 50 or 100 years hence. What benefit does one's current position gain from such foresight? Su Fengnian urged. Old Su, share more about the customs and culture of Liaodong. Old Su, with unfiltered honesty, spoke until he was exhausted, his spirits primarily devoted to the task of consuming duck stew. After wiping his mouth, he recalled. In the days of the Grand Duke's entry into Baiyang, his presence was truly formidable. What did the princess say in her poem? Su Fengnian smiled. The blue ox draws 1,000 carriages, while children beneath the banners hold mulberries. Old Su, leaning on his cane, appeared lost in reverie. Su Fengnian left the wine jug behind and quietly stepped out of the thatched cottage. Qing Yao stood at a distance, watching the young lord approach. She always accompanied him to the riverside cottage and never questioned why he chose to converse with a blind old soldier. Su Fengnian gazed at Qing Yao's serene visage, his expression momentarily dazed. In those days, the blind old Su was part of the 1,000-carriage convoy, his legs unbroken. That child had looked up, asking if mulberries were delicious. Qing Yao, feeling somewhat bewildered by his gaze, was startled when Su Fengnian playfully bit her cheek, laughing, delicious, at taste of mulberries. As they wandered through the fields, Su Fengnian casually inquired, why does the sweet potato refuse to leave the palace, while you seem to enjoy venturing out every few days? Qing Yu replied earnestly. She is rather lazy. Su Fengnian continued with curiosity. Su Xiao is aware that with Zhang Zhou in power, enforcing discipline and regulating the border troops, he began surveying the lands in Liaodong last year. The journey has been fraught with peril, over 10 officials from the Geographical Bureau have died under violent circumstances, and more than 30 have resigned in fear. Yet, Jianghu has still uncovered numerous cases of land requisition by various officials, with some seizing as much as 600 acres, others merely dozens. Although many of these individuals hail from the former ranks of the Northern Liang Army, 2 decades have elapsed, and why does Su Xiao still feel compelled to challenge Zhang Shoufu? Is this not a defiance of the prevailing circumstances? Moreover, while Su Xiao professes the desire for the court to fortify the 2 Liao territories as if they were impenetrable, half of the most insidious parasites are connected to him in some way. Such statements are hardly credible. What, then, is Su Xiao truly contemplating? How could Qing Miao dare to respond to such inquiries? Su Fengyan himself had not anticipated an answer. He merely posed the question to ease his own heart. The grievances of the 2 Liao soldiers regarding governmental decay are of little interest to His Highness the Heir, who finds greater intrigue in the formidable military prowess of Northern Liang, devoid of any superficiality. Yet, to assert that Northern Liang enjoys a state of tranquility would likely leave even Su Xiao blushing with embarrassment. If the Great Pillar State were indeed a paragon of virtue, then the governor of Lingzhou would not need to exert himself to gain entry into the capital, which has inadvertently ensnared the daughter of the so-called Northern Liang Grand Scholar into the precarious fate of a caged canary. Contemplating this, alongside the scattering of the infamous 4 evildoers of Northern Liang and the severance of loyalties, only the wretched Li Hanlin remains in Northern Liang. Su Fengyan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and he plopped down onto the muddy ground, his expression darkening as he grumbled, "Qing Miao, do assist me in finding some amusement." Qing Miao flatly suggested, "Braised beef." Su Fengyan rose, chuckling, "Ah, you truly understand me." The relationship between the 2, though one of master and servant, was not confined to such a hierarchy as they traversed the path together and settled into a resplendent carriage. The adornments of the vehicle mattered little. The true treasure lay in the 2 splendid steeds within, each worth a fortune. In any dynasty, the depth of a young scion's family wealth is most readily assessed by the value of their horses. Naturally, there exist foolish individuals who, despite their modest means, strive to acquire illustrious steeds like the Chao family's white cranes to maintain appearances. However, the 2 colorful horses belonging to His Highness the Heir, particularly the rare Dewan Qingxiang, are invaluable and esteemed tributes, making Su Fengyan the only one audacious enough to ride them. Any ordinary prince would hesitate to flaunt such treasures, as the reform-minded officials delight in scrutinizing such matters. Upon entering the braised beef shop, Su Fengyan was greeted by a long-missed familiar scene. The shopkeeper, old Jia, bustling about while young Jia sat on the stairs, lost in thought, twirling a slender green bamboo stick between her fingers. Old Jia, deeply fond of this distant relative's daughter, ensured that she remained unburdened by the shop's demands, likely treating her as his own child, as is the universal sentiment of parents. The young girl's name is quite amusing. She is surnamed Jia and named Jia. Even more intriguing is the large kit she once led into the city. Though it has regrettably been absent for the past 2 years, one wonders whether it has simply gone astray or met its end. Qing Miao approached the shopkeeper to procure the beef, a transaction that required no purchase. After all, in Northern Liang, when His Highness the Heir desires something, there is never any talk of buying, stealing, or borrowing. It is simply taken. Su Fengyan reached the stairway and, with a smile, inquired, "Ah, my dear girl, where is your large cat? Has it vanished? If you wish, I could gift you another. Come with me to the royal residence for some fun." The young maiden, nicknamed Haha Girl by Su Fengyan, has always appeared to be naive and unworldly. In the past, she dared to confront the likes of Li Hanlin, a notorious playboy, and treated the young lord with a calm demeanor, displaying little fear. However, today seemed different. Upon seeing Su Fengyan, she instinctively shifted in her seat, likely haunted by the memory of witnessing the young lord wielding a blade in a violent act not long ago, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Su Fengyan, with his cautious nature, had already attracted attention for some time. The origin of her nickname, Haha Girl, is steeped in anecdote. It is said that she seldom smiles, often expressing amusement with a flat haha or two for something mildly funny, yet no one has ever heard her utter a genuine ha ha ha. Noticing her silence, Su Fengyan found the one-man show tedious and awkwardly turned to find a seat, leaving the establishment suddenly empty. Old Jia, with his wrinkled visage, forced to smile and bend over the table in obsequiousness. In truth, he had little to do, as Qing Miao had arranged everything meticulously. The dishes had been transported from the carriage, featuring ivory chopsticks and jade porcelain bowls, with the beef neatly sliced and stacked in the bowl. Su Fengnian chose not to use chopsticks, instead opting to grab a few pieces with his hands, savoring the rich yet ungreasy flavor of the beef, complemented by a savory sauce that did not overshadow the meat's quality. Having finished the beef, Su Fengnian leaned back in his chair, appearing drowsy. With closed eyes, he rested his tongue against the roof of his mouth and folded his legs. He softly tapped his teeth 36 times, allowing his breath to settle naturally. Old Jia, perplexed by this behavior, assumed that the young lord was merely fatigued and dared not fawn excessively, hoping only that he was satisfied with the beef. Su Fengnian's breathing had become remarkably steady, embodying the essence of the Buddhist teachings, which, at their core, revolve around the mundane aspects of life. The profound practice of the Great Huangting ultimately distilled into the unremarkable art of breathing, and once Su Fengnian could perceive the heartbeat of others, he would ascend to the second level of the six-fold sky pavilion. Suddenly, Su Fengnian turned his gaze toward the staircase, where he noticed the girl staring blankly at the bamboo twig in her hand. Rising with a smile, he called out, "Old Jia, please bring me 2 more servings." Old Jia beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Right away, young sir." It wasn't long before Qing Niao returned with 2 servings of aromatic beef. Su Fengnian lifted the curtain to glance at Old Jia, who was bowing at the entrance, frowning slightly as he remarked, "Something seems amiss." Qing Niao shook her head, responding, "This man has an unblemished background. He is merely an ordinary merchant." Su Fengnian dismissed her words with a smile. Upon returning to the shop, Old Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing that for the time being, no customers would dare enter. Taking a moment to rest, he stretched his back and sighed at the sight of the girl still seated on the stairs. It was one thing for her to indulge freely in his establishment, but her lack of warmth towards the prominent young lord was exasperating. Had she been his own daughter, he would have surely chastised her. The girl, clutching her bamboo twig, departed the shop and made her way out of the city. She ambled slowly, and by the time she exited, dusk had settled. After walking for another hour, she ventured into the verdant embrace of Jianghu Mountain, her demeanor suggesting she had no intention of returning to the city. In the northern Liang region, a strict curfew has always been enforced. She is no prince, free to traverse the night at will. What kind of respectable young lady would dare to spend the night on a mountain? The vicinity of Wangshan is rife with wild beasts, and venturing deeper into the woods requires a group of hunters to brave the nocturnal paths. After an indeterminate amount of time, the young girl continued her solitary walk along the narrow mountain trail, her expression unyielding. The full moon illuminated her path, yet there were no visible tracks beneath her feet. Yet she pressed onward. Upon reaching the edge of a pond, she bent down to sip some water, quenching only a fraction of her thirst. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from the dense thicket behind her, startling a few crows into flight. Rising to her feet, she cast a glance towards the forest. A black bear, towering at least half her height, burst forth, shaking the ground with its heavy steps. It halted before her, letting out a fearsome roar, its fangs bared, foul breath splattering her face and tousling her dark hair. Yet the young girl remained impassive, her expression still set in stone. The massive creature appeared irritated by this diminutive prey, its jaws gaping as if to bite down. Then, with a thunderous sound, a more formidable tremor resonated from the depths of the forest. As the gray bear turned, it was met with a deluge of saliva from an enormous maw, splattering its face. The gray bear's fur bristled in fright, rendering it motionless. In recent years, hunters in the vicinity of Wangshan had stumbled upon the remains of various large carnivorous beasts, tigers and bears alike. They pondered what formidable creature could dominate these mountains, mountain spirits, specters of folklore? The answer revealed itself in the form of an even larger, more formidable feline, glaring down at the young gray bear while letting out a deafening roar. At last, the girl spoke. As Su Fengnian made his way back to the manor, his spirits were buoyant. He had procured 2 additional portions of braised beef to share with the maids of Wudong Courtyard. Undoubtedly, Jiang and I was waiting for him in the yard. This little money grubber, regardless of the tempestuous weather, steadfastly dedicated herself to reading 100,000 words of secret text each day, vowing not to relent until she had earned a full 100 taels of silver. Each misread or overlooked word would cost her 10 won, necessitating an additional 10 characters for every mistake. Today, Su Fengnian had sneaked out to meet the blind old Su, leaving Jiang and I to languish at Wudong Courtyard, where she was bound to cast him a disapproving glance upon their next encounter. Upon entering the courtyard, he was handed a letter sent from Longhu Mountain by the eagerly waiting sweet potato vendor. It was pinned by the venerable Taoist Zhao Shitan, instructing the green bird to distribute the beef. He then retreated to his study with the letter in hand. In a corner, Jiang and I squatted, engrossed in a tome titled The Dragon's Lair Fist Manual, murmuring softly to herself. Only when Su Fingyan took his seat did she realize her oversight. Springing to her feet in a display of irritation, breaking the seal on the letter, Su Fingyan settled into an intricately carved Zetan chair, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Since we've waited so long, let us delay a moment longer for my reading of this letter." Unperturbed by the presence of others, Jiang and I replied calmly, "Today, each character costs 2-1. Su Fingyan paid her no heed, absorbed in the letter, while Jiang and I watched, her eyes widening as his expression shifted from clear skies to a brewing storm, culminating in an oppressive darkness that seemed to descend upon them. In that moment, she forgot her own admonition regarding the cost of words. Raising his hand, Su Fingyan was about to strike the wooden armrest, but restrained himself just in time, preventing the chair from splintering beneath his force. Nevertheless, his countenance remained ominously dark. He stood and approached the window, inhaling deeply before turning back to Jiang and I, a serene smile gracing his face. "Come, you read, and I shall listen." As Jiang and I completed The Dragon's Lair and progressed through a sword manual, night fell heavily outside. To her astonishment, Su Fingyan did not once deduct money for the day's reading. After absorbing 2 hours of her recitations, he chuckled. "You've amassed quite a sum of silver with me. How about we engage in a little business? For 1,000 guan, you can acquire a manual, and by the year's end, you could purchase 10. Even if you fail to master the arts yourself, you could distribute a few to those of the martial world and still expect them to pounce on me like rabid dogs. Surely, this is more advantageous than being wealthy yet unable to utilize your riches. What do you think? Let us dispense with any pretense, given our rapport. Shall we agree on this? One manual for 1,200 guan?" Jiang and I, wishing she could use the Dragon's Lair as a weapon against this cunning fellow, retorted with a cold smirk, "Is it 1,000 guan or 1,200? Su Fingyan, caught in his own trap, laughed heartily. "Friendship price, 800 guan per manual." Jiang and I readily acquiesced. "All right." Su Fingyan waved his hand and resumed reading the carefully crafted letter from Jianghu Mountain, furrowing his brow without lifting his gaze. He spoke to Jiang and I, who was placing 2 manuals back on the shelf. "Shall I prepare a daybed for you?" Jiang and I scoffed derisively. "I still wish to keep my life." Su Fingyan remained noncommittal regarding this assertion. Once Jiang and I departed, Hongshu entered the room, gracefully carrying a translucent glass vessel brimming with fruits. Glass, a rare and coveted treasure, is a luxury that only the wealthiest families can afford, even if merely in the form of inferior replicas. Here, however, it served merely as a humble receptacle for fruit. Only officials of the 4th rank and above are permitted to adorn themselves with small glass items, and even then, the hues often lack clarity. The young master truly squanders fine treasures. Su Fingyan picked up a snow pear, took a bite, and declared with fervor, "The one riding the ox has just delivered a manuscript titled The Harmonious Unity of Yin and Yang." After a mere glance in the listening tide pavilion, Grandpa Wei was overcome with joy, exclaiming that it surpasses even the ancient edition of the qing known as the King of 10,000 Dies in our library, as it perfectly aligns with the heavenly principles. "Look, the sect leader has forsaken his grand cultivation in the Yellow Court, and I have descended the mountain. Yet Wudong is still eager to embellish this. Just look at Longhu Mountain. In just over a year, there are already members of the Heavenly Master's residence bullying Huang Manor. These yellow and purple Taoists are truly courting disaster." Hongshu softly interjected. "Longhu Mountain has been powerful for 200 years, while Wudong Mountain has waned for 300. Moreover, Wudong is situated in Bailong, whereas Longhu is separated by thousands of miles. Naturally, their demeanor differs." Su Fingyan replied calmly, "I had intended to visit Longhu Mountain, and now I must go to the Heavenly Master's residence to witness the grandeur of the feathered garment minister." Hongshu tenderly massaged Su Fingyan's shoulders. Since the young master began his sword training, his previously frail body had grown robust. His physical strength and spirit had progressed immensely. If Hongshu's earlier techniques were akin to embroidery, now they felt more like a gentle yet persistent tapping. She softly asked, "Your Highness, do you truly intend to venture into the cold lands again?" Su Fingyan nodded, half jokingly, "However, this time I shall not be like a stray dog, as the young master. I must present an imposing display. Longhu Mountain, the Upper Yin Academy, the Xianyuan family's Down Horse Manor, the King Yu's Sword Pool, the Luotian Garden by the Luoshui River. These places I once dared not approach, I must visit." Hongshu, Would you accompany me? Hongshu shook her head with a look of pity. Must we go there, Your Highness? Su Fingnian merely smiled and urged her to secure the letter. He took 2 flasks of wine and stepped alone into the listening tide pavilion. Each time he beheld the imposing plaque inscribed with the words majestic and heroic, he felt a twinge of discomfort. If only the bizarrely inscribed plaque of the 9 dragons were the sole adornment, it would suffice. Yet, beside it were 2 additional plaques, each inscribed with characters that soared like dragons, making the 9 dragons plaque appear even more out of place. The late emperor, who had unexpectedly passed away when Su Fingnian was merely 14, possessed remarkable talent, yet his calligraphy left much to be desired. Su Fingnian recalled his sister, Su Weisheng, who wrote as if worms were rolling in mud, and could not help but lament that had she been a man, the 30,000 iron cavalry of Beiyang would have been firmly held by the Su family, regardless of whether Su Fingnian was genuinely foolish or merely pretended to be. He pushed open the door to the main hall of the Listening Tide Pavilion and remarked in resignation, "Sister, I trust your anger has subsided by now? If necessary, I shall go to the Upper Yin Academy and allow you to berate me." On his journey into the cabinet, aside from indulging in drinks with the enchanting white fox-faced man, he also intended to peruse the ancestral records of the Tianshi mansion at Longhu Mountain. Among the current 4 great Tianshi, Zhao Shitan, the master of Huang Manor, ranks second in seniority yet wields the least actual power. While on the surface, Zhao Danxia, the national master of Zhao, governs the Taoist sects of the world, it is rumored that his brother, Zhao Danping, is anything but easy to handle. This Tianshi spends a significant portion of the year in the capital, disseminating teachings and spreading tales of divine feats, his renown rivaling that of Zhao Danxia. The eldest in rank, Zhao Shi, seems to have never let any information slip. Every family has its own burdensome scriptures, and how much more so for the Tianshi mansion. Steeped in countless Taoist texts, today, Su Fingnian is determined to unravel the secrets of this family, which only permits transmission of Tianshi knowledge to its own kin. The outside world perceives the Tingqiao Pavilion merely as an arsenal, yet few are aware of its flourishing reputation for gathering insider knowledge and secrets. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Fingnian turned a corner and encountered a fresh face, a diminutive old man with a severed arm, adorned with a scraggly goatee, draped in a tattered sheepskin coat. He strained on tiptoe to extract a martial arts tome, moistened his lips, and began to read. Not sensing any flow of qi, Su Fingnian adopted a playful demeanor, stealthily approaching and whispering, "Brother, are you also here to pilfer books?" The old man paid him no mind, engrossed in his reading. The silence of the loft only interrupted by the rustling of pages. Su Fingnian leaned in for a glimpse of the contents, but the old man cautiously held the tome farther away. Feigning a casual demeanor, Su Fingnian stuffed a few books into his coat and kindly advised, "Brother, don't linger too long. The more you can take, the better." The old man tightened his sheepskin coat, seemingly deaf to the prince's presence. Su Fingnian lowered his voice. "Did you not see that white fox-faced man? The one with a beauty surpassing that of a fair maiden, wielding a blade? His temper is notoriously foul. We ought to tread lightly, lest we find ourselves in a predicament." Finally, the old man lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at Su Fingnian. Feigning camaraderie, Su Fingnian draped an arm over the old man's shoulder and earnestly proposed, "Brother, the tomes upstairs are even more exquisite and rare. I have bribed the maid of the prince in the Wang residence. I know the way well and can guide you." The old man's squint deepened. Yet he did not evade Su Fingnian's intrusive gesture, seemingly dismissive of the goodwill from his companion. Just as Su Fingnian was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. Turning around, he was taken aback to find not only the white fox-faced man present but also Su Xiao and his master, Li Yishan. Behind Su Xiao stood 6 vigilant guards, ready for any eventuality. What was happening? The white fox-faced man approached slowly, regarding Su Fingnian with a look of utter disdain. Su Xiao did not draw near but slightly bent forward, softly stating, "On this journey out of Beiyang, Fingnian, I trust you will exert yourself. When has the only prince of a different surname, the king of Beiyang, ever shown such deference? Even the reigning Zhang Shofu, Zhang Zhou, could hardly claim such privilege." With his hand still resting on the old man's shoulder, Su Fingnian felt his body stiffen. The white fox-faced man seemed to revel in the spectacle, his peach blossom eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Su Fingnian cast a furtive glare at the white fox-faced man, slowly withdrawing his hand and returning the books to their original place. Su Fingnian glanced at Li Yishan, who had exceptionally descended the stairs. The latter smiled and shook his head, his eyes indicating that he had nothing to divulge. De Zhu departed alongside Li Yishan. and Su Fingyan distinctly sensed a collective easing of breath among the 6 formidable experts serving as guards in the listening tide pavilion, their earlier tension dissipating. By Huoth. Mimicking Su Fingyan, playfully draped an arm around his shoulder and smiled. His temper is notoriously foul. Tread carefully, or you may find yourself in a precarious situation. Su Fingyan attempted to reciprocate by embracing Bai Huer's shoulders, but he deftly evaded, awkwardly clarifying, I misspoke. His temperament is exceptionally good, remarkably so. Bai Huer, with nonchalance, ascended a ladder to continue perusing the vast collection of books on the second floor. Eventually, only the young master and the squinting old man remained, one utterly perplexed, the other shrouded in mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fingyan felt he had grasped the situation and cautiously distanced himself from the enigmatic elder. Addressing him with care, brother, you are a distinguished figure invited by Su Xiao to engage in a contest of wits with that formidable old demon confined within the listening tide pavilion? The old man narrowed his eyes into slits, remaining silent. Su Fingyan feigned an air of mystery, his tone laced with concern. Brother, this matter is perilous. What benefits has Su Xiao promised you? If they are insufficient, you must not acquiesce. The demon confined in the pavilion is a fearsome entity, possessing extraordinary might, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. The old man, initially poised to place a secret tome onto the shelf, paused mid-action, letting it slip from his grasp. Strangely, the book hung in midair, defying gravity. The squinting elder turned to depart, clearly annoyed by Su Fingyan's incessant chatter. Su Fingyan's complexion paled as he muttered to himself. Please don't tell me you are that spectral old demon. The old man's raspy voice resonated through the loft. How did the man-eater Su Xiao produce a son such as you? Quite intriguing indeed. Su Fingyan, mustering his courage, reached out to grasp the secret manual. Contrary to his expectations, nothing unusual occurred, and he exhaled in relief as he gently placed it back on the shelf. He then hurried over to Bai Huer's side, noticing that the old man was not nearby. In a hushed tone, he urgently inquired, why did you release that fellow without informing me? What if something unfortunate happens? Are you not afraid that Xiudong will also come after me? Bai Huer, perched on a ladder, looked down at Su Fingyan and calmly replied, it was not I who released him. I merely accompanied the great pillar state to what you perceive as the underworld, and there I summoned him. As for the dealings between the great pillar state and him, I am unaware, but I do know there are 3 rules to abide by. However, the elder did impart several techniques to me, which I found immensely beneficial. Su Fingyan asked, should I also seek his guidance? Bai Huer smiled playfully, you may certainly attempt it. Su Fingyan weighed his nascent skills and swordsmanship and ultimately decided against it, fearing that the old man might effortlessly obliterate him with a mere snap of his fingers. Yet, the elder did not appear to be the capricious kind. He seemed quite amicable. Was the old man's presence the key to their departure from Bailong? He pondered the reliability of the agreement Su Xiao had made with him. The temperament of such a distinguished individual was indeed difficult to gauge. He cautioned himself that it would be disastrous if he were to fall prey to an old man who had been suppressed for 20 years in dating, rather than being vanquished by the enmities of the martial world. Considering the elderly man, who had shed the burden of thousands of pounds of iron chains, emerging from the lake, it was inevitable that he would seek trouble with Lao Wang. Would the squint-eyed elder not eventually come looking for him? The more Su Fingyan contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. He had no fear of any martial masters shackled by bureaucratic constraints, even those like Wang Chonglu of Wudong and Zhao Guoshi of Longhushan, who were registered in their respective jurisdictions. This was a stringent measure instituted by Su Xiao after he trampled the martial realm. The pressing question remained, who was this old man? Having crawled from the underworld to the realm of the living? A solitary figure with no attachments. What if he inadvertently harmed or even eliminated the prince? Who would Su Xiao's 300,000 Iron Cavalry turn to then? The notion of an elite expert discussing laws and regulations was indeed perplexing. Su Fingyan quietly crouched beneath the bookshelf, meticulously calculating his options. This was the advantage of having endured a life of poverty with Lao Huang. Every coin mattered. A trivial matter could not go unexamined. He recalled a time when, for a few coins, he had borrowed a tattered robe to consult a fortune teller, only to have a hefty woman take advantage of him for an entire afternoon. Ironically, before he could obtain the coins, he had to endure the humiliation of flattering a woman weighing over 200 pounds, extolling her slender waist and beauty. The past was indeed a bitter memory, one he wished to forget. Just as he wallowed in his reflections, Bai Huer had quietly descended the ladder and tapped Su Fingyan's shoulder with the Xiudong blade. Su Fingyan looked up in confusion. From his angle, Bai Huer appeared remarkably flat, even more so than the once prominent princess typing in her youth. Alas, the beauty was not a woman, leaving him to lament his fate. Su Fingyan suddenly regained his senses, only to find Bai Huer squinting her phoenix eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. Rising to his feet, Su Fingyan noticed that Xiaodong was still draped over his shoulder in feigned confusion, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Bai Huer replied flatly, "You are to leave for Beiliang, and Xiaodong is lent to you." Su Fingyan, puzzled, responded, "But I already possess Chunlei." Bai Huer scoffed, "You've always wielded your blade with your right hand, yet you presume I am unaware that you are left-handed? A left-handed sword is only superior to a right-handed one. With your cunning nature, do you leave no room for doubt in your endeavors? Stop pretending. Simply lend me Xiaodong generously, who, apart from me, would not think you merely use Xiaodong as an ornament." Unperturbed by the revelation of this deeply concealed secret, Su Fingyan chuckled, lifting a pair of wine flasks, and joyfully proclaimed, "Truly a kindred spirit. Come, let us drink." Bai Huer released her grip, dismissing Xiaodong, and shook her head, saying, "I shall not drink." Su Fingyan, catching the more exquisite and delicate Xiaodong, expressed regret. "Not drinking? Wouldn't that render your already mundane life even less enjoyable?" Bai Huer shifted the topic, asking, "How many secret manuals do you intend to take on your journey?" Su Fingyan recognized that once Bai Huer made a decision, there was no room for negotiation. So he replied with a smile, "I require 3 or 4 dozen to fill a box. I shall read one and discard another." Bai Huer sighed in exasperation. "Are you fishing again?" Holding the wine flask in one hand and Xiaodong in the other, Su Fingyan remarked wistfully, "A true understanding, indeed. Might I trouble you with the selection of books?" Bai Huer nodded, signaling the end of the conversation. Ascending to the top floor, Su Fingyan found his master absent. Upon descending, he spotted Su Xiao seated on the 5th floor, flanked by 3 unfamiliar individuals of varying physiques, ages, and auras. Su Xiao tossed 3 secret manuals before the trio, stating flatly, "Lu Qian'eng from Nantong. You infiltrated the royal palace years ago to steal this manual, the Dragon's Roost Sword Technique, defeated by the 9th sword, Huangjian. I spared your life after witnessing you withstand 4 swords. Today, this manual lies before you as a reward. Shu Xiu from Shichu. You seek the White Emperor's embrace of simplicity." Yang Qifeng from Dongwei widened his eyes, indicating, "This is your ancestral raising spirits and nurturing ghost scripture. None dared to seize the long-coveted treasures so tantalizingly close, their heads bowed nearly to the ground, prostrating in utter humility." Su Xiao narrowed his eyes, declaring, "I have arranged for the 3 of you to accompany the young prince on his journey. Should you perform well, upon returning to the palace, I shall grant you official titles, and if you desire manuals, you may take them. Oh, I recall, Shu Xiu, you favor women. I shall provide you with 10. However, should the young prince encounter any misfortune and I become aware, I advise you to end your lives preemptively. For I possess ample means to make your existence a living hell. Lu Qiantang, Shu Xiu, Yang Qingfeng, you are all remnants of a fallen nation. Though the nation is lost, there remain some ties of kinship, and they shall accompany you in your fate. Do you understand?" The 3, trembling in fear, responded in unison. "We understand." As Su Fingyan, who was observing the spectacle, interjected, he asked Su Xiao, "Is this all we have in terms of retainers? It seems a bit lacking." Su Xiao swiftly rose, cheerfully relinquishing his seat to the young master, and flatteringly remarked, "Fingyan, you must trust your father. It is better to have fewer troops of quality than many of poor caliber. The one named Lu Qiantang wields a dominant sword and possesses 2nd-tier strength, showing little fear of death. Even when facing a 1st-tier master, he can withstand 100 moves. Once he has perished, you shall leisurely withdraw from danger. This woman, Shu Xiu, hailing from the Western Chu, is adept in the arts of seduction and disguise, skilled in various nefarious techniques, and possesses formidable internal strength. Once she masters the Baidi Baopuju, she will be even more formidable. Moreover, her talent in training young maidens is unparalleled. Any beauty she encounters will, in no time, surpass even the courtesans of the brothel in serving others. As for the half-blind and deaf young Qifeng, his methods are peculiar and treacherous. If you find someone displeasing, just let Yang turn them into a soulless puppet at your command. Fengyan, should they prove ineffective, they can serve one another, and I am certain they will not find it dull." Su Fingyan was left pondering the thoughts of the 3 individuals prostrated before him. In the chill of early spring, he could distinctly see that their backs were drenched with sweat. The Grand Pillar State, having ceded his seat to his son, now faced the 3 individuals with a noticeably stern demeanor and said in a low voice, "Leave, and remember to keep your mouth shut." At that moment, Su Fingnian finally discerned their appearances. Lu Qiantang, the swordsman, was imposing, while Yang Qifeng was a middle-aged man with a dull expression and sickly pale fingers. The Western Chu Shu was a naturally alluring young woman, albeit with a demeanor that was now restrained, lacking the courage to even glance at the young master. Each clutching a coveted secret tome as they cautiously bowed and exited the hall. Perhaps to these three, the Grand Pillar State's family upbringing seemed rather lacking, as he had to yield his seat to his son. Previously, they had only heard of the young master's audacious behavior, daring even to reprimand the Grand Pillar State. Today, they had witnessed merely the tip of the iceberg. Su Fingnian tossed a wine jug to Su Xiao, who took a sip and laughed heartily. "By the way, Uncle Wei Shuyang will accompany you on your journey. It seems he is quite taken with the Liangyi Sangtong Qi. As for how to handle it, that is for you to decide." Su Fingnian exclaimed in anger, "You dare to threaten even Grandpa Wei?" Su Xiao chuckled, "It is hardly a threat. You know your grandfather Wei has always held you in high regard." Su Fingnian frowned, "But Grandpa Wei is quite elderly now." Su Xiao, fully aware of his son's thoughts, whispered with a smile, "Do not think that just because Wei Shuyang was struck into the lake by the madman from Chu, he is no longer a master. He may not excel in martial combat, but he is exceptionally knowledgeable in geomancy, calculations, and esoteric arts. Fingnian, having him by your side will greatly benefit your cultivation in the Grand Yellow Court. Military strategy emphasizes the combination of the unusual and the conventional. The three individuals you just encountered are adept in their peculiar arts, capable of harm. However, while one must be wary of the malicious intent of others, one must also not neglect the presence of the righteous. With these four protecting you, I shall arrange for an additional 100 elite cavalry under a formidable general to ensure your safety." Su Fingnian nodded in agreement. Su Xiao seemed to anticipate his son's inquiry, shaking his head and saying, "That old man was indeed released by your father, and it posed considerable risk. We have established a rough agreement. I can only assure you that he will not harm you. Whether or not you can subdue him depends on your own abilities. As for the identity of this one-armed elder, I shall refrain from disclosing that. In due course, you will find out. I will, however, offer this piece of advice. Do not voluntarily provide him with any weapons resembling knives or swords. If you withhold them, he will not seek them out. Even without external weapons, regardless of the circumstances, ensuring your safety is not a difficult task for him." Su Fingnian inquired, "Are there assassins you trained in Wudong Courtyard?" Su Xiao nodded. Su Fingnian took a sip of wine and slowly said, "I recognize Qingyu. I previously thought Honshu was the least likely candidate. However, these past few days of having her massage my shoulders led to an unfortunate discovery. Although she concealed her breath, the mysteries of the Grand Yellow Court are beyond her comprehension." Su Xiao, aside from those two, who else is there? Su Xiao laughed heartily. "To think you even uncovered Honshu, that is quite an achievement. There are only those two maids in Wudong Courtyard. In that case, I shall speak frankly. You originally had 4 assassins coated with the heavenly stems, which were indeed challenging to train. Regrettably, during 3 years of travel, 2 of them perished in battle. Qingniao is of the 3rd rank. Yi and Ding have already fallen." Su Fingnian, filled with mixed emotions, asked, "Then Honshu is the 1st rank?" Su Xiao shook his head. "You are mistaken. She is one of the 2 that your mother left for you. I have no authority over that. As for the remaining individual, you may never learn of their identity in this lifetime." Su Fingnian, intrigued, queried, "Who exactly is this A?" Su Xiao again shook his head. "It will naturally reveal itself to you when the time is right." Su Fingnian self-deprecatingly remarked, "Perhaps that moment will coincide with as inevitable demise." Su Xiao did not refute him. Su Fingnian looked down at the reassembled Wudong Spring Thunder and softly said, "Be cautious when you go to the capital." Su Xiao smiled nonchalantly. "It is those individuals who should exercise caution." The citizens of the city finally beheld the long-absent prince, this time without the presence of the young master of the Yin family. Among his circle of companions remained only Li Hanlin, the son of the Fengzhou inspector. By his side was Yu Wei, who had withdrawn from the brothel, cradling the white cat, Wenmenyang. Both the woman and her pet appeared languid and regal. Li Hanlin had been summoned by Su Fingnian. After spending over a year in Bailong, most of his time had been consumed by the Xiudong Blade and the peaks of Wudong Mountain. Now, he was to embark on a journey of thousands of miles, laden with countless untold secrets. It would be a disservice to Li Gongzi, who had repeatedly borne the brunt of misfortune over the past decade, to neglect a gathering with him. Upon hearing that the prince was to travel afar, Li Hanlin eagerly implored Feng Gur to take him along. Despite his persistent pleas yielding no affirmative response, he became somewhat petulant, cracking the whip with great fervor during the spring outing. Su Fingnian observed this with a smile, remaining silent. Upon reaching the favored spring outing destination, Lissa Lake, Su Fingnian led his horse, noticing that Li Hanlin still wore a dispirited expression. He jested. I heard you recently discovered a pair of twin young gentlemen in Changye County, with lips red and teeth white, remarkably handsome. What's wrong? Were you worn out last night? Yu Yue deliberately distanced herself, bending down to play with the charming and lovable Wu Meinyang in her arms. Su Fingnian found herself in a predicament. Despite her acceptance of fate, she could hardly endure the shortcomings of Li Hanlin, a young man of dubious reputation. While Li Hanlin often acted out of spite, he bore no ill will towards Su Fingnian. In a tone of pitiful supplication, he lamented, Fenggu, I am suffocating at home. Why won't you take me out to enjoy the world? Last time was forgivable, but if you leave me behind again, it feels as though I am not regarded as a brother. It's truly unfair that my sister accompanies our father to the capital, seeking trouble with that insufferable Yan Qiji. She deserves to be noticed by that foolish sixth prince. You have always been a generous person. I implore you, Fenggu, I will serve you tea and water every day. I have even stolen all of my father's secret stash for this journey, and if I return, he might break my leg. Su Fingnian chuckled. Does your father truly have the heart to beat you? Who would believe that? Each time he is angry with you, does he not vent his frustrations on his beautiful concubines? How many of them have perished because of you? Li Hanlin wore a gloomy expression, on the verge of despair. Su Fingnian patted his shoulder in consolation, saying, To be honest, taking you along last time was somewhat appropriate, but this time it is genuinely unsuitable. Let me tell you about the arrangements made by Su Shao. There are 4 skilled fighters in plain sight, along with 100 elite cavalry led by a general of martial prowess, not to mention the hidden assassins specializing in stealth and counter-assassination, and a top-tier expert shadowing me. Do you think they're merely accompanying me for a spring outing? Last time, we managed to sneak out. This time, it is in broad daylight. Have you forgotten how Kongwu was severely injured back in the day? You are the sole heir in your family. Do not involve yourself in such murky waters. If you are truly idle, I can have Su Shao arrange for you to become a 7th-rank Yihue cavalry officer in the Bailiang army for a couple of years. You can enjoy the scenery at the borders, and upon your return to Fengzhou, you will be ready to lead troops independently, which will ease your father's concerns. Li Hanlin remained silent, brooding. Su Fingnian released the reins of his horse and affectionately stroked the neck of a magnificent steed, white as frost. This horse, captured from the border last year by the Grand Pillar State, had taken half a year to tame before it accepted the saddle and reins. Su Fingnian brought it back as a cherished gift for his beloved son. He took a seat by the lakeside, and once Li Hanlin joined him, he picked up a stone and tossed it into the swirling waters of the snail shell lake, softly saying, Hanlin, you must grow up. Your father is an old man who had you late in life and will soon grow frail. If you do not mature, will your sister bear the weight of the family alone? With a sigh, Li Hanlin replied, Fenggu, you have changed. My sister once despised you. But if she were to meet the current version of you, she might feel differently. Yet, I do not appreciate this change. Who will I play with in the future? As Su Fingnian continued to toss stones into the lake, he laughed. Your sister is far more beautiful than Yin Dongwu, yet she is also quite foolish. I know she has long had someone in her heart. I was merely teasing her. Sooner or later, she will realize that her affection lies with a mere fool, while the one she dislikes may actually prove to be more capable. As for whom you should play with in the future, that is simple. Hurry and marry a virtuous wife. Play with her, and in due time, you will find yourselves raising children together. Li Hanlin scratched his head and remarked, Having children is fine, but only sons. Daughters are a source of distress and suffering. When they grow up, they cannot escape the calamities brought by men. Sons are the way to go. I fear not the consequences. Su Fingnian chuckled. You fear consequences too? Li Hanlin lay on the grass, unusually serious. How can one not fear? They say that above our heads, gods dwell. Who knows when death might come for me? Surely, I am destined for the frying pan. Or perhaps in my next life, I shall be punished to become a woman. Su Fingnian laughed heartily. What nonsense fills your mind? Li Hanlin rolled his eyes and said, All right, I'll heed your words, Brother Feng. Perhaps I could join the Bailiang army and capture a princess from Beimang to keep as a maid for amusement. Su Fingnian clicked his tongue. What lofty aspirations you have. Li Hanlin rose and whispered, Brother Feng, tell me, what does that top-tier master look like? Su Fingnian turned and pointed to the old man with a severed arm, dozing off beside the carriage, his emaciated frame wrapped in a shabby sheepskin coat. occasionally picking his nose and stealthily flicking away the remnants. Su Fingyan replied irritably, "He probably resembles him." Li Hanlin gazed at the old man, who was unworthy even to be a coachman yet had the audacity to share the same carriage with a courtesan, and rolled his eyes. "Brother Feng, are you pulling my leg?" Su Fingyan looked out over the lake and said with a smile, "You are but a child." Li Hanlin protested, "Am I still a child? Which lady doesn't praise the size of my privates after our encounters?" Su Fingyan laughed softly and reprimanded, "You fool, only children boast of such things. Moreover, do you really believe the flattery of courtesans who earn rather than spend?" Li Hanlin, filled with indignation, retorted, "Damn it, once we return, I'll toss those harlots into a beast cage and tear them apart." Su Fingyan truly scolded him, "Cease your mischief and hurry to join the Bailiang army. Your mind is as muddled as your sister's." Li Hanlin obediently acquiesced. In the end, the notoriously Gengzi, who sought to follow Su Fingyan out of Bailiang, ultimately chose to enlist in the most disciplined Bailiang army. At the city gate, as they parted, Li Hanlin wept like a sorrowful figure, and an onlooker might have thought that the young lord had taken pleasure in leading Li Gengzi down a path of misfortune. Upon returning to the Wang residence, the nameless old man slowly descended from the carriage, his skin stretched tight over bones, clad in sheepskin. He uttered two remarks, the first being, "That young lady is quite well formed, with ample weight in all the right places, likely to bear strong sons. Before you wake a blush." The old man's second remark drained the color from her face. "This cat is even better. Stew it and consume it to restore one's vitality." Su Fingyan inhaled deeply. The old man walked away, casting a distant glance at the listening tide pavilion along the lakeside embankment. Su Fingyan sought out Jianghu in her small courtyard, where she was squatting and gesturing with a twig. Without acknowledging her hurried attempt to erase her traces with her toes, he asked, "I plan to leave Bailiang, and I might die on the way. You will have the chance to strike a blow then. Will you accompany me? Of course, I will bring a chest of secret manuals, if you come with me. They will all be yours by year's end." Jiang and I hesitated for only a moment before firmly shaking her head. "I want to go." Su Fingyan was momentarily taken aback. Regretfully, he turned away. Jiang Ni's face flushed crimson, her spirit plummeting to an all-time low, her voice as faint as a whisper. Su Fingyan, after much difficulty in comprehending the situation, instinctively miscommunicated his intentions, declaring he would not go instead of the truth, yet lacked the courage to elucidate. Admitting fault to the unyielding prince was a torment far worse than death itself. Su Fingyan, lacking the goodwill to mediate, allowed the little clay figure to wrestle with her own turmoil for the time being. Upon arriving at the princess's tomb, Su Fingyan sat cross-legged before the gravestone. Plucking a leaf and whistling a melodious tune, the ethereal strains of the folk ballad spring deity. In this sacred space, his mind found tranquility, and his thoughts flowed untainted. Beneath the pavilion, the ancient sorcerer, a genuine master of unparalleled skill, was not to be fancied as a mere servant. Where was the armor hidden? Was it far beyond the horizon, or right before his eyes? The sweet potato was a loyal warrior, leaving one uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. The bluebird represented the celestial fire of the yang element, an anticipated yet vexing answer. While he ventured to Wudong Mountain, Huang Manor proceeded to Longhu Mountain. This silent yet profound contest of philosophies in the world. Could Su Shao truly overturn the skies and rains with a mere hand? His elder sister, Su Weisheng, was immersed in the study of the king's dominant strategy at the Qing Academy. Mastering the arts of manipulation and power play, was she aiming to suppress the dazzling brilliance of Chen Jibao? Or was she clandestinely courting some latent force within the scholarly sanctum? Why did Su Shao, despite having the means to annihilate Yin Jeshi's entire family, choose restraint? Was it merely due to his camaraderie with the bookish Yin Shudai? Su Fingyan cast aside the leaf, the embroidered twin blades of winter and spring resting upon his knees, gazing softly at the gravestone as he spoke. "Mother, though Su Shao does not avenge your grievances," Fingyan remembers. In this year of blooming spring, Prince Su Fingyan rode forth on a white steed from Lianzhou. Su Shao typically spends his years dining and lodging alongside ordinary soldiers at the northern frontier of Bailiang, seemingly needing to keep a vigilant eye on the numerous barbarian troops of Baiman, which are said to rival the cavalry of Bailiang in number, to feel at ease. Following the demise of the princess, his offspring gradually matured. First, the eldest princess, Su Jianghu, was married off to the south, followed by his second daughter, Su Weixiong, who ventured 1,000 miles to study at the Qing Academy. For years prior, the crown prince embarked on his travels, leaving the royal residence with only a young barbarian child remaining, which has now completely vanished. However, these matters concerning emperors, generals, and noble families are of little concern to the blind old Su, who, for many years, has gathered information regarding the great Zhou kingdom merely through hearsay. While purchasing wine dregs at taverns, listening was enough. What more could he do? Having followed the great Zhou kingdom into battle for many years, he had only once seen the cavalry in his youth, during which the renowned vanguard, General Wang Jian, led the charge. During a bloody battle in Yik, the old Su, still sighted then, witnessed General Wang kneeling before the city gate, hands raised to uphold its weight, while the troops of Liaodong surged forth. At that time, General Su had yet to be conferred the title of a king of a different surname or awarded the nobility of the great Zhou kingdom. He merely glanced back at the city gate. All the soldiers of Beiliang firmly believed that the great Zhou kingdom was the foremost hero of the time. When considering military achievements alone, the great Zhou kingdom could not compare to Yi Bai Kuei, who was hailed by the Yin Academy as unparalleled in 5 centuries. Known for his record of 100 battles without defeat before the clash at Guanlan City, not to mention the West Chuzi Wuxing, who lost a single battle yet cost him his kingdom, or the former Eastern Yu prince, Wang Sui, who appeared far more composed than Su Shao, who found himself in a disheveled retreat with only a few hundred cavalrymen remaining, yet standing resilient amidst it all, aside from the esteemed general of the same dynasty, was Su Shao. Moreover, in the spring and autumn period, under the banner of the Su clan, the Iron Hooves had extinguished 6 nations, while a certain Confucian general, who gained fame 20 years later than Su Shao, had only subdued 2 insignificant states. How could he ever stand alongside the king of Beiliang? Such is the prowess of the great Zhou kingdom. At this time of the month, the blind old Su refrained from spending his copper coins on wine dregs, contenting himself with savoring his own saliva to quell his cravings. In his advanced years, he relished sitting atop a wooden stump during warm weather, reminiscing about the heroism of his youth, reflecting on the life-saving wisdom imparted by veteran soldiers, recalling the fervor of his first battle with a crossbow, and the memories of comrades whose heads were severed as if harvesting wheat, alongside the thunderous sound of enemy cavalry's hoofs. He particularly recalled the final great battle of the spring and autumn period at Bai, where the princess, clad in white, personally struck the war drums, the sound booming like thunder, unceasing until the West Chu drums were shattered. Who among the army remained unmoved? Old Su tilted his head, his weathered face, akin to the bark of an ancient tree, pressed against the smooth surface of his wooden cane. Many veterans, having grown accustomed to wielding blades and bows, felt a lingering sense of loss after surviving the military. After losing a leg, this cane had proven to be a great aid. Over the years, he had often heard a group of scholars speak in peculiar tones, declaring that the old soldiers who fought alongside the great Zhou kingdom had perished in droves, that none had met a good end, leaving only Su Shao to achieve the title of a king of a different surname. Had old Su's leg not been broken, he would have certainly leaped up in anger, cursing those scholars who were utterly clueless. Those who have truly fought know well that the saying about swords being blind is not to be taken lightly. The wounds upon the great Zhou kingdom are not mere fabrications. Are they all using knives, bows, and spears against themselves? If even the great pillar of the nation cannot attain the title of king of northern Liang, then are not the valiant old soldiers who expend their last breath merely dying in vain? Who remembers the 600 armored warriors from Liaodong, and now the unmatched 300,000 iron cavalry of northern Liang? Old Su, blind and irritable, spat and cursed. Those damn scholars are the most tedious. In my younger days, I could have slapped their teeth out. Just as he struggled to take a few more steps, a familiar voice called from above, "Old Su. Still in good health?" Old Su hurriedly rose to his feet. The speaker was the official who had once visited his home bearing silver, instructing several attendants to repair his thatched cottage. As fate would have it, since that day, the cottage had never leaked again, and each month, a couple of silver coins were delivered punctually. Old Su, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, suspected that this official had also once toiled in the military, possessing a certain fierce aura. Do not mistake him for a mere charlatan, though Old Su was not one to boast. Having spent the better part of his life in the military, he understood well the savage demeanor of seasoned warriors who had taken lives, even during meals. The man gently pressed the blind Old Su back down as he attempted to rise with the aid of his cane, laughing as he said, "Old Su, sit comfortably and speak as you wish. No need for formality." Old Su acquiesced. At his age, he no longer felt the need to compete with the young. Turning to the man, he expressed with a contented heart, "I am well, thank you. I eat and sleep soundly. Just waiting until the end of the month to buy some wine and meat to reward myself." Life is peaceful. I have no worries about food or clothing. Truly, this is sincere. Being blind, old Su could not utter empty platitudes. Isn't that so, sir? The visitor smiled and replied, Old Su, you are not blind at all. Your mind is sharp. You surpass many officials and generals. Old Su's weathered face flushed with modesty. Sir, you flatter me. I cannot accept such praise. I am just a northern Liang veteran who has survived. I once heard a lad named Su mention something about dying wrapped in a horsehide. I did not quite understand it, but it seems better to live on than to die well. Now, I fear not death, having lived to this age. I consider myself fortunate. My only concern is that one day, I might fall asleep and not wake again. Death would be death, but I worry about finding someone to carry my coffin. That lad Su laughed and said I could count on him. But he might be one of those who disappears for an entire year. I find that dubious. The official spoke calmly. Did that lad Su promise to carry your coffin? In an instant, old Su's spirits soared. Indeed, this Su is a good person. I have never misjudged anyone. Yet, he has a knack for mischief, climbing walls and stealing ducks. I worry he might struggle to find a good wife. Just the other day, he brought a jar of fine wine to chat with me, but he mentioned he had to leave again. Alas, I awoke to the smell of the wine that night and inadvertently drank the remaining half jar. Otherwise, I could have treated you today, sir. Haha, my friend. Do not mind the ramblings of an old chatterbox like me. The man chuckled and replied, Not at all. Nowadays, it is difficult to find someone to converse with. Would you care for a drink, my dear Su? I forgot to bring any when I arrived. In my old age, I seldom indulge in alcohol. But today, I shall make an exception. If you can wait, I shall send someone to fetch it. Old Su, the blind man, quickly waved his hands, saying no. My lord, you are occupied with important matters. How could I allow you to waste your time and money here? The man smiled and, together with the blind old Su, they leisurely basked in the warm afternoon sunlight, which was far more comforting than any luxurious attire. Old Su leaned on his cane, his expression distant as he mused. The greatest regret of my life is never having drawn closer to the grand state. A dear brother of mine who passed away last year was far luckier. During the Battle of Jianghu, he was merely 100 steps away from the grand state as he witnessed the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of surrendered soldiers. Even as he closed his eyes, he spoke of it with pride, competing with us in spirit until his last breath. The man, whom old Su had always regarded as a minor official, softly remarked, Su Shao is merely a hunchbacked old soldier. What is there to admire? In that instant, old Su's mind went blank. How could someone who survived the battlefield littered with countless bones be considered a fool? In Beiyang, who would dare utter such a phrase about Su Shao? Aside from the grand state, who else? Old Su's frail body, relying on a cane, trembled violently. Tears streamed down the face of this old soldier who had managed to endure, and turning his head, his lips quivered as he choked out, the grand state? The man neither confirmed nor denied, simply calling out, Old Su. Suddenly, blind old Su, as if possessed, struggled to rise, ignoring the man's attempts to stop him. He cast aside his cane and knelt upon the ground, summoning every ounce of strength within him, expending the gallantry earned over 30 years of battling across 6 nations. In the spirit of 10 years of mere survival, he suppressed the passionate sobs of an old soldier and bowed deeply, proclaiming, The 18th Army of Jianghu, one of the old regiments, the lowest-ranking cavalry of the fish drum camp, Su Yongguan, pays respects to General Su. The 18th Army of Jianghu was now but a memory, much like the fading glory of the 600 ironclad warriors. The younger cavalry of Beiyang had only heard tales of fervent exploits. The fish drum camp was renowned as the fiercest in battle under the Su banner. Their final stand was at the west rampart, where the princess, clad in white as pure as snow, struck the fish drum, rallying the troops to seize victory in the battle against the Liang dynasty. Nearly 1,000 soldiers of the fish drum camp fought without retreat, ultimately leaving only 16 survivors. Su Yongguan, in that battle, lost an eye, an arrow piercing through, yet he fought on until he collapsed amidst the lifeless bodies. In the heart of this old soldier, the Grand State and the King of Beiyang were merely titles bestowed by outsiders. Deep down, he longed to call the man General Su. With Su Shao supporting him back onto the wooden stool, blind old Su's face was awash with tears, yet he smiled as he remarked, In this life, I have lived enough. General Su, may I dare to inquire, is that Su's son? Su Shao softly replied, Indeed, it is my son, Su Fingnian. The old soldier pressed his face against the cane personally retrieved by the great pillar of the nation, murmuring repeatedly, I have lived enough, lived enough. The last of the Yugu camp, the old soldier Su Yongguan, gradually closed his eyes. General Su, Princess, you have a fine son. I, old Su, must descend to find my comrades for a drink and tell them that the thundering hooves of the 300,000 cavalry of Baoyang will only grow more fearsome, unyielding, and undiminished. Under the banner of Su, the drums of the Yulan resounded. The old soldier Su Yongwan passed away peacefully. The young prince rode forth on a white steed, adorned with twin blades, accompanied by over 100 light cavalry led by a robust general. Yet, the foremost carriage appeared unremarkable, driven by a graceful young woman. Even the young prince rode alongside, suggesting that no one else was deemed worthy to occupy the carriage. After traveling several miles beyond the city, 100 crossbowmen from the Feng camp deliberately maintained their distance, trailing far behind. The martial general, alone on horseback, approached Su Fengnian. Despite facing one of the most formidable figures of Baoyang in the past decade, the loyalty of Lu Qiantang and the others was unquestionable. The three sycophants of the great pillar of the nation remained vigilant, ready to act at a moment's notice, revealing their deep-seated fear of Su. Dreading that any disturbance might harm the young prince, for which they would be compelled to atone with their lives. Su Fengnian was engaged in a discourse with the Taoist priest Wei Shuyang regarding the essence of the Liangyi Shantanki. Noticing the tense demeanor of Lu Qiantang and the others, he chose silence until the general with the spear inclined his body to inquire. Only then did Su smile and say, "General Ning, allow your troops to follow behind. I harbor no desire to stir up dust. There is no need for tension. Maintain a distance of 1.5 miles. Should any danger arise, it is merely a matter of a charge. Do you not trust the Feng camp? This is my personal guard, composed of the finest warriors selected from the armies of Baoyang, each one a paragon of valor, and with you, General Ning, at the helm, we are assured of safety." The general wielding the great halberd, named Ningame, a name imbued with poetic charm, was, however, a robust figure, heavily muscled. The Feng camp's light cavalry, all bearing blades and crossbows, was an exception to him, for he donned heavy armor and brandished a striking iron halberd, his back laden with a large pouch filled with numerous short halberds. Unmistakably a warrior of the type that charges through throngs of foes. Prior to departing the city, Su Fengnian had received a summary of Ning Ame's military exploits, compelling him to regard and admire the man. Ning Ame, an orphan of the battlefield, had been rescued and raised by the renowned General Wang Qian, and upon the demise of his adoptive father, he inherited his mantle. As long as he held a halberd, he had repeatedly claimed the heads of generals amidst the chaos of battle, each time earning the great pillar of the nation as favor in exchange for minor transgressions. Otherwise, he would not have been the lowest ranked among the 4 pillars of Baoyang. However, Ningame was unconcerned as long as he could fight and kill. He had no interest in remaining in the rear, merely waving flags and shouting commands. Throughout history, those who wielded halberds as their weapons of choice were invariably fierce and ruthless warriors, capable of slaying as easily as one picks up fallen leaves. On the battlefield, she is a goddess of death. However, upon stepping off the field, Ningame is far from the brutish general who indiscriminately lashes out at her soldiers. On the contrary, she exudes a demeanor of gentleness and propriety, her voice resonating with a robust vitality that, despite its thunderous quality, retains the delicate tone reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden's cherry blossom lips. This juxtaposition is indeed an extraordinary spectacle. As she listens to the explanation from His Highness the Crown Prince, Ningame holds her great halberd at an angle, its tip pointed to the ground. And with a bashful smile, she responds, "For this journey, the Grand Pillar State has commanded me to follow your instructions, Your Highness. Whatever you say shall be done." Su Fengnian glances at the heavy iron halberd in Ningame's hands and, filled with curiosity, inquires, "General Ning, this halberd must weigh around 70 to 80 pounds? Ningame, taken aback, replies, "Your Highness recognizes this as a halberd of the Bu character?" Su Fengnian chuckles softly, "I happen to hear my second sister mention it. It would be impossible to mistake it for a decorative ceremonial weapon." Ningame, oblivious to the slightly tense atmosphere surrounding her, continues, "Your Highness, your guess is accurate. This halberd weighs 75 pounds. An ordinary person would find it challenging to wield." With a hearty laugh, Su Fengnian, who carries twin swords at his waist, exclaims, "I must witness your flying halberd sometime, General Ning. Su Xiao has told me that with your short halberd, you can effortlessly unseat an opponent with a single strike. And your aim is unfailingly true." Ningame blushes slightly, but merely smiles in response. Ultimately, she takes her leave, riding away with her halberd in tow. The enchanting beauty, Shuxiu, who is unaware of how to suppress her burgeoning feelings, reins in her horse, watching with cold indifference, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. This trusted general of the Grand Pillar State, a bold warrior from Beiyang, is clearly inexperienced in the ways of courtly affairs. Since His Highness has already discerned the nature of the weapon, whether through genuine knowledge or sheer coincidence, why not offer a few flattering words? To openly speak of the halberd weight in front of the sword-wielding prince is tantamount to mocking His Highness's prowess. This dim-witted brute fails to understand that even if His Highness is not a master swordsman, the two exquisite blades he possesses exude a chilling aura, unmistakably forged for bloodshed. Could an ordinary person ever hope to wield them? El Qiantang, a swordsman whose stature rivals that of Ningame, stands in contemplative silence. His thumb resting on the hilt of the colossal Qixia sword he selected from the armory. Yang Qifeng is enveloped in a spacious black robe, which accentuates the glaring whiteness of his hands. As Su Fengnian continues his journey, he muses softly, in the past. The Western Chu boasted of wielding 1,000,000 halberds across 5,000 miles, yet those formidable halberd warriors ultimately fell to Su Zhao's iron cavalry. It seems that among the world's spears, the iron cavalry of Beiyang remains the sharpest. The old Taoist, Wei Shuang, strokes his beard and chuckles softly. In my youth, I had the fortune of witnessing the Beiyang cavalry charge like thunder, a sight akin to the tidal waves on the Guangling River, capable of uprooting mountains. It was truly captivating. Su Fengnian winks. Grandfather Wei, I have seen much of that. The old Taoist is momentarily taken aback. But soon his face lights up with a smile of understanding, much to the bewilderment of the oblivious Shuxiu. The three of them have spent a considerable time within the royal palace, serving as the Grand Pillar State's loyal hounds. A period not too short yet not overly long, Yang Qifeng being the longest at 7 or 8 years. During that time, His Highness had already gained a notorious reputation as the most irredeemable dandy in Beiyang. In the realm of martial arts, the notion of demonic sects is but a fanciful tale. No sect would willingly don the mantle of evil. Even the most ruthless factions, once associated with such ominous labels, would inevitably find themselves lamenting their fate in bustling locales, especially in the aftermath of the North Liang Iron Cavalry's relentless onslaught. It is said that a generation ago, the martial world was a chaotic tapestry, much like the fragmented states of the Central Plains during the spring and autumn period. Yet, there existed a sect, revered by many, that boldly proclaimed itself as a demonic order. What became of them? From the tranquil heights of Mount Longhu emerged the extraordinary, immortal Qi Xianzheng, a being seldom seen in a century. He issued a challenge from the demon-slaying platform atop the Lotus Peak and single-handedly vanquished 6 self-proclaimed masters of the demonic path, leading to their subsequent decline, fading from sight for the past 50 years. One can only imagine how many times the younger generations of sects have been trampled upon by the very hands of those whom they once deemed their superiors. Shu Xiu hailed from a lesser sect in the Western Chu Kingdom, delving into the dark arts of witchcraft that had faced severe repression from the righteous. Although she was a rare priestess within her sect, poised to inherit the position of leader, her ambitions transcended the limitations of her small faction. She sought freedom and revelry. And by virtue of her exquisite beauty and beguiling charms, she fortuitously acquired a fragmented tome of advanced techniques from a middle-aged Taoist at Kongong Mountain, which dramatically enhanced her prowess. Upon discovering that it was merely 1/3 of the White Emperor's embrace of purity, she traced its origins to the armory of Listening to the Tide. Surviving such peril was already a stroke of luck. Upon entering the royal manor, she had yet to glimpse the armory before being severely beaten by hidden masters of the estate. After several successful assassinations, she earned the chance to live. And thus she held the embrace of purity in utmost reverence. Do not presume that the Northern Liang royal manor is merely a target for assassination. Each time an attempt is made, they retaliate with iron-fisted vengeance. When have they ever left roots uncut? This is the treachery of the Great Pillar State, Su Xiao. Only through the accumulation of bloodshed does someone as audacious as Shu Xiu become transformed into a timid creature. Even the most fearless of warriors cannot withstand the myriad torturous methods devised by Su Xiao. Su Fengnian harbored no fondness for Shu Xiu and her companions, nor did he feel the need for pleasantries. He simply rode over to the carriage, lifted the curtain, and beheld Yu Yue frolicking with Wu Meinyang, her spirits evidently high. Whether it be the renowned courtesan Yu Yue or the orphan sword attendant of the Western Chu Emperor, Yu Xuanji, they both find themselves trapped like birds in a cage. However, should they exchange their confines for a more expansive realm, transitioning from the royal manor to the entire martial world, their spirits would undoubtedly soar. In a corner, Jianghu was crouched rather than seated, engrossed in a secret tome, her brow furrowed in concentration, displaying an earnest diligence in her pursuits. Meanwhile, the old man in the sheepskin coat occupied a significant portion of the carriage, having removed his boots. As he busily scratched at his foul-smelling feet and then brought them to his nose for a whiff, Su Fingyan dropped the curtain, sighing in exasperation at the predicament of Yu Yue and the little clay figurine. The young master mused to himself, should we not procure a different carriage? Alas! On a carriage, an unexpected situation arose. This peculiar old man, at the very least, would intervene. Otherwise, even my own misfortune might not compel him to act, let alone come to the aid of two women. Su Fingyan withdrew a newly drawn map, the Yugong geographic records. After the Liang dynasty unified the Central Plains, the original 6 prefectures expanded to the current 19, illustrating the significant upheaval during the spring and autumn period, which allowed Su Shao to become the sole pillar of the dynasty. The term Beiliang broadly encompasses the entirety of Liangzhou and half of Langzhou. They had only just departed the city, which lay at the southernmost part of Beiliang, with a day's journey remaining to the northern border of Yongzhou. The official road Su Fingyan traversed had been taken 4 years prior, a journey that had originally felt effortless, adorned with youthful vigor. It was only upon entering the heart of Yongzhou that the path grew desolate, perhaps unable to endure the old man's squinting demeanor within the carriage. Yu Yue peered out with a white cat in her arms, her eyes beseeching Su Fingyan. With a snap of his fingers, Yang Qifeng suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp whistle summoned a chestnut steed, unmounted yet obediently trotting towards the young master. It was said that Yang Qifeng could tame even the mountain spirits, his horsemanship beyond question. Yu Yue, possessing decent riding skills, cautiously settled onto the horse's back, gently soothing Wu Mei. In an instant, the road behind them was engulfed in a cloud of dust, the thunder of hooves resonating, a spectacle that clearly surpassed what a mere 100 light cavalry could achieve. Su Fingyan turned his horse's head, squinting towards the commotion. The carriage halted, and for the first time, Jianghu, having departed the royal palace, leaned out to observe. Su Fingyan smiled and beckoned to the apprehensive Yu Yue. Change horses, come sit with me. In all of Beiliang, there were but 2 figures of such stature and capability. His father, Su Shao, would not dare overshadow the young master. The other figure was now unmistakable, the infamous butcher of Beiliang, who commanded the loyalty of 100,000 iron cavalry. Did Su Fingyan not recognize him? Yu Yue lacked the audacity, yet upon seeing Su Fingyan narrow his eyes, she dismounted and climbed into his embrace. Alongside the formidable Ningame, 3 of Beiliang's 4 pillars were now present. Su Fingyan remarked, what a grand spectacle. Amidst the menacing array of blade and spear, a figure clad in white galloped forth. In reminiscent thoughts, this white-clad man seemed to embody such grandeur, gallantly charging into battle and famously slaying the renowned General Yi Wuxing's wife and daughter before his eyes. The dashing and elegant man on horseback slightly inclined his body and gently announced, Chen Zhibao comes to bid farewell to the young master. In the sight of Beiliang's 3 pillars and the foremost ranks of valiant commanders, they beheld the young master cradling a beauty, who in turn held a white cat. One hailed from a lineage of loyal generals, having fought alongside Su Dezhu for years, while the other was merely a dandy indulging in frivolity. In that moment, the disparity was starkly evident. Su Fingyan once again turned his horse, his finger entwining a strand of the maiden's hair as he slowly said, no need to see off. As the valiant Ningame led 100 light cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion in pursuit of His Highness the Crown Prince. They passed by the white-clad Chen Zhibao in silence. Although Ningame was a formidable warrior of the present age, he displayed little enthusiasm for ascending the ranks within the northern Liang army, often giving off an air of indifference. Today, the vile butcher too, leading over 300 heavily armored cavalry, had stirred quite a spectacle. Upon crossing paths with the strikingly bright white attire, Ningame could not help but furrow his brows. Even in his slow realization, he sensed that the previously friendly gaze of the crown prince had shifted to something more distant, gripping the heavy iron halberd, second only to the renowned Wang Tongshan under the command of King Yan. Ningame turned to see that many of the over 100 guards from the Phoenix Battalion were glancing back, admiring Chen Zhibao's impressive presence. He fell into deep contemplation. Among the 4 pillars of northern Liang, the formidable Dian Xiangxiu, commanding 6,000 elite cavalry, and Wei Fuqing, overseeing 1/3 of the White Crossbow Brigade, were both trusted generals nurtured by Chen Zhibao. They stood behind him, sternly holding their reins. Ningame was not closely acquainted with these celebrated young generals of northern Liang. only familiar with their adept tactical support on the battlefield. In terms of military reputation, he believed he was not lacking. Yet, when it came to the weight of command he held, the disparity was far greater than mere ranks. With a self-deprecating smile, he adjusted his grip on the halberd and slowed the cavalry's pace, creating the requested half-mile distance from the crown prince. Dian Xiangxiu, with hair as wild as a lion's, turned and spat on the ground, disdainfully remarking, "General, is it possible that His Highness has been so frightened that he dares not allow us to escort him? Better not to send him off." Old Dian wouldn't tea, like putting his warm face to a cold backside. "We iron floating pagoda warriors are not men who would shy away from the northern Mang barbarians. We cannot afford such embarrassment." In contrast, Wei Fuqing, more reserved and akin to a tutor teaching children to read, chuckled softly. For years ago, when His Highness set out on his travels, he was accompanied only by an old horseman. This time, he has finally made amends. Naturally, in high spirits, he would not welcome our intrusion. "Old Dian, you who only know of bloodshed, how could you comprehend the Crown Prince's romantic pursuits?" The 6,000 iron floating pagoda heavy cavalry ranked second only to the dragon cavalry of the Great Snow Camp, led by Su Shao, instilling fear into the hearts of the 35,000 border troops of northern Mang. Throughout the spring and autumn period, the butcher Su Shao imparted a blood-soaked truth to the world. Victory on the battlefield is never merely a contest of numbers, nor solely about the rate of armor, but rather about the synergy of troop types, employing both conventional and unorthodox strategies, culminating in a decisive strike from the most elite forces. The Fishdrum Camp, known for its fierce tenacity, carved a bloody path straight into the heart of the Yi by Kuei's army, while Chen Jibao coordinated strategies from the central command. The royal consort beat the war drums, and Su Shao, discarding his helmet, brandished his spear at the forefront, accompanied by 3,000 white-clad cavalry charging forth, leaving behind the bodies of over 1,000 comrades from the Fishdrum Camp. Since the scholars of Western Chu boasted that there would be no more Western Chu beyond the West Fortress, Su Shao resolved to ensure the complete annihilation of the state. In the era of the Nine Kingdoms, where valiant generals emerged amidst the clangor of steel and war, it was an age of unparalleled martial prowess. The young commander, Dian Xiangqiu, ascended from the flames of conflict. His achievements were built upon the bones of illustrious spring and autumn generals. He embodied an indescribable pride and ferocity, looking down upon the pampered offspring of nobility who engage in petty pursuits. What significance did the title of Son of the World hold? The Northern Liang army prioritized military merit, and each year, countless scions of the Liang were cast to the borders by their forebears, molded through relentless training until they were bereft of the strength to weep. Ultimately, none remembered their noble heritage. They only acknowledged their superiors in the military hierarchy. "What more did you, Su Fengyan, possess beyond your title?" Dian Xiangqiu spat disdainfully and sneered. "To hell with romantic trifles. Just 2 years prior, I led 600 iron cavalry deep into the northern Mang, seizing the daughter of a governor. Stripped bare on horseback, I ended her life, leaving her hanging from my spear. That is my tale of romance." Wei Fuqing bent down to caress his beloved steed's mane, jesting. "Yet you were left hanging in the military camp's fence all night, freezing. I hear you couldn't even see your own equipment then. Can you still put it to use?" Dian Xiangqiu laughed heartily, patting his belly. "It works just fine, whether rough or delicate. Old Dian has no qualms about it. If you doubt me, lend me your daughter for a trial, and I assure you, you will be left speechless." Wei Fuqing, taken aback, retorted, "Do you dare to entertain thoughts of my daughter? Do you believe I wouldn't unleash my white crossbow to wipe out your 6,000 iron troops?" Dian Xiangqiu scoffed. "You're talking nonsense again. Let us each gather 100 men and meet on the training grounds to see whose offspring ends up on the ground crying for their mother." Throughout this exchange, Chen Jiba, known as the Little Butcher, whose reputation surpassed that of the 4 famed generals of northern Liang combined, remained silent. He neither cautioned his companions to tread lightly nor joined in the derision aimed at the unpopular son of the world, displaying an air of indifference. With his adoptive father, the Grand Chancellor, soon to enter the capital for an audience, he would not be heading to the contested borders of northern Liang and northern Mang. All military affairs were entrusted to Chen Jiba. The 300,000 iron cavalry of northern Liang were already accustomed to this arrangement. As the Grand Chancellor's first adopted son and a renowned general of both military and scholarly prowess, who would forget that this figure in white had, years ago, declined the Emperor's offer to command a southern army, thereby avoiding the sway of the southern tribes? Wei Fuqing smiled. "Ning Dajia has taken on this burdensome task. I suspect he will be troubled enough to lose sleep over it." Dian Xiangqiu reveled in the misfortune, Ning Tiji is not a bad man when it comes to killing. He is relentless, excelling in both mounted and foot combat. Old Dian holds him in high regard. But as for you, Wei Fuqing, to be honest, you fall short. Unfazed, Wei Fuqing recognized that Dian Xiongchu was forthright by nature, dismissing the deeper strategic principles of warfare. Chen Jiba glanced at the overcast sky and murmured, "The weather is changing." Yu Yue hesitated as she requested to ride alone, and Su Fengnian, unable to refuse, relinquished the white horse to her. He then took his place in the carriage. Inside, the bespectacled elder finally donned his boots, stretching his neck to glimpse the secret tome held by Jiang Enai. Jiang Enai, who crouched in the corner, was miserly and self-absorbed, holding the cover upright and silently reciting the text. The two were locked in a stalemate, competing in patience. The elder, upon seeing the young lord enter the carriage, displayed a hint of impatience, his expression sour and unwelcoming. Once seated, Su Fengnian removed his embroidered twin blades, placing them upon his lap. One blade, the plain chunlei, lay beneath, while the elegant xiaodong rested atop. The juxtaposition of the two blades, one long and one short, created a visually pleasing tableau that even Jiang Enai could not help but admire. She had witnessed the mesmerizing sight of the white fox, her face framed by swirling snowflakes as it danced upon the icy surface of the listening tide lake. This deepened her disdain for Su Fengnian. Such a beautiful woman deserved those blades, while Su Fengnian, despite his diligent training, merely tarnished their legacy. As Su Fengnian settled in to listen to the reading, he chose to disregard the elderly man in the sheepskin coat, closing his eyes and instructing, "Read the Qianjin Xiaogang." Jiang Enai opened a book chest overflowing with tomes, finally locating the ancient seal-covered Qianjin Xiaogong and began to read. During this time, she had not only earned silver from her studies, but had also been compelled to familiarize herself with nearly 100 obscure characters, paying the painful price of 10 coins per character. Each time she encountered a character anew, she would emphasize it with particular intensity, an indication of her fervent disdain for ignorance. Su Fengnian listened intently, the sound of the reading far more soothing than during her initial attempts. The cadence of the text altered with the essence of Qianjin. The scholarly elite, in composing their verses, did so from profound sentiments. The deeper the emotion, the more moving the reading. The same principle applied to martial artists. Their written expressions bore no resemblance to the sacred text of Buddhism or Taoism. Qianjin Xiaogong resonated with a rhythmic vigor, and it was no wonder that the white fox held it in such high esteem, claiming it ranked among the top 3 treasures in the vast collection on the second floor. Su Fengnian was enraptured by the reading until he was interrupted. "It's all nonsense," the elder interjected. Jiang Enai peeked out from behind her book, glaring at him. The elder displayed a blatant lack of respect towards the young lord, maintaining a deliberately aloof demeanor, yet he regarded Jiang Enai with a twinkle in his eye, forcing a smile as he explained, "I meant to say that this book is filled with absurdities that mislead the youth." Su Fengnian opened his eyes and smiled, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Regardless of his martial prowess, the elder's notorious temperament was indeed rare.